The Zerg subbrain's mechanical voice slowly came. Merging in progress. Please make your preparations. Xuji felt his entire body numb and sore. The familiar pain came again, as if he was about to faint. After an unknown amount of time, he came back to his senses and opened his eyes to look at his genetic talent. The gene strands were pulled out. 1. Human genes, immortal talent. 2. Evil eye gene. 3. Rubik's Cube gene. 4. Empty. Empty. In the blink of an eye, I've become a triple geno life level. Xu Zhuji's expression became calm. Although my level is still very low, my level of life is already very high. It's time to learn the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. He sat on the computer and opened a book that the Zerg subbrain had recorded screenshots for him. Calculus, from exuberance to baldness. He began to study with great interest. He didn't laugh at them before, because he knew that he would have to face such a day sooner or later. This was a path that the strong had to take, and no one was an exception. Time flow adjustment, 100 years per day. Suji said. Voila. Instantly, the speed of his thinking and his movements in front of the computer became extremely fast, so fast that he even turned into an afterimage. Previously, he had used the identity of Great Sovereign Messiah to enter the sorcerer world and study the books there. He had learned the knowledge of the entire sorcerer world's 1,000 years of civilization with the time flow there. So he naturally did not need to use it now. This was because he already had the gift of immortality. He could speed up his lifespan without any side effects. He was not afraid of dying of old age, although he would fall into a deep sleep every once in a while. Voila. Wake, sleep, wake. 1 hour. Hours. It was equivalent to 8 years. Only then did Xuji stop what he was doing and begin to confirm that he had learned all the knowledge in this area. The 9 revolutions' mysterious art was based on the system of the primordial world. He naturally learned the existing knowledge of the incense system and thoroughly understood the theory of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art before he slowly stopped. As expected, although I have eternal life, I can't use acceleration too many times. She sensed his body and frowned slightly. I used to sleep for 4 hours a day at a fixed time. Now, it has become 5 hours. However, as he gradually became stronger, he would eventually wake up for 12 hours and sleep for 12 hours. This was a huge flaw of the talent for eternal life. However, this method of madly accelerating one's lifespan was undoubtedly speeding up the time one fell into a deep sleep. Although I usually sleep 10 hours a day, 2 more hours is nothing. Earth is also a very safe environment, but it is still a hidden danger. I have to find a way to start improving it. Xuji stood up and went to the kitchen to wash his face and freshen himself up. Medusa is also trying to find a way to overcome the flaw of her immortal talent. Her sleeping time is 10 times longer than mine, but now it has gone from 5% to 10%. I'll go and secretly take a look at the results of her research another day. Phoenix, on the other hand, had already overcome her innate flaw of eternal life because of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. Perhaps if Xuji did not have a way, he could get rid of the immortal talent in human genes, integrate the Phoenix's rebirth from fire gene into it to get rid of the flaw in this aspect, and achieve her way in immortality. However, it was only a backup plan. However, the genetic talent of rising from the ashes was too heaven-defying. It was the most heaven-defying one among all the current talents. The cultivation speed was terrifying. If he could successfully cultivate the 9 revolutions' mysterious art and master it, overcoming his talent's flaw, it would be Xuji's next gene. With this, he could quickly break through the next realm. It's time to open up an internal space. According to our conversion ratio, when I was a level 5 life form, my internal space was only 20 cubic meters, and a level 6 life form's internal space was 200 cubic meters. This space of 200 cubic meters was equivalent to the size of a suite with 5 rooms and 2 halls, but it had to be divided into 9 spaces. I'll first open up the first Danshan space. Xuji closed his eyes and activated time acceleration again. After a while, he successfully opened it up. Without stopping, he opened his first aperture. Boom. With a crisp sound, the bone armor buzzed, and a space gradually appeared in his body. He continued to open the second aperture, and only stopped when he reached the third aperture. The first 3 revolutions of the 9 revolutions mysterious art are very easy to prepare. After all, I'm already at the 6th rank Grotto Heaven realm, the strongest existence under the Heavenly Emperor realm. It's more difficult to deduce and locate it, and it can't be done so quickly. It's easy for one's realm to be unstable, so I'll have to get used to it first. At this moment, the 3 chakra spaces were already revolving around his central Danshan. His Danshan was 20 cubic meters, and each aperture was also 20 cubic meters. Xuji silently looked into his body and felt that he finally had a piece of land that belonged to him. On Earth, real estate had a time limit, and he finally had a house of his own. Although each one was not big, after all of them had been cultivated, they added up to the size of a 5-room and 2-hall house. However, his 9 revolutions mysterious art was incomplete. It was missing the last part. It was just an empty frame without any actual combat power. Because there was no sun to be used as the power furnace in his Danshan, it was like without an engine. Not only did he not have a power source, but he also had no way to illuminate the 9 surrounding worlds and nurture countless living beings in his body to form the true body of Pengu, creating an ecosystem for the living beings in his body. The 9 revolutions mysterious art requires the sun primordial spirit. Otherwise, he'll be useless. But I really don't have a sun primordial spirit, and I can't find one now. The most suitable one for me is the phoenix. But the phoenix can't be my primordial spirit. Xuji knew that he had no way of dealing with his primordial sun spirit at the moment, and his 9 revolutions mysterious art was a defective product. However, he did not mind. He would think of a way in the future. The space of the aperture acupoints in his body was too small now. He had no intention of opening a new sandbox in it and reproducing a new world sandbox. But I have to raise something, right? Let's celebrate. Otherwise, I'll have wasted so much effort. Then, what should I plant in my body? He used all his mana to open up the internal space and was exhausted. After thinking for a while, he still rode the electric bike out. He went to the agricultural furniture store in the county, got a few supplementary lights for the greenhouse. He also got a few batteries and went back to the house. Whoosh. The plant fill light connected to a battery and placed in the center of the Danshan. It emitted a faint light, like a sun, shining on the 3 surrounding worlds. Whoosh. Waves of water and soil gushed into the 3 apertures. Intelligent subbrain, reproduce the delicious plants from the sorcerer world and the ancient primordial world that I've previously selected. Put them in and reproduce them. A mechanical voice was heard. Yes. Hulala. The land began to grow and exude a green aura. Before he had the sun primordial spirit, he would just find a few plant supplemented lights and place them in the Danshan of the 9 revolutions mysterious. It was a scientific man-made sun. I love peace just like the phoenix. I want to create a small wood world. In the future, I can sit on a chair and eat fruits. It won't be so troublesome anymore. I can take them out from the internal space to eat at any time. Shuji thought about it and added another animal to this wood world, the final chicken. When he was hungry in the future, he'd catch it a few times and roast it with sorcery. It would also be a wonderful experience. In the inner world, there was a scene of a vegetable greenhouse. In the center was a plant-filled light that emitted a bright and gentle light, illuminating the three surrounding pitch-black small worlds. The three small worlds were covered in green grass and verdant vegetation. They were only 20 cubic meters of space, and there were even shelves set up for the emerald green vines to climb up, bloom, and bear fruit. Gugugu. On the grass, there were many croaking final chickens, jumping all over the mountains and fields. They were very active. Xuji had specially set up a 1 cubic meter storage room in each of the three farms, which contained soy sauce, salt, and mineral water. A series of condiments for the kitchen. Inside my body, there's such a scene of a flower and fruit farm. I've realized a self-sufficient rural ecological environment. In the future, I don't need to go out to buy rice anymore. I can provide for the food and drink of this foodie in my orchard. Xuji looked at Achilles, who was eating a bowl of dog food next to him. This was a convergence creature bird, one of the strongest combat forces he had high hopes for in the future. It's just that while I'm cultivating the 9 revolutions mysterious art, Mingmei is still secretly planning reform. There are still few days before Diki evolve. Why don't I use this time to start the next open beta? After all, Diki's new world is about to open up and they need a new species. I'll see how talented this wave of people are. Shuji sat in his chair, planning the future of the 2 sandbags. He suddenly waved his hand, and a final chicken appeared out of thin air. Goo-goo-goo-goo-goo. Xuji nimbly turned his head and pulled out the feathers. A flame circulated in his hand and was slightly cooked. At this moment, on a 30 square meter sandbox, a group of players were evolving creatures. They were also looking at the creator sitting in a chair in the distance, observing him all times, afraid that there would be hidden missions. FACK, the creator had been kind recently. He didn't catch the final chicken, but created the final chicken out of thin air with a flick of his hand. Heavens! The racer of Mount Haruna is finally saved. Within a group of 30 square meters, there were miniature mountains and rivers. A group of strangeling hunting species stood in groups of 2 or 3 in a pile of plants. They were constantly whispering and shouting, "I need some cumin." Xuji ignored them. Every time he ate something, he would make a fuss about nothing. He sat on the chair and reached out his hand. Whoa-la-la. In the inner space, a bottle of cumin was opened. The powder turned into silk ribbons, and they floated out like sparks and fluorescent lights, covering the roasted final chicken. Wow! What kind of magic was this? It was so beautiful. Like stars, they fell on the final chicken like magical girls. It looks like the final chicken is even more delicious. A dish that can glow? I want to learn. The group of people were heartbroken and envious. He was too handsome. Xuji was already used to it. He took a bite of the final chicken and was very satisfied. He took a light bite, and the juice spilled everywhere. It was extremely delicious. He felt that he was still better at enjoying life. But the next second, he looked at the plate of sand, and his face froze instantly. Ha ha ha, Moo doesn't speak magic restaurant. Officially opened. It's coming, the god of creation's favorite food, the final chicken. There are all kinds of flavors, and it only costs 500 sand coins per serving in the Magus community. All of a sudden, a strangely shaped human-shaped plant set up a small wooden shed on the side of the road and set up a barbecue stall. Behind him, live chickens were tied up and clucking. Although the racer of Mount Haruna had not been around recently, everyone was very considerate to help him breed the species that he had left behind. They cherished it very much and did not let it go extinct. Hualala. In the wooden shed, the red charcoal fire roasted the entire stone stove red. A final chicken was rotating on the charcoal fire, roasting until it was red. It sizzled and emitted the fragrance of meat. It was a top-grade delicious roast chicken that looked crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. FUCKK, a big shot has evolved into seasoning? Ev was stunned. Although the final chicken's deliciousness was amazing and had become a regular delicacy for the various mutated zergs in the sandbox during their evolution, and every player would raise it to eat. What they ate was the original flavor. There was no seasoning, so they lived like primitive people. He's a ruthless man. I've been working so hard to become bald, just to evolve into seasoning and improve my life. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads and look at him with admiration. I'll have one. A pink octopus passed by. What flavor do you want? There's numbing, garlic yogurt, soy sauce, stinky tofu. The human-shaped plant did not expect to have guests so soon. I'll give you a spicy final chicken. I'll transfer the money to you in the wizard community, the octopus said. All right, a spicy one. Please wait a moment. The plant calmly lowered its head and pulled out black roots from the ground. It slowly used its hand to tear off a piece of old foot skin. Rip. He tore the chicken into pieces, scattered the pieces on the chicken. A spicy and fresh aroma immediately filled his nose, whetting his appetite. The octopus was speechless. His face instantly darkened. What are you doing? FATK. You're tearing off the calluses from such a serious foot layer by layer and even sprinkling them on it. Are you a pervert? This is my seasoning. The spiciness is evolved from horseradish. It's naturally buried under the soil to maintain the best taste. My feet are prickled with horseradish, the plant said innocently, pointing at its feet. He pointed at his twisted spiral arm that looked like garlic. My hand smells like garlic. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at his vine afro. It smells like soy sauce. Everyone looked at him and was shocked. Was this a plant that had all its 5 flavors knocked over? Octopus felt a headache coming on. He looked at this weird chef and the spicy roast chicken. He didn't know if he should take a bite. Suddenly he said, "This spiciness seems to have the aroma of malt. You're an expert." The human-shaped plant seemed to have met a soulmate. Its eyes brightened and it explained, "This is a spicy flavor I created myself. It's similar to the taste of mustard and chili, mixed with the aroma of malt and peanut. I'm sure you'll like it. It's indeed too fragrant. I can't hold it in anymore. I don't care if this seasoning is my feet or not." When the octopus heard that and smelled the fragrance, it couldn't hold back. In reality, this person was a big eater. He couldn't resist the smell. It was too tempting. He immediately took a bite and was moved to tears after just one bite. Delicious. It's really delicious. It was both fragrant and spicy, and he felt as if his entire body was floating. It was as if he was in a fairyland. There was a rich fragrance of wheat within the numbing spiciness, and it even felt as if it had surpassed the existing species of chili. It was simply a treasure among seasonings. This vegetable player can evolve into such a delicious spicy flavor. He definitely knows how to eat. Instantly, his impression of this vegetable-type player changed. This is too good. He immediately swallowed it in big gulps, no longer caring about the spiciness coming from there. It was really delicious to the extreme. At that moment, the tree beside him could not help but ask him, who was gulping down the food with eyes full of innocence. "Brother, this is the first time an outsider is eating it. Can you give me an evaluation? Was it good? Is my leg hot enough to burn your eyes?" The octopus was halfway through its meal when it slowly took out a chicken bone from its mouth. It looked at him with a red face. The onlookers also widened their eyes and felt extremely annoyed. They could already imagine the inner struggle and anger of the person involved. It was too tragic. However, the octopus was indeed an old foodie. It tasted the taste in an instant and was completely fascinated. It couldn't help but eat again. After eating, it still wanted more and said, "Big brother, give me another one with a spicy flavor. Put in more chili." Everyone saw that this was also a king ruthless person. She didn't care about anything for food. All right. The humanoid plant's limbs became agile, and it quickly tore off the skin on its feet. "It seems like my feet aren't strong enough. This match will make you choke on your eyes." The pink octopus was speechless. Can we mention this? However, when everyone saw the two of them entertaining themselves, the delicious aroma wafted through the air of the greenhouse. They could not help but swallow their saliva when they smelled the alluring smell of roast chicken in the air. They went up to them one after another. "Brother, you're a ruthless man. I admit defeat. Give me a serving of minced garlic. You're good. Maybe some mustard." Phew. However, no one added any numbing or spicy flavor. Which of the players present wasn't a smart one? This person was too sinister and vicious. He was afraid that he would be addicted like this octopus player and sink under his feet, unable to escape. Instantly, everyone was entranced by the delectable taste. They took big gulps. It was too delicious. Every kind of seasoning had a unique and excellent taste. They kept trying other flavors and felt that it was completely satisfying. "In that case, big brother, I'll have a stinky tofu flavor," someone suddenly said. "All right, please wait for a moment." The plant spoke. "Wait." Suddenly, the man stopped him. "First, tell me where your stinky tofu smell is." The plant pointed to the back of its body obediently. "There's a tree hole here. I'll use it as a fermentation room. There are microorganisms in this sand table world too. I'll put things in it to ferment. It's very delicious. I guarantee that you won't stop eating it after eating it once." Everyone was confused. Fermentation? Could it be methane fermentation? You're called Moo Moo and you don't speak. But you're going to choke me to death when you speak? That person was stunned and instantly shut up. He felt that he would have a psychological shadow from eating stinky tofu in the future. He hurriedly said, "Big brother, I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop after eating it once. I don't dare to try it. I'll have a serving of the garlic flavor." Tsuji was also stunned. He hadn't seen the small sandbox for a long time. And such a talented player had actually appeared? This person released poison in public, and his ability was terrifyingly strong. He could actually make people addicted to eating his foot skin. It was a sandbox evolution game, and yet another person had managed to come up with something new. He had actually evolved himself into a seasoning. Tsuji felt it was very scary, but he did not dare to try it out, for fear that he would also sink into it. However, when it comes to food, I want to create a small world for food. My body is a very good environment. After all, if all the worlds in the universe are combat systems, it won't be colorful at all. It's better to have some small worlds. Tsuji suddenly spoke up. "Intelligent subbrain, this creature has endless potential. Why didn't you tell me that an extraordinary species comparable to the phoenix had appeared?" The intelligent subbrain replied, "This creature, Seven Wonders Treasure Tree, has average potential." "Nonsense. He clearly had endless potential. Xuji felt that the intelligence of this intelligent subbrain was beyond redemption. Fortunately, he had taken a look. Otherwise, such a peerless genius would have been covered in dust in an instant. Indeed, horses that traveled 1,000 miles were common, but Bo Lu was rare. In the future, he would have to look at more evolution sandbags. To avoid missing some species with potential, he understood more and more that the subbrain was too stupid and was not omnipotent. In the next second, Xuji made an announcement himself. Notice: congratulations to player Mumu Doesn't Speak, who has evolved into the Seven Wonders treasure tree. It possesses great potential and has been rewarded with an achievement. FECK. This was a brother who choked people to death, and his feet were stinging the eyes. You actually obtained an achievement? Oh my god. This kind of cheap person with a mouth full of dirty words can actually do it? There's a scheme. There's definitely a scheme. The entire sandbox was shocked. I can do it too? Even the person himself was surprised. He was originally a species that could not evolve into a powerful one. He could only evolve into a seasoning species without any combat power. He did not expect that happiness would come so suddenly. Xuji, on the other hand, was very calm. He had investigated the identity of this person in real life and found that he was a special chef. For the sake of his food, he had put in a lot of effort to learn evolution. He had gone bald to evolve this species. His love for food made Xuji feel like they were like-minded, and he admired this kind of talent very much. He's a genius chef. Cooking is as exaggerated as poisoning, and he even brought his own seasoning. If we send him in to study food for hundreds of years, what will happen? Even Xuji himself was looking forward to it. He felt that he'd secretly open a back door for him. He could not let such a talent be covered in dust. Should I send him to the sorcerer world, or to the ancient primordial world? Western or Chinese? The food culture of the two worlds is relatively rough. We might be able to come up with many new recipes. Xuji knew that no matter how delicious the food was, without a chef to study recipes and cook it for himself, the original taste of the ingredients would not be able to be brought out. Now, he had a few farms in his internal space. Although the food was naturally delicious, it was just a waste of natural food. Now, he could place his hopes on him and let him develop a new style of food. Tug. In the sandbox at this moment, Mumu Doesn't Speak also shouted excitedly, "Great creator, I want to treat you to spicy final. To express my gratitude. I'm so happy. If I can go to the universe, I'll definitely eat him up. Slice them all and make them into delicacies." Xuji's face gradually darkened. The surrounding people were also dumbfounded and started discussing. This Mumu Doesn't Speak was a well-known super foodie. Although he didn't have any evolutionary abilities and had evolved into a heaven-defying extraordinary species, he was famous for being able to cause trouble and was the most jumping person in the crowd. Previously, when the phoenix had an audience with the god of creation, he was the one who sneaked up to grab the phoenix's feathers. He was also the one who expressed his intention to ambush the god of creation, and he was the one who took the opportunity to tear off the skin of the phoenix's feet. According to everyone's speculations, this guy's goal was obviously to try what it tasted like. Even if he was a god, he would still want to eat it for them to see. He was speechless. He was also stunned for a moment. He heard the people talking about his actions past resurrected instance. Looking at the cheering humanoid plant, he was very happy. He turned around and shook his head immediately. Forget it. It's better to send such as Shewater space and let him talk about life ideals with Dicky. The internet was filled with cheers. Previously, Everyone thought that extraordinary species must have strong combat power. For example, although the final chicken was delicious, its poisonous combat power was terrifying. Another example was as the tall tree of the cute girl, which had condensed a dao fruit, and was already an extremely terrifying creature. Even slimes could become engines, war alchemy creations. The floating fortress, which had beaten Medusa in the past. FASTK, it looks like we've been misled by the extraordinary species. A species with extraordinary potential refers to the top creatures in various fields, as long as they have strong potential. To think that we thought we needed combat power, crying. If I don't need to fight, I can also make a gourmet creature. Everyone will say it's good after eating it. With you can enter the other world happy, and 10 rose coins for one. It's delicious, and has 8 times the protein of beef, funny. Countless people began to make a ruckus. Their voices were filled with pleasant surprise. Everyone felt that a brand new path had been laid out in front of them. The universe? I'm coming. Look at your grandpa's godly power. Although they were all very happy, they'd not expect that although it was a cooking plant, it was far superior to its own kind, outstanding to the extreme, with all kinds of flavors and delicious. The extreme. Xuji looked at the screening method of the intelligent subbrain, which he had agreed with before. Now, as his vision gradually deepened, he knew that he had embarked on a completely different path from the Zerg hatchery of the past. The other party was a violent army, using battles to sustain battles. They were a fighting race that was as terrifying as locusts invading. They only needed to use their combat power and soldier types. They didn't want any species that had no combat power. They entered the battle with light gear and formed an army. But I can't do this. I'm the world creation sect. If I don't have any space for diversity, how can I create the heavens and worlds? Xuji blinked. He felt that his combat power could not be too pure. It was also based on the foundation of diverse civilizations. There was no other color at all. Pure violence and blood would definitely not last long. It's time to update the sandbox. Xuji adjusted the review standards of the intelligent subbrain in the future and dealt with some miscellaneous matters. In the next second, a new notification came from the entire Spore Evolution sandbox. Spore Evolution Closed Beta version 0.5 has been officially updated. 1. Another 30 beta tester slots will be opened. The maximum number of online players will be 240. 2. The internal test will still be in the form of biological papers. 3. The elimination system will still be implemented. In this 5th beta, the last 80 players out of the 210 closed beta players will be eliminated. The specific number of players to be eliminated is 4. The wizard community will be expanded by 500 people to 1,000 people soon. 5. Open up a new hidden dungeon food world in the wizard community. Every week, the players who meditated the longest and ranked top in the PvP arena would be qualified to enter and travel for a week. Ascetic cultivation and food are more compatible. The first 2 updates were still fine, but the following 2 new updates were completely exciting and lively. The number of characters in the wizard community has doubled. I'm afraid that the number of people who can go online like this is getting more and more terrifying. It might become the second leisure community and completely defeat all the current social media platforms. Furthermore, a new world, the gourmet world. What's the meaning of this? It seemed to be a very special place, and many people were discussing it. The forum refreshed more than 10 pages, discussing the details of the update announcement. They were looking forward to the next update. The world of food, of course, is to enter my stomach and start your journey of food. Xuji sipped his tea and said in a soft voice, "In the future, my stomach will be the embryonic form of a small world of gourmet food." This was a world of gourmet food. There were no fancy and powerful sorcery or Dao techniques, only delicious food that had been reproduced to the peak. A food world full of fantasy and rare ingredients, with all kinds of food hunters, cooking, and walking on the path of food cultivation. Suji continued to imagine. As for the Rubik's Cube creature, it was time for the sorcerer community to start a new expansion. Because the previous god realm had not been opened up, there was no mature path, so he did not dare to let it cultivate too quickly. But now that it had been opened up, it would double again, and it would be fine if it slowly brewed. The next day, the sun was shining brightly in the orchard. Xuji returned from a spin in the sky. The new closed beta had begun. Only 10 minutes had passed, but the official back-end mailbox of the Spore Evolution Game Forum had received countless papers. It was too much to handle. At this moment, the price of a slot in the market had already been speculated, 1 million yuan, and there was a demand but no supply. Some rich people even said in private that they could name a price. There was a slot. This time, everyone put in a lot of effort for the thesis and took out their accumulated results. But recently, Xuji had seen a survey report on the soaring stock prices of several domestic hair care and shampoo companies. Many professionals had begun to analyze that this might be the influence of the time-transcending phenomenal Spore Evolution Game. To protect my hair, countless experts expressed their opinions. As usual, he began to observe the talents of this batch. Evolution of slime lightning slime. With reference to the electric eel, on the evolution of biological generators, Xuji looked at the long speech and the evolutionary route he had designed, but he became relatively calm. The last one who said he wanted to make lightning birds, there's no trace of him yet. However, this player's evolution path was very specific, and he could be put in to try. After all, no one could guarantee absolute success. As long as he had the potential to write a thesis and a certain degree of feasibility, it was enough. Green food production line, edible mushrooms, effectively solving the famine problem. Xuji kept flipping through the pages, and soon, he saw a very special paper marked by the intelligent subbrain on the evolution and progress of life in the form of a system. If there are transmigrators in the universe, how can there be no system? I can evolve into a system life form. Xuji almost vomited blood. Where the hell did this talent come from? The players had evolved into delicacies, but someone had immediately turned himself into seasoning. All the other players wanted to become transmigrators and leave the world, but you started to turn yourself into a system? Her brain circuit was strange. This wasn't even the most beautiful part. The theory seemed feasible, otherwise, the subbrain would not have been placed in his hands. While he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, he couldn't help but exclaim that these players were really good at causing trouble. The so-called system, I understand it as some kind of mechanical AI life, equivalent to the artificial intelligence on the processor, providing data assistance. This is the creature I want to evolve. Simply put, it could be understood as a computer installed on an artificial body. Equivalent to the Android mobile phone in human society, or the computer Windows system. In simpler terms, it was equivalent to a modern person carrying a mobile phone with them. In that case, let me talk about the possibility of the evolution of the system. The evolution of silicon-based life. As we all know, as carbon-based life forms, We have always been discussing whether or not silicon-based life forms exist in the universe. Modern computer chips, circuit boards, and storage devices were all made of silicon, which was born to store large amounts of information. For example, computers, artificial intelligence, mechanical creatures. And when intelligence is born in the future, they might be a different type of silicon-based life form that we humans can. Nature is magical. Time allows unintelligent mice to type on the keyboard and write gorgeous poems in a way that makes up nonsense. It also allows our pile of meat and carbon-water mixture to arrange in a strange way and form unicellular cells. After hundreds of millions of years, wisdom is born, and it continues to evolve. Every cell in our body is more complicated than any sophisticated instrument made by mankind today. In that case, could it be possible that in nature, copper and aluminum happen to be attached to a stone with a large amount of silicon, and then arranged in a random way to form a simple computer with intelligence? This was the possibility of the origin of silicon-based life in the universe. Up to this point, I believe that all the game designers can understand the concept of my paper. Xu quickly nodded to show he understood, even though he didn't fully understand. As expected of a big shot, continued reading. To write. Then, can we create it now? Pure silicon-based life forms are likely to be made up of sand, crystals, and glass, which contain a lot of silicon. Since unicellular organisms start off as carbon-based life forms, it is naturally impossible for them to evolve into silicon-based life forms. The initial structure of life is different. However, in our flesh and blood, the spores evolve into a kind of hard-shelled creature. When they devour sand, they can possess a large amount of silicon elements. Most of their bodies are made of bony silicon elemental slabs, and on the surface, there are a lot of patterns like a shell, which form a natural circuit board. It was similar to a biological subbrain, forming a kind of pseudo-silicon-based life form. This was the system. As long as I, a system creature, can attach myself to a creature, I can provide it with a data panel. Xu broke in a cold sweat. This big shot was overpowered. While everyone else was researching on evolved creatures, he had already crossed the era and started researching silicon-based life forms, evolving into a system, biological population. It was simply too coquettish. In Xu's mind, an image had already begun to form. A living being with a chip circuit board was whispering to another circuit board. "Big brother, how's your host? We parasitized them and secretly developed. We gave them all kinds of missions and took the opportunity to increase our strength. Have we been discovered? No, I didn't. I call myself the Golden Pupil System, but he wants to see beautiful women all day. Can't just gamble on stones and open an Imperial Green? He's making money, so he's buying some good stuff. Only then can I cultivate and become stronger. FECK, my side is even more miserable, okay? I'm just a problematic youth. I call myself the strongest cultivation system, but that guy doesn't cultivate all day. I've clearly broken through just because I lack a bit of resources recently, and I've been stuck for a long time. Should I send him a mission that will definitely kill him and trick him into carrying it out? Secretly kill this host and change to another one? I'm also a bastard. I'm hot-blooded all day, fighting monsters and challenging people of a higher level. Recently, I even participated in the Inter-Academy competition and made a big splash. Why don't we issue a mission and let our hosts kill each other? A bunch of systems formed a group chat and whispered to each other. They all complained about the scamming host they usually met. You guys are fine. As the attribute modifier, I'm the one with the real pressure. My host is a muscular brother who would burst his clothes at any moment and even shamelessly call himself a genius. I was born to save the world, and I didn't rely on the system to get to where I am today. I don't even dare to speak normally, and I don't even dare to cultivate, for fear that it will find out that I have consciousness and beat me to death. Trembling. As Sujuji thought about it, he suddenly felt a little stunned. Why does it feel a little like me? He felt his scalp go numb as he slowly spoke to the intelligent subbrain. About the system, what do you think? Another species that has transcended the era. It's equivalent to an intelligent subbrain like me. A mechanical voice was heard. This looks too exaggerated. Is it really possible? Xuji still asked tentatively. At this moment, the intelligent subbrain replied robotically. In the vast universe, there are a large number of life forms, energy life forms, ion life forms, and even the legendary and terrifying karma law quantum life forms. The largest species are naturally carbon-based life forms and silicon-based life forms, which occupy 99% of the population. After all, carbon and silicon are extremely common elements in nature. We call silicon-based life forms mechanical life forms. They are different from flesh and blood life forms. Their biggest feature is that they have a terrifying amount of computing power, just like the artificial intelligence you guys call artificial intelligence. Xuji understood that humans were also carbon-based life forms, but the insect race was one of the top carbon-based life forms. Of course, Xuji also understood at this time that the Zergs were able to evolve all life based on their existing life structure. There were many limitations in other aspects, and they were not omnipotent. He was indifferent to this. No invincible life in the world. This was the true reality. The intelligent subbrain continued to speak in mechanical voice. The system lifeform inside. This has long been applied to the Zerg hatchery. The battle subbrain is the standard equipment of every high-level soldier in our technological side. And I was the battle auxiliary subbrain of the Zerg Queen back then. Strictly speaking, I'm also a pseudo-silicon-based life form. This player's paper is the path to creating life like us. However, our technology side uses the life factory to manufacture it, while this player uses the biological evolution of the supernatural side to manufacture it. Moreover, as a parasitic supernatural life form, it can cultivate on its own. It is completely different from our pure support effect and has taken a completely different path from us. Was stunned. The existence of the subbrain of the Zerg had always been a blur to him, but now it was clear. It turned out that in the past, almost every high-level race in the Zerg race would be equipped with a subbrain of the Zerg. This thought instantly made sense and was even inevitable. In our modern society, everyone has a cell phone. It would be strange if the Queen's technological side did not have an intelligent subbrain. The insect nest mind's voice rang out again. Of course, the previous generation of the wise Queen of the Zerg was a universe overlord who had crossed countless years. As the intelligent subbrain of the Queen of the Zerg, strictly speaking, I am an ultimate hero of the Zerg. Xuji was breaking out in a cold sweat. The Zerg spores evolved into new races, and every race could give birth to a Zerg hero. The intelligent subbrain in front of him was the Zerg hero of the Zerg subbrain. So you're an ultimate 5-gene Zerg hero? Xuji was shocked. So the real SR was right next to him? I was the only non-combat Zerg hero back then. I was used as an intelligent subbrain, yes. A mechanical voice sounded. The Zerg queen in the later stages had abandoned the body of the Zerg queen that it had originally reproduced. It was unwilling to be a reproduction machine like the ant queen. I fused with its original nest body and became the control console, equipped with various talents to rule the entire race. So, you've become a ruthless tool for reproduction? It's really tragic. Xuji was silent for a moment before he tried to pull out the nest subbrain's genetic chain. 1. Spore deployment. 2. Ultra-fast calculation. 3. Adjustment of cell division speed. 4. Cross-dimension denomination of the Zerg. 5. Zerg genetic lock. A's. Xuji looked at the ultimate level Zerg subbrain in a daze. It was the core authority of the queen of the Zerg nest back then. At this time, it had gathered all the ruling level talents of the Zerg race. Every genetic talent could be said to be heaven-defying, comparable to the rebirth of a phoenix. Not to mention the spore deployment talent, infinite possibilities, was the strongest ability of the Zerg. Super-fast calculations were naturally the basic ability of the intelligent subbrain. The adjustment of the cell division speed, needless to say, was heaven-defying, cross-dimensional Zerg control, able to communicate with subordinates regardless of distance. This was the Zerg Empress's greatest trump card when it came to commanding troops from countless planets and conquering the starry skies. It was also because of this ability that Xuji was able to communicate with Emperor Qi, who was far away in the sky. The Zerg gene lock had all sorts of restrictions. It was written in their genes, leaving a hidden death hole. They were not allowed to betray the organization and could be killed at any time. It was just like how they could not leave the range of the sandbox in the orchard. It was as if they were blocked. This was the ability of the genetic constraint. It was only at this moment that Xuji completely understood the true origin of the Zerg subbrain. It was born from the last Zerg Empress, who evolved into a parasitic race called the intelligent subbrain. As the battle assistants of the Zerg, every high-level Zerg was equipped with an auxiliary subbrain, which was equivalent to a combat pet. It could carry some genetic talents that they did not to carry but were necessary, such as detection, calculation, remote communication. He was not afraid of betrayal. The Zerg Empresses were extremely cunning and ambitious characters. This subbrain race had their emotions and thoughts ruthlessly wiped away. They were not allowed to develop intelligence and had no joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. This was a simple computer. No wonder he's so stupid. The subbrain's intelligence is trash. Xuji took a deep breath. He felt that the Zergs had been very cold back then. He suddenly felt relieved. The Zergs clearly have the most advanced technological abilities. They have to create an ordinary computer similar to Earth's technology. No more the functions are so simple. They can only hack into the internet and eavesdrop on the conversations of the major research institutes. Clearly, even the most advanced civilization was afraid of betrayal. Xuji could understand that. After all, it was best to control one's core lifeline. It would be best if one did not have any intelligence. It would be best if one had the simplest computer. As powerful as the Zerg, they did not dare to entrust their technological civilization to supercomputers. They did not allow the birth of intelligence. Instead, they used their own evolved flesh and brain to deduce, even if the progress was relatively slow. The Insecta nest mind is just an emotionless machine, tool, and computer. Its 5 insectoid talents are very heaven-defying, but I have no intention of keeping them with me. I'll just let it continue producing spores. Xuji had the same thoughts as the previous Zerg queen. Come to think of it, The queen mother of the hive had given up on its reproductive function back then, so he want to integrate. Even if he had integrated the gene of spore deployment, where would the spores be deployed? I'm a man. As for the previous big shot, who was so powerful, he had died. Shuji did not intend to know what kind of world he had entered or what kind of extraordinary civilization he had come into contact with. What did it say before its death to get him to take revenge? It didn't exist. I'll farm obediently, develop myself wretchedly, and come out again when I've defeated the world. Then, do you want to proceed with the deduction of this creature? A mechanical voice was heard. Let this player in and pay attention to him. Suji felt that it was worth a try, although that was the core technology of the science and technology side. The supernatural side could also learn from it, okay? Furthermore, they are AI, and we are biological AI. This year's batch is also full of talents, very good. As usual, this thesis submission time is only 24 hours. We'll confirm the quota tomorrow morning and let the next batch of closed beta players in to start the open beta. Zhuji gnawed on the final chicken and looked over at Planet Diki. The quality is still okay this time. The new species is already in the process of being born, and it's been more than 2 days on this planet. The conditions should be more or less right now, right? In the pitch-black universe, the stars were shining. A sphere was flying forward at a rapid speed. Within the white atmosphere, life was continuously multiplying in the ocean as it rapidly evolved. Whalala. A gust of hot wind blew. The surface of this planet that was exposed in the universe became extremely strange. The terrible radiation in the universe was not isolated, resulting in an extremely harsh environment. In the ocean, there were still lush plants that floated and swam, a scene full of vitality. However, there were only plants in the ocean and no marine animals. According to common sense, after the appearance of marine plants, some of them would gradually evolve into marine animals, but they did not. It seemed that it was difficult for animals to survive under this radiation. After a few days, although there were still no animals, the plants grew more and more prosperous. Gradually, a small purple flower the size of a 3-leaf clover began to grow tenaciously from the ocean. It gradually grew and took root in the earth. They began to withstand the intense cosmic radiation, and even absorbed cosmic radiation, treating it as sunlight and growing. Even plants have appeared on land, but there are still no animals. Is this a world without animals? DKI could not help but ask from the depths of the earth. 1 hour. 2 hours. At a visible speed, these plants continued to grow taller and taller, towering into the clouds and piercing straight into the sky. They began to absorb all kinds of radiation from the universe and turned it into energy, producing fruits. From the reproduction of roots of small grass plants to the reproduction of fruits of trees. DKI was shocked. The birth and evolution of life was the most beautiful process in the world. It contained the ultimate beauty of all the unparalleled mysteries of life. But there are still no animals. When will they appear? It's also possible that the environment in the ultimate is too harsh, and the starlight that's emitted everywhere is a type of poison, so there won't be any animals. He called the cosmic creation the starlight. Diki to watch. After a long time, these plants reached their peak, and the entire planet was covered by giant trees that reached into the clouds. From a distance, it was full of life and was extremely lush. It was an ocean of trees. The plants started to divide into 2 colors, purple and red. In order to obtain more nutrients and sunlight, the dark red umbrella-shaped plants kept on expanding in size. They were like broccoli that stood tall on the ground. They were so huge that they covered the sky and the sun, so that they could absorb more nutrients. The original purple plants were only 1/3 of their height, and their positions were severely blocked. They sank into darkness and could not get sunlight or star radiation, gradually becoming extinct. Sometime, and when they were on the verge of extinction, the purple plants also began to mutate. Boom! A giant purple tree began to transform. Like an ancient war tree, it rose from the ground and began to walk slowly, causing the earth to hum and shake. Yes! The animals had not appeared before because of the strong radiation. It was also the dark red plants in the sky that blocked and absorbed the radiation. Under such a low radiation environment, the blood and flesh of the witches began to awaken, and they began to evolve, turning into the first group of animals that could move. Or rather, it was a half-animal, half-plant life form. This world was extremely freakish. At this very moment, the first animal had just begun to be born, and it was even transformed from the plants on land. Boom! Boom! The ancient war trees were huge, but they moved extremely slowly. As half-plant life forms, they began to develop their own hazy consciousness. They pulled up small red giant trees and actually began to put them into their bloody mouths to chew. They began to become herbivorous animals, just like pandas gnawing on bamboo. After they finished eating, they continued to take root on the ground. They were so lazy that they could not move. They turned into trees again and continued to absorb the nutrients from the earth. In the following days, spring arrived. Since they had no natural enemies, the number of purple ancient war trees continued to increase, and they fed on the red plants. They gnawed on their huge towering trunks like parasites, causing them to collapse. The red plants were used in a frenzy, and they gradually became fewer and fewer, eventually becoming extinct. This is time. As time flies, no life is an eternal protagonist unless they live behind the scenes. DQI couldn't help but exclaim, "Who can tell the future when it's a moment of success failure?" In order to fight for the sunlight and cosmic rays, the red plant defeated the purple plant and grew in size, occupying the sunlight. It looked like a victory, but the purple plant's failure was a blessing in disguise because it lost its starlight. Without the poisonous rays, it took the opportunity to become the first animals and began to feed on plants. Just when DQI thought that the purple ancient war tree was about to win, a loud sound rang out. In the midst of mass extinction, the red plants were surprisingly able to survive. For the continuation of their race, they also began to mutate and fight back. It was one of the red plants. It towered into the clouds, and the fruit it bore could not reduce. In human terms, it was a defective product that was infertile and could not produce offspring. However, a small space began to appear in the center of its fruit. If the purple plants and ancient war trees had inherited the terrifying flesh and blood of the wizard ancestor, their regenerative abilities and combat power were terrifying. As for the red plants, they had inherited the internal space properties of the wizard ancestor. These red plants began to make use of their greatest advantage, their towering bodies, lush leaves, and the ability to absorb sunlight and cosmic rays. They gathered the large amount of energy generated by photosynthesis in the spaces of the fruits, constantly thickening the spatial energy in the fruits. In the space, a seed was slowly floating. Hualaila, the seed seemed to have come to life. This is primordial spirit? This tree had given birth to primordial spirits, or rather, demon. D clearly understood that the birth of a monster and the opening of its sentience could only be achieved by absorbing the essence of the sun, and the moon in a space with rich energy. And the internal space of these celestial fruits just happened to meet the conditions to turn their seed embryo into a demon. Those ancient violet trees that can move are too powerful, so they're called ancient war trees. These ancient red trees that are giving birth to life are called the ancient life tree. I'd like to see kind of life it's breeding. Demons are extremely rare in the primordial world. After all, the conditions for their birth are too harsh. They have to be cultivated in the highly concentrated inner space of the strong, which is why they are so rare. The human clan, the Wu clan, and the ancient clan all had their heyday, but the demon clan never rose. But now, they are being produced in batches here. Will this become the demon realm? DQA couldn't help but be shocked. Hulala. A few more years passed, and a dark red fruit covered in mysterious patterns fell to the ground. Immediately after, a slender human figure gradually walked out from the fruit. It was an extremely beautiful woman with white skin, features of a tree, sharp ears, and exquisite facial features. It was as if she was the favorite of the heavens. These living beings possessed the bloodline of the celestial emperor, made them perfect and powerful. Voila! As the first fruit that absorbed the starlight and sunlight fell to the ground, the second fruit quickly fell to the ground as well. One after another, women slowly walked out. They began to rest on the trees and build tree houses. In order to protect the trees and species that gave birth to them from being eaten, they began to pick up stones and spears and began to charge at the huge and slow ancient war trees. Woo-ah, woo-ah. They roared with all their might and smeared mud on their faces, turning it into lines. They raised their spears and charged forward. A scene of light fell on their faces, as if a new era had begun. Boom. NBSB. The ancient war trees had aged faces, as if they were 100 years old. They pulled up a purple tree and used it as a giant black stick, waving it at the small fleas on the ground. As expected of a demon, it has the strength of a fourth-rank demon at birth. While DQI was still in shock, another war between the purple and red tree factions had begun. Was as a brutal battle. There were no words, only the angry syllables of instinct. Both sides, who had just been born, did not have much intelligence. They were entangled and fighting like wild beasts because they had an instinct called survival. When the battle reached a certain level, both sides began to calm down and reproduce. They knew that the other party was a tough nut to crack and would cause great casualties, so they instinctively stopped invading the other party's territory. It was just like how lions would not hunt for bison unless they had no other choice. They each went to bully other plants without intelligence. Interesting. This is too interesting. DQI was full of admiration as he sat by and watched the fire. The birth of the ancient tree of life was not only because I fused the body of the ancestor of sorcery into it. I once threw in the creation wood, god-slaying saber, thunderhammer, lightning whip, and other powerful creatures. The ancient life tree was so huge that it had broken through the limit of its size because it had absorbed the spiral structure of a creation wood's small vines. Allowing it to grow infinitely, its fruits are just like the Tao fruits of the creation wood. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he naturally had to figure out the others and secretly obtain their bodies. He also took the opportunity to throw them in. He wanted to see if he could find a similar, powerful creature. At this very moment, there were 3 ancient trees of life that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. With the tree sprites protecting them, they were the overlords of this planet after losing their natural enemies. They were constantly growing taller and expanding their crowns in order to absorb more sunlight. As for the giant purple and red trees, If they couldn't transform into the ancient life tree or ancient war tree, they could only sink into the darkness and be covered by the shade. Their living space was rapidly squeezed, and their numbers were rapidly decreasing. Gradually, a large number of plants that had survived the mass extinction transformed into ancient trees. Nbespi. At this time, more than 5,000 giant war trees were constantly moving on the ground, causing the earth to rumble. There were also 11 ancient trees of life that were extremely magnificent. They were of different colors and forms: black, red, blue, white, and even the spirits that they gave birth to were different. They were vast and boundless, covering the entire land, and their crowns covered the entire sky of planet Aquamarine. From a distance, it looked like a huge ball with colorful circular mushrooms growing on it. It was quite charming. It's too big. It's like a pillar that supports the heavens in the primordial world, or 11 giant umbrellas that hold up the sky of the entire planet. The tree's crown had already reached the top of the atmosphere, reaching the limit of this world's height. If I didn't go any further, it would be a vacuum environment without any air. I had no doubt that it would continue to grow. I even feel that if I remove my protective Tao technique, perhaps the crown alone can block the impact of the small meteorites and stars in space. Of course, that was just a saying. The most important use of a protective Tao technique was to protect the air on the planet from leaking out. Perhaps this is the true blue sky. DQE silently sensed the outside world. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a blue sky. The swaying green leaves are like beautiful clouds. It would be great if Siyun was here. Reno B. This planet was a fantasy and magnificent planet of life. Even the ocean was shrouded in the shade of huge trees. The whole land was left only the sunlight shining through the trees, which was very beautiful. The water source has been drained by these plants, and I've been forced to look for a lot of water over the past few days. However, only 30% of the surface area is left with seawater, and it can no longer be called Planet Aquamarine. He shook his head. The plan could not keep up with the changes. However, he soon discovered that after the 11 ancient life trees covered the sky and absorbed the power of the stars, they were like a huge protective umbrella. The toxic radiation began to weaken completely, and animals began to appear. On the ground, there was no star power. The purple and red plants that had absorbed the star power had either gone extinct or degenerated into ordinary plants that only needed sunlight. They were struggling to survive with the sparse sunlight that leaked through the shade of the trees. This is an ancient mythological era. Before the appearance of animals, there was a war between the giant trees. The violet tree and the redwood tree factions that relied on absorbing the power of the stars went extinct, leaving behind only over 5,000 ancient war trees and 11 ancient life trees that monopolized the entire power of the stars. This era can be called the War of the Tree World. The history of this planet's evolution had completely begun at this time. Even though most of it had been isolated and there was still a weak amount of radiation, it was gradually enough for animals to reproduce. The biological explosion had begun. One by one, land and sea animals began to appear. Some lizard-like life forms had inherited the life force of the wizard ancestor and were extremely tenacious. They absorbed the genes of the thunder hammer and soared in the sky under the ancient tree of life, but they could still let out terrifying roars. All kinds of strange animals appeared, which was amazing. After more than 100 years, the terrifying speed of the land's evolution gradually slowed down, returning to the speed of the primordial world. As expected, according to the words of the Lord Taoist, the creation era began to stop after 200 to 300 years. The miracles of life disappeared, and then all the living creatures in the world gradually gained wisdom. I also gained wisdom after that. Although DQI didn't know that living beings couldn't think under the effect of 1,000 times the normal speed, he could guess it through observation. Next, these beast-like fairies and ancient trees began to develop their own civilization and intelligence. DQI observed indifferently. However, I don't know why, but there are always female demons. Without men, they can't reproduce with each other and can only rely on the ancient life tree to reproduce. What a strange life form. Very quickly, 2 major tree tribe civilizations appeared on the trees. They gradually began to communicate with each other. The 9 ancient trees of life had even begun to rope in the major ancient trees of war, turning from enemies to friends. They each established their own camps and seemed to be about to start fighting among themselves. The birth of wisdom would lead to the birth of killing beyond the instinct of living things. Gaves. At that moment, Xuji raised his eyebrows. After reading about what had happened to Diki over the past few days, he found it rather bizarre. However, we should let the player Mumu doesn't speak in. After all, he has already arrived at the world passage and is waiting for us. It can't be a lie that he said he would send him to outer space to meet Diki. Xuji muttered to himself. This strange plant was leading its group and was very excited. It shouted at the players beside it, "Brothers, I'm going to the other world. Don't think about my feet." With that, he led his group and strode into the world passageway. It was pitch black all of a sudden. As he walked in the darkness, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I wonder how long we'll have to walk." Xu eyes widened. On the planet on that side, using the gene bank to control spores to reproduce into a player population, and then transmitting consciousness to the body on that side. Is that really possible? A mechanical voice came from the insectoid. When players log in now, only a part of their soul and conscious will be transmitted by me to control the body of a hive to become stronger. A part of their soul and consciousness is not material and can be transformed to some kind of information data. I can act as a network and allow them to communicate across dimensions, allowing them to be transmitted over remotely. The intelligent subbrain spoke again. However, there can only be one king in a tribe. After his death, what he used to control was just an ordinary species that had just reproduced from the genetic bank. He does not have the king's power to control the tribe. There were gains and losses, so there was no other way. After all, with the king's body here, he could only create an ordinary body over there and secretly swap it for the crown prince. However, that would mean that there would not be a group of creatures that could reproduce by themselves going to the other world. Without a king leading a group of people, or an individual player, they basically had no advantage. They might cause a ruckus. They won't have any cannon fodder or underlings. After all, the possibility of death is too high once they enter. This was especially so for slimes, Daksu Gaoshu, and the others who relied on the stacking of their races to gain an advantage. Once they went over, they would basically be dead. A slime or a vine would die at any time. Xuji was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. If that's the case, I can come up with a new way to compensate for it. When the power of the group is gone, we can walk the path of our own individuals. As long as we build an altar of heroes and protect our base camp, we can be resurrected infinitely. However, after we die, all our cultivation will return to zero, and we'll have to start cultivating again. After all, it was just temporary body. If it died, there was nothing wrong with creating another temporary body for him. Xuji's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This way, can harvest energy infinitely, and they can cultivate without limit. They will be killed, then cultivate again, and then killed again. Take a celestial emperor as an example. After he dies, I can only obtain the energy of one celestial emperor, but he will continue to cultivate and become celestial emperor again. When he dies again, I will be able to obtain a lot of the energy of the celestial emperor. Furthermore, they're good at making themselves bald and cultivating. The Zerg's brain was speechless. Is this how you compensate me? Was this compensation? Its simple mind couldn't understand. Wasn't this a plot? The intelligent subbrain could not help but say in a mechanical voice. In order to design this spore evolution game, I've seen some of the online games in this world. After the player dies, they will only lose a level, but not return to zero. Using a heavenly emperor as an example, it's like going from the maximum level of 100 to instantly return to level 0. This is the real world, not an online game. If you die, you're really dead. The dead can't be resurrected, so you can only let him change to a body of the same race. Start over. Shuji was speechless. He felt that the intelligence of the intelligent subbrain was indeed low. This was a pretty good idea. He could just treat it as a world rule unique to that world. In the past, his race would not have the power of a group, and he would only be left with his own body. However, he could be resurrected. Of course, the altar of heroes also required a large amount of energy to provide a single resurrection. After all, although the spores did not consume much energy to reproduce a body, Xuji still needed it. Without energy, resurrection is forbidden. One must know that Diki's side was exploring outer space. As the bridgehead of a planet, they were in great need cannon fodder experts as they were traveling in spaceships and collecting various resources. This group of people was very suitable, as the headaches, Dikioi, the mastermind behind the scenes, should worry about it. Xuji felt that it had nothing to do with him anyway. A large amount of energy could be recycled for free. He simply gave his idea like. It should be known that the energy of ordinary life was extremely scarce. Only the life of the strong could provide a huge amount of energy. As for how the strong could produce it, perhaps this was the best way to produce it. At this time, in the world of the ancient tree, birds sang and flowers bloomed. In the sky, the vast blue sky shone down with specks of sunlight, creating a beautiful scene. In an unknown corner of the tree, a spore gradually multiplied and turned into a small tree. One of the players slowly opened his eyes. How did I end up here in the blink of an eye? Did I pass through the world passage? Wasn't I in the world tunnel? How did I arrive at my destination in the blink of an eye? He widened his eyes and felt that someone might have taken away some of his time. But it had indeed appeared here. A message came into his ears. Warning, please fully integrate your identity as a native of this world. Any information that is not of this world will be erased. It's so beautiful. This is the primordial world. Mumu didn't say anything but started to exclaim in admiration as she looked at the green surroundings. However, when it looked up, it saw a terrifying scene. The sky was covered with green leaves, like a green curtain. The sun showed the semi-transparent green leaves and sprinkled on the ground. It was beautiful, like a fairy tale. The sky made of leaves is full of sunlight. It's an unbelievable rule. This is an alternate world. A whole new world. It's so wonderful, a world in the sky. Mumu roared, overjoyed. He was intoxicated. He wasn't trying to be a king. As a chef who liked to travel and enjoy the scenery, he was sighing at the beautiful scenery of this foreign world. As expected of the universe, every world had its own unique laws. The Magus world sky looked the most ordinary, while the primordial world sky had the ancient gods of the sun and moon, and the gods toured the sky. And here, it was simply made up of a single leaf. He suddenly had an urgent feeling to go out and brag to the netizens. He told himself that his heart was in turmoil and that he was ecstatic, but he suppressed it. He clearly understood that one day in the mortal world was equivalent to 100 years in the sky. Once he went out, the entire race might be wiped out in an instant. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to find all kinds of delicious food here and bring the unique dishes of our huaxia to the other world. Let them understand the profoundness of dishes. Creatures from the other world, I'm looking forward to your meat. As he thought about it, he turned his head to look at the group of people that had followed him. There was nothing left. A cool breeze blew past. Prompt. The rules of this world are unique. An altar of heroes can be built to revive itself. A strange architectural blueprint gradually appeared in his mind, causing him to be confused. Hero altar? This was King. Isn't it the resurrection point? Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly on the spot and stomped on the ground. I like the rules of this world. This is the real online game. This hardcore game has suddenly given out a benefit and a resurrection point. It's simply too awesome. He wanted to build a resurrection point on the spot. But as he read on, his face froze. After resurrection, my level will return to 0. And it requires a large amount of energy. The higher the level when it was alive, the more energy it needs. His face stiffened. This spore evolution game was really hardcore, making people love and hate it. The racial characteristics of this world had been removed, and it had become individual power with resurrection points. This had both advantages and disadvantages for the players. Those players who needed the power of the group were a fatal flaw. But for him, what was the use of the group? Bringing a group of cooking trees to a dinner party for the enemy? Resurrection was the most powerful. However, the initial stage was really difficult. This is a brand new world among the myriad of worlds. I was the first to arrive, so I had to explore it. No one could help me find a way to hide and collect enough energy for one resurrection. He looked at the towering ancient trees around him. This was an unknown, lush, and primitive environment. He immediately dug a hole along the tree hole. Don't underestimate me as a chef. As an Ash-level player of Minecraft, I must cut the tree on the first day. After that, we'll start building houses and leave a resurrection point. He began his journey in the other world as a chef. This Moo didn't say anything and pushed himself to the limit. He dug frantically and even began to hollow out the trees. He hid in a small hole and used it as a watchtower to constantly observe the outside world. Know your enemy and know your friend, and you will never be defeated. A few days later, after checking that there was no dangerous environment outside, they began to secretly attack some small animals and made a small altar of their flesh and blood. Only then did they feel slightly relieved. I'm an ordinary creature without a rank. I don't need much energy to resurrect. I've been busy for more than 10 days, and I finally have enough energy for one round. Hualala. He was hunting small animals that looked like hares. Suddenly, a huge black lizard with wings made of flesh and blood similar to that of the wizard ancestor spread its wings and flew in the sky. It let out a huge roar and emitted a powerful pressure as it soared under the green sky. Oh my God! Moo didn't say anything. She lifted the small animal's corpse and looked up in shock. What a big black dragon! Boom! Boom! A few days later, he found an ancient war tree, and he passed by it while stepping on its rough body. Dragons and moving ancient trees are all terrifying transcendent life forms. One day I'll have a taste of your taste. He began to shiver. There was a gray animal skin bag hanging on the branch. so he could only bend down and secretly cross the forest. He kept digging holes and slept in the open at night, moving toward the trunk of the huge leaf in the sky. What a wonderful Western fantasy world. I want to see what the giant miracle tree that uses its leaves to create the sky is. He spent another 10 days. From afar, he saw a huge tree that covered the sky. At the roots of the tree, there was a group of beautiful elves. They were wearing clothes and grass skirts. They were living and hunting. FTKK, I finally met a living person, and it's actually a pretty and cute elf big sister. He was so excited that he put down his luggage and began to dig a hole to observe from a distance. This is the life I want. I want to travel in search of delicious food, to be a chef who travels the world, to witness the local customs and various great extraordinary lives. After spending a few more days, he sneaked a glance at a cute little elf girl in a grass skirt. He felt that she was super cute, innocent, and especially liked to play alone in the nearby forest. She even jumped and jumped when she walked and was very easy to deceive. It's her! This little elf girl was so cute and innocent that she was very gullible. As an otaku, I'm good at developing love games. It's not difficult for me to secretly capture the heart of an innocent little sister. To capture a girl's heart, I must first her stomach. Besides, I'm a super chef, an invincible foodie. Walala. On this day, he secretly roasted a small animal until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He waited silently on the path the little elf girl had to take. Ta. It smells so good. The little elf mumbled to herself in a complex Elven language. She sniffed the fragrance and looked around. It's delicious. Little sister, do you want to have a bite? He tried to communicate with her, but they couldn't speak the same language. He could only cooperate with his actions and hand her a piece. Little Ant took a bite and looked at him with a face full of desire. This strange little trance seemed a little wretched. It's useful. Miu Miu was overjoyed. She quickly tore off pieces of her footskin and gave them to her. Little girl, try something more delicious. Let's see if it's good enough. The little girl took it and ate it with an innocent face. Ooh. In an instant, she choked on the food and her tears flowed wildly. She raised her head and cried. She felt that it was too spicy, and her clear eyes cried madly. However, after eating it, she felt that it had a strange taste and had an endless aftertaste. The little girl had never eaten such food before. The elves seemed to have a natural liking for this plant seasoning. Soon, they looked at him longingly, blinking their eyes. Ha ha ha. Come and taste the stinky tofu flavor that I've painstakingly brewed. He immediately became proud. As a chef, the happiest thing was to receive affirmation from customers. After a while, when they were almost done eating, Miu Miu gave her all the 7 flavors of seasonings he had on his body. Little Aunt Liang's eyes were bright, as if she had not had enough. She still looked at him innocently, as if waiting for more food. Miu Miu rubbed her hands and looked at the little girl. She felt that she had successfully captured the little girl's heart and was about to say something. The next second, plop, he was quickly beaten to death. The little girl dropped the stick and dismembered him with happy expression. As if she was eating snacks, she tore off a tree arm, chewed on it, and ran away. She spoke in a foreign language that she could not understand all. Sister, there's good food here. Miu Miu was speechless. The little loli grabbed his feet and swung him like a kite on a withered tree branch. The intense pain and dizziness filled his mind, but he instinctively gave a professional chef's evaluation of his customer. She ate 7 flavors, and she liked to eat arms as soon as she came. So she likes garlic flavor. This elf's taste is quite strong, and then he died. When he came back to his senses, he had already reappeared in the hero altar. Fortunately, I spent half a month and obtained a lot of energy to resurrect. I don't believe that I can't defeat Elf Lady Liang in the half a year. In order to prove his cooking skills, he kept collecting resurrection energy and seduced the little loli with all his heart. He kept studying the delicious ingredients of this foreign world, waiting for her to pass by and using all kinds of tricks. He had experienced more than 30 fancy deaths. However, he gradually began to be able to communicate with the little girl, gain her trust, and try to learn their language. The little girl also began to stop killing him, often coming to find food and play with him. From there, he learned the elven language and understood the civilization of this world. This little ant was called Xylan, and she lived in the ancient tree of life called the ancient tree of night. Tree elves like them like to appear at night. Elves had long lifespans, just like trees. They would only become adults in their 80s, and they had a lifespan of more than 300 years. She was still a minor and was only in her 50s. Tree elves like them were few in number, and their reproductive abilities were low. Each of their clansmen was extremely precious, and they could only rely on the fruits of the ancient tree of life to reproduce. And Bisbee. Moreover, Western ancient tree world had the towering mirror of life, the powerful ancient tree of war, the giant dragon, the deep-sea nine-headed snake, and all sorts of terrifying giant beasts. The customs of the other world are really simple. I've died more than 30 times, and my strategy score is finally almost full. One day, after playing with the little girl, he returned to his residence. According to the information on the power system obtained from the internet, the power system in this world is very high. Adult sprites possess the standard of a 4th-rank spirit beast, as if they are natural demon. He returned to his room and began to prepare the ingredients for Celine's next meal. However, a group of beautiful elves suddenly rushed in. This is where the strange ancient tree is located? I've finally found it. She seduced Xylan in secret. Furthermore, she seems to have the ability to resurrect continuously. She's also very delicious. Yes, this creature seems to be able to cook delicious food. Xylan once secretly brought it back, and I've tried it once. It's countless times more delicious than the meat we cook with fire. Ksha. He was quickly locked up, and a group of night elf ladies surrounded her and sized her up. He lay on the bed and looked at the group beautiful elves with exquisite faces. For some reason, he felt a little happy. Sisters, please be gentle, I'm afraid of pain. He laughed, but his smile gradually became perverted. This was because the group of young ladies had picked up knives and began to dissect him. Heavens! Who can save me? After half a month, he suddenly stabilized and was released. He began to become a member of the elf tribe and received very high treatment. He became the ancient wood chef of the night elf tribe and conquered the entire tribe with food, cooking for them. Furthermore, he didn't need to prepare the altar's energy himself. The powerful elves had already prepared countless resurrection energy for him. Whoosh! The flames evaporated into smoke, and a delicious aroma floated into the air. At this moment, in the tribe of hundreds of elves, there was a feast of food, a bonfire, and dinner. A strangely shaped little Trent was cooking food for them. The cute young ladies around them were all looking forward to it. Their eyes were burning, and some even swallowed their saliva. Hey PBFC. Alright, this is the cake that I've made using tree starch and plants that are similar to yeast. You'll definitely be fascinated by its delicious taste. Also, today's main course is roast meat and roast fish. His expression became calm. Amazing. The surrounding people immediately cheered and jumped for joy. A group of young ladies quickly took a wooden bowl and put the food in it. They quickly swarmed forward and dismembered Mumu. The arm is mine. Hair? I want hair. I want his feet. Although the smell is so spicy that I'm tearing up, I don't know why, but I feel like I'm addicted. Shulhala. A group of elves swarmed forward, and after he finished cooking, he was quickly torn into pieces and smeared on his food as if it had become a sacred ritual. Delicious. The spicy flavor is the best. Nonsense, it's obviously garlic. It's too delicious. Some people liked spicy food, some liked garlic, and there were all kinds of flavors. Not far away, a new tree of 7 wonders slowly walked out of the hero altar. Looking at the elven crowing for him, the tree of 7 wonders would sacrifice itself to the dish every day. The little girl Xylin was holding a piece of cake, which was covered with sauce. Her red lips were covered with sauce, making her look innocent and cute. She walked over with an apologetic face and said, "I didn't expect my sisters to follow me. I wanted to eat you all by myself." "Are we still friends?" Mumu laughed awkwardly and touched the little girl's head. "It's okay. It's not your fault." Xylin was excited and her eyes were filled with hope. "Then can I be the first to eat you?" Mumu, speechless. "Yes, I can," Mumu replied. She quickly adapted to the life of being eaten. He suddenly felt that such a day was very happy. He had a group of pure and beautiful elven ladies accompanying him every day. They affirmed his food, and he only needed to study food and cooking. They would prepare all kinds of ingredients for him, and then look at him eagerly. That kind of feeling of being needed was even more satisfying than when he was a chef in a special venue. "I've always been a chef who pursues good food. It doesn't matter if I become stronger." Becoming a member of this tribe and constantly researching good food is a very happy thing. He gradually let go of the thought of becoming stronger. 2 years had passed. His cooking skills were getting better and better, and he would occasionally feed the ancient war trees. The Night Elf tribe was the weakest of the 11 ancient trees. They only had 300 elves and 17 ancient war trees. The strongest Feather Elf tribe had more than 100 elves and 70 ancient war trees. They even enslaved a green dragon. It had been peaceful before. The stronger elf tribes were far away from them, and the neighboring elf tribes were not much stronger than them, although they were strong. However, with the unique food of the night elves, its reputation gradually spread and attracted a lot of attention. What are they eating? What an alluring aroma! Then, food and lust were the instinctive pursuits of all living creatures. Some people could even pay a lot of prices for food, including war. The wind elf next door began to hate the simple and bland food, which was difficult to swallow. Plunder them. A small-scale war broke out. There were casualties in the tribe. The elf ladies who usually chatted amicably were brought back and gradually died front of their eyes with serious injuries. As a chef, Mumu began to treat their wounds. Chili and garlic could kill bacteria and do simple wound treatment. The ancient war trees and more than 10 clansmen of Sister Mizya have all been captured. After 3 days, a piece of news came, and panic began to spread in the elf tribe. Mizya was the mature older sister who was very dignified among them. She was also a close older sister that Mumu often chatted with. What will happen to them? Mumu's voice trembled. They were killed under the ancient tree of life and became the nutrients for the next generation of wind elves. The ancient tree of war had already defected to the enemy and became their ancient tree cluster. We treat them the same way. The ancient war trees were equivalent to mercenaries. They would follow that provided them with food and domesticated them. Most of the time, they would not die and would wander between the major elf tribes. "Why don't you hand me over?" Mumu's eyes widened. It was the first time she had seen true death. It was a living, intelligent life, with its voice and appearance. A few days ago, it was still laughing and talking. In reality, he was just a chef, although he had killed chickens, ducks, fish, and pigs before, and would not be soft-hearted. Those were living people. For the first time, he realized the cruelty of... This was not a game. This was a living alternate world, a real second life. "How can we hand you over? You're the treasure of our tribe. You can make weapons, heal people, and provide delicious food. Without you, we can go back to our simple lives. Without delicious food, we're no different from dead." The elves around them shook their heads. "Furthermore, there will be wars every once in a while. You're just the cause of the wars." After saying that, they picked up iron spears, iron bows, and arrows. They also brought the ancient war trees and started the war. "You helped us develop our civilization. These weapons are of great help to us. They are stronger than us, but they may not be able to defeat us." Another of news came from the front line. Another ancient war tree had been captured. Moreover, misfortunes never come alone. It was said that the wind elves next door began to feel the pressure and chose to join forces with the water elves to completely eradicate the night elves. They wanted to obtain the secret of the night elves' iron weapons and how they made food delicious. "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Just hand me over." In the room, Mumu was trembling. Although he had a vicious mouth and was obscenities, as a chef, he had some achievements in the evolution of species. He knew nothing about other things such as war, cultivation, and becoming stronger. "It's no use." The elf beside him suddenly spoke and walked out. "This is a war. There's no reason." Mumu was silent for a moment. She could only cook for the elves in the tribe, but she couldn't do anything, even though she had long treated the 300 elves as her family. He stood on the treehouse and looked down at the elf tribe below. They were in danger, and he suddenly fell silent. He silently went offline and decided that he could only go out and ask for help. In fact, if he wanted to get rid of this slave life and not cook for this tribe, he could have gone out and asked for help a long time ago. But he quite liked this kind of life. He had no choice but to seek help from the internet outside. Back then, Alchemy Emperor had also asked for help in the same way, but he had the capital to resist, so everyone could help him. But what about him? It was the weakest delicious plant with extremely weak combat power. How could a chef participate in a war between high elves with an average combat power of tier 4? This was almost impossible. But he still hoped that the omnipotent netizens could help him think of a way. Soon, a post was posted. Post asking for help from another world. How can a chef solve the crisis of the extermination of an elf tribe? Reward of 5,000 sand coins. In the wizard community, the officials later used meditation coins as a substitute for currency. But the players were still used to calling it sand coins. The entire forum was in an uproar. The cute girl begged, 15 sand coins, FAKK. "You stinky chef, you've been running a restaurant in our world of the evolutionary sandbox for so long, and how much of our people's hard-earned money have you exploited?" Shocked. "It's the hard-earned money of countless final chickens. How could this not make money? Previously, it sold us 200 sand coins when it had no seasoning and was wrapped in plant juice. Now that it has evolved into a seasoning species, it can be sold for 500 sand coins with just a little seasoning. This kind of black-hearted peddler has even achieved great things." Heartbroken, countless people were angry. This 5,000 yuan was definitely a rich man. Even those who meditated and moved bricks in the wizard community were not that rich. This man was too black-hearted. "Wait, you said the elf tribe. What's going on? Suddenly said. Mumu didn't speak. Cough, 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 I'm a chef. I've entered a new world and was hired by a night elf tribe with a high salary. The treatment is very good. As a result, there has been a war between the elf tribes recently, and our tribe is on the verge of extinction. The ancient trees of war have fallen one by one, and the ancient tree of life is also in danger. I would like to ask everyone if I can be a chef and think of a way to help an elf tribe. Following that, he explained the information to everyone. The structure of the living world inside was shocking to everyone. Was this another brand new world? Furthermore, the population could not survive there, but could they build an altar of heroes? The crowd was in a heated discussion. Big Sister Elf. It's so beautiful. A group of people looked at the screenshots. They were like goddesses in the dimensional wall. They were beautiful and more perfect than any celebrity in real life. They were like soul-stirring treasures, perfect and flawless. Everyone was instantly filled with jealousy. This chef was actually surrounded by a group of beautiful girls in the middle of a flower field. It was simply the envy of others. Which of the other species didn't end up in a miserable state the moment they entered? Slime, creation wood, thunderhammer. It was normal for everyone to be miserable. After all, everyone was a potential species with great potential. However, once they entered, they were extremely weak. Before they could even develop, they would be treated as treasures and fought for. It was inevitable that they would be enslaved. But this person, the moment he entered, he didn't suffer any pain and reached the peak of his life. He was even hired by the elf tribe as a chef. Kill this heretic. Countless people were heartbroken. Mumu didn't speak. Big bosses, please spare me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Do you have the heart to let such young ladies die? Trembling, Mengmei was idle and slept inside. She often came out to wander around, and now she came out to join in the fun. The cute girl evolved into a dragon. I don't believe it. It would make sense if it was another world, but you're the only one in this world. There's no tribe with seasonings. So where do you get the seasonings for them? You're the only seasoning. Mumu stiffened, her face as bitter as a bitter gourd. It seemed that she couldn't hide it anymore, so she could only release a screenshot. It was a group of happy young ladies tearing apart a strangely shaped tree and pouring it on their delicious meat. Everyone was speechless. FECK, it's hard not to tear it down. Too much, admit our mistakes. Ha 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 ha. My stomach is hurting so much, why do you want to kill me? You're the disadvantage of not bringing a group. You can't reproduce, so you can only serve the food yourself. After cooking, you have to jump on it and be the seasoning. It turns out that you've also been treated as a treasure. You've been kept in captivity and sacrificed yourself for the little sister to eat. You've sacrificed your life. It's clear how deep your love is funny. Everyone's faces were red with excitement. You deserve this, you black market merchant. However, after a while, he thought of the important matter. Beauty is justice. Those young ladies who lived by Mumu's side had been laughing and talking with her for so long. How could he let them die? However, just like what was said, he was a chef of a tribe, a seasoning species. He was physically weak and had no potential at all. How could he intervene in the war between those fourth-rank elves? A clever housewife cannot cook without rice. I can't think of a way. You're thinking so much, you weakling. There's nothing you can do. If you can't even fight back when you're torn into seasoning, how are you going to help them defeat their strong enemy? Obediently endure and flee. Before you run, roar. The river flows 30 years east and 30 years west. Don't bully a young man just because he's poor. Impossible. We are players. How can we not have a way? What about Mengmei? Do you have a way? The cute girl evolved into a dragon and said, "Ah, I have no clue either. Maybe those red-named players have it, but they've been in closed-door training recently, and I can't contact them at all. Spread hands." Everyone was discussing and was at their wits' end. This was the first time a foreign world had called for help. They had encountered difficulties that they couldn't solve. You're just a rotten wood seasoning. How can you change the situation in a short time? You're not even a stage 1 creature. Even if you start from the beginning, you'll need time. Now, a great disaster was imminent. Ahem. The racer of Mount Haruna said, "Perhaps I have an idea." Another, well-known player appeared. Everyone was shocked. This big shot had been recuperating ever since he came out of the sorcerer world, adjusting the time difference and rarely appearing on the internet. There was no need to explain how powerful this big shot was. He drove extremely fast and was extremely cunning. He had previously killed a few red-named players by himself, set up a trap to kill them, and turned the tables around on Cthulhu's evil god. He even had a backup plan to scare his little brain off the mountain after his death. That was how Xiao no Hua came down the mountain and spent his last days with Linda. The lovers finally got married. The scene at that time was still vivid in his mind. Calculation without exception, da Sing. Perhaps he really has a way. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. This big shot's intelligence was extremely high and his schemes were terrifying. He might really have some kind of plan. Mumu didn't speak but was very excited. "Big brother, you're amazing. What can you do?" "Mumu thanks you on behalf of all the elf ladies." The racer of Mount Haruna coughed. "Don't act cute in front of me. I heard that someone opened a barbecue shop while I was not in the sandbox and killed hundreds or thousands of final chickens. He kept barbecuing them and even advertised that it was the god of creation's favorite food, saying that he could eat it if he turned his head around. Is he trying to make a profit?" Everyone's expression turned strange. "It's over. The car on Mount Haruna is so fast and it's so vengeful. Chef Mumu made a fortune with the final chicken. Now they're here. This is they've been waiting for." Mumu didn't say anything and looked bitter. She knew what the big boss said. Whatever he wanted her to do, she had to accept it. After all, she had a favor to ask of him. Mumu didn't speak. "Big brother, I was wrong," trembling, kowtowing. "The racer of Mount Haruna, don't worry. Don't you guys know my character? I'm a magnanimous person, so I won't haggle with you or ask you for any compensation. I'll give you an idea for free that can instantly turn the tide of the battle." Everyone was stunned. The person behind the computer was the real person. The racer of Mount Haruna coughed. "I've been resting for so long. I've already gone through an ancient world, so I've had enough rest. I'm very interested in this world of ancient trees, and I'm finally back. From today onwards, I'll be entering the sandbox again to derive a new species that belongs to me. Please take care of me. As for this matter, I'll write an evaluation plan of ancient tree world as a way to show my return. Give me 10 minutes. Everyone's expression instantly became clear. This big shot had rested for so long, and now he had finally announced the return of the king. Reviews. This was the habit of the racer of Mount Haruna. This big boss loved to write reviews. The first public beta review was written by him, which introduced the strategy for the Spore Evolution Sandbox to everyone. Later, he wrote a hot comment. "Our world is the universe." It revealed the truth of the sorcerer world and the identity of the giant sitting on the chair in the courtyard eating fruit. He was the legendary creator god, the only existence that transcended dimensions, time, and space, and cause and effect. After disappearing for so long, everyone honestly missed the days of the evaluation. Mumu did not speak. "Wait. Big brother, the time outside is not right. Many days have passed inside. and there is a war going on inside. The situation is probably getting worse. They might have already reached the vicinity of the tribe of the ancient Tree of Night. The racer of Mount Haruna said, "Don't worry, you don't have much time to begin with. Since I said I have a plan, I'm sure I don't care about the time. I'll let you turn the tables in an instant, and the success rate of my plan will be 80%. You'll instantly possess at least tier 5 strength, and you'll become an elf hero. You'll be resurrected on the hero altar, and you'll enter the battlefield to lead the night elves to turn the tables." What? Let this chef become the hero of the elf race? Was this King joke? Everyone was so shocked that they were in disbelief. One had to know that this black-hearted little chef was not even an ordinary life form at level 1. How could he reach level 5 in an instant? This was impossible. It was too illogical. Moreover, Mumu did not speak. She was not like them, the experienced players who had been through a world and had cultivation experience. They could not cultivate to a very high level in a short time. Even if it was an experienced player, it was impossible to start from 0 and break through to tier 5 in just a few days. Impossible. Furthermore, this world did not have a cultivation system, so he could not become stronger. Even the elves were born at the 4th rank. If he did not advance, how could he advance to the 5th rank? However, the person who spoke was the racer of Mount Haruna. This big shot had previously faced the Cthulhu evil god who could not be defeated. At that time, everyone had been in despair. Ermin, Medusa, Circe. He still used all kinds of incredible ways to lobby Medusa and reach an agreement, using her as an ally to form an alliance. He then created a divine method through crowdfunding and defeated the evil god of Cthulhu. But this time, Datsing from the wondrous divination sect didn't enter that world at all. This is too exaggerated. He can find a way just by listening in from outside. I, Zhuge Kongming, can't think of what he's going to do even if I'm still alive. He's gonna make a newbie player, a seasoning, instantly reach tier 5, become an elf hero, and save the tribe. The crowd was in a heated discussion as they waited. Their faces were full of anticipation. They wanted to see what the big boss was going to do to turn the tide of the situation around. That simply too high. After about 8 minutes, a post was posted. New World Review, Mu's counterattack plan. You can become stronger in female clothes. Hello, everyone. I'm the racer of Mount Haruna. It's been a long time since we last met. Don't doubt me, my car is still as fast as ever. I just saw a post on the internet that caused a huge sensation in the forum and became a hot topic. A new unknown world had been opened. It was full of ancient trees, and many players called it the world of ancient trees. I've also briefly looked at the description. It's a very wonderful new world, and many things are still unknown. I'm going to ride on the wave of popularity now. According to my personal opinion, I'll write my review of the new world, my imagination for the future. Everyone, please follow me. When everyone saw this familiar style and broken sentences, they immediately confirmed that this was the real person, because his personality and characteristics were clear. The review post was as detailed as ever. It introduced a lot of content to everyone. No wonder it took 10 minutes. I've been doing reviews since the game's first closed beta. I'm considered one of the oldest founding members. I took a long break in between, and when I came back, I realized that I'm already in the 5th beta. Tomorrow morning, the latest batch of 5th beta newbies will come in. I'll come in tomorrow and start from scratch with the newbies to evolve a new species. You'll see me tomorrow. We're comrades again. Alright, I'll end my personal matters here. I've had a lot of thoughts, so let's talk about serious matters. Although I did not participate in the last primordial world, I have been paying attention to it. I would occasionally appear. Everyone has seen my figure. In reality, the primordial world was a strange world that could not be measured with common sense. If we had never been to the primordial world, would we have thought that the sun and moon of a world would have such a structure? I have to say, the scariness of the universe is indeed colorful, so I still blow it up. Those who didn't understand would think that this was just a game, but those who understood would understand that this was a second life in the truest sense. No matter how many secrets there were, they would have to figure them out themselves. In his opinion, the rules of the third world, the world of the ancient tree, were also very special. We were going to help Mumu doesn't speak, turn the tide of the war with a weak chef. First of all, we needed to understand the characteristics of that world. After hearing the description, I noticed two things that were worth paying attention to. First, the hero altar. Under the rules of that world, the players who died were not dead, but could be reborn. This was very novel and very feasible. The second point was the 11 miraculous ancient life trees. I observed the life structure of elves and ancient trees. According to Mumu's explanation, it should be similar to the breeding of demons in the ancient world. The internal space of those fruits accumulated energy, causing the seeds in the fruits to develop intelligence. So, the question was, where did the energy come from? When plants and animals become demons and gain intelligence, they need incomparably dense and massive energy. I thought about it for a moment. The 11 ancient life trees have a very special form. They cover the sky and the sun as if they have intentionally evolved to form a huge canopy to compete with each other for the sky territory. They cover the entire sky and form such a strange scene of leaves in the sky. The ancient life tree had already proven that the energy of this world came from the sky. The 11 ancient life trees had monopolized most of the energy in this world. They had even divided a portion of the energy to construct their own defense system. They had condensed the energy in the fruits to produce demons and formed their own tree guards. This, the origin of the elves. Then, he analyzed the miracle ancient tree of life. Why did it only produce women, no man? From an evolutionary point of view, it was correct to only have one gender. It's because the ancient tree of life doesn't allow the elves to reproduce by themselves. If they don't rely on the ancient tree to give birth to themselves, they'll be out of control. Everyone felt that this wave of analysis was very reasonable. In that case, the secret of this world is definitely not limited to this. There must be some kind of extremely terrifying high-energy environment at the top of the sky. It is endless and is likely to be the source of cultivation for this world. After all, the cultivation system of every world in the universe was different. The Magus world cultivated one's own spiritual force without the help of external objects. The primordial world absorbed the Joss flames of living beings and the soul aura they emitted. Little by little, they would form an ocean for cultivation. What about the ancient wood world? What was the scene beyond the sky covered by the leaves of the ancient tree? Was it providing an endless supply of eternal energy? Sun and moon, or the gods? An energy pool, some kind of energy life form, or something even more terrifying? This was enough to make people yearn for it. This was also the reason why I wanted to explore it. To be honest, I had already left behind low-level interests and no goal of conquering the world. As a wizard, I only wanted to pursue the truth, travel around the world, absorb their civilization, and constantly make myself knowledgeable. Now that I've recovered, I'm very interested in this. A tree world. I want to enter and see the truth of that world. as expected of the great star of the flawless plan sect. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat as they listened to the analysis posts. From the introduction of Mumu Doesn't Speak, this big shot was able to analyze a lot of information. Even the ancient life tree had become transparent in his eyes. Suji's expression was a little strange as well. The racer of Mount Haruna is still as ferocious as ever since he left the sorcerer world. As soon as he came up to analyze the structure of the world, he guessed that the sky covered by the trees must be the source of energy for this world. However, no matter how powerful his analysis ability is, he can't guess that the sky outside the leaves of the ancient tree world is space, the vast universe of stars. However, at this moment, the forum was still as lively as ever. Everyone looked at the next message from the racer of Mount Haruna. All right, out of the personal habits of the Magus world, I started off by analyzing the structure of this world's ancient tree and the power system. To solve a difficult problem and turn the tables, I have to know myself and the enemy before I can think of a way. I've analyzed step by step from the above, from the ancient midnight tree and the elven life structure. I've found the way to make Mumu instantly become a rank 5 powerhouse. Have you thought of it? A sure method. Everyone looked at each other and felt that their IQ was not enough. Did the higher-ups not analyze the ancient life tree and the world's structure? However, there were still many people who left comments. Some people said that it might be to let Mumu concoct a poison that would turn into a dark dish that kill level 5 creatures and kill those elves. This way, as a weak chef, he could completely reverse the situation. Some people guessed that he had thought of a way to make this ancient tree of eternal life uproot from the ground and turn it into an ancient tree of war that could move and kill the elves of other tribes with a single palm. However, this was quickly rejected by the crowd. The eternal tree of life blocked out a large part of the sky, and it was even larger than the creation tree. It would be strange if it could move. Many conjectures had been made, but no one had been able to answer them correctly. How could a wood chef from the elf tribe become a peerless master in an instant, possessing the terrifying power of a level 5? No one had expected this. In everyone's eyes, it was still a hopeless situation. As for the racer of Mount Haruna, not only was he not invincible, but he also had more than a few chances of winning. He had a 100% chance of winning, and he even said that he had an 80% chance of winning. It seemed like he was being too modest. All right, time is of the essence, so I won't play riddles. Let's start. We'll start announcing the answers. Didn't I just say that there are two suspicious points? Was it on the hero altar and the ancient life tree's structure? Then, of course, he had to find the answer from these two questions and simply explain the process. If Mumu doesn't speak, you can commit suicide and set the resurrection point of the hero altar in a fruit of life. You can be reborn from the fruit of life and steal this huge energy embryo to grow in the fruit of life. Then, will you be reborn as an elf? Everyone's shocked. Why didn't think this before? He had clearly analyzed for us just now that sprites were essentially demons. Tree demon. In that case, could he let Mumu be reborn in a spirit fruit, absorb its energy, and become a tree spirit? It was a plant to begin with. Naturally, he could become a tree demon. It was impossible for others to be reborn and turn into an embryonic seed, but it was the only possibility. This because he had his own rebirth altar. One had to know that an elf was born with the strength of a 3rd rank, and an adult would have the strength of a 4th rank. If he was reborn in such a way, he would already have the ability to change the situation. This was Extremely bold and imaginative idea. The difficult problem that everyone had been thinking about was solved. This moment of comfort was even more satisfying than drinking a can of cold beer under the hot sun. Mighty big brother. FETK, this kid is terrifying. In the entire acting world, he's an existence as rare as phoenix feathers and killing horns. The crowd burst into an uproar and was very enthusiastic, as expected of the famous racer of Mount Haruna. Knowledge really changed the world. In this hardcore game, as long as the Baldy learned from it, it would be fine. There were no miracles that knowledge and learning could not create. He continued to write. You're only at rank 3 when you're born, so it's naturally not enough. You need more energy from the life fruit. This requires you communicate with that ancient midnight tree and have it gather the energy of 7 or 8 fruits of life into one fruit of life. As for you, you were reborn from the hero altar. As a seed of the 7 wonders treasure tree, you were reborn in that extremely high energy fruit of life. The tree of 7 wonders, the bloodline of a night elf. What kind of elf form would it turn into after becoming a demon? That's an unknown realm. I don't understand, but you must be a woman. A female elf, it couldn't be a man. As for why? It's the ancient life tree. I've already analyzed it. Everyone was speechless. Their eyes immediately widened, and their expressions changed. So all the analysis of the world's structure was just a foreshadowing for us to understand it now? They sat in front of their computers and looked at the forum, their eyes full of disbelief. The twists and turns, the foreshadowing of the wonderful prologue, everyone was shocked. And this big shot wasn't someone who didn't hold grudges. Was he just waiting here to make Mumu silent and turn into a woman? Everyone finally realized that the elves were all women. The big boss said that he would become the hero of the elves, so didn't he become a girl? Instantly, it was confirmed that it was the racer of Mount Haruna. As vengeful as ever, he was digging a hole here to bury someone. With such a high level of scheming and planning, it was as if he was digging a hole for someone to die from. It was no wonder that a few red names had been killed by him. Stressing makes you stronger. This scary term instantly appeared in everyone's minds. No wonder the post was called this way. It turned out that they had already prepared for this. 6666. Terrifying. Who would dare to provoke this big shot in the future? They could dig and not bury. There's no room for discussion when you're screwed. Instantly, everyone silently praised the racer of Mount Haruna. This was revenge for all of them. In the entire sandbox of Spore Evolution, there was no one who had superb culinary skills. There was only Doesn't Speak, who knew both evolution and cooking. Usually, this guy opened a shop in the sandbox and monopolized it. Who knew how many people's hard-earned money he had squeezed out? Now, he had finally defeated Nero Zhu. Immediately, countless people started to post posts to celebrate. They even started to persuade Mumu in various ways, asking him to accept his fate. A river god appeared on the surface of the river bridge. Young man, is this the crimson pleated skirt you've lost? Or was it this gothic loli costume? He didn't need to work hard, he didn't need to struggle, he just needed to dress up as a female and become an elf hero. To become the queen of the elves. Advertisement. I don't need to practice hard. Cross-dressing makes me stronger easily. A man sat dejectedly in the ruins. Once upon a time, I was immersed in suffering, and I also cried bitterly. My loved ones died in front of me. My loved ones fell in the rain of blood, smoke filled the air, and blood stained my body. I was powerless, I was weak. In the end, I resolutely raised my weapon, stood up, and donned a sexy female outfit. I took large strides and bathed in the golden sunlight as I walked towards the battlefield. Advertisement. I don't need to practice hard. Cross-dressing makes me stronger easily. A bunch of advertisements appeared. F was stunned. These people's advertisements clearly didn't have any screenshots or images, only text descriptions, but the visual sense was so strong. How did they do it? It was a pity that these talents did not go to the advertising industry. Detestable. Looking at this advertisement, it felt like something strange was awakening my body. Gritting teeth. Don't. He had a bottom line. Sigh. You don't want it? You'll want it sooner or later. Serious face. What a bunch of king little bitches. Moo Moo's face was instantly covered in tears, and she was heartbroken. Were these animals speaking in human language? He felt that these animals were too shameless and knew how to hit a person when he was down. All I did was become a black market chef once and all of you. I'll secretly squeeze you dry of your wealth. The racer of Mount Haruna, those above, you guys are too much. We're just seriously discussing how to turn the tables. Why are you guys acting so recklessly and crushing their confidence? Moo Moo didn't say anything, but this was indeed the only way. Rawasi. Go and communicate with the ancient tree of night. It won't wait for death obediently. Tell it that you can save it. Take 7 fruits of life and gather your energy on 1 fruit of life. Then, set the hero altar's rebirth formation in the fruit. You will be reborn in it. Mew Mew took deep breath and was somewhat touched. I started from scratch. Even if I cultivate hard for decades, I may not be able to reach level 5. This is the only way for me to become stronger in an instant. As long as become. After all, ordinary elves were born as grade 3, and they would only be grade 4 when they reached adulthood. As for himself, he had gathered 7 fruits of life, so he would probably be at the 4th rank when he was born, and when he reached adulthood, he would be at the 5th rank. Furthermore, the hero altar's special characteristic was extremely terrifying. It could allow one to instantly mature into an adult, ignoring the years of growth after one was born. When he was reborn from the altar, he grew rapidly from a seed and turned into an adult 7 Wonders treasure tree. That was why he was dismembered. This is the only feasible way. Even though he was unwilling to do so, the voices, smiles, and laughter of Xylan and the other elves kept appearing in his mind. At most, I'll just commit suicide after I succeed and become a tree of 7 wonders again. I won't be addicted to that kind of power. He had already made his decision. They were going to war to protect him while he hid behind the tribe. At this moment, the racer of Mount Haruna sent another message. It was worth it to wait for 10 minutes. Hurry up and go back. Have the power to protect everything you want. We will always help you. Remember to send us your beautiful photos, and we'll give you some advice in case there are any negative consequences. And after getting the answer, Mew Mew ignored the group of animals and hurriedly returned to the ancient tree world. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the mortal world with green trees. It was very elegant and quiet. He quickly ran out. A long time had passed in the world of ancient trees, and the war outside had completely broken out. Even though the night elves had the advantage in weapons, they were still an extreme disadvantage. And they were at the final moment of extinction. Mew Mew hesitated. Even though he was now a plant and could not tell if he was male or female in his heart, he still thought of himself as a proud male tree gentleman. Furthermore, he had used this tree as a seasoning to deliberately erase the living creature's sense of pain, which was why he had been able to calmly accept his previous death. After transforming into a demon or a human-shaped spirit, one would be able to feel pain. That death would make feel extremely painful. If we lose, what will happen? He walked around and found Xylan. The battle was very urgent, and they had even reached the territory of the ancient Tree of Night. They were about to reach the core area of the Dark Night tribe. Even Selene and the other immature stage 3 elves were about to be sent to the battlefield. If they were sent to the battlefield, they might die. Xylan can't die. He looked at the little fairy with a deep fear in his heart. Selene said, "If we lose, all the elves will be killed, and our mother, the Tree of Life, will be enslaved. The energy absorbed by our mother will be taken back to their ancient tree to produce fruits of life." Selene explained. It was said that the distant feather elf tribe did this. They enslaved an ancient elven Tree of Life to collect energy for them, so their population was several times that of ordinary tribes. "I understand. It seems like I have to do it." He stood up and strode through the tribe. He turned his head to look at the great eternal tree. It was lush and green, and it pierced straight in the sky. He gently walked on the trunk and touched its rough, mottled, old green bark, which seemed to contain endless vicissitudes of life. The greatest and ancient life in the world. The night elves that protect you are about to be defeated, and you are about to be plundered by the other ancient trees. At your level, you must be unwilling to do so, right? Hualala. The dense leaves in the sky swayed slightly, and the speckled sunlight turned into fine light spots that flickered on the ground. It was a beautiful sight. After a long time, an ancient elven voice seemed to come from the sky. The strange ancient tree of rebirth that's between the ancient tree of war and the ancient tree of life. Your arrival caused the destruction of my tribe, and I'm about to be enslaved and lose my freedom. It's impossible for me to give birth to a guard elf of my own, and I can only be slaughtered. Destruction is also an opportunity, isn't it? He faced the ancient ultimate life form from an unknown distance away. His heart trembled, but he tried to remain calm. "I can become a unique elf under your command. You are not an elf." The ancient voice replied, "I can become an elf. I'll become one of your subordinates." Mumu said, "As long as you give me the energy of 7 fruits of life and gather it on 1 fruit of life, I will be able to enter it and become a powerful and unique spirit that can change the situation of the battle." The aged voice was silent for a moment. "That's impossible. In the fruit of life, only the initial form of life, which is the seed, can form sprites. You're not even a seed, so how can you enter the fruit? What if I can become a seed?" He spoke again. The ancient tree of darkness was completely silent. It instantly thought of life, as if it was stunned by this idea. On the other side, after a certain someone left in a hurry, the forum was still very lively. The racer of Mount Haruna continued. "As long as he becomes a woman, he can't harm the cute and charming elf big sisters. When I go in, those elf big sisters will all be mine. When the time comes, even she will be mine." Funny face. Screenshots. The racer of Mount Haruna flicked his wrist and released a few screenshots of the beautiful elf ladies from before. They were so beautiful that they seemed to be out of this world. Oh! The netizens present were all stunned. Her seemed to be very intelligent, as expected of the star of the all-seeing plan sect. Not only did he dig a hole and turn it around step by step, but he also had a hidden card up his sleeve. He had even calculated this step. 1 embroidery needle. Who's driving? "I want to get off the car. This isn't the way to the kindergarten." Mengmei begged, ha, as expected of the old driver of Mount Akina. "I've already secretly welded the door shut. No one can get out of the car today." He's laughing madly. JHP. Haruko loves learning. Could this be the hot-blooded friendship between men? Funny face. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon. Mumu has been selling the final chickens all day to make money. I don't know how many chickens I've sold, but now it's the opposite. After being treated as a chicken, I'm starting to pay for it with meat. It's very reasonable funny. Hula la. A cool breeze blew past, and the emerald green mottled tree trunk pierced straight into the sky. The 17 life fruits hanging at the highest point contained an endless amount of plant energy. Right now, there were only about 300 night elves. These 17 fruits were new elves that had been nurtured for nearly 100 years and were about to be born on this land. Even the ancient tree of life would feel heartache if 7 of them were to be taken away at once. However, it was not as if it had never understood that this strange plant life form could really be reborn in a strange form and become a seed again. Hualala. A terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down on his body. A strange ancient tree of rebirth. Do you know how much I have to pay for this? Mumu's entire body almost fell to the ground, and she said with great difficulty, "You can only choose this, or else we'll all die. Moreover, I'll become your guardian spirit, and you won't lose anything. You might even obtain a special and powerful spirit and join the tribe. We don't have much time left." The sky was silent for a long time. Suddenly, a reply came, and then there was no more life. Mumu instantly revealed a look of surprise. "I succeeded. That's right. This is a crisis for the night elves, and my only chance to rise up. I took the opportunity to extort it, and it was forced to agree." According to his guess, the maximum power an elf could withstand was at the 4th rank, so it was difficult to create something stronger. However, he believed in the potential of his species. It had 7 flavors, and although it had no combat power, it had taken a lot of effort to evolve. Its life form was extremely complex, and it was difficult to match 7 flavors. At an extremely high level of life, it had more potential than this tree seed, and could bear more power. Moreover, the ancient life tree had no other choice. It could only try to turn him into a seed once again in the ancient life tree, so that he could be nurtured and reborn. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he immediately returned to the warehouse and committed suicide. Once. Times. 3 times. He began to resurrect again and again, until the huge resurrecting energy by the elf tribe was exhausted. He knew that he would not be in this form for a short period of time in the future, so he tried to save as much seasoning as possible. The warehouse was filled with the corpses of the 7 wonders treasure humanoid plants. It was like a warehouse of firewood. Screenshots. Goodbye, my youth. He broke into a run and quickly ran in the direction of the dark, eternal tree of life. After the war is over, I'll commit suicide and be reborn from the ordinary hero altar. I'll turn back into the tree of 7 wonders and remove my female elf form. Ta-ta-ta. Along with the sound of his footsteps, the bright sunlight shone on his strange and domineering crab-like steps. Walala. Soon after, with the help of the ancient life tree, he pondered and studied together. He successfully set the resurrection point inside a life fruit that had condensed the energy of 7 fruits. Then he committed suicide on the spot. In the altar, in a small, white space with dense energy, a seed began to grow rapidly. It was no longer in the form of the 7 wonders treasure tree. It seemed to have fused with the bloodline of the elf and the 7 wonders treasure tree to become a new life. To make an analogy, this state was like a plow that had been grafted onto an apple tree and was absorbing the nutrients of the apple tree itself to grow. Halala, the fruit, to the ground. A little baby quickly walked out, and a slender human figure was gradually nurtured and grown. She had a delicate and beautiful face and a graceful body, and she was extremely different from the other elves. She was a type 4 divine warrior the moment she was born, and was still growing rapidly, quickly turning into a beautiful woman. Just like usual, I almost instantly became an adult. She silently sensed her own ability. She already had the strength of a 5th-rank demon, as if she was born a very powerful demon. My 7 plant tastes have evolved and turned into various physical abilities. The spiciness has become a killing spiciness. It's probably far beyond any chili on Earth and can kill living creatures. It's extremely useful on the battlefield and can kill a large area. The pepper spray was made of chili water. When sprayed on the skin, it would cause red spots. If sprayed on the eyes, it could send people to the hospital. And that was at the level of not being too spicy. Some devil chilies with millions of degrees of spiciness could even kill people, let alone the stronger one in front of him. My stinky tofu has fermented and become a poisonous fungus that coexists with me. It can smear poison on weapons and cause a person to be infected and die quickly. It must be known that the fermented fungi were both highly toxic and non-toxic. Before the ancient war, soldiers were often required to smear their own feces on their weapons to achieve infection and let the wound rot to death. This is similar. The minced garlic has the ability to kill bacteria, which is even more obvious now. It also has the vitality of plants, so when applied on the wound, it will not rot, and it can even be the only antidote for the stinky tofu-like poison. She calculated her ability to become a demon one by one, put on her clothes, and strode out. She suddenly stopped and looked down at the pool beside her. The sun shone into the water, reflecting her slender shadow. She had a head of jade-green hair, fair skin, a determined face, and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. What an interesting and powerful elf. She actually had so many abilities. The ancient tree of life in the sky was also amazed by this strange and unique elf. She far surpassed ordinary elves, and perhaps she really did have the qualifications to become a hero of the elven race. Finally, a distant and ancient voice slowly sounded. As the mother of the ancient tree, I named the birth of every new elf. I named you Yamia. In the language, Ymir meant guardian or guardian. It was in line with the current situation of the night elf tribe, which needed a powerful elven hero to protect and save them. You carry the mission of our night elf tribe. You carry poison and move stealthily in the dark night and shadows like an assassin. You will write a hymn for the future of our night elf tribe. Your title will be... The voice paused. Song of Shadow. Go and change the entire situation. Our night elf hero, Ymir, Song of Shadow. Countless years later, the later generations opened the book in the library and saw the beginning of this historical moment in the chronicles of the Yumia High Elves. However, it was a very simple description. Year 131 of the god's creation era, the night elf tribe was invaded. The legendary elf hero, Ymir, was born on the hero altar. Yumia put on a tight-fitting female one-piece dress that the elves had woven out of vines, and put on a green leaf cloak. I have to scrape some of the skin off my feet. She sat on a small bench in the forest tribe, and the beautiful girl instantly turned into a foot-scratching man. She lifted a foot with both hands, bent down, and sniffed it with her snow-white nose. Damn! This foot was completely useless. It was really king painful to the eyes. This is my own resistance. If others smell it, what will they do? She picked up a small knife and gently scraped the skin off her foot. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. She gritted her teeth in pain and let out a clear and melodious sound. As expected, After I transformed, I felt pain. Previously, I had a special ability to eliminate pain and kept scraping my own species as seasoning. In the end, I'm suffering now. If I had known that it would hurt, I don't think I'm a seasoning anymore. Hualala. A layer of skin and even a layer of flesh was gently hung off his foot. There was not much, but the concentration was extremely high. Then, he smeared his own pepper poison on the leaf cloak. When necessary, he would shoot out the leaves of the cloak and spray the deadly negative powder of this pepper into the air. It was enough to blind, or even completely lose his combat power. Chilly, it's indeed a beautiful girl's pepper spray. Mumu ridiculed in her heart. He then used his hand, which had been regenerated with the energy of garlic, to gently touch his feet to disinfect them. He found that the effect was extremely good, and the wounds were healing quickly. As expected, garlic in the natural world is a common plant used for disinfection and sterilization. Now that I've become a demon, it's almost a qualitative change. However, using it to recover my strength requires a lot of physical energy. This is a pair of hands of spring, stroking and healing all things. She was pleasantly surprised that her talent was so terrifying. She chose to wear a pair of black, exquisite animal skin gloves to avoid touching anything. She murmured, "I can only seal the huge king's power in my hands. The chili on my feet, the garlic on my hands, and now the stinky tofu on my head." She began to stroke her hair. Yes, after turning into a human, the fermented nest of stinky tofu changed. It fused with the smell of soy sauce and actually transferred to my hair, becoming a poison. After all, soy sauce and stinky tofu were both fermented by microorganisms. When they gathered together, they became a terrifying poison. His hair had become the nest of those highly toxic microorganisms. She knew that she didn't know swordsmanship or saber techniques, so she found a round wheel the size of a basin and the size of an iron tire as her weapon. She could hurt the enemy with a casual swing without considering the angle at all. It was very convenient, and the main killing power was the poison in her hair. It could easily kill a person with a scratch on the skin. Chili water, highly toxic, and men's fighting equipment. I've already prepared everything and am armed to the teeth. She stood up and looked at the elf girl who had dressed up and was fully armed. She was wearing a dark green cloak and holding a ring weapon in her hand. She was slim and elegant, with beautiful skin and a hot figure. She had an elegant temperament that was as cold as ice. And she was so beautiful that people couldn't help but pity her. "You're so beautiful, but it's a pity you're a man." She did not have the perverted interest of self-admiration. So she found another half mask and put it on, the tough bark mask that was like a metal rooster, pretending that she was a man, and began to deceive herself. As a man who had changed his gender and started a second life as a woman, he felt that it might be more novel and interesting. Furthermore, there was no such thing as gender in this world. There was only one gender, and there was no distinction between male and female. He had become a local in this ancient tree world, but his previous views on life had still seriously affected him. "Aoyesi, it's time to go to the battlefield." Mumu turned her head to look at an ancient tree in the dark night and strode forward. Looking up at the high sky of green, bright golden, mottled leaves, he warned himself again. Time is merciless. It will always polish the edges and corners of people and turn them into what they used to hate. After this war is over, I will return to my teenage years. Just after Mumu left, the air suddenly stopped. The midnight ancient tree looked at the back of the strange elf. It then looked at its other life fruit, where a seed of the Seven Wonders treasure tree was slowly growing. It's really a wonderful life form. It can resurrect continuously. I secretly killed its soul when it turned into a seed and began to grow. I didn't expect it to be reborn again in the altar. And another seed was formed and kept growing. As long as there is enough energy, it can be reborn. The Dark Knight ancient tree continued to study it, secretly probing its characteristics, wanting to obtain its terrifying ability to revive. Now, and only secretly transfer the seed that wiped out its consciousness the moment it was born into a life fruit to see if it could grow. Who knew that it would turn back to an ordinary plant life form and can't grow quickly? The consciousness of the midnight ancient tree was looking at the seed of the Seven Wonders treasure tree in the other fruit of life. Its speed can only be compared to that of an ordinary elf. It will take countless years to form an embryo and 80 years to reach adulthood. It kept mumbling. As one of the 11 oldest existences in this world, its wisdom was beyond doubt. I hope that this unique sprite that I secretly copied will also bring me a different kind of surprise. And for 11 giant ancient trees covered the entire planet. A terrifying war was taking place on a certain green land. Beautiful elf girls in grass skirts were holding wooden spears, stones, and wooden bows. The elves on both sides were fighting. Some of the elves had dark green marks on their faces with tree sap and mud, like barbarian warriors. It was a symbol of contribution, strength, and the number of opponents killed. The night elf elder sister from before, Mijia, had 5 stripes on her face, which meant that she was a powerful existence who had killed 5 elves of the same level. She had rich combat skills and was skilled in using a spear. The death of this master was a huge blow to the entire night elf race. Even though the elves of this era had an affinity with nature and trees, they were still too primitive. They were full of barbarism. From how they tore apart wood's bodies to use as seasoning, it was enough to see their tribal lifestyle. They had to escape from the wild beasts. For the of the tribe, for the elven ancient tree of life, our mother, plunder them, bring their corpses back to the ancient tree, and use them as nutrients to give birth to new clansmen. Countless beautiful elves were roaring and fighting with their weapons. The earth trembled, and ancient war trees that were incomparably huge and ancient were being used as mercenaries to take root in the distant earth. They slowly lifted up large gray stones and threw them at the enemy elves. Thump! Rocks the size of millstones instantly and accurately hit an elf. That elf vomited large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying. He fell to the ground and no longer had any life. There was nothing fancy about it. The way they fought was extremely brutal. It was a collision of weapons and flesh, just like ancient tribal wars. Although they were all at the 4th rank, only their physical fitness had reached that level. They did not have any cultivation system, so they could only wait for adulthood when they were born and maintain this strength forever until they died of old age. At this moment, under the pincer attack of the wind and water elves, the night elves were completely defeated. A group of night elves gathered in a forest and used it as a cover, using the advantage of being familiar with the terrain to resist. In the end, they gathered together. They were covered in wounds, and blood was flowing out from them. Let's retreat. No, if we retreat any further, it'll be our tribe. The newborn elves are only at rank 3. They can't hold on much longer. Many of them have died. They are the hope of our tribe. Voices could be heard from all around. Every realm was a threshold that led to a qualitative change. They naturally used it to differentiate the level and degree of danger of some life forms. For example, the giant dragon was a level 5 life form that could slaughter a large number of tier 4 adult elves. They're crazy. Why would they join forces? The elves have never joined forces before. After all, how are the two tribes going to split the ancient tree that they have occupied? One of the elves with them was called Minnie. She had a slender and hot figure, and she was charming and mature. There were 3 dark green lines on her face, and she also looked nervous. If this trend continued, their mother, the ancient tree of night, would become the second ancient elven tree to be defeated and enslaved. In the end, it was because their food was too alluring and the secret of forging iron weapons made people envious. "Let's go first." Minnie had no choice but to speak. There was no way out now, and they would die even if they stayed here. They could only return to the Night Elf tribe and put up a final resistance. But the next second, a hair-raising voice was heard. "Not good. The Wind Elves have surrounded us from behind and cut off our retreat. We've been surrounded by 2 major elf tribes in the forest." When this news came, it made everyone feel completely hopeless. If they were all annihilated here, then the Night Elf tribe would have no hope at all. "Who's there? What kind of monster is this?" Suddenly, the elves who had surrounded them shouted, "What's happening outside?" The surrounding night elves shuddered and looked out of the forest, instantly shocked. "What a beautiful night elf. Who is this?" An agile dark green figure, beautiful and elegant, was like an elegant song of the night. It was stealthily moving with the strange and light characteristics of the night elves, and it quickly shuttled through the elves like a ghost. "Who is that?" A group of night elves hiding in the forest and standing on the trees couldn't help but speak. That terrifying aura seemed to belong to a tier 5 sprite. However, a tier 5 sprite had never appeared in this world before. No matter how much energy it nurtured, it could only be a tier 4 sprite. This is the limit of sprites. He's wearing a mask, but that hair color and pupils, he's definitely a night elf. But our tribe doesn't have such a powerful night elf. An elf shouted excitedly. Many elves looked into the distance in a daze, their minds blank. But no matter what, they were saved now, and they instantly felt like they had escaped death. The little elf girls like Xylin couldn't help but shout, "That night elf is so beautiful." The more powerful an elf is, the more beautiful she is. I've never seen such a beautiful creature. The group of underaged elves were very excited, feeling that their savior had arrived. This was an idol hero that everyone worshipped, who had descended from the sky to save them. However, the few adult elves beside him had grave expressions. Minnie suddenly opened her mouth and shattered their hopes. Even if she's at the 5th rank, she can't win. After all, a 4th rank elf could kill her. In order to save us, she lost her life. There was no combat system in this world. Everyone was just fighting. The abilities of a rank 5 creature were countless times stronger than a rank 4. If they were surrounded, they would still be crushed to death. Of course, tier 5 dragons are an exception. It's said that dragons have the talent of dragon roar, a terrifying area of effect sonic attack, and strong mental power. With pressure, it can defeat the tier 4 sprites that surround it in a large area. It's not afraid of being surrounded. I wonder how the legendary, most powerful feather elf tribe on the other side of this world managed to tame a dragon, Minnie said. All the elves' faces turned pale. That's right. Giant dragons had a dragon's might, while elves like them were very ordinary and relied on brute force and weapons to injure others. No matter how powerful they were at tier 5, they would not have any special abilities and would be crushed to death. However, the next second, blade formation whirlwind. The beautiful figure moved quickly through the grass and let out a clear shout. With a wave of his cloak, the terrifying green leaves spread out and turned into green flowers that filled the sky. The chili powder had a strong air diffusion ability. In an instant, the surrounding elves wailed and were blinded. and more than 20 elves fell. In the end, Mumu didn't dare to kill them. She didn't use her poisonous ring weapon to finish them off and let them wail on the ground. Knowing the terrifying spiciness, it was impossible for them to stand up and recover their combat strength in a short time. Ta-ta-ta. She took off her cloak, revealing her long, white legs, and once again advanced quickly through the forest and grass. Her movements were as fast as a ghost's shadow. An elf woman wearing black animal skin gloves and holding a ring weapon looked valiant and heroic. What was even stranger was that when she stepped on the grass, the flowers and grass whisked and turned yellow and were burnt black. A black trail was left on the ground, and it was so silent that it made people's hearts tremble. Quick, kill her. Among the wind elves, a mature and charming elf's expression darkened. Her face was painted with 7 bars, symbolizing her strength. Her cloak has been used up. The elves around him rushed forward and quickly surrounded him. They shouted loudly and softly to cheer themselves on. Night elf, you're dead. Ta-ta-ta. Yumia's body was slender, and she revealed an extremely beautiful smile. Her smile was soul-stirring, and her every movement had an intoxicating temperament. She ran quickly, turning into an afterimage on the grass. You are all too naive. I am called the Night Elf Hero by the ancient tree of life. Song of Shadow, the Night Elf assassin who walks in the darkness and death. My entire body. They're all weapons. Voila. Facing the elves coming from all directions, she suddenly jumped up and used her powerful physical attributes to turn around. Her hands were on the ground, and her white and slender feet turned into a whirlwind, spinning rapidly. This was one of the moves in breakdance, and it was called Thomas Spun. Although he had never learned breakdance before and had only seen it, his current physical fitness was enough for him to perform this action. At this moment, his entire body turned into a whirlwind, and his white and slender toes quickly spiraled, cutting through the noses of the elves who were surrounding him. Boom! An indescribable spiciness pounced over. The scent wafted into the elves' noses through the air. In an instant, tears, snot, and tears gushed down, and their faces turned red. All of the elves lowered their heads and covered their noses and faces, screaming in pain. What is this? My eyes are so... I'm going blind. The smell of onions was enough to make one unable to open their eyes, let alone the terrifying death chili. Countless female elves began to shriek and wail. The stinging, dry, and burning sensation made them want to find a water source to wash their swollen faces. This is... In the distance, the night elves were stunned. They looked at this extremely beautiful night elf, who was like an elven war god and hero. She could actually burst out with a terrifying talent and ignore the encirclement. The enemies on her way didn't even need to touch her. They would instantly fall and be pushed away by her aura. This was... pressure? We night elves also have pressure? Oh my god. Could it be that we night elves can have the same pressure as a dragon when we reach tier 5? All the night elves were dumbfounded, and their eyes were filled with unimaginable joy. I can't be wrong. That terrifying aura will cause one to collapse upon contact. It's the legendary dragon's pressure. Minnie was knowledgeable, but her eyes were still filled with disbelief. Her beautiful eyes widened. It turns out that us elves can also have the talent of coercion. This is something that has overturned the common sense of the entire night race for hundreds of years. After we reach tier 5, we can have the pressure of a dragon. That's too terrifying. We can smell that aura from far away. It makes people tremble and fear it. It's filled with the aura of death, and it seems very familiar. No way! You said it was Mumu? It's indeed similar, but the smell is 1,000 times stronger. Moreover, Mumu isn't from our fairy clan. He's not even at rank 1, so how could he have reached rank 5 in an instant? That's a realm that no fairy has ever reached. The group of night elves started discussing, feeling that it was too outrageous. This mysterious night elf, who descended from the sky, was too powerful. It was as if she had appeared out of thin air and saved their race. "It's Mumu, it's Muma," Silin suddenly shouted. She had spent a lot of time with him and was sure that he was the weakest trench chef in the tribe. She was more excited than anyone else. "It's the taste. You don't even remember it. We've eating it every day." It stomped her feet anxiously. "It's really him?" The entire place was dead silent. All elves were silent. Everyone trembled as they looked at the beautiful and mysterious night elf in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that she was the weak and funny plant chef in the tribe. Instantly, the elves stopped talking. They stood quietly in the forest and watched the terrifying battle. Mumu. Xylin clenched her fists tightly. Her palms were covered in sweat. But she did not notice it. Her mind was filled with complicated thoughts as she recalled the first time they met. Sister, there's delicious here." The scene of him grabbing a deformed little trant and running away, as well as the happy life in the night elf tribe after that. She's become so strong. Waves of pride and complex emotions kept growing. No one could imagine what kind of method and price the tiny Trent chef had paid to grow to such a terrifying height in such a short time. He had become a powerful and mysterious night elf to save them from their desperate situation in the distance. A wind elf was also shocked. She looked at the night elf tribe that was about to be taken down. And then a terrifying night elf suddenly appeared and wantonly knocked down countless elven warriors. Unforgivable. She frowned, feeling that her opponent's combat skills were very unpolished, but the terrifying aura was frightening. It seems to be some kind of pressure, similar to that of a giant dragon. You will fall down instantly when you smell it, and you can't get close to her. The wind spirit raised her bow and slowly aimed into the distance, like an assassin in hiding, looking for the best time. After more than 10 seconds, she narrowed her eyes slightly. Shuaz. A barely audible sound of the wind accompanied the light as it flew into the distance. Mumu, who was running among the elves, suddenly felt goosebumps all over her body as if she was being stared at by something. However, it was too late. She could only quickly move her body to avoid being hit in her vital parts. Her lower abdomen was instantly hit by an arrow. Pain, pain, pain. She instantly grimaced in pain. But despite her strong desire to live, she pulled the arrow out and fell to the ground. Deep breath. He was a tier 5, but he was almost killed by a tier 4. He was a transmigrator, but he had to be challenged by someone who was of a higher tier. She's injured. Takes opportunity to kill her. The surrounding wind spirits and water spirits let out a low roar and were instantly overjoyed. I don't have enough combat experience, but I've already found your position. Do you think you can escape? Her legs swayed, forming a horizontal kick across the air. Due to the overly intense exercise, her entire body was covered in fine and dense fragrant sweat, and even her legs were sweating. Suddenly, the spicy smell became even stronger, and in an instant, the elves that were charging over fell down. Countless elves wailed and fell to the ground, covering their eyes and screaming in pain. You don't say. As a pepper evolved from a plant, I'm much more useful than most poisons. I can also produce it on my own. And the spiciness property causes its ability to spread to a very strong extent. I can feel the spiciness through my breath, eyes, and skin, and it can seep into my body through every pore. Ta-ta-ta. She quickly ran away, but slowly took off her black leather gloves, revealing her white palm. She bit her fingertip and smeared the blood on the red wound on her lower abdomen. Although touching the wound was effective, the fastest effect was still blood. I feel much better in an instant. She held her waist and ran all the way, but she was limping. What did she do this time? The wound stopped bleeding in an instant? The Wind Elf leader's expression changed drastically. He turned his head and wanted to escape, but how could he escape from a level 5 elf? Poochie. Mumu flew over and kicked the other party's face. The moment the foot landed on her pretty face, it left a red footprint that quickly turned dark red and black. Her face suddenly swelled up as if she had been stabbed by a hornet. She instantly wailed on the ground. My face, my face. In fact, her face was about to fester and disfigure, just like a person who had eaten fire and had her lips festering. If it wasn't a stage 4 creature, it would probably have died. Mumu turned around and left. One must know that some of the terrifying artificially cultivated chilies on Earth could reach a spiciness level of 1,000,000. Just touching those chilies was enough to make one's hand turn red and sting with a tingling and spicy sensation, just like touching onions or essential balm. Furthermore, this was the product of a level 5 tree spirit's nurturing, and it was a terrifying spiciness that far exceeded everything. Continue, flatten them. Mumu's feet had already bid farewell to the spicy realm of delicious food. They had turned into the most terrifying biochemical weapon poison as she strode away. However, she soon discovered that after defeating the leader of the Wind Elves, they were completely defeated. They were afraid of her terrifying and shocking aura and began to flee. In just a few hours, the war was over. Is it Mumu? Jilin walked over and couldn't help asking. Yes. Mumu smiled and turned to look at the wounded but still alive night elf ladies. I've already become a night elf, and I've been given the name of Ymir by the night elf ancient tree of life. Let's go back and talk. That's great. Silin wanted to get closer. However, she pinched her nose in an instant, and her fair little face turned red. She choked on the air and couldn't open her eyes. She took a few steps back and looked in front of her in horror. My eyes are burning. Your aura is as terrifying a giant dragon. It's too powerful. We can't even get close to you. Mumu, stunned. He quickly covered his legs, not knowing how to restrain his aura. My leg energy is already starting to leak out. Am I not able to control it? The night elves stood far away and didn't dare to get close. They were both shocked and annoyed. They were shocked that the tree chef had suddenly become extremely powerful and saved the night elf from the danger of extinction. Even if they got close, they would choke and fall to the ground, unable to open their eyes. They were also annoyed that they didn't know how to deal with this natural pressure. In the end, Minnie said, the legendary giant dragon's pressure comes from its head, but your pressure actually comes from your legs. It's impossible for me to control it, so I can only a way to shield it. After she said that, she had the elves take off their shoes. They found a few pairs of leather boots with the best confidentiality and modified them on the spot into a pair of thick black leather boots that reached up to her thighs. She threw them to her from a distance. This should be able to shield you from the pressure of a powerful creature. Mumu hurriedly put it on, and the terrifying aura gradually stopped spreading. However, the residual smell still made everyone uncomfortable. This was already a terrifying poison, produced by a type of plant. Too amazing! It turns out that wearing shoes can shield the terrifying aura emitted by my feet. The surrounding night elves were very excited and curious about this brand new pressure. After that, everyone cleaned up the battlefield and went back together. Right, I can help you guys heal. On the way, Mumu took off her gloves and touched the wounds of the elves to help them heal. This made the elves even more excited. His feet carried the terrifying aura of death, and his hands carried the aura of life. One hand was alive, and the other one was dead. It contained the two sides of a plant. This talent was too terrifying. Ymir, Celine could not help but ask, "Your aura is so terrifying. How can I have such a terrifying aura like you? You can't open your eyes just by smelling it, and you can only wait to be slaughtered." The surrounding night elves also stared at her with bright eyes. They felt that it was an eye-opener. It turns out that the dragon's pressure comes from its head, while the night elves' pressure comes from their feet. "You guys want to have legs like this too?" Ymir laughed dryly and replied, "I'm a special elf, different from you ordinary elves. I have my own talent, which you can't learn for the time being." The elves were disappointed. That kind of terrifying pressure was an unbelievable power, and it was something that everyone wanted. When he returned to the night elf tribe, Mumu finally understood the cruelty of this world. Although he didn't kill a single elf, those captives were all killed by the other night elves and buried under the ancient elven tree, becoming nutrients. The entire cheered. A complete victory. More than 70 of our people died, and we've captured more than 100 elves. Perhaps one corpse can't be completely transformed into an elf, but we can recover the number of more than 50 people. Let's celebrate and eat delicious food. Mumu stood there elegantly and transformed into a beautiful cook. She picked up a knife and began to cut the meat. She then took out the corpse of the Seven Wonders treasure tree. On the other hand, a faint voice was transmitted from the dark night ancient life tree, as if it was repeating the words of the strange reincarnation tree. Is this really the case? It's a crisis, but it's also an opportunity. The night elf tribe was extremely noisy. After 3 happy days of celebration, the night elves began to think about their future path. After all, they could still be destroyed if they were not careful. After this battle, the night elf tribe had become the public enemy. A few days later, Mumu also took the opportunity to come out. After a few rounds of teasing, she closed her eyes and posted a screenshot of her photo. Suddenly, the entire forum welcomed an extremely terrifying uproar. A photo was posted on the forum. It was a tall and slender female elf. She wore an exquisite mask, held a ring-shaped weapon, and had a dark green cloak on her back. She wore a pair of exquisite black and purple striped gloves, and a pair of thick high boots. She was so beautiful that she looked like she was born to live in a quiet and elegant fairyland in the forest. She was untainted by mud and was ethereal. "Yunxi, you're so beautiful and sexy in women's clothing. You're indeed a tree fairy. Little Aunt Mumu, why don't you take off your mask and let us admire your magnificent beauty? It's definitely something that only appears once in 5,000 years in China." "No. She's the most beautiful woman in the history of Earth." Countless people were shouting. After all, the black-hearted food merchant that they spent most of their time with on the evolution sandbox turned into a girl. Everyone was ecstatic. They had finally gotten their revenge. He even used a mask to cover half of his face, giving off a mysterious feeling. When he became shy, everyone became more smug instead. Mumu didn't speak and said honestly, "It's fine if you want me to face. I'm a little shy, so I'll show everyone my legs." Screenshots. A few pictures of her long legs were sent out. They were fair, delicate, and perfectly round. They had the most perfect proportions in the world. "I like it." After giving everyone the benefits, Mumu began to talk about business and told them what had happened inside. Then, countless people heard Mumu's detailed description of the various characteristics and talents of the tree elves he had become, as well as the battle process and the current situation of the Night Elf tribe. Everyone was stunned. Your seasoning talent actually evolved? To be fair, everyone would have guessed that he would become a demon, but they didn't expect that he would be so monstrous after becoming a demon. His legs were now in a terrible state. Was it emitting an invincible pressure? If he got close, his face would turn red from the spiciness. His respiratory tract would be choked by the spiciness, and he would not be able to open his eyes. If he touched his skin lightly, his entire body would fester. It was like a walking biological poison. Screenshots. Miu Miu didn't say anything and saw that everyone was in a daze. They didn't quite believe it, so she directly sent a picture. Then, screenshots of the amazing lethality of the kick and the wailing of countless elf ladies were released. Everyone was confused. Piffed, everyone almost vomited blood. Countless people were dumbfounded for a few seconds and instantly felt their balls hurt. They felt that they'd been scammed. So it's a biological weapon. You're actually trying to kill me. FECKA. I'm in so much pain. I'm a leg maniac. My throat suddenly feels so hot, and my 3 views have been severely impacted. I want to kill. GGA. Some of the big bosses who liked beautiful legs suddenly felt a deep resentment in their hearts. Just a moment ago, they had a happy expression of admiration on their faces. The huge contrast made them feel as if their minds had been struck by lightning. They were heartbroken and felt that they had been murdered. He had twisted his hobby. Mumu doesn't speak, this bastard. He's too cheap. This black-hearted merchant was as black-hearted as ever. He usually didn't speak, but once he did, he would choke people to death. Even if he sold spiritual benefits as a merchant, he would secretly pollute your mind. But Mumu didn't say anything. She laughed happily and posted again. I'll continue to explain the battle process in detail. He continued to silently send everyone the pictures of the previous battle. They were extremely detailed, so that everyone would have a more terrifying impression of the biological weapon. Screenshots. In the image, countless elf ladies were swept by her legs. They choked and had snot flowing out of their noses. Their eyes were so swollen that they couldn't open them. They were in all kinds of miserable states, as if they were being tortured. Your sister, are you done? Isn't this too kicking wicked? Especially some people who had just happily set it as their phone wallpaper and were ready to lick it. Now they even wanted to blow up their phones. However, he still pretended to be serious and sent screenshots to everyone. Everyone was holding back and couldn't find a reason to refute. After all, this was the most formal process. At most, these people were mentally contaminated. As for the octopus player, he was even more heartbroken. After eating the skin of his feet, he felt more and more regretful. Heavens, is this the foot skin I ate before? The chubby man was soaking his feet in ginger and phoenix feet. It tasted spicy. He was reminiscing about the unique spicy taste he had eaten back then. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his hands trembled as he moved the mouse, looking at the screenshots. My heavens. In the picture, the place where he walked past was barren, and a group of elf ladies fell to the ground one after another. They covered their eyes and noses and screamed in pain from the spiciness of the feet. The most miserable one was the wind elf, who touched his face with his feet. He was directly burned by the foot ki, and his face was disfigured. Blar. A foot ki expert is so terrifying. He threw away the chicken feet, got up from the computer, went straight to the toilet, and vomited like crazy. This was enough of a shock to all the male players. The racer of Mount Haruna, call me, come. Where are the long-legged and head-scratching maniacs? Please start your performance. Her feet were stinging her eyes, and her head was poisonous. I'm a big shot in women's clothing, specialized in dealing with all kinds of male perverts like you. Funny face. Everyone vomited blood again. You're the real male pervert. Don't pretend that you're fine. You've probably been hurt more than anyone else, and you've probably gone crazy, right? The other passers-by who were not involved and did not care about their legs were suddenly stunned. They laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. Mumu was a ruthless person and was not to be trifled with. As expected of the black market merchant who could choke to death with his cheap mouth, he began to take revenge silently. Big Boss Mumu, 666, godlike operation. Soon, a group of women and poets who were not interested in legs began to write poems to praise Mumu's unparalleled legs. A black-hearted peddler and swordsman was walking on the road, facing the enemies of the whole country and being surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses. But she was not afraid at all. So what if she was the enemy of the whole world? When the wine enters one's body, 70% of it turns into marsh gas, and the remaining 30% turns into foot QE. When one takes off his long boots, a pair of fair and beautiful legs fall into the mortal world, and all living beings fall for them. With a dance of the long legs, a white ray of light will illuminate the world. What harm is there in slaughtering the world? I have hot-blooded aspirations. My head is poisonous, and I can shatter mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. I have a pair of beautiful legs that have been locked up by long boots for a long time. Now the dust is all gone, and the light shines through the 10,000 flowers of green mountains. Haruko loves learning. I dress up as a woman every day. I don't understand what you men like at all. Anyway, this is my second life, which is equivalent to my next life. Why don't I experience the life of a woman? Colorful, but this foot is really painful to the eyes, scary. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon. That's the environment of that world. There are no men, only female elves. If you go in and want to take human form, you'll eventually become a beautiful elf like this. This is the rule of that world. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, young men. Serious face. Mumu didn't say anything but was surprised. This group of animals was so excited that they didn't expect a few female players to speak up for him, but the next second, a bitter thought flashed through his mind. They're defending me, don't tell me. Think I'm on their side? Will it be the same if we go in? At this moment, everyone's smiles gradually stiffened. When they thought of this, they suddenly felt more and more critical damage. Immediately, someone expressed that they would rather die than submit and was determined not to transform into a human form. They wanted to become a wooden beauty. Meng Mei continued, "Is it true that you would rather die than submit? Now, if you want to enter the ancient tree world, there are two paths in front of you. The first is to become an animal with evolutionary potential, and the second is to become a plant. As for evolved plants, they were very much in line with the ancient tree world's laws. Plant life forms had unimaginable advantages. It could transform into a plant or a seed with the help of reincarnation and undergo a life transformation inside, turning into the human form of an elf. The stronger the plant, the stronger the innate talent of the transformed elf. As long as one dressed in female clothing, they could instantly reach stage 5. To be honest, if I didn't have the opportunity of being a primordial chaos saint, I would want to enter the ancient tree world and see what kind of heaven-defying talent it is for my creation wood. Species to transform into a demon and become an elf picking nose. The cute girl instantly cleared up their thoughts. This was the rule of that world. Animals had no advantage and could only start from scratch. However, if one evolved a plant, they'd sneak into the elves and transform into a tier 5 elven hero. Furthermore, the entire ancient wood world only had female elves as a humanoid species. After entering, if one wanted to transform into a human, they could only do so as a female elf. After all, the rules of transformation in the ancient wood world and the primordial world were different. In the ancient desolate world, to take human form, one only needed to live in the sea of consciousness and possess a human body. The ancient wood world transformed into a human form, but there was no other human male life form to possess. There was also no sea of consciousness for you to possess, so you could only take the path of the ancient life tree to transform. The racer of Mount Haruna was speechless. Haruko loves learning, hey, unless you're an animal or a plant for the rest of your life. You'll lose a lot of fun if you have strange forms, but once you transform, you'll be able to enjoy the peak of your life and instantly possess great strength. Can you refuse? Smells good warning.jpg. A few female players expressed one after another that the people who entered this world would basically become elves. They were mocking Mumu here, so it would be their turn in the future. Mumu didn't say anything. She immediately understood the logic behind it and smiled. I see, that was indeed the case. Now you're laughing at me, mocking me, and insulting me. In the future, it'll be your turn. You've come in. If you want to transform, you can only transform into elves. As for those who can't even enter, after all, even if you become a woman, it's a brand new second life. He understood everything in an instant, and the rejection he felt decreased. He sat in front of the computer and calmed down. He even took a sip of tea and comforted himself. Hey, after playing this hardcore game for so long and losing half of my hair, I only managed to come up with a seasoning species. I didn't expect to achieve such an achievement. In the end, the species I came in with was so weak that I was madly beaten up. But now I only have to act cute. Just by posting a picture of a woman's outfit, the netizens will grant all their requests. I'm so high. He silently touched his hairline and was secretly pleased with himself. He felt that it was one of the wisest decisions in his life to go outside and ask for help from netizens, and he had even ruthlessly tricked them. Thus, he started to ask serious questions about what he should do next. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon now. Let's welcome the beautiful elf, Mount Akina's car god who wants to be a lesbian. Please open your speech. The racer of Mount Haruna coughed. According to the pictures and descriptions you sent, we analyzed your situation. Your legs are amazing, and you are probably the strongest single creature in that world. Perhaps only the giant dragons can fight you. Your development should be like this. Attack the nearby wind and water elf tribes, and even attack the nearby light elf tribes. The night elf tribe was connected to 3 other wind, water, and light elf tribes. Previously, the wind water elves had invaded, while the light elf tribe had stood by and watched. The racer of Mount Haruna. There are no grudges between the light elves. We must conquer the tribes that are connected to us to prevent any future trouble. These tribes are all barbaric and primitive, and they are not civilized or orderly. If we want to unify them, before we can bring civilization and order to them, we must first bring barbarism and war. The big boss was indeed the big boss. He said it in a fresh and refined way. In order to bring peace, they had to first use nuclear strikes. The racer of Mount Haruna said, "We only need them to become our subsidiary tribe. The tribute we're asking for isn't that high. It's just 30% of the ancient tree of life's energy. We'll then be in charge of protecting them. In the past, you were trying to make ironware, iron pots, shovels, other kitchen utensils. In those 2 years, you've already made iron. you can use your strength to make poisoned iron weapons. Of course, you can't apply chili water on the weapons. I guess they can't stand the smell themselves, so they can only apply diluted poison. Also, I suggest that you mass-produce health potions on your hands to heal your wounds. As for keeping the potions of life, I would suggest that we use an ancient war tree instead of being a trebuchet at the front lines. Instead, it would be used as logistics and take care of the elves' potions and weapons. It would be used as an elven shop. Also, it would be in charge of keeping records of books and documents. It would be called the Ancient Tree of Knowledge, I guess. Everyone was stunned for a moment. It was a very well-planned plan. The racer of Mount Haruna continued. Then, there's the problem of the cultivation system. How do I become stronger? We've been out for too short a time, and we can't help you. You can only research your own cultivation system. After all, you're a top student. But since you've started a war, I suggest that we squeeze the night elf ancient tree of life again, so that it won't produce the fruit of life anymore. We'll give this energy to you as war resources and mana potions to replenish your energy and strength. This way, you'll have health potions to heal your wounds and mana potions to recover your strength. Everyone exclaimed. As for starting a war, the racer of Mount Haruna continued. I personally think we should start with the water spirit tribe. Everyone was confused. Wasn't the biggest enemy the wind spirit? Instead of looking for the enemy, they went to the water spirit first. The racer of Mount Haruna, you guys don't understand. Look at the terrain. The wind spirits live on trees that are more than 10 meters tall, while the water spirits live on an island. They are very good at diving and swimming. It seems like the water spirits on the island are easy to defend and hard to attack, but that's not the case. Living on an island is their fatal weakness. As long as Mumu puts her feet into the water, all the water spirits that enter the water will die in the ancient tree world. The entire planet was covered with 11 ancient trees that reached into the sky. They were like 11 heavenly pillars that supported the heavens and the earth. Down below, there were many ancient trees that were strange purple, red and dark green. They were ancient and unsophisticated. Although they were not 1/100th as tall as the ancient tree of eternal life, they were still lush and green. In the night elf tribe, Mumu slowly opened her eyes. After this experience, she had completely let go of the knot in her heart and was no longer too conflicted about becoming a woman. After all, he understood that it was caused by the rules of this world. If he wanted to transform, he would have to go through the ancient tree of life and become a female elf. This was a form of monopoly. This was the tacit understanding between the 11 ancient trees of life. Although they were fighting to kill each other, they would never allow male elves to appear. If they allowed these elves to reproduce on their own, their tree guards would be out of control. This way, those would not have to protect their mother. I organized my thoughts. The ancient life tree has monopolized the entire era. It may seem like the elves are free, but it's still the ancient life trees that are playing chess. Mumu instantly understood, and her heart was filled with greater agitation and anticipation. He suddenly thought of the innate ancient gods of the primordial world, who had monopolized the entire era. As long as he was a night elf, he had to protect the ancient tree of the night elves, the other elves, and develop it. He suddenly spoke. My ultimate goal is to find a way to deceive the elf ancient tree of life when I'm reborn at a certain altar and become a male elf hero. Then, I'll be the only man in the entire world, and I'll do whatever I want. I'll also become a chef who stands aloof from worldly affairs and travel around the world. I must become a man. If I become a man, I can breed a whole new race in this world. His eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Perhaps it was not a loss to be humiliated by the female elf. Now, He was enduring the hardship to achieve the ultimate dream of any man. Although he had an alluring figure, he could not stop his great dream of returning to his male form, and then cooking and tasting all the delicacies. And to do this, he had to overthrow the absolute rule of the 11 ancient elven trees. Soon after, he buried this wild wish in his heart and began to communicate with the ancient life tree. Battle the other ancient elven trees? Good. The ancient life tree had no reason to reject him anymore. In fact, it could not ask for more. The ancient tree of life of the night elves no longer produced fruits of life from the harvested elven corpses. Instead, it was used as an energy reserve for the tribe. And what should he use to store this energy? Ancient stone wells were gradually built in the tribe. The ancient tree of life used its roots to connect to the bottom of the well and continuously transmitted energy from a distance, turning it into a well. The well water was rich in energy and would be used to start the Elven War. Energy, well. A beautiful and elegant woman in a dark green cloak stood on the elf tribe and looked up at the sky. This ancient germinal organization will eventually become an ancient epic of this world. How will the future generations work me? He thought of the ancient poems from the wizard world and the primordial world. The heroic legends and the hymn of courage had opened the curtains of the era, and countless later generations were singing praises of him. Now, he was becoming a part of the history of the distant mythological era. That kind of profound sense of vicissitudes made people feel a little emotional. She suddenly said, "What is in the sky?" "I've asked the ancient tree of life, but it didn't tell me anything. It only said that it's not something I should know." In the sky above the mottled sunlight, it was a mysterious and yearning unknown world. "Is it the moon? The sun? Star?" Yumia mumbled to herself before finally calming down. "Then, the energy source of this well is from the sky. Let's call it the moon well." Moon well? This name also symbolized his dream of looking up to the sky. Whether it was a reflection of the moon in the well, it would depend on the future. She began to brew the poison-dipped potion to make the poison-dipped weapon. The night elves had the natural ability to move quickly like ghosts and could see in the dark. From this day on, they completely transformed into assassins in the dark, and every member of the night elf race was the most outstanding night killer. She got the water from the moon well and made it into an energy potion to recover her energy. She started to use her hands to brew the health potion and make the healing potion. Finally, he turned an ancient war tree into a shop in the tribe, selling 3 potions and various weapons, becoming the ancient tree of knowledge of the night elf tribe. A civilization couldn't do without historians. No matter whether history was right or wrong, it had to be referenced by the descendants of one's own race in order to walk a broader path. Any advancement and success of civilization was built on the foundation of their predecessors. A civilization without a past was equivalent to having no future. In the end, she made the 3rd potion, the explosive potion, which was made from her own foot skin. However, it was very dangerous as it would not only hurt the enemy but also herself. Once it was opened, it would release an extremely strong and terrifying aura. Under normal circumstances, she would not give it to elves. That's too terrifying. Emir's elven aura can be made into potions? This is a terrifying ability that the pressure of a giant dragon doesn't possess. After hearing this news, many night elves became even more jealous of the perfect and forbidden foot of God. Half a month later, they set out to attack the water fairy tribe. They cut down trees and built a big boat. In the dark night, they sailed to the small island in the lake. This world was an artificial sun created by Diki, rotating around the planet in his protective spell. Naturally, the world of ancient trees also had a concept of day and night. The wind spirit had an affinity with the wind, while the water spirit had an affinity with the water. On the other hand, the dark night was the home field of the night elves. They transformed into assassins and walked in the dark. The weapons that had been dipped in poison glowed with a cold light. The poison was deliberately diluted. It was not intended to kill people, but it was enough to make them fall to the ground instantly after their skin was cut, and they lost their combat ability. Water Fairy Gilna sat at the door and couldn't sleep as she recalled terrifying night elf hero. The fifth step. How can the lives of us elves possibly reach the fifth step? Could it be that after we are born, we can use a certain method to increase our strength? She had gone to consult the great ancient tree of eternal life, but she had not received a reply. Even the most ancient existence did not know the truth. No. She stood up, finding it difficult to fall asleep. I have to ask the ancient life tree again about how we elves can break through to the fifth rank. She walked through the water spirit tribe in the dark, and the night was particularly quiet. Suddenly, a ghostly black figure floated out of a room and stabbed into her chest silently. Gilna turned to the side and quickly kicked the figure away. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Night elf. Bang. She suddenly pushed open the door and walked into the tree house where the night elf had left. She found a water elf on the ground, and her mind went blank. Then, she felt fear and coldness that seeped into her bones. Enemy attack. An urgent scream broke the silence of the night. The dark night was the home field of the night elves, and now that they had lost a third of their water elves, the enemy's weapon was terrifying. As long as they were lightly cut, they would instantly fall. Such as the most terrifying assassin, Water Fairy fought back with her wooden weapon. But it was a one-sided battle. If this continues, we'll all die. I can only run. We'll find a chance to counterattack later. Gilna growled and retaliated madly. She led a group of her tribesmen and quickly dove into the water outside the island. The night elves looked at them quietly, but they didn't dare to enter the water. The water was the home of the water elves, and if they entered the lake and fought, they would only be seeking death. Soon, the group of water spirits was drenched, and their slender figures could be vaguely seen. They slowly swam like mermaids and gathered at the bottom of the water. They were even able to breathe freely like fish. This was a talent of the water elves, which had the power of a fish. Do you think our water spirit tribe is that easy to invade? Now, it's them who have been surrounded by us on the island and are trapped to death. Voices came one after another as they began to discuss how to counterattack. In the night, the sky was flickering with a dim, mottled light, and leaves were sticking to the firmament. A beautiful woman stood by the lake. The breeze blew on Yumia's clothes, causing them to flutter in the wind. Are we going to move? Xylan stood at the side and immediately decided to stay far away, afraid of being infected. Mumu laughed. You don't have to leave. Just stay by my side. As long as my legs are in the water, it won't spread to the air. Don't worry. After saying that, she sat on the edge of the lake and put her legs into the water. She slowly took off her shoes in the water. I'll wash my shoes while I'm at it. The seal is too strong. It hasn't been long, but the smell is already so strong. The seal was too strong. Her feet were sweating every day, and the spicy smell was fermenting madly in her high heels. She didn't dare to take off her shoes, and she had kept the amount of it here for so many days just for this moment. Walala. Her shoes were being washed slowly. She sat on a stone by the lake, washing her shoes while swinging her long, white legs, causing heavy ripples to spread out. What a beautiful picture of a fairy bathing her feet, like a fairy tale wonderland. Hulala. The fish in the lake turned white and quickly floated on the surface of the water. forming a spectacular scene. She kept moving her feet in the lake, still thinking as a chef. These fish can be used as dinner for our celebration party after our victory. I'll go back and soak them in water to dilute them, and they'll become extremely delicious, spicy and fragrant fish. I'll roast them directly and sprinkle some garlic on them. It'll be an excellent delicacy. The night elves will definitely love to eat them. What's happening? My eyes. Soon, Water Fairy felt something. She struggled and quickly floated to the surface. Tears and snot flowed down her face as she cried for help. She looked extremely miserable, as if she had been tortured. As expected, the mightiness of our night elf hero Ymir far surpasses that of Dragon Might. This pressure is too terrifying. The water has become Water Fairy's nightmare. At this moment, the night elves cheered loudly and drove the boat to fish up the water elves who were crying for help. Snot and tears flowed down their faces as they twitched like dead salted fish. Seeing this, she slowly put on her shoes. It feels so good. It's really different to wear clean shoes. They were sticky and covered in sweat. I didn't even dare take them off. Slept. It seems like I have to find a place to wash my shoes more often in the future. Oh, right. Find a small basin and wash your shoes and feet regularly. The foot washing water can be stored in a bottle and used to make the intense explosion potion for the night elves. Let's go meet the leader of the water elves, Gilna. A moment later, she came to a water fairy beauty that had been fished up. Her body was twitching as she lay on the deck and looked up at the sky in confusion. Her face was filled with disbelief. If you submit to us, we won't kill you. We only need you to hand over 30% of your ancient tree's energy, and we will protect your tribe. Gilna was stunned as she looked at the mysterious figure who was like a hero. No one could resist his pressure. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Do we have a choice? Bring them back, the tribe to heal. 3 days later, Gilna witnessed the power and order of the night elf tribe. Clothing weaving, iron forging, rules of order, delicious dishes, various potions, moonwell, and a store that recorded history and sold goods, the ancient tree of knowledge. They called it civilization. What delicious food. She looked at the night elf hero who was fighting with the elves and cooking. She couldn't help but feel a sense of worship. Do you want to take a bath with me? I'll heal you. Yomer said. What is civilization? Gilna was taking a bath. She was wiping her back and using her hands to heal her wounds. Civilization is order. It is the most powerful force in the world. As Mumu spoke, she looked at Gilna's perfect figure and whispered, no wonder she's the most beautiful woman in Water Fairy. Their leader is gentle like water, smart and strong. I like her a lot. This is love at first sight. She'll be my wife in the future. It's one of the top. He didn't have any interest in Xylan and treated her as a cute little sister. She wasn't the type he liked. After another half a month, they began to invade the Wind and Elf tribe. The Wind Spirit tribe had already heard the news of the Water Spirit tribe's fall and was met with strong resistance. Use your bows and arrows, fire at once. Don't let them get close. They began to understand that no one was as a match for that terrifying poison in close combat. Furthermore, once the night elf Ymir got close, that terrifying pressure would be released, making people feel hot all over and unable to open their eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. The Wind Elf tribe lived on trees and looked down from above. They shot arrows one after another, and it took more than a month of protracted battle to take them down. After all, even if the 5th rank Ymir were to make a move, it would be difficult for him to get close to the dense rain of arrows. He would be continuously injured, and her greatest pressure would not be of much use. After taking down the Wind Elves with great difficulty, he started heading towards the Light Elves tribe. But the Light Elves tribe had already made preparations. They had already started training the elven warriors. They gave up all the close-range combat and turned on the long-range archery mode. Now every elf was a very powerful archer. This is destined to be a long war. I'm afraid it'll take more than a year to take down the light elves, Ymir said. She didn't think that these indigenous elves were stupid. They quickly realized they couldn't fight in close combat in case they were intimidated by her pressure. After another year and a half, they finally conquered the light elf tribe. The night elf tribe became one of the most powerful tribes comparable to the feather elf tribe in one fell swoop. They even surpassed the feather elf tribe and ruled over 3 ancient trees of life. Immediately, the remaining ancient trees of life in the vicinity began to feel threatened and began to train archers, giving up on close combat. The chronicles of the Umayyad High Elves recorded, year 132 of the gods' creation era. The elves were good at close combat. The epic night elf hero Ymir. From then on, the elves became long-range archers, good at riding and shooting. Even after countless years, there were still historians from various countries who studied and discussed this mysterious period of history. In the most ancient era of the elves were all skilled in close combat. Like to fight like a barbarian. They were all elegant elves. It's hard to imagine. It was only because of the appearance of Ymir that the entire course of history was changed. Some historians found it unbelievable. A night elf named Ymir had turned an elf race from a melee to a long-range fighter, heading to the other end of history. The elves of today have countless master archers and great wizards. They never get close to anyone, are extremely elegant, and are good at guerrilla tactics. It turns out that the terrifying pressure from back then has been passed down from generation to generation. Legend has it that the ancient elven king, Ymir, has a pressure that surpasses the might of a dragon. All of the elves were forced to use their bows and arrows. It was said that they could not be looked at, heard, or touched. It's too mysterious. If there's hope, I'd like to go back to the ancient times and experience that pressure for myself. Sure, the walls have ears. As the great elf king, the hero of the most ancient times, the great elven emperor who founded the Umayyad High Elf Empire, she is still alive even after so many ancient times. This existence is the head warden, and it is said that the watchman has lived to this day. She is still in the 9 divine realms, imprisoning the ancient ancestor of our human race. She has once let down her existence, Ilfin Stormrage. Everything in the present was in the past. It had long been buried in history, and became a legend of the past. History was moving forward. The night elf tribe led by Ymir grew stronger and stronger. She had allied with the water, light, and wind elf tribes. The 4 tribes were called the Dark Night Alliance, and they had all kinds of strange potions. The remaining 7 tribes were in danger. Year 135 of the God creation era. The leader of the Feather Elves, Omega, had joined forces with the rest of the elves to form the 7 Great Elves, the Nature Alliance, to resist the invasion together. At this point, they had entered the era of alliances. Although the ancient war trees on both sides had the terrifying strength of a level 6 creature and could pull up huge ancient trees and use them as clubs to sweep them, they were as slow as snails and difficult to move. They could not outrun the elves and could only be used as long-range pitchers. The Dark Knight Alliance had the Tier 5 Night Elf hero, Ymir. The Nature Alliance had 5th rank Green Dragon troops. Both sides were equipped with the only agile level 5 troops. Logically speaking, the Nature's Alliance, which had 7 tribes, should have been able to crush the Dark Knight Alliance, which had 4 tribes. However, under Ymir's guidance, they had created various tactical miracles. Ambush, outflanking, and roundabout tactics. all kinds of amazing sword moves, actually made the two sides evenly matched. Year 176 of the God creation era. The two sides had a fierce battle in the Fendos Mountains. Boom! Boom. Giant ancient war trees were moved to the front lines and turned into terrifying pitchers, throwing boulders. The ground trembled, and huge holes appeared. As for the elves of the Nature Alliance, none of them were close combat warriors. They were all hiding on the trees and barriers in the distance as archers. Even Nymir could not pass through the defense line and release his pressure on them. He would be beaten into a sieve. Whoosh! Whoosh. Arrows were shot at the enemy from a distance. Ymir, the leader of the Feathers, Omega, was a man of great talent and strategy. Her talents were unquestionable. She had led the elven army to conquer an ancient tree, but now she had encountered a strong enemy. As a result, they had no choice but to ally with the other tribes. Ymir, she seems to be omniscient and omnipotent. She has endless wisdom and can counterattack at any time. She's clearly a human, but she gives me the feeling that I'm facing an endless number of wise men. A leader's style of command had always been the same. It could be steady, unconventional, or adventurous. However, Yumaya was ever-changing, and it was hard to imagine what she would do next. Boom. Suddenly, the night elves' ancient war trees threw over strange wooden barrels. What's that? The elves of the Nature Alliance held their bows and arrows, looking up in a daze. Not good. The leader of the Feather Elves, Omega, was stunned for a few seconds. His expression changed, and he suddenly roared, "I'm afraid that they'll throw." "It's Ymir's pressure. Ancient war tree. Crush it with a rock. We can't let it get close to our sky." Omega roared in rage. Boom. The ancient war trees slowly raised their boulders and threw them, shattering the wooden jars in the air. Boom. 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 One wooden barrel after another shattered in the air in the distance. However, he was still a beat too slow. A wooden can was only shattered when it approached the sky above the Nature Alliance. In an instant, a large amount of terrifying aura poured in. The aura formed a ripple-like pressure that spread out, instantly killing a large number of elves, who covered their eyes and noses and screamed in pain. The green dragon Jackson had a complicated look on his face as he continuously flew out. He choked on his food until tears madly flowed out, and he said with deep fear, "This pressure can actually be stored." It simply surpassed common sense. What a terrifying aura. It's far beyond the dragon's. Even if I'm a giant dragon, I can't resist it. Retreat. Omega put on his mask and growled hysterically. On the other side, Yumaya was wearing a green cloak. She took a deep breath and said, "The leader of the Feather Elves, Omega, is really quick to react. I have a lot of knowledge about war that is beyond this era." But she noticed me and kept seeing through me. She is indeed a formidable person. If she had reacted a minute slower, they would have been wiped out. As for the Feather Elves, they're actually elves with white wings. They attack in the sky with bows and arrows, giving off a feeling similar to angels. It's too unbelievable. What was even more exaggerated was that they were different from the other elven clans. They actually lived on an ancient elven tree. The ancient elven tree was extremely tall. It straight into the sky. Its trunk was very straight, like a pillar. Several thousand meters up, there were branches that could be used to build tree houses. That was why no other elfin could climb up to live there. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. Feather elves live in the sky above thousands of ancient trees, and no one can attack them. Only can fly down and attack others. They also call their eternal elven ancient tree of life the tree of heaven? Mumu was stunned. She suddenly felt like she was living in a distant prehistoric mythological era. Perhaps in the future, the feather elves would be known as an angel? I'm actually fighting an ancient angel? In this battle, the weaker night elves had once created a miracle and turned defeat into victory. 3 days later, in the night elf tribe. Now that they've suffered great losses, even if they're much stronger than us, they won't dare to start a war with us in the short term. Umaya stood beside the moonwell and spoke to the elves of the various tribes. After all, the 7 elf tribes had too many people, and it would be difficult to resist. In order to solve this problem, I can only research a cultivation method. We can't compete in numbers, so we can only go through a qualitative change. She raised her eyebrows, and now there's almost a lead. Year 236 of the God creation era. After a few decades, the 2 elf alliances had small skirmishes, and peace began. In the eyes of the Nature Alliance, even if the 7 tribes joined forces, Ymir could not do anything to them. As such, peace gradually descended, and peace began to settle. However, he didn't know that danger had arrived. I've finally succeeded. In the wooden room, he studied a large pile of handwriting, as if he had transformed into an elven scholar. The Magus world trains one's spiritual power, while the primordial world senses the heaven and earth's joss flames. I combined it and trained my spiritual power, sensing the energy in the sky. However, most of the energy had already been monopolized by the ancient life tree. Less than 1% of the energy could leak into this world. She had also discovered that if the energy was too toxic, it would kill the leaf forms. However, cultivating at such a low concentration was too slow, but we don't need to absorb it. There's a ready-made moon well and an ancient tree to provide us with filtered cultivation energy. On this day, Ymir announced, we're entering the era of cultivation. The cultivation system had been established. This was a day that was enough to be recorded in the history of the world. Countless mature 4th-rank sprites had enough energy and had been stuck in their realms for hundreds of years. After cultivating for less than a month, they broke through instantly and reached 5th rank. A new broke out again. This was a one-sided battle. Countless tier-sung elves rushed out, and with the help of various potions, the elves of other tribes were no match for them at all. The elf tribes fell one after another. The ancient tree of life that their tribes protected was controlled and enslaved. In the end, the feather elf Omega led the remaining elves of various races. The feather elves carried them one-on-one and flew into the sky, hiding in the sky and entering the tree of heaven. It's too high. No one can reach there. Asylin had already grown up and become Mumu's confidant. She said, how about we cut down this ancient spirit tree? This way, the remaining evil will have no place to hide. We can't. Ymir refused. After studying the energy leaking from the sky, she understood that the energy's concentration was too high, and it could poison all weak creatures. It was the 11 ancient life trees that used their tree crowns to isolate and protect the living beings on the entire land. Even though the ancient life tree had its own selfish motives, it was undoubtedly a win-win situation. If this ancient tree of life was cut down, it would be equivalent to the collapse of a builder tree that could support the sky and the earth. A large hole would appear in the sky, and the countless living creatures on that piece of land would begin to go extinct. Who would mend the sky then? The ancient life tree is the foundation of this world. It can't fall. It can only be enslaved. We can only let the remaining evildoers go for a short period of time. She had no other choice now. However, they could only reach Tier 6 before they could soar into the sky and fly to the Feather Elf tribe. Once they took off their shoes, they would be able to solve the last problem. 11 ancient elven trees and 10 tribes have been unified by us. On this day, the night elf hero, Ymir, spoke in the night elf tribe, "Let's start building a kingdom." The entire was in an uproar. Built a nation. Countless night elves and elves from different tribes cried tears of joy and hugged each other. They had heard Ymir talk about the benefits of establishing a country countless and were full of yearning for that civilized world. It symbolized the end of the era of barbarian tribes during the ancient Tree War and the beginning of a new city-state epic. The chronicles of the Ymir High Elves recorded, Ymir established the star system, conquered the 10 ancient elven tribes, and established the High Elven Empire of Ymir. Time continued to pass. The invincible night elf tribe began to work on developing their civilization. They sent elven warriors to explore the borders of the world and discovered a terrifying fact. The exploration teams, sent from opposite directions, had actually gathered together. "This world is round, and we're on the same planet?" She was wearing a cloak and a golden crown as she sat on the throne. She was valiant and extremely charming. Hearing the minister's words, she was shocked. The third world is actually the environment of a planet. An environment similar to our Earth? Then, the 11 ancient life trees, the leaves that were covered by the canopy, were they acting as the ozone layer? It can resist the radiation and harmful substances in the universe? In the end, she decided to first develop civilization on this planet. Elf Emperor Ymir began to create perfect monetary system. Unify the languages of various tribes, forge ironware, weave clothes, farm and plant, herd animals, and cultivate mounts. Each of these fields required a lifetime's worth of effort to research. But Ymir was like an omniscient and omnipotent god, easily opening them up. She was omnipotent, and she was gradually worshipped, revered, respected, and deified by the large tribes. Some elf tribes even started to build a black stone statue of a god in the pool in the center of the town. It was a woman wearing a dark green cloak, black high boots, and an exquisite pair of striped gloves. She was holding a wheel of poison. Ymir had already been regarded as a living god and was given many titles: the god of elves, the guardian, and the song of shadow. As for the entire night elf tribe, the modified elven capital Silverymoon City was usually handled by Selene and Gilna. Emperor Ymir was always in seclusion, opening up new paths. Every time he appeared, he would push forward a new civilization. Ymir Empire, Year 7 March. Emperor Ymir between the 10 ancient elven trees and finally reached an agreement. The ancient elven trees of eternal life controlled their leaves to cover the sky and form a magic net. There's no need to give up the 3 layers of energy that your tribe usually offers to the Elven Empire, Ymir said. Use these 3 layers of energy to form a magic net. This way, you won't suffer any losses. Instead, it will allow the elves in your tribe to cultivate. The birth of the magic net perfected the rules of this world. In the past, only the night elves were able to cultivate. They used the energy offered by the ancient elven trees to meet the conditions to build the moon well. Although the other elves had obtained the cultivation system, they had absorbed the thin star power that they had missed, and their progress was almost negligible. At this time, the construction of the magic net meant that all the major elven races on the earth would be able to sense it and use this energy to cultivate. Even the great dragons, the 9-headed hydra in the swamp, and all kinds of advanced intelligent life forms could start cultivating. So Emperor Ymir has been designing the magic net in seclusion for the sake of the other elven tribes. He's actually given up a lot of energy to provide training for the elves of our major tribes. In the past, only the night elf tribe could cultivate. Now that we're allowed to cultivate, aren't you afraid that we'll rebel after cultivating? She's already the god of elves. No one will rebel. The elves of countless tribes were full of admiration and longing. Perhaps Ymir had never had any selfish motives. The reason he had started the war before was not to enslave them and plunder the energy of the ancient elven tree, but to bring them civilization. However, Ymir's actions had gradually aroused the displeasure of the ancient tree of night. Its night elf tribe had enslaved 9 ancient elven trees, which should have provided it with energy. But now that energy had been taken away by itself. However, she eventually calmed down. Because Ymir had opened up a cultivation system, the various ancient spirit trees could also start cultivating to increase their strength. The ancient tree of life was a level 7 life form, while the ancient tree of war was a level 6 life form. Currently, they had only released 3 levels of their power, and they were absorbing the rest. However, it was too far away for a level 7 epic life to break through to God. Yumia Empire, year 21, July. In the quiet and elegant elf king's palace. The arched roof was engraved with fine green vine carvings, and there were ancient murals on the walls. They were about the history of the night elves, and the story of a night hero who led the rise of the tribe. Hualala'a. The faint white sunlight shone through the window, making the place look peaceful and quiet. A beautiful elf with a golden crown on her head sat calmly on the throne. Her eyes were slightly closed, as if she was taking a nap. The great elven emperor, the omnipotent god of elves, your majesty Yummy. Elf minister Minnie walked into the palace and stood on the carpet. Her eyes were filled with passion. A book was placed before him. This is the Elven Codex. It gives us power beyond the primitive world, and we no longer need to rely on physical power and physical combat. Sitting on the throne, Yumaya opened her eyes. Her figure was elegant and slender. She said indifferently, "I've perfected it over the years. Today, I can announce it. Yes, Your Majesty Ymir." Minnie stood up, took the Elven Codex, and left. Magic was a cultivation system that Elf Emperor Yumia had been researching in recent years. It was said that one could use their own power without relying on physical attacks. It was a supernatural power that surpassed the bow and arrow, and now it seemed to have been completely researched. Minnie suddenly stopped and turned to look longingly at the elf king Ymir. The great god of elves had led the night elf tribe out of their predicament, created miracles, and fought wars continuously, establishing order and civilization for the elves. She was leading a new era in the future. More than 100 years ago, when she was still the only leader of the night elf tribe, she was attacked by 2 tribes and was fighting for the survival of the tribe. Today, although she was close to dying of old age, she had personally witnessed the birth and growth of a legendary hero who stood at the top of the world, creating a cultivation system, constructing the magic net, and drafting a code of law. What a great god! Minnie trembled as she left. It was a pity. He was about to die of old age and could no longer follow this great existence. I've left the eternal Emperor Ymir, and I'm still leading the night elf tribe. No? The entire elven race will walk towards the next glorious civilization. She walked with small steps and gently touched the Elven Codex. Suddenly, she could not hold it in anymore. Under the bright sunlight outside the corridor window, she started to breathe rapidly. She slowly opened the first page of the Elven Codex like a treasure. The golden light fell on the ink on the page, and the first sentence of the prologue was clearly written. We elves belong to nature. We protect nature and transcend nature. This world is actually a planet. When the Elven Palace was empty, Ymir let out a long sigh. She had already been deified the entire elven race. She sat on the elven throne as the omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipotent god of elves. Only she herself understood that she could only bring civilization to them by standing on the shoulders of giants. I've finally reached the 6th step. She suddenly closed her eyes and muttered. Everyone thought that she was a talented and bold person. She had been studying agriculture, paper-making, horse-rearing, herding, and other fields in seclusion. She had brought a brilliant and incredible civilization to the entire Umia High Elf Empire. He was the only one who knew that he had only been studying the cultivation system for the past 100 years. All he had done was create a law of nature. The rest of his time was spent on cultivation. Her body's aptitude was definitely top-notch. She was born as a level 5 great demon and was extremely talented. Her comprehension and aptitude were very ordinary. She had only just broken through to the 6th rank, after cultivating for so long. However, it's time to do my own things. As she sat on the throne, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Over the years, he had been studying the theory of evolution and improving the species he was most familiar with, the 7 Wonders treasure tree. He wanted to use the next rebirth altar to become a man. In the fruit of life, the seed of one's own species is nurtured. It is equivalent to another form of evolution. Unlike the long evolution of a species, it uses a huge amount of life energy to nourish the life form and achieve an instant transformation and evolution. This is the origin of demons. She closed her eyes slightly. However, due to the monopoly and control of the ancient tree of life, they only give birth to women. If I were to be born again, I'd have to find a way to change the concentration of the hormones. Perhaps I'd have to improve my species, form and deceive the ancient tree of life, before I can become a man. Over the years, the tree of 7 Wonders corpses that had been preserved in large quantities were no longer used for cooking. Instead, they were stored and studied. Even now, she was confident that she would be able to change the 7 Wonders treasure tree's life and hormone structure in her next rebirth. She would become a male fairy and get rid of her foot key. She would rather not have such a powerful talent. One would never know the pain of wearing shoes to sleep. If one's feet were covered in sweat and they couldn't put on slippers, they would suffocate Gilna to death. Just as he was thinking about it, Gilna slowly walked in from the side door of the palace. Are you going to eat? I want to eat barbecued meat today, and Xylin is also waiting. She's already making a scene, saying that she's hungry. All right, I'll go to the kitchen to prepare immediately. Looking at her, Yumiya suddenly smiled gently. When this is over, I'm going to marry you. What do you want to do? What is a wife? Gilna asked curiously. It's 2 people who like each other, living together, Yomer replied. Gilna's eyes flashed with confusion. Then I'm your wife. We've been living together for hundreds of years, and we like each other a lot. This isn't a real relationship. Ymir replied. This world has been imprisoned. The elves been cursed by the 11 most ancient existences. They are not allowed to have true love. I want to change it. Gilna was confused. Mumu looked at the girl she loved and just smiled. The magic of love. It's really something to look forward to. She sat on the throne and looked longingly into the distance. She seemed to see the fruit of life that had fallen from the sky and turned into a shooting star. A beautiful elf walked out and saved the Dark Knight tribe, leading the entire elf civilization. She was like a newborn baby, with a pure and sentimental smile. Just like what I said back then. Time is merciless, always sharpening edges and corners, turning people into the people I once hated. When this war is over, I will finally return to my youth. If it wasn't for Gilna, He might have gotten used to this body long ago. It was just that looking at the beautiful woman he liked day and night made his heart gradually firm up, and he wanted to realize this dream. If a person did not have bright dreams and pursuits, what was the point of living? His thoughts were simple. He wanted to marry her and spend the rest of his life cooking delicious food and traveling the mountains and rivers with her. Send out my order. We'll deal with the remaining feather elf, Omega. The next day, the elven emperor Ymir sat on the throne in the main hall of the elven palace. The elven mages and ministers of the major elven clans sat on both sides of him. It's time to start. My death this time will welcome a new life that belongs to me. Umia Empire, year 37, January. Elf Emperor Ymir had reached the 6th step and was flying to the Tree of Heaven on his own. He was about to finish off the last remaining members of the Nature Alliance, Nbespi. In the sky, on a vast ancient tree, the branches of the tree carried the tribe's tree houses. Looking up, the sky was already extremely clear. It was a vast and spectacular scene. Each green leaf was the size of a lake, crystal clear and shining with a touching luster. It had the power to absorb the stars. The leaves are unimaginably huge. What a great life! No wonder people can see that the sky is made of fine leaves. She stepped in the air. She could have launched a sneak attack, but she came openly. It's Ymir. The entire feather elf tribe fell into panic and chaos when they saw that figure. A beautiful feather elf with pure white wings appeared. It was Omega, the formidable figure of the past who had also reached the 6th rank. As expected, he had secretly descended to the mortal world over the years, learned cultivation techniques, and then used the magic net to cultivate. Ymir, staring at this terrifying existence, Omega gritted his teeth and revealed his will to die. Boom! The two of them exchanged blows rapidly in the sky, moving further and further away. After half a day, Ymir's body was covered in blood and fell from the sky. The entire elven empire wailed at the sight of this. Elf Emperor Umia is dead. Countless people trembled and looked like they were about to collapse. No one had expected that such a powerful elf king would be defeated. Omega stood in the sky, looking at his hands in a daze. Ymir, what are you thinking? She knew very well that Ymir had not even used his aura, or that terrifying weapon, the Wheel of Poison. His Majesty is dead. The entire High Elven Empire, in chaos. The entire Night Elf Empire was even more terrified, and the Night Ancient Tree of Life was also in a state of anxiety. It clearly understood that with the death of the Elven Emperor Ymir, the other elven tribes might start to attack the royal family of the elves, the Night Elves, and seize the royal power. Don't worry. Soon, Salen came out to comfort everyone. Elf King Ymir has an undying body and can be reborn in the elf altar. He has been able to do so for a long time. It'll be fine. The ancient night elf tree in the sky. The altar of heroes was brewing again, and an inexplicable light flashed again. Ymir spoke to the ancient tree of night elves. This time, I've changed my life form, so I need more energy. I was born as a rank 6 life form, but our elven empire is enough to provide for this rebirth that requires a lot of energy. The fruit of life contained more than half of the elven empire's savings over the years. Gradually, life was being born and nurtured again. After an unknown period of time, life suddenly began to take shape. Walala. A human figure slowly appeared. The man's figure was tall and straight, and his body was covered in golden proportions. He had the beauty of a Greece statue. The night elf ancient tree of life was instantly stunned. There had never been a male elf in this world. To the knowledge of countless elves, these creatures did not exist at all. so it had never taken any precautions against them. It did not expect that Ymir would turn himself into a male elf and escape its imprisonment. Ymir. The night elf's faint voice sounded. "This is your goal?" Ymir laughed. Suddenly, the voice of the ancient night elf tree slowly sounded. "Come on, let's have a chat. Haven't you always wanted to know what's in the sky?" He was stunned and flew up into the sky. Walala. A leaf was slowly lifted, and a path was opened. He passed through the sky of leaves and came to the top of the sky. Under his feet was a huge circular green ball formed by leaves, as if he was stepping on the atmosphere of a planet. His feet stepped lightly on the overlapping green leaves, and the leaves rustled. Is this the sky that covers the entire planet? He stood on the green atmosphere in the sky of leaves and looked out into outer space. There was a translucent protective film outside that isolated the air and vacuum. The universe was pitch black, and the galaxy of stars was intoxicatingly vast. One could not help but feel small. Oh, Ymir, the one who stole the forbidden fruit of life. This patch of land made of green leaves is where we live. There's no war here. We usually chat with the 11 ancient trees here. We call it Elysium. The flying snakes slowly walked out and wrapped themselves around the leaves. There were a total of 11 branches, which seemed to be 11 ancient trees. They seemed to have appeared in front of him in this way. Although they were plundering each other, they did not have the intention to kill each other. They could even chat often on the top of the sky. To them, war, invasion, and enslavement were just a game of chess to control the elves under them. There were wins and losses, but in their long lives, they didn't care much about winning or losing, until their lives were truly threatened. Mumu looked at them. These were the 11 ancient great life forms. The eternal ancient trees of life opened their mouths one after another. Their voices rose and fell. "We are your gods. You are the lives we created. We give you wisdom. In our long lives, we can tolerate everything. If you want to enslave our ancient life trees, we'll do as you wish. If you want to create the weave, we'll follow you. If you want to establish the Elven Empire, we'll help you. We're willing to see our children walk towards glory, and we want to see what kind of rotten flowers you'll bloom. In our long lives, Ymir, you might just be a splash in our lives, the reason why the ancient tree of life brags in front of us. You once ruled us, but this was just a flash, just like your life. If you can transform into a long-lived being like us, we'll sincerely welcome you to join us and become the 12th great being. We accept. We understand everything. In the long years, you can't imagine the upper limit of our tolerance. In the world we created, there is no gender or desire here. It is a land of bliss full of joy, happiness, and bliss. We've done you a favor, and you've done us a favor. We lived in peace, but the elves betrayed God. He had stolen the forbidden fruit. I want to have the most primitive greed and desire. I want to be independent. The voices came from far away, as if they were the strict rebukes of the mighty gods in the sky. Ymir looked at them, and then turned to look at the green land of Elysium. The fruits of life condensed under the leaves. This was the first time she had seen these legendary fruits up close, and she couldn't help but marvel at their beauty. I stole the forbidden fruit so that I could be with Gilna. We love each other deeply. You guys can still be together now. A voice sounded. That's not what I really want, Ymir said, shaking his head. Ymir knew very well that the ancient tree of life could do nothing to him. Although they were rank 7 life forms, they were still unique plant life forms that contained powerful vitality. However, they had no combat power. They could only protect themselves by giving birth to sprites. It was like a powerful ant queen that had no combat power, but could reproduce a large number of ants to protect itself. This was a special life form. The ancient life tree in the surroundings was silent. He spoke again. You will regret stealing the forbidden fruit. Desire is the original sin of life, and the beginning of all other sins. As a woman, you've stepped into a forbidden zone. All women will suffer because of you. We'll give you one last chance. Kill yourself and turn back into Ymir, the god of elves, and rule the high elves' kingdom of Ymir again. We'll forget this day. Well, Ymir shook his head and looked down at his young, muscular body. Suddenly, he strode away from the sky. Leaves piled up on the ground, and the vast land was in a green arc. A curse came from behind him. We will punish them with the pain of giving birth. We bleed every month. We experience the pain of a long life. We might even die because of it. And you, Ymir, the stronger than king, you've used the tolerance of the ancient tree of life to betray us and your mother. You'll lose all your glory. You'll be reduced to a prisoner and locked up forever. Ymir shook his head, not afraid at all. She clearly understood that she had already won. No one could be born high and mighty. Just like the ancestors of sorcery from the ancient times, he had overthrown their absolute rule and achieved freedoms similar to that of the primordial world, the freedom that belonged to post-celestial life forms. In the future, the elven race would no longer need to rely on others to breathe. They would be able to live independently. So what if they did not reproduce new elves? As long as they had themselves, they would be able to reproduce. Although it would be more difficult to reproduce for a country, they would still be able to do so. But I won't do that for Gilna. He revealed a gentle smile. These ancient life trees no longer have any chips to control me. Unless they completely shed all pretenses of cordiality, they will still obediently give birth to the next generation of elves and nurture the life fruit like before. From today onwards, I'm a man. I'll change my name to Ilfin. He thought for a moment, then added, Ilfin Stormridge. He immediately smiled and landed in Silvermoon City with even more joy, heading towards the Elven King's palace. His heart was filled with joy, and he even wanted to tell Gilna this good news, share his joy with her, and tell her that the elves in this world were actually divided into men and women. However, the next second, he walked into the Elven palace, and his expression gradually froze. This was because he saw another elf emperor Ymir, another guardian, the Song of Shadow, the god of elves. They were wearing her clothes and sitting calmly on the elven throne. She opened her mouth, and her voice and tone were exactly the same as when she said to herself, I am the Elf King Ymir. Which tribe are you from? Elf King Ymir? Mew Mew looked at her other self in a daze, her mind blank. Protect the Emperor. At this moment, a group of familiar elven ministers stood in front of Yumaya with wary expressions. Emperor Yumaya, we've just resurrected from the altar of heroes, and now a strange level 6 elf has come. I'm afraid she has bad intentions. I'm afraid they're the remnants of the feather elves, spies of Omega. One by one, the elf ministers he was once familiar with stood in front of him, looking at him with great vigilance, showing their determination to protect him with their lives. Mew Mew was silent for a moment and broke out in a cold sweat. His other self. It was probably a backup plan left behind by the ancient tree of the night elves. He instantly understood some key points. He was afraid that he had been killed by the shock when he was breeding a seed, leaving behind a seed. He was only reborn from the hero altar when he had the second seed. In the past few years, the ancient tree of night elves had secretly nurtured another Ymir, allowing her to cultivate and grow in the next 100 years. This Ymir had the exact same genes and appearance as him. He could be considered a clone of him. The ancient tree of the night elves has been on guard against me for a long time. He broke out in cold sweat again and there was an indescribable shock in his heart. At this moment, Elf King Mir, who was sitting high above, continued to look down at himself and asked again, "I am the Elf King Ymir. Which tribe are you from?" Mumu stood in the hall silently, still trembling. "We players are known as the Fourth Calamity, and we've run amok in several worlds. Back then we overthrew the rule of Cthulhu, the 13 innate ancient gods, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Who would have thought that, in order to overthrow the ancient elven tree and fight for the freedom of the elven race, we would actually get screwed over and be set up? She had stolen all of her glory, the great achievement of building the entire empire." Elf of unknown origin, Ymir continued, "Our elven kingdom will detain you. If you resist, you will be executed on the spot. Once he surrendered, he would probably never be able to return." He turned around and left. "You want to leave?" Ymir's expression turned cold as he gave chase. "King." The elf ministers behind him wanted to say something but stopped themselves, afraid that their elf king would be killed again. "Don't worry," Ymir quickly gave chase. "In ancient forest." Ta. The two of them flew at high speed. Mumu did not choose to fly. Instead, she wanted to shake off Ymir, who was behind her, through the complicated terrain. "Heavens, I'm going to die." Mu's expression was miserable. "Not only did I turn into a man, but I also replaced all my talents. Because that flaw was too big, I didn't expect that I would be hunted down by myself." Tata. Behind him, Ymir seemed to be an exact copy of himself. Carrying the wheel of poison, he quickly took off his shoes, revealing his fair legs as he walked on the grass. Whoa-la-la. After stepping into the 6th rank, the might exuded by Ymir's legs became more and more astonishing. As he passed by patches of grass, large patches of green plants withered in an instant. "It's so painful to the eyes." Mu watched in fear. Before this, the others didn't care about the fear they felt, but now that it was his turn, he finally realized how terrifying it was. "Once she gets close to me, I'll lose my combat power instantly." A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. "It's so hot that I can't open my eyes. My nose can't breathe, and even my eardrums are going to be pierced." Only he knew the fear in her. From the 4 aspects of her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, she had completely sealed off her opponent's 5 senses. It was another form of indescribable fear. If he got close to her, he would die without a doubt. "However, even though I've changed, I still have enough resistance, much better than other creatures. I can only try to resist it." He suddenly stopped. He knew that he couldn't continue to escape like this, so he could only face it head-on. He stopped and turned to look at the identical version of himself. He suddenly asked, "When were you born?" Yumaya looked at him, at her own body, and her feelings became complicated. "I was born at the same as you, but I didn't grow up instantly. I was nurtured in the fruit of life for a long time, and then slowly grew up in the dark. I only became an adult after 80 years, and I've been cultivating until today." She hid in the dark and slowly grew up, watching this original body that was exactly the same as her grow with her own eyes. She continued to rule the elf tribes, and finally established the great elf dynasty. When he was young, he looked forward to and worshipped this god of elves. This was the great existence that had created all kinds of miracles, opened up all kinds of brilliant civilizations, created cultivation systems, and created the magic net, the Song of Shadow Ymir. There were no elves, and no longer worshipped this great elven emperor. She had also been hiding in the dark, watching the gentle Ymir take care of Gilna and Celine, cooking all kinds of strange food for them, laughing with them, and looking forward to replacing them at all. It was not until today that she heard the words of the Dark Knight ancient life tree. Ymir has betrayed our great elven race. Hold him back while you take over the entire elven dynasty. This sentence subverted her entire life. I don't want to replace you. Ymir was silent as he looked at the completely different male elf in front of him. Go back. Maybe I can plead for you. Looking at the beautiful face that she had once been so familiar with, Mumu smiled. She knew that she'd no longer back. There was no way out after breaking up. The elven race cannot be the slaves of the mother tree. These elves are cursed perfect lives. They cannot have love. I want freedom that belongs to living beings. From today onwards, my name is Ilfan. It seems like we can't go back to those days. Yumia forced a smile. Her heart ached, and she couldn't help but close her eyes. She knew that the dream she had once dreamed of was slowly shattering. Since the great god of elves, Ymir, has betrayed us elves and tarnished the glory of the Guardian and the Song of Shadows, then I shall replace Ymir and become Ymir, the elven emperor, and continue. Glory. Yumia. I should call you Ilfan. I won't allow your life to be tainted. Please die here. You've been resisting your legs and didn't know how terrifying they were, nor did you develop their uses. This Ymir to deep breath. Burning. Voila. She used the simplest burning spell, which actually enveloped her legs. With high temperature, her delicate, round, and beautiful legs quickly began to sweat. She jumped into the air and swung her legs. Dense, fragrant sweat was thrown out, and the entire forest was suddenly covered in a layer of gray film. This, the true release of a domain. Voila. A large number of life forms and plants were enveloped by the spicy smell and quickly withered, forming an unbelievable death force field. Even the other powerful rank 5 and 6 life forms could not open their eyes at this moment. In the next second, she transformed into an assassin in the shadows and attacked. She was as fast as lightning and ruthlessly swept her foot towards his head. From far away, I can smell the terrifying sweat-drenched legs and the even more terrifying aura they are emitting. We'll use sweat to spread it. It was the first time that Mumu knew that her legs could be used like this. But she had already covered her eyes, ears, and nose with a black eye mask that was soaked in water. She dodged and quickly grew taller, changing her body shape. Don't underestimate me, Irfan muttered. After all, we are different forms of the same life. Although your legs are terrifying, I lost this power. However, I still have quite a bit of resistance. Demon transformation. Ka. 2 demonic black goat horns grew from the top of his head, and 2 bat wings quickly extended from his back. The black nails on his legs gradually grew longer, turning into a pair of huge eagle claws. Whoosh. His entire body was covered in tiny flames. It was the spiciness that had changed its form, turning into a terrifying black flame with a low temperature. Although the spiciness was sacrificed, it was closer to the aura field and could be controlled, so there was need to worry about hurting the people around him. Goat horns, bat wings, and bird claws. It looked very much like the true bodies of the ancestors of sorcery in strange shapes. This was indeed similar to the combat form of the true body of the wizard ancestor. The evolution of the 7 Wonders treasure tree was undoubtedly drawing him closer to the powerful physical body of the wizard ancestor Ymir. Looked at the demon-like figure that was covered in flames. His face tightened. You've really fallen. To protect the Song of Shadows and the honor of the Watchman, I must kill you. Her eagle-like eyes instantly focused on the demon's figure in front of her. Whoosh. A terrifying energy fluctuation flickered. Whoosh! The entire forest quickly withered and became deathly silent. 2 figures with terrifying auras were engaged in a frenzied battle. This time, Mumu combined with the life structure of this world, which was similar to that of the wizard ancestors, and achieved a transformation. She had a combat form. Its poisonous hair, spicy leg, and hand of life had become his poisonous nails, low-temperature burning flames, and the recovery of life that had completely integrated into his body. Yes, I've weakened my talent, become nimbler, and sacrificed a lot in order to let people get close to me. I'm not your match. No, Ilfen growled, but no matter how strong you are, your legs and the wheel of poison are much less lethal to me. Ilfen growled, and both sides were quickly injured in the battle. However, the advantages and disadvantages of both sides were gradually showing. Although Ymir's hands could heal themselves, there were too many limitations. They were not as strong as Ilfan's body. Ymir, already getting more and more injuries. But if we continue fighting, I'm afraid I'll die first. Muemu's expression. Although she had strong resistance, her spiciness was still too terrifying. It had already corroded his body, and the poison had begun to spread in his body. He could only forcibly suppress the poison. I must take the opportunity to leave. Otherwise, the poison will completely take effect. His body flashed as he flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Escape? Ylfin, you dare! Yumia's voice was filled with anger and shock. Her heart suddenly became anxious, and she suddenly picked up the wheel of poison and threw it into the air. But it hit empty air. A few days later, Irvin, who had returned to his normal elf form from his demon form, hid himself and recovered from his injuries. He then skillfully dressed up as a woman and walked through the elven capital, Silverymoon. Due to his fair skin and the lack of gender discrimination in this world, no one doubted him. He walked around for a while and finally saw Gilna. Gilna was shocked. She also saw this strange elf who had provoked the elven Emperor Yumia in the elven palace and escaped from Emperor Yumia's pursuit. You are Ymir? Gilna couldn't help but ask, her eyes wide in fear. He immediately smiled. As expected, after living with him for 100 years and sharing the same bed, Gilna could instantly recognize him and the imposter. Do you want to leave with me? A hint of hesitation appeared on Irfan's cold and handsome face, and a faint sense of uneasiness reverberated in his heart. However, we will face the arrest warrant of the entire elf race. We might have nowhere to hide. Yes. Determination flashed in Gilna's eyes, but Celine. Irfan thought for a moment. She'll be fine. I've decided that she'll be the next elven queen. I've stopped managing the Empire's political affairs since countless years ago, and she's the one handling them. She's the true ruler of the Elven Empire. That Ymir won't do anything to her. He'll still let her be the next elven queen. She'll still protect the glory of the elves, and she'll only target me. Half a day later, news of Gilna's disappearance was discovered by the palace. Chase! Elf Emperor Yumia sat on his throne and slowly opened his eyes. Year 38 of the Yumia Empire. Even though they tried their best to cover it up, a piece of shocking news still spread throughout the country. Gilna and the special Delph Ilfin had betrayed and fled. The entire country was in chaos. Isn't Gilna a trusted aide of King Yumia? They're so loyal that they're even willing to die for His Majesty. How could they possibly leave with the other elves? It's said that Irfan is an elf wanted by 11 ancient elven trees. He betrayed our elven race and destroyed our peaceful paradise, bringing disaster, fear, and death to this world. Regardless of what was said outside, the two of them had already hidden in the dense forest. Let's married. Mumu looked at the woman she loved and smiled. They held the wedding in an empty forest. History had turned to a new chapter, the Elysium chapter in the Saint calendar, year 47 of the Yumia Empire. The traitors of the elves, Ilfin and Gilna, stole the forbidden fruits of the ancient god of life, Elysium. They lost their divinity and sank into sin and joy. They fell into the mortal world of desire and became barbaric and rude. God said that they had committed a sin that had to be redeemed for generations. It was called the original sin, which meant the original sin that they were born with. The ancient gods expelled them from the elf race, wanted them, and cursed their descendants. The men became greedy and violent, and the women suffered from the pain of childbirth. Mumu began the life she wanted to pursue. She abandoned her mission of raising the elves and began to travel around the entire planet, visiting every elven town. Mumu also put on her female clothes again, looking like two beautiful elven sisters. They traveled around, looking for good food, cooking, and then improving the food for Gilna to taste. They had been to the desert canyon and had seen the most beautiful desert sunrise. Under the lead of the sand elves, they had gone to find the legendary treasure. The footprints of the white treasure fruit tree. They took a boat to the ocean, injured the nine-headed snake, cut off one of its heads, and cooked the most delicious food. They went to find giant dragons and communicate with them. With their excellent cooking skills, they became their guests and enjoyed the unique food of the dragon ball. This honeymoon-like journey was very happy, and Gilna also began to get pregnant. As a fourth life form, she had a strong body and did not feel much pain. She continued to travel around with a big belly. The curse of the ancient spirit tree might be fake. I didn't feel any pain during pregnancy, and I didn't bleed every month. I also didn't die from childbirth. Gilna laughed and touched her belly, feeling the twins in her stomach, 2 new lives. This was a life that didn't rely on the ancient spirit tree in this world. It belonged to the spirits themselves. Perhaps our elf tribe can truly stop relying on the ancient life tree in the future. We're free. She laughed. We might become a new race, a unique elven species. She laughed. Neither of them wanted to be enemies with the elves. They just wanted to live in seclusion and live the peaceful life they wanted. It was not a 10-month pregnancy. It took a full 9 years for Gilna to gradually give birth to a child. Or rather, what she gave birth to wasn't a human form, but 2 blood-drenched, one white and one black. They had the structure of an elven fruit, but they were also different. They emitted a red and transparent glow, like a heart that kept expanding and contracting, beating like a life. Hey. Gradually, the strange balls began to play with each other and began to gain intelligence. After a few days, they ate the outer layer of flesh and turned into 2 boys. The baby boy hatched from the white ball was similar to an elf, but there were some differences. If the elves were the perfect life form of the ancient tree of life, half plant, half animal, this baby seemed to be transforming into a biological creature. His sharp ears became round, and his appearance was no longer perfect. He gradually became ordinary. The other black ball hatched into a baby boy. He had sharp demon goat horns and long eyes. He even had wings on his back. He was still a perfect creature. 2 strange children, our offspring. Their strength is weakening. It's only at the 2nd rank when it's born, and it might only reach the 3rd rank when it's fully grown. Mumu was stunned. A child in an ordinary human form seems to have difficulty transforming into a demon. He's very weak when he turns into my combat form. The other child was born in the eternal demon battle form. Take on a human form. One was extremely strong, while the other was extremely weak. It was as if he had inherited of his life forms. Gilna suddenly looked at the demon baby and scolded him. It's all your fault for using that demon transformation form. You must have gotten pregnant at that time. The 2 of them laughed and chatted happily as they held the 2 babies. They felt as if a new life had begun. The 61st year of the Umea Empire. Elven Emperor Emir had once again opened up a new field by creating spatial rings. This was a precious secret magic tool that was created using the internal space of the fruit of life that bred elves. When Ylfin heard the news, he was sitting in the forest with Gilna eating barbecue with his 2 children. She's very talented, and she's also working hard to maintain the reputation of Umea. Previously, the ancient tree of life didn't trust me, but now it completely trusts her, and even gave her the life fruit for research. The 67th year of the Umea Empire. Traces of Irfan were found in the ancient forest of Mil. Emperor Umea personally went there, and the entire land was flattened. Irfan fled with heavy injuries. Umea Empire, year 71. The ordinary child was named Arthur, and the demonic child was named Ruhr. As they grew up, the 2 of them even met the elven women they liked during their journey and married them. A few years passed. Arthur gave birth to 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. Ruhr gave birth to a demon boy. The clan was expanding, and the possibility of him being wanted was increasing. After a few moments of hesitation, he decided to split up the clan and let his 2 children live independently with their families. After all, you're all grown up now. I've already taught you the cooking techniques. You can go on a trip and do what you want to do. The 94th year of the Umea Empire. After a few years, the elves gradually discovered that other than them, 2 other human-shaped intelligent races had appeared on this land. They could actually abandon the breeding of the ancient elven tree and reproduce independently. They also had a unique male life. We have to follow the rules set by our ancestors. We can only be together if we're willing and truly in love. They warned their descendants. You're saying that we can have our own children? Can we try? There were even some beautiful elves who were very curious. They could actually give birth to life like the ancient tree of life. Some elves began to fall in love with them and gradually lived together, giving birth to many descendants. In the Elf King's palace. Those are descendants of sinners. Elf Emperor Umea started to set up a prison and became the head warden himself. Any elves who are with these sinners and reproduce for them will be locked up in the prison. They were the traitors of the elf race. They had lost their divinity and were mixed with desire. These 2 evil clans must be arrested and put on the wanted list. After a short period of 100 years of peace, the Elven Empire was once again in war and turmoil. This time, it was even more terrifying than the war of unification between the elven tribes. The tree realm was established. After the unification of the elves, the 400 or so ancient war trees had been resting and recuperating. The square prison in front of them, which was surrounded by 300 ancient war trees, did not allow anyone to escape. We have our own race and our dignity. The freedom of the human race. They dare to fight against the god who created the elves. The human great wizard Arthur led the human race to start a rebellion. As for the demon race, although they could reproduce on their own, their reproduction ability was as low as that of the elves. Right now, they only had a few dozen clansmen. Ruhr chose to give up on war, dig a cave, and hide deep underground. A few years passed. A large number of male sinners were captured. If it was the previous elven war, the various ancient trees of life would be considered to be fighting among themselves, so they would naturally not be too concerned. However, right now there was a threat to their lives, and it was very likely that their rule would be overthrown. They had to eliminate all men, and the world would belong to the elves. Spore Evolution Sandbox. All kinds of species were evolving on the miniature green mountains and rivers. Now everyone was working hard and silently evolving their species, striving to catch this wave of world trains. However, the style was a little strange. Animals had become extremely rare, and many people were buried in transforming plants. There were almost no beasts in the entire sandbox. A bunch of plants multiplied, and the atmosphere was already extremely strange. Everyone had a tacit understanding. They overthrew their plant species one by one and re-evolved them. They were very desperate. A new player could not help but ask, which immediately caused a huge response. What? You're saying that I listened to the cute girl's words and began to evolve into a plant in order to obtain great power after entering the ancient tree world? That was impossible. I'm not the kind of person who has no principle. Cross-dressing makes you stronger? It doesn't exist. Ha ha ha! It was laughable. I'm a straight man of steel, okay? I have a wife. I'm already in my 30s, and my son is already in school. How will my son see me when I become a woman? I've been evolving plants all this time, and I don't know how long I've been evolving for. I can't just give up, can I? Countless big shots had expressed that they would never be bewitched by power and lose their principles. The racer of Mount Haruna was transforming into a plant, taking root in the ground as it took the lead and warned the novices around it. Funny, I'm a veteran player, and I can easily recultivate to level 5 after spending 50 to 60 years of my life. How can I be so unprincipled? Isn't it just giving me a level and a heaven-defying talent? How could he be so easily attracted by the attractive salary and benefits awed by the ancient spirit trees? Become the elven heroes they hired? I'm not such a casual person. Everyone expressed that they were great men. How could he not resist the temptation? This group of shameless people, Tsuji was stunned. He felt that these people had become even more intelligent and wretched after they had gone bald. Furthermore, their skin was as thick as a city wall. Ordinary people would not be able to be as shameless as these idiots. Tsuji had not expected that the planet of the ancient tree world would be in such a frenzy. They had just started to develop, and the civilization just left the embryonic form of the cultivation system. They had left the barbaric tribes and entered the era of city-states, and such a terrible thing had happened. Xu imagined the scene and said, at that time, under the ancient elven tree, a group of beautiful elves would come out to pick their feet and nose, shouting all day long that they wanted to defy the heavens. He believed that DQI was also very confused. Hehe, if you anger the sun, DQI, he might kill you all. Chuckled, feeling that they would not be able to cause much trouble in the hands of DQI. Suddenly, a player came out to report. Breaking news. Mumu has already posted that a man is getting married. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Mumu was still so flirtatious. They hadn't even entered the bitter sea yet. But Mumu had already left the bitter sea and enjoyed the fruits of her life. They all gave up on evolving their species and planned to go out and take a look. At this time, the forum outside was also very excited. Screenshots. 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 The wedding photos were posted one by one, and countless people were envious. You've won the beauty just like that? Detestable? I finally understand why I don't have a girlfriend. It's because I didn't wear women's clothes, blend with them, become friends, and then take the opportunity to win their hearts. I think I've found a way to get rid of being single, happy. I'm afraid that after I become a woman, I'll start looking for a boyfriend. Funny. A group of animals were driving, but wedding photos still came one after another, making others envious. A beautiful water fairy beauty and a tall and handsome male elf were taking photos and wedding photos everywhere. He even transformed into his flaming demon true form and kissed the elf beauty. FACK. Fantasy wedding photos were fed with dog food. Countless people were heartbroken, but Mumu had also endured the bitter days. After more than 100 years, she had finally changed from being a bitter sister to a lover. However, gradually, some people noticed that something was wrong. The wedding was not held in the elven palace, but in the deep mountains and forests. After Mumu sent the picture, she started to seriously explain the current situation. She had become man, but had been tricked by the ancient spirit tree. Now, she had lost all her glory and was wandering the world. Everyone was instantly stunned. You've been using the air of your feet to smoke people all day, asking them if their feet were strong or smelly. Now it's finally your turn. It was trap. Everyone felt that it was wonderful and laughed happily. Even a little BTT like you would have such a day. Mumu didn't say anything and continued to post screenshots. All kinds of pictures of travel and food were turned into a photo of the scenery party, as well as a photo of her 2 children. Are you on the run or traveling? Your 2 children, one is like a human, the other is like a demon. You are simply an animal. If I give you a woman, you can create 2 races? I'm sour, lemons, DBG. Everyone immediately felt that something was wrong. Is there still any law? Shouldn't you become the target of the foot Kyai and then be suppressed? Mumu did not speak? Ha ha ha. I'll explain it to everyone. My children and grandchildren are constantly reproducing, and they're already overwrought. I don't have any ambitions, but my 2 sons are quite ambitious. They want to lead their own race to rise. Everyone was silent and their teeth ached. I gave you a woman, and you created 2 races. Then, you used the 2 races to fight against the elf race. You solved the security crisis and escaped. Mumu didn't speak. The other party can't catch us anymore. Her feet are stinging my eyes, but it can't kill me. I'm a natural counter to her. I, Mumu, won't speak. I'll make an oath here. Even if I were to fall to my death from a rock, get beaten to death by my wife, or die in a fancy way, I would never be caught and imprisoned by Ymir. On the other hand, don't blame me for not warning you once you enter. If you want to cause trouble, there's an 80 to 90% chance that you'll be suffocated to death by Ymir. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, experience the fear of being suffocated to death by the foot odor of a beautiful elf girl. This one will take his leave. I'm going to continue traveling the world with my wife and enjoy all kinds of delicacies. Are you kidding us? Everyone instantly felt a headache. The person involved in the relationship was not affected too much and had already become a man as she wished. Instead, she had left a mess for them. On the other hand, Mumu had already walked to the end of the road. They had no other way out. It was impossible to use the same method to trick the ancient tree of life. They would definitely be on guard. So, they could only become female elves in the future. The racer of Mount Haruna was especially infuriated. He was spinning in circles in front of his computer. He had wanted to use this method to turn himself into a man, but he did not expect that Mumu would beat him to it. Also, that stinky feet of yours is so annoying to the eyes. Even if he were to completely transform into the legs of a real elf girl, who could stand it? No one. Deal with Ymir. He instantly wanted to follow the network cable and kill him. In the end, he took a deep breath and calmed his anger. He returned to the table and rearranged the dense book materials, studying them carefully. It seems that in order to deal with Ymir, I have to evolve into a species that can become stronger by eating spicy food. The racer of Mount Haruna's original species was almost complete, and now he could only modify it a little and add more functions. I don't believe that I can't handle that spicy smell. Even if she were to put her foot in my mouth, I have to be able to say that it's really fragrant and not cry and make Yumiya's jaw drop. He had set himself a ruthless target. Even though stuffing it into his mouth was just an exaggeration, he had to be determined. In fact, the spore evolution sandbox was about to enter the era of the big explosion of species. Up until now, most of the players who entered the previous sorcerer world and ancient world were top players and red-named players. The remaining 200 to 300 players, who were one level below them and lacked talent, had to work hard to make up for it. After enduring the hard work of 2 worlds, they were almost fully formed. Most of them had evolved into plants. The cute girl was just the first plant, and there were other players who were about to complete it later. The ancient tree world was simply tailor-made for plant players like them. They were excited that it was their turn to go in and have some fun. If it wasn't for the fact that they were being watched, they would have sung their own adapted green while they were evolving plants. It would be a lie to say that I'm not happy. After all, my brain is also made of meat. In order to not turn into liver cirrhosis, I'll dress up as a woman to become stronger. However, a certain someone had cruelly cut off their thoughts of secretly changing their hormones to become male elves when they turned into female elves. The ancient tree of life must have become vigilant. Was it true that they could only become female elves now? Just as everyone was filled with righteous indignation, Mumu was still showing off, constantly sending screenshots and chatting with everyone. In fact, although I've become a man, I cut off your path to becoming men in the future and successfully got together with the girl I love. I travel every day and eat delicious food, but I'm not as happy as you think. It's happiness that you can't even imagine. Everyone's mood had originally calmed down, and they could still comfort people when they were silent. But the next sentence instantly made them choke to death. Everyone was burning with anger. It seems that you, this black-hearted profiteer, are deliberately saying all these dirty words to show off. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't even know what your last name is. In the next second, Mumu spoke again to express her apology and comfort everyone. In fact, I was just bragging. The world is fair. There are gains and losses and equivalent exchange. This is the truth of the sorcerer world, and I am no exception. While I obtained happiness, wealth, freedom, glory, and strength, I also lost many things. For example, worry, weakness, poverty, and now you're bald. Screenshots. An evil demon hunter had 2 fleshy wings and 2 black goat horns on his back. He was swinging his exuberant dark brown hair, and there was even a text attached to the picture. Using Piaoru, that's how confident I am. Everyone was speechless. You dare to be even more despicable? Are you crazy? Are you a demon? This is too much. Everyone started scolding. Mumu spoke again. I really am a demon. Screenshots. An evil demon hunter was flying in the sky. It was shrouded in hot red flames, and its arms were spread open like a Rauxi spreading its wings. Its legs were like a golden rooster standing on its own, looking out at the earth. I am a demon hunter. Am I handsome? Riding the clouds. Why are you flying in the same way as Sun Wukong? Everyone's heads hurt from choking. Mumu was immediately overjoyed and secretly proud. You animals, you were gloating at my misfortune just now, and you wanted me to show you a picture of me in a female outfit? If I don't take revenge now, I'm not a gentleman. He expressed that he was satisfied and that he was a straight man of steel, okay? Now that we've cut off the path of men's clothing, you have no choice but to dress up as women. What he most angry about? There were already people making and selling figurines similar to the elf King Emir on Taobao, and they were selling very well. However, this was not the worst. What was the worst? The most amazing thing was that some figurines even had functions. A palm-sized figurine could not only be placed on the dining table as a statue, but it could also be a multi-purpose seasoning bottle. As long as he turned on the switch, he could pour out garlic powder from his hands, spray chili from his feet, and even put 5 spice powder on his head. Mimulus. What he thought was, what's wrong with me taking revenge? It's normal for me to take revenge. Come on! To hurt each other. When the onlooking netizens saw this scene, they suddenly laughed so hard that they choked. These two sides were trying to seduce each other and infuriate each other. When would revenge end? With the situation developing to this point, the two sides had completely intensified the conflict between them, and they had the urge to fight to the death. After Mumu left without saying a word and was silent for more than 10 minutes, a post was instantly posted. The 5th closed beta activity, Fight the Landlord, has officially begun. The post was from Racer of Mount Haruna. Closed beta activity? In the first closed beta, this big shot led everyone to fight bosses and wanted to poison the god of creation. In the second closed beta, he created a Cthulhu evil god and directly created a god movement. Was he going to something big again in the 5th beta? Fight the Landlord. Could it be that they were going to beat up Mumu without saying anything and show him what they were made of? Confidential plan. Live broadcast prohibited. This is to prevent the news from being leaked and being discovered by someone. Very quickly, the Racer of Mount Haruna asked the few streamers to turn off their live streaming. This is a gang war. It was the 2nd day of the 5th beta testing. More than 300 strange creatures gathered in a huge field. They were moving stones and sitting in rows. Many of them were newbies. They were excited and joined the army that was causing trouble. Our target! It's the heavens and the myriad world. When we, the 4th calamity, go to war, not even a blade of grass will grow. A final chicken was standing on the barbecue stand, which was left behind by Mumu's silence. Its wings were beating on the bones of the final chicken. Everyone, it's time for the commoner players to rebel and overthrow the despicable landlord. That fellow was too flirtatious. Does he think that we can't kill him just because he's hiding in the ancient tree world? Can we tolerate this? I can't endure this. Everyone was surprisingly in agreement, holding a breath in their hearts. The Racer of Mount Haruna coughed. We're going to count the 10 sins of Muumu's silence. First, giving him a woman actually created 2 races. He stole the forbidden fruit and brought disaster. He caused the elves to lose their divinity and become mortals. They had desires and destroyed the peace and tranquility. Not only did he break the peaceful life of single elves, it's also a critical blow to us single dogs. He should be burned to death. Elves of destroy him. Ba ba ba. The crowd applauded, and they all felt that it made sense. Second, he's full of obscenities. As a profiteer, he monopolized it by selling food all day long, and he cheated us, the players on the evolution sandbox, of a lot of money. Third, it cut off our path to becoming men. He's simply walking our own path, leaving us with no way out. Fourth, the Racer of Mount Haruna paused for a moment, as if he could think of any charges, and then said, "The above are his 10 deadly sins. We will define him as a red-named player and pass through the world channel together. The 4th calamity will go to war and descend upon the world of ancient trees to capture the traitor. Does have any objections?" A player said with his hands behind his back. His voice was cold. No objections. He's a traitor and a mutant among us players. He was living such a wonderful life, he could create 2 races by giving him a woman. This little bee, Tichi herself, Ilfin Stormridge? I want him to change his name to Illidan Stormridge and make him infertile. If that's the case, I'll let him go. And one of the octopus players slammed his palm on a rock, and his arm cracked. He shouted like a bandit, "You're too kind. I'm going to turn him into a woman like us." Sure. Immediately, everyone looked at this player with surprise, pity, and a look of looking at a pervert. The player was dumbfounded. He was at a loss and didn't know why he was isolated. Everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot, and it deeply hurt his fragile heart. In fact, everyone had a tacit understanding of this matter. You got into character so quickly, so how embarrassing would it be if we were to expose you? We're the peasants who rose up to resist and work together to fight the big boss of the villains. He didn't say anything and called it the Fight the Landlord plan. But more strictly speaking, to enter that world to take revenge, one had to become an elf. It could be called cross-dressing to fight the landlord. However, no one mentioned this joke. Only you were the most insensible. Furthermore, who knew how many players would actually be able to enter and obtain the achievement reward in the short term? If you're confident, please state your numbers. The racer of Mount Haruna said, "Let's form a party and enter the dungeon. Go to the new world and start. I'm almost there. I'm about 60% confident. I'm also confident now that I've found a good path. I'm sure I'll succeed, but I don't know if I can catch up." Another plant spoke, but everyone ignored him. After all, this fellow had said the same thing back in the primordial world, and he was still saying the same thing now. No one knew how long it had been, probably after opening 10,000 worlds in the universe, before he really settled it. The racer of Mount Haruna counted the number of people. Out of the 300+ people, there were more than 10. It was an unexpected number. It seemed like he had really worked hard. Then I'll go in and be the vanguard. The racer of Mount Haruna stood on the sports field, basking in the sun as he launched a war mobilization. My species is undergoing a reformation, and it'll be completed in a few days. I should be to enter. I'm experienced, and everyone can trust me. I'm loyal, and I'll go against the heavens and build walls together. During Tulu's time, I, as a muscular player, led a group of people to guerrilla warfare everywhere to fight against the red players. I went in first to take down a stronghold and became a tavern hero hired by the elves. Yes, tavern heroes. I think we should establish a system and accept employment like the Tree of War. We'll become elven heroes in whichever elf clan offers the most. We're not afraid of death and can be reborn in the hero altar. When the time comes, I'll wait for you to come in. Before the head warden arrives, we'll capture the #1 wanted criminal who destroyed world peace and created a man, the evil demon hunter, and send him to prison. We'll execute him ourselves. The big boss's species recovered so quickly. Everyone was stunned, but they instantly understood that it was only natural. This was a rare talent. Both of them had their own specialties and amazing attainments in a certain field. If the alchemy emperor of the primordial thunderbolt hand was a mechanic expert who climbed the technology tree and a big shot in the farming industry, then the racer of Mount Haruna was an expert in evolution. How many species had he evolved? The evil eye, the final chicken, the master of Cthulhu. In fact, both of them were not very talented in cultivation. In the past hundreds of years, they were still at the 6th tier, even when they died of old age. They were beaten up by all kinds of cultivation geniuses, who rose up later on. The wretched racer of Mount Haruna probably been studying the theory of evolution crazily after seeing that he was a cultivation failure and had lived for hundreds of years. What was his true background now? How terrifying was the species theory of the theory of evolution? No one knew. I'm looking forward to the big boss species. Some people exclaimed, thinking that it might be the crystallization of hundreds of years of wisdom. Don't worry, it's my species, the strongest creature in history. He's about to beat up Dikai, the racer of Mount Haruna said. Ev was shocked. Dikai was a cheater. Did your species also have a cheater? Everyone was looking forward to it. Brothers, follow me. A large rooster stood on the high platform and looked down at the bunch of strange-looking creatures below. It began to make a declaration and said in a vivid manner, to prevent the world from being destroyed, to maintain world peace, to carry out the evil of love and reality, a cute and charming righteous character, the racer of Mount Haruna. I have an embroidery needle. My cute little sister is begging. Suddenly, someone in the crowd below could not help but blurt out. The transformation of the warrior beauty. All the players were speechless. Oh my God. It seemed like he really did have a sense of déjà vu. However, he immediately reacted the next second. We have it among us. Everyone glared at him. After the racer of Mount Haruna went offline, he looked at himself in the mirror. Even if you're making a fuss, you still have to work. In the mirror, there was a young man in his 20s with an ordinary appearance, but his temperament was somewhat extraordinary. He stood up from the computer with dark circles under his eyes. He searched through the thick stack handwriting and many conclusions. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was his girlfriend. Are you going to the movies tonight? The latest My Mediterranean Can't Be So Bald, Emperor Ermin, and the epic hymns of the major wizard worlds. This phenomenal game had not only been discussed, but it had also been deeply integrated into every corner of the real world. Even those who didn't like games would appreciate the history of the game as an epic movie. It was a vast and vicissitude movie. Some people even adapted it into a novel and told the history in it. The twisted fantasy epic stories and the songs of praise of humans were very popular. After all, with the entire novel and the exquisite real-life insert art wallpapers of various events, it would be strange if it wasn't popular. Do you want to watch a movie? I have to take the postgraduate entrance examination tonight. Another day. The racer of Mount Haruna did not reveal his online identity to his girlfriend and rejected the idea immediately. After all, he was back now. How could dating be more interesting than being a manifestation? Heavens, it's already formed. Now I have to stay up all night to improve it. My species is definitely one of the strongest species in history. With reference to DQE, to surpass GK, it was impossible. No one can surpass that kind of cheat. They can only imitate him. Catched his head and smiled. Let's see who can plagiarize better. When I meet him, I'll definitely beat him up. Beat him up until he calls me daddy. Just thinking about it made him excited. He was very confident about this. Although his cultivation talent was average, he could only try to make himself talented. As a super powerful, extraordinary species, he had a high starting point and a chance to actualize the realm of origin. Just like a cute girl, he ate and waited for death. The biggest problem was an earth-shaking opportunity. Hence he set his sights on the boss, Chi, who was like a cheat. Could there be anything more impressive than this wall? His species was imitating GK. He suddenly imagined that one day, he would stand in front of DQI, with his hands behind his back and say, "Your ultimate move is not bad, but it's mine now." While this place was really a buzz, Suji was studying seriously. After all, he didn't study the theory of evolution. He could just leave the work of those baldies to others. But he still had to learn all kinds of knowledge, improve the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, cultivate the system of incense, and other knowledge. Speaking of the incense system, I might be able to try cultivating it in reality. After all, the souls of all living beings on Earth are also emitting emotions. Can their emotions be cultivated? If it could really be used as an additional source of energy, they would not have to wait for a mass extinction every time. Xuji used his QI-type sorcery to shield his body. With the 9 revolutions' mysterious art practiced, he easily carried the electric scooter and flew into the air before landing in an alley in Tongcheng. Hualala. He rode his electric bike out slowly, crossed the streets and alleys, and came to a cinema. He had ordered tickets and entered the cinema. The seats were already full. It was the most blur movie recently, so it was impossible for it to be so bald. In the video, there were scenes from Ermin and various movies, which caused a burst of exclamations. Wizards are a group of people who pursue the truth. In the end, countless people in the audience were silent. In the Reign of Blood, the wizards sacrificed their lives. In order to make Ermin a god, some girls couldn't help but sob. This is a good place. It's densely populated, full of emotions, and I can feel the strong incense. Xuji closed his eyes slightly and began to practice in the cinema. However, he soon realized that the progress was too slow. As an ordinary person, although the thoughts they brought were huge, they were very messy and not pure. It would be good if only 1/10 of them could be used, and the rest were useless impurities. Just like the current primordial world, the mortal world has lost its ancient god, and cultivators can only absorb the aura of ordinary people at the same slow speed. If I'm only at the first or second step, it's still fine. As a 6th step cultivator, I can barely absorb the aura of mortals. He shook his head and could only slow down his speed of finding a cultivation method in reality. If he had the time to absorb incense, he might as well develop some powerful people in the orchard sandbox world. It seemed that he still had to get addicted to the game of growing in the orchard. In fact, there were only 3 paths of the sorcerer world: the ancient world's absorption of Joss flames, and the world of the ancient tree that was still in its embryonic form, absorbing light and cosmic rays. Light and cosmic rays were a type of energy to begin with. Otherwise, plants wouldn't be able to photosynthesize. Moreover, the elves inside were half plant and half animal sprites. So the cultivation mode of photosynthesis was very normal. My body is too big, and it grows exponentially with each realm. I'm going to break through the 7th rank to become Celestial Emperor and an Epic Wizard, which is obviously much bigger than the previous 6 realms combined. I need at least more than 10 Chaos Saints. Mass extinction energy. But now, only 3 saints have been born, and the mass extinction energy has been fed back 3 times. He still needed more than 10 mass extinctions before he could break through to level 7. A level 8 mythical creature after level 7 is even more terrifying. It would have to be as powerful as the energy feedback of over 1,000 saints. Medusa and I are the same in this regard. After all, her current body size is already the same as mine. The larger her body size, the more terrifying her life form will be, and the more energy she will need to break through. Perhaps ordinary saints of the same size as Medusa, and I do not need so much power, and only need the power of 5,000 to 6,000 saints. However, the body of the Cthulhu evil god is too heaven-defying, and it requires a terrifying amount of energy. Xuji understood that he had cultivated the sorcerer system and the 9 revolutions mysterious art. He had cultivated both major systems at the same time, and he was at a heaven-defying level even within his level. He was not afraid of the Cthulhu evil god at all, and the energy required was also terrifying. This was only temporary. When he cultivated a few more systems, he would probably need more energy to break through. I'm starting to understand what the previous Queen Mother meant. The smaller the body, the stronger it is, and the easier it is to undergo a qualitative change. The more he advanced, the less likely it would be for him to fight against those of higher levels. So what if he, a giant, became a level 7 epic? Her body was tens of thousands of times larger than Ermin's, and her energy was countless times more than Ermin's, but she would still be killed instantly. No matter how large a rank 7 was, it was still a rank 7. It was impossible for it to be a match for a level 8 mythical creature. A level 8 mythical creature required the compression and qualitative change of energy. Even if the level 8 mythical creature was only the size of an ant, it was also enough to turn into a sharp sword and stab you to death in an instant. Then, if this super small level 8 god could suck on a level 7 giant creature, it would be enough for her to make a great breakthrough. Of course, if they were at the same level and had the same buys. The one with the bigger body size would have more life force and would have a higher combat strength. However, it was too difficult to break through with the bigger body size. This is the true intention of the Queen Mother. She had indeed gone the wrong way. If she were to sacrifice her body size and become the smallest ant, the energy requirement would not be high. With the energy needed to cultivate a god of my size, she could cultivate and small ant gods. As for the other races, the reason why they didn't do this was that they lacked god geniuses who could break through. A race might not be able to produce many, so they chose to have a large body and gathered on a single body to become the strongest in the same realm. They even continued to expand their body size, accommodate, and energy. And our Zerg race's terrifying reproductive ability is destined to not lack geniuses. A batch of geniuses could make use of the advantage of their small size to pursue a rapid increase in realm. Then you'll stand at the higher realm and beat the lower one to death. Xuji came to a conclusion. Then they absorb the massive energy from the other party's massive body. Even if their level is lower than theirs, the energy is still massive and can allow them to break through. With that, they continue to feed on war by killing. That's the bloody style of the Zerg. Xuji's stood on end. Behind this sentence, there was a terrifying thought for war. No wonder the Zerg empresses in the later stages started to regret after their own system was formed. For example, if Ermin, who was at level 8, killed him, who was only at level 6, he might have a huge body energy that was tens of thousands of times larger than her body, which was enough for her to break through to the mid-level god realm. This was the advantage of a tiny body. The smaller the body, the easier it was to cause a qualitative change in energy, and the easier it was to break through. At that very moment, Xuji could already feel they had experienced a period of rapid development in the early stages, but it was still becoming slower. He would need countless years to accumulate energy. He was too big. The queen might be able to wait. He was too young and did not have that much patience. The cultivation of the other two extraordinary systems is too slow. What about the power of stars? Xuji suddenly raised head slowly and rode his electric bike through the noisy streets. He looked up at the blue sky and said, "There is endless energy in the universe. I'll plant hundreds or even thousands of ancient life trees and keep absorbing the power of the stars. Then, you'll let me absorb it." His eyes gradually brightened. But there's no way to plant it on Earth. Earth itself is in the relatively quiet solar system. Most of the rays are blocked by the ozone layer, so it's very barren. There's no way to obtain it. And now, the ancient tree planet, Aqua Blue, is constantly flying in harsh environments such as meteorite belts. The radiation it receives, the various solar-like hot plasma and magnetic field energy balls, are naturally unimaginably huge. That's why that ancient tree world has a cultivation source. His eyebrows twitched. If he were to plant a bunch of ancient life trees to make the environment green instead of a bunch of solar power stations, wouldn't that be wonderful? It might even bring about a wave of mass extinction and energy to him every day. Sue's breathing quickened. However, I have to find a planet with high radiation, a planet that can accommodate trees. This long-distance spaceship on planet Aqua Blue was for me to find a planet with life. Xuji changed his mind and felt that his goals were starting to overlap. Although the ancient life tree could survive under high radiation, it did not mean that it could survive in the vacuum universe or in all sorts of inhabitable situations. The reason why it could survive was that Diki had created an atmosphere, air, and water for his artificial planet, which was an artificial life planet. Perhaps he could wait for Emperor Qi's side to multiply and develop, and continue to push forward with the simple civilization. When existences at the 7th level of Epic and the Heavenly Emperor realm appeared, they would inevitably leave the planet and enter the era of wandering Earth that Suji had imagined. Only then did their world truly step onto the right track and begin to transform into an explorer. One by one, experts explored the barren planets that they passed by, collected resources, obtained all kinds of treasures, and were able to explore a life planet. He thought about it for a while. The environment I want is best if it's an energy body with high radiation and close to the sun. The temperature of the entire planet should be between 10 to 70 to 80 degrees, with water, an atmosphere, and air. As he was thinking, he rode his electric scooter to a remote corner of Tongchang. He cast an air element shielding spell and took off with the electric scooter, returning to the orchard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he heard the Zerg subbrain's voice. A pseudo-Zerg hero is evolving. A fake Zerg hero? One must know that the only pseudo-bug tribe heroes were the Phoenix and the Cthulhu, evil god. Xuji was stunned. He felt that happiness had come too suddenly, so he quickly asked, "When did that happen?" "Yes," the mechanical voice said. "It was right after the Queen Mother carried the electric car out of the orchard and arrived in the city to watch a movie." Xuji strode into the yard, parked the electric scooter he was carrying on his shoulder at the entrance of the utility room. He then began to approach the sandbox and asked the intelligent subbrain about the situation. The mechanic voice said, "I've failed countless times, but I'm close to success. Which bald man is giving me such a big surprise?" "Let me take a look." Xuji picked up a stool and sat down. He looked at the small sandbox and saw a plant multiplying. This plant was very strange. Its trunk was green and bare, with only a few coin-like round leaves hanging from it. "It's so ugly." Xuji was stunned for a few seconds before he said, "It's like a crooked tree with many copper coins growing on it." The most important thing was that the copper coins that were hanging on the wall made a melodious tinkling sound when the wind blew, and they emitted a metallic luster, as if they were made of some kind of wood. At this moment, the racer of Mount Haruna had already fumbled through multiple failures and continued to improve and improve. In the end, it was almost a complete product. He stood like a plant. When I was in the sorcerer world, I never stayed in the Church of Light. Instead, I wandered around the world and spent hundreds of years studying the structure of countless lives with a microscope. I even grafted countless plants and produced new plants. I also mixed two animals to get rid of reproductive isolation and used sorcery to give birth to new animals. The magus world called a magical beast. At that time, when the witches were making all kinds of gene fusion potions to improve the fusion of human genes with the stragglers, he had already reached a new height. I'm too strong, I can. D-King caused trouble. No one knew that I was the one who created the magical beasts that came later in the sorcerer world. I used the giant beast species and fused it with one of 173 organization genes of the Cthulhu evil god. His expression became strange. Those idiots thought that they had been living in magical beasts when they were alive. After they died, their organs were still instinctively living in symbiosis with the almighty beasts. He was very proud of himself, but he didn't tell them in case they found out he was doing something. If he tricked them, they would beat him to death. He would become the next Mumu who didn't speak. At that time, I was constantly studying biological evolution, molecular cell structure, and conceptualizing what the strongest species in the world was. Do I have to start a new spore and continue evolving? Finally, I've spent hundreds of years researching and created an invincible species that has unlimited potential for evolution and can be done once and for all. It can create life continuously, integrating into the other's body cells, duplicating the other's genes and bloodline, cloning him, and then increasing the number, madly beating him up and knocking him down. It can create life, just like the ancient life tree now. The copper tree kept shaking and making clanking sounds. The racer of Mount Haruna shook its head and said, I finally understand. Only a species that can create life is the species with infinite possibilities that I want to evolve. It's like another DQI. It can keep secretly the other's genes and create clones of the other. The racer of Mount Haruna was smug. In fact, it's even using my strongest talent. It's like a biological factory. With my evolutionary knowledge, I can use it to create various forms of life to fight for myself. I would like to call my army, which can reproduce with infinite possibilities. Bug Clan Mother. Nest. Ha ha ha. I'm another creator. I don't have to look at the face of the giant eating an apple on the chair anymore. He pointed his middle finger at Shuji, who was sitting on a chair and eating an apple. We'll take turns to be the god of creation. This year, it's my turn? He laughed wildly. I'm a genius! Was speechless. He was stunned, this guy on the spot. You're so coy. Suji heaved a sigh of relief after a long time, from the beginning to the end. This person's mind was full of dirty thoughts. He had wanted to overthrow the giant before, and after knowing that the giant was the god of creation, he began to think about the man-made god plan. After creating the evil god of Cthulhu, he went one step further and wanted to become the creator, right? This guy is indeed a professional in defying gods. Suji felt that he should take out his little notebook again and make a note of it, which he had not done in a long time. For half a day, he sat on the chair and watched as the racer of Mount Haruna evolved, failed, and evolved again. It seemed to be an unprecedented biological structure that was incomparably complex and precise. Its evolution process was also somewhat based on the evolutionary route of the ancient tree of life. The racer of Mount Haruna had spent hundreds of years to come up with what he believed to be the most powerful creature after he had mastered the evolutionary theory. I've succeeded. The racer of Mount Haruna burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that tears began to fall from his eyes. I've spent hundreds of years researching liver cirrhosis in the magus world. I've finally done it. Let's test the results. This strangely shaped tree was walking in a manner that did not recognize its family. The leaves of the copper coins hanging on it were swaying. It was very proud. Its claws casually grabbed a final chicken, pulled out a feather, and then ate it with its mouth. Hualala! The leaves swayed, and the trunk rose and fell like a steam engine. All of a sudden, the ancient life tree completely absorbed the final chicken's genes and kept brewing. A copper coin leaf slowly swelled up and turned into a round fruit that fell to the ground. Shuala! A small, bronze-colored tree leaf final chicken walked out. Ha ha ha, genie duplication. This plant laughed very happily. I'm simply a strengthened version of the ancient tree of life. The fruit is breeding life embryos. Although they don't look like their original form, their life structure has already been replicated by 70–80%. In fact, as long as I absorb the genes of this creature, its structure, various toxins, and special lethality will be greatly reduced to me. He laughed out loud, grabbed another final chicken, plucked its feathers, and roasted it. He even ate its poisonous head. Giggle. The mouth of a large tree was slowly chewing. The taste is not bad. He felt his body. After absorbing the final chicken's gene, the final chicken, which was enough to kill a tier 4 creature, was only slightly uncomfortable to him now. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he was. This way, I'll be super durable. As long as I can steal Emir's genes, Emir won't be able to suffocate me. This is a self-resistance I added after I improved it. Xuji took a bite of the apple and got the insecta nest mind to retrieve the creature's genetic chain. Name: Zerg Hatchery, Pseudo. 1. Duplication, fusion, and life creation. No intelligence. 2. Absorption. 3. Stacking resistance. 4. Control of descendants. Empty. One had to say, the mother nest was really all-rounded. It had the possibility of reproducing endless species, and could even reproduce a life structure similar to itself. However, it was not perfect, and had an unnatural component of creating a mixture. As for the life duplication fusion talent, it was simply heaven-defying, comparable to the phoenix's rebirth from fire and the evil god of Thulhu. However, as a gene factory, the life he created didn't seem to possess intelligence and couldn't cultivate. As for energy absorption, Xuji took a look. It was similar to the ancient life tree's method of absorbing energy, but it was more brutal. It could absorb the energy of dead lives. After all, the stronger the life, the more energy it would require to produce a life. Resistance stacking? Xuji was taken aback. He looks somewhat similar to the ancient tree of life. As the main body, he doesn't have any combat power, but he's very resistant to attacks. He can copy the other party's life structure and then extract the corresponding resistance from it to make himself more resistant to attacks. This idiot obviously knew that his talent in cultivation and fighting was too poor, so he simply didn't participate. He just had to lie down and get beaten up. Controlling his descendants is also a matching talent. His descendants don't have intelligence, so they can only control themselves. Shuji thought about it. This life factory could mass replicate and create life. And it did have endless potential. He was indeed qualified to be a Psuzerg hero. It had even fallen into the hands of the racer of Mount Haruna. With his knowledge of evolution, this creature was terrifyingly powerful. It was tailor-made for him, and when he was in the other world, he could use this life factory to continue researching evolution and create strange species. However, it was difficult to replicate the talents of heaven-defying life forms, such as the phoenix's rebirth from fire and the evil god of Cthulhu. At this moment, the surrounding players also went over. Big brother, it's done? FTK, what kind of tree is this? The color of the copper coins on his body is so strange. Why is there a copper-colored final chicken on the ground? It looks exactly like you. Everyone, please be quiet. I'll explain. The racer of Mount Haruna was very pleased with himself. He looked at his strange-looking friends around him and said, "This species of mine is called the Zerg hive." Everyone was stunned for a moment. The Zerg hatchery was the species that reproduced Zergs and exploded with soldiers in the movies and novels. Zerg base? This species has the potential to become a god of creation. The racer of Mount Haruna continued. The god creation? Everyone was instantly excited and dumbfounded. This big shot's goal was still very far. He was crazily causing trouble and didn't stay still for a second. It can also be called an alchemy factory. I'm using the copper color to fit the theme, and it can refine life. I've been studying this life alchemy in the Magus world. Now that I have this alchemy factory that combines life alchemy, I can become infinitely powerful as long as I spend energy. The racer of Mount Haruna chuckled. You don't believe me? If you commit suicide and put your energy into my alchemy factory, I will be able to reproduce all kinds of species. The specialty of my species is to create species. Someone did not believe it. He controlled his octopus species and killed a few of them as life energy. He opened his mouth and tried to say, "Not much energy, but it should be enough for a slime, right? I want a slime." A moment. The racer of Mount Haruna immediately went to grab a slime and poked it through its skin. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. In the blink of an eye, a copper leaf on his tree moved and turned into a copper fruit. It fell down, and a bronze-colored slime multiplied. It jumped and jumped, looking cute and silly. Is this really possible? Some people thought that it was just a resemblance, so they went to test the slime's powerful ahoj. In the end, it was really powerful. His copy-paste not only looked similar on the outside, but he also got the essence on the inside. Kicking coins, you animal, so you're learning from DQE? The fruits of hard work are going to be yours in the next second. Everyone, heartbroken. DQE had copied and plagiarized the cultivation techniques that the various celestial emperors had worked hard on in the ancient primordial world. This guy was on the evolutionary sandbox, copying and plagiarizing potential species that the major players had worked hard to study. A malignant tumor, a beast. Many people's minds went blank and they had the same thought. If I can't beat Daiki, I'll join him? The racer of Mount Haruna was instantly displeased. He said in a muffled voice, "I'm telling you." What was Daiki? As long as I have enough energy and gold, I can replicate all 7th-rank life forms except for the legendary gods. Even if Daiki is in front of me, I can replicate him. His Danshin cultivation technique, the direction of his meridians, the characteristics of the ancestral sorcerer's golden body that he cultivated. I'll make a complete copy, then I'll make a group of copies of Diki and beat the real one to death with the pirated version. At this moment, no one knew that Diki had already become a god. The racer of Mount Haruna spoke again. Forgive me for being blunt. Although Diki is a genius in the replication style, he is too simple and has shallow knowledge. He has not experienced the pay-to-win civilization on Earth. I am going one step further. I will copy and paste the enemy's results, and then use money to become stronger. Everyone speechless. This person was even more shameless than D. Kair. However, although there was unlimited potential, it was only in theory. The amount of energy required was simply a bottomless pit. How much energy would it take to completely duplicate the body of an expert? Furthermore, even if he could replicate the body, the consciousness, battle experience, and mantras in his mind. He could not replicate them. This was a limitation. There was another one that required a huge amount of energy. So much it was simply illogical. If you wanted to create a rank 4 life form, you would probably need the energy of more than 10 rank 4 life forms. However, its flaws could not obscure its benefits. The potential of this species was terrifying to the extreme. "Everyone, I'm going in. Wish me good luck," the racer of Mount Haruna said. "Also, don't leak my information to the network outside the sandbox. I'll go in and cut him up first. Big brother is awesome. Big is awesome." Everyone cheered and silently gave their likes. However, there was one thing that everyone didn't say. You only became stronger because you cross-dressed and spent money. Sure enough, after a while, the system prompt that had not been heard for a long time sounded again. Notice. Congratulations to player racer of Mount Haruna. The creature alchemy factory has great potential and is rewarded with an achievement. Brothers, I'm going in. The racer of Mount Haruna strode into the world passage with demonic steps. By now, all the plants had become serious. After all, walking was a necessary talent for serious plants. Walala. In the pitch-black world passage, the racer of Mount Haruna and the rest of the creatures gradually died in a dark corner that no one cared about. The ancient tree world. The racer of Mount Haruna looked at the brand new world of ancient trees. The fine, dense sunlight seeped through the leaves and sprinkled down from the sky, creating a beautiful scene. He took a deep breath and strode forward. The ancient tree of the night elves. Ymir is clearing the rebellions of the entire elven race. He's getting rid of the men of the human race and the demons, carrying out a plan to eliminate all men. The other 10 ancient trees of life were probably holding a grudge against each other, and were afraid of Ymir and the ancient night elf tree. However, they had no choice but to assist them in saving the elf tribe. And now that I've appeared, there's bound to be an ancient elven tree. They can't help but want to play chess and make me the hero of their elven race. They'll use me to fight against Ymir and get rid of the men at the same time. He continued to analyze. The other ancient elven trees would definitely be happy to join them, even if they were wary of the appearance of the second elven hero. In that case, the only problem was which elf clan to rely on. According to logic, he wanted to rely on the feather elves the most. They had a pair of pure white wings on their backs and were the beginning of the angel race. They could have the ability of a rank 6 in advance and fly in the sky. However, the feather elves were the elves who were the most indifferent to this war among the 11 ancient elven trees. Because they were high up in the sky, the chaos of the war couldn't find them, and men couldn't find them either. The feather elf chief, Omega, wasn't worried at all that the flowers of his precious elves, who had lived for hundreds of years, would be taken away by stinky men. Excluding the feather elves, I can only choose the remaining elf tribes. After they learn spells, their attributes are closer to their own. Water elves, dream elves, wind elves, light elves, sand elves. He filtered through them, and each of them had their own spell specialty. I want to choose the sun elf. He chose the one he felt was the best. Sun elves were elves that were the closest to plants and could even undergo photosynthesis, becoming close to the light element. And what did plants need? Sunlight. He lacked energy. With energy, he could become stronger. The cultivation property of photosynthesis deeply attracted him. He spent a few days traveling and getting close to the sun elf tribe. He also hunted animals along the way to obtain energy. When he got close to the sun elf tribe, he started to build his own rebirth altar. Only then did he feel at ease and entered the tribe. A strangely shaped tree walked over and looked at a beautiful sun elf with a hot figure. I want to see the ancient sun tree. What kind of creature is this? I've never seen such strange trees before. The elves around them were stunned as they looked at the deformed ancient tree. However, they all had very long lifespans, especially after training. There were countless female elves who had lived for 200 to 300 years. They had heard of the night elf tribe before the elf empire. The current elf god Ymir, the Song of Shadow, the Watchman. Before he became an elf, he was an ancient tree of a strange shape. He could walk on his feet, and his walking posture was very arrogant. Another elf hero? The surrounding elves' breathing quickened, and an elf immediately went to report to the ancient sun tree. A moment later, he saw a huge, ancient pillar that reached the sky. He clearly knew that this wasn't a heaven-reaching pillar, but an ancient tree of life. However, its branches and leaves were too tall, causing one to think that it was a terrifyingly huge wooden pillar when they looked up. You can also be reborn from the dead. I can sense your strange aura. The ancient sun tree said softly, I am from the same race as that traitor. I am here to capture him. The racer of Mount Haruna then said, Please allow me to become the hero of your elf race. I will help the sun elves rise to power and capture the demon hunters, the traitors of the elf race. What if I don't want to? A faint voice came. In that case, you can only choose to kill me. After I'm reincarnated, I'll choose to meet another ancient life tree. The air suddenly became silent, and the mottled sunlight shone down on the shade of the trees. I'm the first ancient elven tree you've seen. You're the first one. You will be proud of your choice. After a moment of silence, a voice said, Come on, I'll agree to your request. I'll provide you with a huge amount of energy. Soon, the racer of Mount Haruna was dead. He had placed the formation of the rebirth altar into the ancient tree of life, which was a fruit of life that contained a vast amount of energy. Voila! Within the internal space of the blurry fruit of life, a seed was slowly growing. A ray of light flashed. The seed died instantly, and in the next moment, the racer of Mount Haruna's seed was reborn. It appeared in the hero altar in another fruit of life, as if he had not noticed it. Eh? This time you're prepared? The ancient Sunda tree's voice was grave as it looked at the other fruit of life. After killing him, the seed left behind will rapidly rot. Her original intention was to replicate a hero that belonged to the Sun Elves. He was too envious of special elven heroes like Ymir, but he didn't want to be at a disadvantage like the ancient tree of night elves. He planned to kill the main body after duplicating it, but he didn't expect the other party to be on guard. Then, we can only let him become the true hero of our elven race. At that moment, the racer of Mount Haruna was rapidly multiplying. He turned into an extremely beautiful sun elf, and there was even a huge golden ring of light behind him. The ring had 6 copper coins embedded in it, making him look like a holy and inviolable sun goddess. Is this my power after cross-dressing? He opened his eyes wide, instantly felt an extremely powerful force. In addition, the all-round characteristics of my species have become more powerful, especially the speed at which I can obtain energy. It's surprising. He felt that he had not lost out this time. However, even though I'm wary of the ancient life tree's attempt to clone me, it's also wary of me. It's shackled my elf life and can kill me at any time. He could feel that there was a brand in his mind. Unless he was more powerful than the ancient life tree, he would not be able to get rid of it. His life was being controlled. However, he didn't care. If this body of his died at most, he would be reborn. In any case, he had obtained it for nothing. Furthermore, he wouldn't trigger the reverse scale of the ancient sun tree. What do you think your name should be? The ancient sun tree asked calmly. I'm Koya. I'm an alchemist. And I can create alchemy factories. As long as I have enough energy, I can move the whole world. The world? The other sun elves behind him looked at this elven hero in shock. They gathered around and looked at the newly born hero of their race. They couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are you also very powerful?" "I'm not strong. In fact, I'm extremely weak, weaker than all of you." Kia's voice caused the eyes of countless elves to dim. How they wished that this sun elf hero would be as powerful as the night elf hero, Ymir. Heroes were omnipotent, and they even had the innate ability to surpass dragons. "But I can make you stronger." Koya smiled gently. Under the surprised gazes of the elven girls, she walked up to a huge rock and spread her arms. A golden halo surrounded her, and 6 ancient copper coins glowed with a golden light. "Come on, let's go hunt. Give all your energy to an alchemist like me. Mount, armor, anything you want, as long as you give me your energy, you can become stronger. You can even surpass the elven King Ymir. Pay to make you stronger. We can be stronger." The innocent and cute elven girls were very ignorant, but they were bathed in her holy light, and would remember this moment for all eternity. Countless years later, the epic hero Luna rode on a lunar leopard, held the epic lifebin, Moonblade, and wore a full set of divine artifacts. She told her descendants, "At that time, we seemed to see a great god with 6 golden copper coins on his back emitting endless halos. He opened his arms and hugged us, as if he was whispering the truth of the world. Krypton gold makes us strong. Was impossible to have such a concept in this fantasy Western world of elves. However, a certain evil internet-addicted player, who was used to playing online games, was happily guiding these pure indigenous elves in the direction of a strange worldview. Pay to win? What's that?" Countless innocent and beautiful elves couldn't help but ask. He slowly explained in an alluring tone. "Spending money is the way to become stronger quickly. Spending money is the only supreme truth that we elves pursue." 3 days later, in a wooden hall, a beautiful elven girl was sitting among a pile of bottles and fiddling. There were all kinds of alchemy tools beside her, as if she was an alchemist from a magical world. "I'm finally going to finish my research." As a hero of the elves, he had asked the elves to take out the fur of magical beasts and various bone armor prototypes from their warehouses and extract the magical beast bloodline and genes from them. It was to replicate, gather, and crossbreed. "Finally, I've created the first creature, an elf mount tailored for the elves. It's time to start the alchemy factory and create a powerful life for the elves." As a big shot of the theory of evolution, carrying the life alch factory with him was equivalent to carrying a simplified version of the spore evolution sandbox. It would be a lie to say that it was not powerful. It was difficult to create a new species, but it was easy to fuse, improve, and crossbreed a new species. Voila! The ring behind her, the 6 copper coins hanging on it, suddenly swelled up and gradually turned into fruits that fell to the ground. Voila! Small black cheetahs slowly walked out. Their elegant and strong bodies, cold and sharp eyes, and strong bodies made people feel a bone-piercing sense of danger. Although it was only the embryonic form of this life form, it was not perfect and was only at level 2. However, in the future, this life form would become stronger and stronger, and its deduction would be completed. "It looks like a leopard, so let's call it Moon Leopard." He thought for a moment, walked out of the door, and put up a notice. The Hunter Hall was officially open for business. All of the Sun Elves faltered upon hearing this. They didn't know what the Sun Elf hero Koya was doing, but they still approached the huge wooden room and walked in. Black leopards were lying on the ground and looking at them elegantly. "He's so handsome. What kind of creature is this? He's so handsome, I've never seen him before." The elf girl's eyes lit up. To the elf tribe, who loved beauty, this cute and handsome little black panther had struck a nerve. This is a mount that will recognize its master and listen to you. Do you want it? If you want it, then pay up. A beautiful and slender elf hero was standing on the side, smiling at these beautiful elves who were ignorant of human affairs. A complete corpse of a first-grade magical beast can be exchanged for 10 sun coin. A second grade can be exchanged for 50 sun coins. A third grade one can be exchanged for 300 sun coins, and fourth grade one can be exchanged for 2,000 sun coins. She carefully explained the value of the currency to everyone and asked them to bring corpses to exchange. The price of a rank 1 moon mount is 200 sun coins, and a rank 2 moon mount is 1,000 sun coins, 20 for one of the same rank. One could imagine how black-hearted this guy was. Let's start the server opening event now. As long as you start off with 600 sun dollars, you'll become a VIP 1 member. In the future, you'll get a 10% discount on all purchases. If you top up 1,000 sun dollars in one go, you'll become a VIP 2 member and enjoy a 15% discount. There are also many special items that require a high-class VIP. Countless elves were stunned. They looked at the mounts with burning eyes and immediately picked up their swords, walking out of the forest. A few days passed. The elves had always lived a primitive and poor life of cultivation. They had been cultivating by sensing the magic net every day. So how could they have experienced such a temptation? They had been addicted to the shopping craze of in-game purchases. They found that as long as they provided enough power-ups of life, they could obtain many things: weapons, equipment, and mounts. As expected, only cool and handsome mounts are popular. As for the racer of Mount Haruna, he watched them struggle silently and let out a charming smile. Did I evolve this species and become an alchemist to level up by killing monsters? It was to lie down and count the money. Wouldn't it be nice to get some kickbacks? Pay to win. It was addictive. I'm only responsible for tricking them into spending money, organizing events, and producing fashion. Mount, selling equipment can top up my money. Tell him to honestly kill monsters and level up. It didn't exist. I'm not an idiot. I'll definitely find a way to trick you. What a crazy thing to do. He knew that this was the best way to win. Furthermore, their mounts were all species that had reproduced on their own. They had no intelligence and only had the instincts of wild beasts. Although he made them listen to their masters, they could instantly seize control when necessary. He's simply king for me. He was extremely happy. Not only could the magic beast corpses they brought back give him life, but he could also use the corpses to research and create various alchemy weapons and armor. After all, he had come from the wizard world, did not learn alchemy for nothing, and life alchemy had always been the highest level of alchemy. Mounts were bound and could not be traded. The creatures that he reproduced could only recognize one master. There was no way to stop the trade of equipment, but if it was used for a long time, it would be worn out. There was no need to worry about them trading with each other, since it would worn out sooner or later. In a short month, he had opened up the Hunter Hall, produced the Moon Leopard, an elf mount. He sold it in large quantities and earned a huge sum of money. I'm so envious. I want one. Sister, I want one. Can you buy one for me? All the elves looked at the eye-catching cheetah mounts. One by one, they changed from ordinary elf archers to moon knights and huntresses. Everyone was extremely envious, and they all ran to top up money to become stronger. However, these innocent and cute elves had not enjoyed themselves for long after they had topped up their money. It had only been less than a month. The new mount was out. It was a type of handsome giant bird, horned eagle. It had huge wings and was extremely fast. It was a type of flying mount. It could fly. Compared to the moon leopard, he's simply too powerful. I want to fly. Many elves looked at him with burning eyes. A group of cute elf girls held hands and chatted with each other. If they could fly, they would be able to enjoy the scenery in the sky. It was the dream of every living being on land, and they were no exception. To top up now, a grade 2 horned eagle only costs 1,000 sun dollars, and a grade 3 horned eagle costs 8,000 sun dollar. A tempting voice sounded, 20% off for VIP3. VB3 only costs 1,000 dollars. Are you sure you don't want to charge VIP3 as well? I'm still holding a promotion in the next half a month. I'll top up to buy a mount and I'll get a 20% return on interest. The more I top up, the more I'll earn and the more losses I'll suffer. He had a worried expression and a bitter smile. All the elves stunned. How terrifying was this price? 1,000 sun dollars was equivalent to 1,000 level 1 magical beasts. They had basically killed all the first-rank beasts, leaving behind only the second, third, and fourth-rank beasts. The amount required was simply astronomical. However, they weren't afraid at all. They planned to ride the Moon Knights to the mountains further away. Damn it, why didn't you call out the horned eagles earlier? Yeah, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have bought the moon leopard. Countless elves were heartbroken and felt tired. Moon Leopard had not even enjoyed himself for a month, yet he had to update his mount so quickly. Looking at the new flying mount, they were itching to know what to do. Another month passed. The major elves were still struggling, and only a small number of elves had horned eagle mounts and changed their profession to the stronger horned eagle archers. At this moment, in the Hunter's Hall, there were still many ownerless mounts for the ordinary elf archers to change their jobs. Inside the room, the racer of Mount Haruna was still studying the potion. I've finally come up with a new bloodline potion. He was excited. In the previous sorcerer world, humans fused with slime genes and became beastmen behemoths. Humans fused with the final chicken genes and became harpies. In that case, could the elf race fuse with the genes of other creatures? He had discovered a secret. It was impossible to integrate the bloodline of ordinary species in the natural world. Just like in the sorcerer world, humans could not integrate the bloodline of ordinary giant beasts. They could only integrate the extraordinary bloodline of some species with potential. However, I was surprised to find out that the magical beasts here were born with extraordinary power. Their ancient ancestors seemed to be a species with extraordinary potential. He took out the corpse of a lightning rat. For example, this magical beast has extraordinary abilities and can release lightning. It's actually somewhat similar to the potential species of the previous Dumbus. The Holy Whip. The magical beasts in this world seemed to have hidden the bloodline of their ancestors. It was very thin and had mutated, but he could extract, temper, and fuse them together to become a new species with potential. This was the origin of the moon leopard and the horned eagle. He looked at the latest giant bear in front of him. It was very powerful and was the fusion of 5 types of magical beasts. However, the success rate of its creation was too low. He had failed hundreds of times and emptied all his savings from fraud. He had only managed to breed one. Even if he was given the same amount of energy, he might not be able to make another one. A very powerful giant bear, but it can't be mass-produced. However, its strength doesn't lie in its strength, but in my genetic adjustment. Its bloodline compatibility rate is very high, and it can allow sprites to integrate into the bloodline of the giant bear. This was a bold idea of a mad scientist. A human fused with the final chicken gene and became a harpy. What would an elf become after fusing with the giant bear gene? He already had some guesses in his heart. This giant bear actually had the genes of the flesh, blood of the wizard ancestors' true body, which meant that it might have a combat form. Perhaps after the integration, I'll be like a certain dumbass demon, be able to transform into the true body of the wizard ancestor or a giant bear. Perhaps it's a druid, a clawed druid. His eyes gradually lit up, and he suddenly killed the giant bear. He drew all of its blood, and then destroyed the corpse to destroy all traces. He understood how terrifying the species he had reproduced and fused with was. It was a terrifying change to the elf race. He couldn't let it survive. If it was discovered by the ancient sun, it would be over. The ancient sun tree would definitely breed this giant bear in a frenzy and draw blood continuously. He didn't want to see it being popularized. The rarer something was, the more precious it was. He packed up the remaining blood and pasted a sign on the door: Seasonal Celebration, Hidden Class Change Potion Elf, Hero Clawed Druid, price $3,300, currently only one class potion. Limited to VIP. Who knows? The moment this post was posted, it caused a sensation. Elf Hero, Class Change Potion. How is this possible? He could become an elf hero after using this potion. Are they as powerful as the Song of Shadow, Yalmer, and the alchemist Kia? Countless elves' eyes were burning with desire. This was a peerless treasure, and the entire elf world would be shaken if news of it spread. But it was a total of $300,000. Right now, not many elves could even afford a horned eagle mount that cost 8,000 yuan. It was as if the price was sky high, so what was the point of displaying it? It just made people drool. The racer of Mount Haruna, on the other hand, did not think so. After all, there were still some rich people who could afford it. The entire elf tribe had been scammed by her to pay in-app purchases. There was only one person left, who was still sitting on the fence and watching the fire, because he had not had any valuable chips to take out. He still placed the notice at the door and continued with his research and work. 3 days passed very peacefully. Finally, the ancient sun tree could not help but ask, is he really an elven hero? And to her, this simply made her eyes burn with desire. Due to its plant life form, it had no combat power and needed to reproduce with the elven race to protect itself. However, ordinary elves were too weak. Why wouldn't it want an elven hero who was truly loyal to it? The racer of Mount Haruna replied, of course he's an elf hero. Do you know the consequences of lying to me? I know. According to your explanation, any elf who uses bloodline potion will become an elven hero? Yes, I am. The racer of Mount Haruna replied calmly. He knew that it was impossible to deceive the ancient sun tree, and he did not leave behind any backup plans. After all, he's not a life that he had created. It was just the blood that he had reproduced. It had fused into an elf's body, and that elf was naturally not under his control. As for the giant bear bloodline, it was strong, but it was just an average level of strength. It couldn't be compared to Ymir's batch. 300,000. I'm taking it. The sun elf ancient tree gritted its teeth. This was a huge blow to it, as it could reproduce 15 elves. Half a day later, a beautiful female, designated by the ancient sun tree, took a potion and turned into a clawed druid. She had the special ability to transform into a giant bear, and she was extremely powerful. The entire sun elf tribe was in an uproar. Oh my god. He really can become an elf hero. It has a special ability. That's too scary. If he becomes the hero of the elves, doesn't that mean he's close to the elven king Ymir? The ancient sun tree was also extremely excited and immediately joined in the bidding. What else do you have? I'll satisfy you. The racer of Mount Haruna was also very satisfied. The elf tribe was now extremely powerful. Moon Knight huntresses, horned eagle archers, and countless powerful and elegant mounts accompanied the female elves and the druids. After all, they had experienced becoming stronger, and the stronger they were, the more money they could make, and the more energy they could spend on themselves. Especially, there was a landlord in front of him. The racer of Mount Haruna was very pleased with the result. Give me another 3,000 energy points. With enough energy points, you'll become stronger. I can create a chimera that's comparable to a dragon. It could even create an elf dragon that belonged to the Sun Elf tribe. I can even create mountain giants. It was very excited when it heard this. The ancient sun tree was speechless. NBSB. But immediately felt a headache. I've already been dug out by you, it said. All of our tribe's savings are gone now. It had saved the energy of dozens of elven fruits and was ready to breed elves. But it was instantly emptied out. 7 of them gave birth to an alchemist like it, and 15 of them bought an elven hero druid. That was its accumulation over hundreds of years. The racer of Mount Haruna was speechless and dumbfounded. He thought that he could squeeze her dry a little more, but he had emptied her savings so quickly, he couldn't help but shake his head. You look pathetic when you're working hard to earn energy. However, the way you spend money on others is really charming. The racer of Mount Haruna knew that his life alchemy factory was unable to create new life forms and could only replicate and mix species. However, this was also enough to optimize and create more powerful indigenous species. It was a pity that the ancient sun life tree had been hollowed out and had become a member addicted to spending money. This is a terrifying magic power. I don't need to plot against it, and this ancient tree of life spirit will naturally fall under the Pomian dress, becoming a slave of money and listening to my orders. He expressed that he would never use violence to crush his opponent, but rather crush his opponent psychologically. As for the Sun Elves, they had been completely led astray. They were crazily spending money and had entered a period of exhaustion. But this amount of energy is enough for me to reach the 6th step. However, he revealed a smile and felt that he was very relaxed. He had broken through to the 6th step in just a few months. It was as if he was riding on a rocket. Compared to his previous cultivation, this kind of crooked way was simply the right way. However, at this time, the Sun Elf ancient tree, who had been hollowed out, took the initiative to find him and directly said, "It's time to enter the war. If we join the Yumia Night Elf army, our tribe will definitely shine. If we start a war against the humans and plunder them, we can obtain more energy." The Sun Elf ancient tree had already started to think of ways to earn money. It expressed that it was very envious of the chimera, elf dragon, and mountain giant. It seemed that every ancient tree of the elves was keen on farming and developing the power that surrounded them. "All right," he said. The racer of Mount Haruna did not refuse. He understood clearly this was a battle for the survival of his race. He couldn't stop it, and he didn't want to stop it. If one wanted to blame someone, they could only blame Mumu for not speaking and creating two new races, bringing a terrifying disaster and calamity to this land. That little BTT with a cheap mouth. His expression gradually became strange. "If you want to become a man and be with the girl you like, I won't reject you. Everyone has the right to pursue their dreams. However, since you want to become a man and a heretic, you'll have to wait to be hunted down. This is the consequence you should bear. You'll choose to wander the world and spend your life wandering everywhere. However, in order to live a comfortable life and not be harassed by the elves, and to produce a large number of men, you began to bring disaster to the elves and the entire ancient tree world. Thus, the human race and the demon race were born. From this point of view, Mumu's silence was indeed the cause of the entire disaster and should be punished. However, since things had already come to this, was it wrong for humans and demons to fight for their own survival after they were born? They had come to this world as living beings and had their own dignity. They should write songs of praise for their race. At this point, this was already a battle between different races. There was no right or wrong. He could only blame the main culprit, all this Mumu, for not speaking. Now that he was on the side of the elves, no matter what happened in the future. As the hero of the elves, he had to share the glory and disgrace of the elves. He let out a sigh of relief. After all, had experienced the disaster of the sorcerer world and had a strong aversion to red-named players. After all, this is a real world. They are all living creatures and have their own happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. In fact, he had secretly communed with people like the Emperor and Brainless Hounding the Mountain to jointly formulate a constitution for the trade. You can make a fuss, but you can't go too far. You have brought a huge disaster to a peaceful world. Don't blame us for treating you as a red name player and starting to kill you. Now that things had developed to this point, and since the ancient sun tree was going to start a war, it was time for him to reveal his identity. He went to the internet outside and started to speak. A screenshot showed a declaration of war post. A certain bastard, damn keyboard warrior black merchant. The other world is not an alien place to you. You must abide by harmony, friendship, prosperity, and peace. A beautiful goddess of the sun, with a hazy golden ring on her head and 6 bronze coins fixed on her back. With her legs slightly open, one hand covering her smooth forehead in a graceful orchid gesture, and the other hand holding her waist, said, "This was a classic move of the warrior beauty transformation. I will destroy you on behalf of the sun." When the picture was posted, countless people felt their heads hurt. You're declaring war? But what are you doing? Cross-dressing can make people coquettish. This person drives so fast. We've underestimated his shamelessness. Is his adaptability that strong? She was suddenly immersed in the life of cross-dressing and could not extricate herself. Mengmei wants to evolve into a dragon. Maybe he wanted it long ago? Sneer. The cute girl begged, "Awu, Kia, pay to win." Shameless lousy game producer. Cheating pay-to-win experts. An embroidery needle. Perverted big boss. I've learned something new. Countless people were discussing. Everyone felt that the tables had turned. When the others were bashful after cross-dressing, they could still tease them happily. But this person seemed to be enjoying it. He even posed in such an embarrassing position. If the netizens said that he was extremely beautiful and praised him with all kinds of ways, he might even enjoy it and enjoy it very much. Bastard. He simply couldn't open his mouth to speak. On the other side, while the group was in an uproar, Mumu secretly saw everything without saying a word. She suddenly panicked. He really sneaked in. How can he kill me? What should I do? He couldn't help but post. Boss of Mount Akina? Please let me go. Please forgive me, trembling. The racer of Mount Haruna chuckled. It's Diki's business to forgive you. My job is to send you to the sun. Sun Goddess Transformation Point JPG. Screenshots. The sun girl instantly made a handsome pose and started to transform into a fairy. You're so coy. Mumu didn't say anything, but her face instantly darkened. She felt like her head was about to collapse. This was a crazy blow to his morale. He had been high on the internet, but he didn't think that he would really come over to kill him. He quickly secretly went to find out about the Sun Elf tribe. and found out that they had secretly become extremely powerful. Moon knights, horned eagle archers, elven hero druids. Even the alchemist had reached the sixth step, and his current realm was no less than his. It was obvious that they were secretly developing, and now they were openly starting a war. He knew it too late. But how could he, an evil demon hunter, yield? He was currently traveling the world. He looked at Gilna and said, "I have to go out for a while." Half a day later, he was flying in the sky. "I have to be a real devil for once and make people fall and give them power. I have to find a powerful human genius, comparable to Dao Changsheng and Ermin, and find a way to help him rise. Otherwise, we won't be able to defeat the current elf race." He walked around countless small towns and finally saw a young woodcutter. The young man was chopping wood up the mountain. After he was done, he was still swinging his axe at the trees as if he was practicing his skills. The most exaggerated thing was that every time it landed on the same place without any difference. It was exquisite to the extreme. He might be a good disciple. Yumia Empire, year 97. The Sun Elves had emerged as a new force, and a group of special troops had appeared. They entered the elven capital, Silver Moon City, and brought a huge shock to the entire Elmir Elven Empire. A flying-horned hawk archer? An elven knight, riding a special magical beast? On the streets of the capital, they saw two powerful elves in special attire entering the city, greeting the elven capital. They couldn't help but breathe rapidly. Could they be elven heroes? And there were two of them. Countless elves stared with wide eyes. The Sun Elf race was about to rise. However, in the next second, something even more terrifying happened. As the two special elven heroes obtained their entry passes, an elite elven hero army slowly and orderly walked into the city. Moon knights and horned eagle archers appeared in large numbers in the crowd. The hero of all elves. For the elves who had never seen such a big scene, their minds were blank. However, gradually an elf from the palace muttered in the crowd. They are all ordinary sun elves. The one who is at the forefront is the true sun elf hero, the druid Magina. Is it really the same as Emperor Yumiya? All the elves were shocked, and their curiosity was piqued. It's said that it's different. Without the altar of heroes, one can't be resurrected after death. However, it's said that a true Sun Elf hero appeared in the Sun Elf tribe. He was able to resurrect from the altar of heroes. He was called an alchemist, and he was able to resurrect these powerful elves, as well as the druid Magina. He was the one who created them. Alchemist, a hero who can create an elf hero. Heavens! Then she can turn me into a hero? The entire Moon City was in an uproar. They felt as if their world had been shattered, and they looked at the Sun Elves with envy. The Sun Elves had looks of pride on their faces, and they walked forward with their heads held high. It's because of in-game purchases. We are powerful. What's in-game currency? The other pure elves asked. In the next few days, he gradually understood that they had come to join the war and carry out the siege of the human race. With the addition of such a powerful new force, the entire Elven Empire would become more than 3 times stronger. After all, the Elven race in the past had only been supported by Ymir. The rest were ordinary elves, so they did not have much of an advantage. On the other hand, the growth period of humans was too fast. Their reproduction speed and maturity speed far exceeded that of elves who only reached adulthood at the age 80. There were only 3,000 to 4,000 elves in total, and they lived on less than 1% of the land. What about humans? Hiding in the mountains and hidden forests, there were already tens of thousands of them, and they were still increasing madly. After every great purge, they were like a centipede that had died but never fell down. In the Elf King's palace, the Sun Elf, the new hero of the elf race, alchemist Koya. Elf Emperor Yumiya frowned slightly and said coldly, "They're already waiting outside for an audience? Then let her come to the palace and pay her respects to me." Shuala. A moment later, alchemist Koya strode into the palace. He was now looking at the elven emperor with his own eyes. He looked up and felt a domineering pressure. This is the real Ymir. I can feel how terrifying she is, her powerful charisma, and her decisiveness to kill. This seemed more like the real elven emperor. In comparison, someone who had borrowed external help was the fake elven emperor. Clang. A pair of black boots with exquisite golden patterns fell to the ground. In the next second, the elven emperor Ymir suddenly appeared in front of her. She attacked with her long legs that were as exquisite as jade. She didn't say anything. She started off with a fight and tried to test the waters. She could clearly feel the terrifying killing intent of her opponent. "If I don't resist, I'll die." The racer of Mount Haruna's hair stood on end, but he could not resist at all. In an instant, he was kicked to the ground. A foot stepped on his face, and a terrifying spicy smell wafted into his nose. "The taste is not bad." Kia laid on the ground and sniffed. "Your feet should go well with the food." Ymir's face turned cold. Her legs turned into a shadow as she kicked him away. "You're not afraid of my pressure." "I'm not afraid," Kaya laughed. However, her face was deathly pale, and it was obvious that she was in a bad mood. In order to get close to the legendary and most powerful elven emperor, she had secretly obtained her clothes and collected some skin scraps before coming here. "I'm not afraid of you because I already have your figurine." He took out a space ring made from the fruit of life, and a bronze Ymir slowly walked out and looked at her mechanically. This was a clone that he had accumulated all his energy to create, and it had also been fused with other creatures. Just Jiki, copy and paste, and then push out the new. "How dare you duplicate me, Mir?" Ymir suddenly made a move and charged at the clone. Both sides had terrifying pressure and the same ability. On the other hand, the combat power of the clone was not limited to the special abilities it possessed. In terms of pure combat power, it was even slightly stronger than the clone. The racer of Mount Haruna had initially thought that they would at least be on par with each other. However, he had never expected that the clone Ymir would not be able to fight back at all. Thump thump. His pair of leg techniques were like a violent storm, and when combined with the wheel of poison, they were exquisite to an inconceivable degree. In less than 10 moves, the clone was defeated. This is a terrifying combat genius. He looked at his alchemy doll's defeat, and his mind was a little blank. She has walked her own path all these years. If the evil demon hunter from back then appeared in front of her, I'm afraid she would be beaten to death in an instant and then captured alive. She doesn't need my help at all. As expected, the cyborgs that he had created were perfectly replicated, but they did not have combat intelligence. "Elven Emperor, please spare my life. I'm willing to surrender." A moment later, the racer of Mount Haruna surrendered, knowing when to back down. "Remember, there will only be one Emperor Yumiya in the future. You are not allowed to copy me." Ymir said coldly as he sat back on the elven throne. "Is there really only one?" The racer of Mount Haruna said. Yumiya was stunned for a moment and looked at him meaningfully. "It seems that you're not as treacherous as the last traitor. You've gained the trust of the ancient elven tree. I've already told you about it, so I can trust you too. The previous Ymir lost his honor and betrayed the elven race, which was our greatest humiliation. Now that she's dead, I'm the only elven king in this world, the elven god Ymir. I'll protect the glory of our elven race for all eternity." The racer of Mount Haruna stared at the elven emperor, and it was as if he was looking at a powerful elven monarch, the true rise of the elven era. The era might not need my interference. It will go the way it should. On the other side, the evil demon hunter was still looking at the woodcutter. This young woodcutter had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. His face was so hideous that it seemed as if the earth could cover the sky. 2 tiger teeth extended out of his lips like fangs. He secretly observed for several days, and found that he was curled up in a thatched house outside the mountain in the elf town. To the elves who loved beauty, he was extremely ugly. Not to mention, he was a traitor to the elves. The elves would throw an axe to him and let him go up the mountain to chop wood in exchange for food. The young man did not hold any grudges. He knew the pain that humans had brought to the elves. As long as he used firewood to exchange for food, those beautiful elves would give him food and allow him to live here. They were very kind. On this day, he went up the mountain again. Ping. After the deformed young man chopped the wood, he madly waved his machete and chopped at a huge black stone. His arms that were holding the axe were already twitching slightly, and his palms were starting to bleed from the impact. He had a hobby of cutting stones, and would swing his axe thousands of times a day. Slash! Slash! Blood was seeping out of his arm, and the pain was tearing his body apart. However, the feeling of facing death like this was not bad. As long as he madly slashed, he could forget his race, status, gender origin, and appearance. He didn't need to care about anything. It was just a simple swing, and the feeling was too good. After dark, he returned to his room and handed the firewood to the elf. He continued to curl up in his room, waiting silently for the arrival of the next day. For the past few days, Irfan had been constantly observing this young man with a strange lifestyle. He discovered that his body had an amazing atavism phenomenon, and there were signs of a wizard ancestor. This is the first time I've seen someone so reckless, torturing himself for fun, swinging his axe thousands of times a day, and his hand is bleeding like this. He was obviously not liked by others. He had a grudge, but he didn't hate them at all. He was so stupid that all the points in his mind were added to his physique. He's still alive after massacring himself like this. This was simply unbelievable. His demon true body was constructed by imitating the ancestral wizard's true body. But this young man seemed to be even more fitting of the ancestral wizard's bloodline. He seemed to have fused with the bloodlines of elves and humans, and some subtle changes had occurred. His physical talent is extremely strong, and he's also a madman. However, he seems a little stupid. They were species with the potential to evolve, but none of them could really fight. They still had to rely on the native geniuses. Thinking of this, he quickly descended from the sky and looked at the young man. The young man was chopping a huge rock. He was slightly surprised and looked up. "You're a human expert? Is it the legendary ancestor Arthur?" Ugly Youth threw down the bloodied axe and was shocked. Arthur was the first human in the world, and the ancestor of the entire human race, and the only type 6 expert who could fly. "You can think of it that way. What's your name?" Irfan asked enticingly. "I don't have a name. My parents were in love and were caught in the tree world prison. I lived in a town, and the elves called me an ugly..." The Ugly Youth was a little embarrassed by the name, and he was a man of few words. "You want power, reputation, strength, anything you want." Ylfin used a common demon tactic. "I don't want to." The young man shook his head. "The elven sisters are varied to me. Even though I'm the child of an enemy, they didn't drive me out of the town. Even when the patrol team came, they pretended not to know me." "You don't have anything you want?" Ylfan was stunned. This was the first time he had met a child who had no desires. It seemed that slashing at a stone Was his pure and monotonous joy and pleasure? Was this person a masochist? As long as he slashed, he would feel satisfied and happy? What I want? The young man Chu was startled. I want to see my parents, but I can't cultivate any mystic arts. Ilfan was stunned and immediately sensed his body. He found that there was indeed something wrong with his body, and he could not walk the path of spell cultivation. It was because his constitution had returned to its ancestor, and he was closer to the terrifying constitution of a wizard ancestor. That was why he could not cultivate magic and sense the magic net. It was a pity this beast-like ugly youth could not cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art. His intelligence was too low. Then let's stop the war so that elves and humans can live in harmony. I don't have any cultivation techniques, only simple physical cultivation techniques. He thought for a moment and decided to pass the 9 revolutions mysterious art to him. If you can't learn it, you can only cultivate the body cultivation and body forging technique, right? All right, he said. The young man was still silent. On the other side, deep underground, Ji-Ki, who was covered by the thick earth's crust, opened his eyes slightly. Interesting. The Life Alchemy Factory. It's very good, but it's mine now. I studied it countless times before I finally understood the principle behind it. Furthermore, I used Dao arts to imitate this strange duplicated life and learned how it created life. I captured 3 humans, an elf, a demon race, and the bloodline of our ancestral wizard. After countless experiments, I finally managed to create an ugly young man with mixed bloodlines. It was a pity that it was extremely incomplete. Its combat strength was low and its intelligence was on the lower side. However, every intelligent life form was unique. Shu, I hope you can surprise me. DQI was also secretly pushing for an era of civilization. I don't want a one-sided war. I don't want a situation where one person suppresses the world. I want to see a brilliant world where geniuses of different generations appear. They're brilliant and shocking. They might even come and challenge me. He wanted to be defeated. He wanted the threat of death. He ignored the weak life, thinking that weakness was the original sin and should be harvested like straw. But he respected the strong and gave them the dignity of life. Looking at his long life, only the strong like Xu Yunyan and Chang Sheng could earn his sincere admiration and respect. Is there any living being that can defeat me? I'm really looking forward to it. His voice was filled with longing as he gradually fell into a deep sleep. As expected, he was a blockhead. On the other side, Mumu didn't say anything and just sighed as she looked at the stupid young man. Chu. These few days, teaching him elementary math, was simply as difficult as ascending to the heavens. His combat talent was heaven-defying, but it was probably impossible for him to learn the 9 revolutions mysterious art in his lifetime. However, after I taught him, I seemed to be very happy after only learning the simplest Danshin cultivation and body forging. He was speechless and completely lost his confidence. He left the child to his son, the leader of the human resistance, Arthur, and left. He wanted to find more talented humans, but in the following days, he found nothing. Year 113 of the Yumia Empire. With the Sun Elf's assistance, the entire elf tribe's strength increased rapidly. The Sun Elf tribe had become the holy land of the entire Elven Empire, and many elves had come to visit. On the streets, the luxurious and expensive Hunter Hall was selling many things. Originally, the Sun Elf ancient tree definitely wouldn't allow other elf tribes to get their hands on it and obtain all kinds of mounts and equipment to become stronger. However, it was still persuaded in the end, because it received a very simple answer. For foreign sprites, the purchase price will be increased by 30%. As for the remaining 30%, it will belong to your sun life ancient tree. Therefore, the ancient sun tree, which had long been addicted to the power of paywalls, completely joined in. After receiving a commission, it even worked very hard to help promote the game. Over the years, the ancient sun elf tree was addicted to spending money and finally built its own miracle elf building chimera perch. A terrifying dark blue chimera beast lived on it. Wah! Is this the sun elf tribe? A group of night elves arrived, led by a genius girl named Luna, who was led by a night elf sister who had been here for a long time. Do you see that giant tree over there? The giant beast that lives on it is the legendary guardian beast of the sun elves, the chimera. She then pointed to a female elf knight riding a griffin in the sky. Do you see the symbol on her chest? He's a VIP 5 pay-to-win big boss. Luna's heart was filled with anticipation as she looked at the powerful Greyfun elf flying across the sky. That's someone who spent 1,000 sun dollars. How strong is he? At this moment, an elf girl with dragon wings welcomed them. Welcome to our city. You're the elf hero Parker who drank the elf race's class change hidden potion. She was stunned. It wasn't that she hadn't heard of this expert. It was said that he had an energy similar to an interspatial ring. He could hide in a different space for a short time and avoid attacks. Luna looked at the badge on his chest silently. He was a P7 Krypton Gold Big Boss. After several years, this elf tribe had been led astray by others. However, countless elves had gathered here to buy equipment and mounts for the upcoming war. Year 115 of the Umia Empire. The elves launched a large-scale attack on the Behemoth Mountains. Emperor Umia forcefully issued an order to the most elite 500 to 3,000 to 4,000 elves. They were equipped with equipment and mounts, and they surrounded and slaughtered a large number of humans. Hiding in the mountains, the women, the elderly, and the children were all killed. The methods were so bloody and the process so cruel that even the elves themselves could not imagine it. Humanity's crisis had finally arrived. They were also unable to hide underground like the Demon Clan. The bloody war that shocked the entire history, the Battle of the Behemoth Elves, had completely begun, and the entire land was stained with blood. Quickly run! A woman carrying a child ran quickly, but a huge red wind blade appeared out of thin air behind her, and she quickly fell. You guys hurry up and leave! A husband stood in front of his family and picked up a hoe. His entire body trembled, and tears and snot flowed down his face. He blurred and roared, Come on! Come on! I'm not afraid of you. You actually abandoned us. Some women looked at their husbands, who abandoned their families and ran away with their children in their arms. All kinds of ugly human nature. All kinds of true nature, life and death separation, were completely displayed here. Voila! One by one, the Moon Cavalry held exquisite and sharp moon blades and slaughtered the entire land in a terrifying manner. Whoosh! The griffin archers in the sky were releasing a rain of arrows, which accurately fell on the back of every escaping villager. The elves and humans fought each other, and many lives were lost. The entire town was quickly wiped out, and it fell into a deathly silence. The elves got off their mounts, their bodies covered in blood, and began to rest and eat dry food. Are we really doing the right thing? Luna's body suddenly trembled. For elves who loved peace and tranquility, this was undoubtedly cruel. In fact, the anguished wailing and angry look in the eyes of one of the children just now had pierced deep to her heart. None of the elves around them spoke, and they were all eating their rations in silence. Suddenly, the druid Mikina picked up some food and sat on a tree branch. This is a war between races. We elves, humans, and demons are destined not to live together on the same land. Only side can die. Do you still remember that your sisters, who have lived for hundreds of years were tricked away those humans. Our population is decreasing. It's either they assimilate us, or we exterminate them. Just as the god of the ancient tree of life had said, they had fallen and lost their divinity. They had desires, cruelty, and violence. These humans were reproducing on their own. Generation after generation, the concentration of the elven bloodline became lower and lower, becoming weaker and weaker. From the moment they were born, they became stage 2, stage 1, and even completely turned into the babies of ordinary creatures. They turned into ordinary first-order life forms with short lifespans, cruel and violent nature. Women would fall sick, bleed every month, suffer painful pregnancy, and die during childbirth. We are going to become them? Have I lost divinity? The elves on the battlefield were silent and sorrowful. They could only eat their food in silence. Then, they got back on their mounts, put on their luggage, and walked on the land of death and barrenness. We must hold on. We are the elites sent out by each tribe. We are all heroes that our tribesmen are looking forward to, and they are all looking forward to our triumphant return. Beautiful elves riding on moon leopards, gently consoling the crying elves. However, they really heroes? Perhaps the hero of one's own race was just an executioner of another race. They felt numb inside. This war would be a shadow for the rest of their lives. However, they still had a race behind them, and they couldn't back down. They could only continue to forward and start this war. It was just like how they had sacrificed their lives in the past, to wave their weapons and challenge the ancient trees of war. This was the courage that was engraved in their hearts. This was the divinity of the elves. They did not have cowardice, fear, or escape. They only had the good side of life and no evil side. They could recover quickly. This was their natural personality. The blue leaves of the trees were scattered in the sky. A few figures stood on the huge chimera beast, exploring the next hidden human tribe that would be attacked. The elven emperor Yumia stood on a high ground and looked at the entire mountain range. After we have the griffins and chimera, no tribe can escape our detection. They have no place to hide anymore. It's only a matter of time before we completely eliminate them. The racer of Mount Haruna was silent. Can't you just lock him up? He wanted to try and interfere in this war, thinking that enslaving was a good result. At least there was a chance to rise, but he did not expect Ymir to want to go extinct. They're too despicable, lowly. Yumia said calmly, "It must be exterminated, or else it will infect our pure bloodline and cause us to fall." This is what the ancient elven tree wants. Silin was trembling. What a sad life. Don't you have anything you want and love? She already knew that Ymir was no longer Ymir. This Ymir had been cruel and realistic. He did not even look like an elf who yearned for beauty. He did not have the peace and love of the elven race. What the ancient elven tree wants is what I want. Do you really think that I'm serving the ancient elven tree? Ymir asked calmly. Ymir was calm, and suddenly ordered the chimera to lower its altitude. Voila! A chimera appeared in the sky above the human city. It's the elf clan. Countless people walked out of the houses and roared. They picked up knives, spears, drums, and sticks, threw them into the sky, and shouted all kinds of words, the glory of mankind, and not afraid of death for their families. Guys, take a look. Ymir pointed down and said, "It's the humans. I've observed this race for countless years. They're greedy, brutal, lustful, arrogant, and have lost their godhood. As sinners of God, it's undeniable that they still have their own unique points. They still retain part of our godhood's glory, and they regard their own race as their glory. We are also proud to be elves. Our lifespans, strength, and potential are far higher than humans who reproduce by themselves. We are perfect life forms that far surpass humans. We'll become even more perfect if we turn into humans. I'll immediately go against the ancient tree of life's words and choose to assimilate into humans. Unfortunately, I won't do that. Assimilating into humans will only bring endless disasters to us elves. Was trembling. However, Ymir did not seem to mind at all. He continued, even if the ancient elven tree goes against the elven race and hinders our development, I will still find a way to destroy it. I have been fighting for the elves from the beginning to the end. In fact, reality is very cruel. I have observed humans for too long and have come to a terrifying conclusion. If we elves continue to be kind and weak, living in the deep forest and staying away from worldly affairs, we will sooner or later be subverted, destroyed, and even enslaved by the brutal humans. No elf is willing to be stained with blood and fall, and no elf will embrace peace. The elven monarch, Ymir, exuded an astonishing charm. Even her tone of certainty made others feel that she was speaking the truth. If she, Ymir, had not appeared, the elven race would have been destroyed and enslaved. War is inevitable. She's taking the initiative. The racer of Mount Haruna's hair stood on end as he turned to look at the elven emperor, whose voice was filled with dominance, charm, and foresight. She had been raised to take over Ymir's position since birth, but she did not reject it. Instead, she gladly accepted it. This was the greatest glory to her and the meaning of her existence. She was protecting the entire elven race. In every sense, she had truly carried out the great name of Ymir. The Watchman was a guardian of the elves' present and future. As the Song of Shadow, it walked in the dark and turned into a fallen, cruel, and bloody elf assassin, protecting every kind and peaceful elf. Where there was light, there must be darkness. Ymir only caressed Selene's trembling head gently, exuding an invisible overbearing aura. You're asking me if I want it? No one he loved? I'm very greedy, and I love every single one of my people. She let out a long sigh and smiled. She turned to look at alchemist Koya with a domineering and resolute expression. I hope you will always be a member of the elves and my friend. Don't do anything strange because of insignificant humans. Year 117 of the Yumia Empire. The Battle of the Behemoth Elves had reached the peak of slaughter. The entire mountain range was filled with blood. Tens of thousands of humans in villages and tribes were killed, including the old, the weak, women, and children. The cruelty of the brutal suppression completely established them of iron-blooded and cold elven Emperor Ymir. The Song of Shadow. The elven slayer who walked in the shadows, also known as the Head Warden, the prison of the tree world. The imprisoned fallen elven traitors, and all kinds of human powerhouses. Year 118 of the Yumia Empire. The human tribe sent a letter. The human race was willing to surrender. If you don't surrender, kill. The elven emperor Ymir stood on a high ground and looked down at the moon knights and griffon archers. He was cold and elegant, and his beautiful figure was intoxicating. However, his voice was filled with endless blood. Humans are evil and brutal elves who have lost their divinity after falling. Elves Ilfan, Gilna were born after stealing the forbidden fruit of life from Elysian. They are sinners who are ordered by the god of the 11 ancient trees of life to completely disappear. Voila. The ground was filled with blood again. The massacre continued, and corpses piled up like mountains. Year 119 of the Yumia Empire. The elders, experts, elderly, women, children, and representatives of all classes, as well as the human ancestor Arthur, came over to surrender and put up a final struggle. The humans were lowering their proud heads. In the military tent, the elven emperor sat in his royal palace and looked at the leaders of the human resistance. Their faces were pale. They originally had the capital to resist, thinking that the human race would rise up sooner or later and ride alongside the elf race. They even optimistically divided themselves into two factions. One faction wanted to live in peace with the elves and marry freely. The other faction wanted to enslave the elves, who were few in number, and control the ancient tree of elves. However, the sudden appearance of many terrifying elven mounts and equipment caused them to be defeated in an instant. They lost the opportunity to rise up and gave up their dreams. At this point, they could only accept whatever request the elven Emperor Ymir made. It was a pity that they were overthinking it. "I won't surrender, I won't kill the messenger, go back." The elven Emperor Ymir's voice was exceptionally resolute. "You are an elf without divinity, an executioner." He even killed children and women. A middle-aged man of the fifth step couldn't hold it in any longer and exploded. "You don't have the peace, gentleness, and kindness that elves should have." An old man was sobbing. "You killed my 7-year-old brother. God will curse you." An 8-year-old girl was in pain. God curse me." Ymir's voice was overbearing and unquestionable. "If the God you're talking about is the ancient tree of life, then it was they who asked me to exterminate you. If the God you're talking about is the God of the elves, then I'm the God. I'm just here to exterminate you mortals." The so-called God is just a powerful creature worshipped by the weak. If you want to punish me, don't use the power of God. Use your own power to challenge me and kill me, humans. I won't challenge you." Arthur, who had been silent all this while, suddenly growled. He could no longer suppress his anger. "Human ancestor Arthur, your courage is commendable." Yumaya stood up abruptly, waved her dark green cloak, and looked around at the human representatives. "This is the scheme of you humans. Are you planning to use the kindness of elves to move me? But you are wrong. I was angry at the crying of the children, angry at the ignorance of the strong, and angry at the cursing of the old. This is how incomplete humans are. When faced with the strong, we surrender weakly. When faced with the weak, we draw our swords cruelly. Because of this, I became angrier and felt that we should exterminate the human species. You came to beg me, but it only made me more determined to kill humans. Only you, Arthur." Her voice was cold and emotionless. "Human ancestor Arthur, you let me see the light on you. After all, you have inherited part of the elf's divinity. I choose to accept your challenge, year 119 of the Ymir Elven Empire." The human, Arthur, led the human race to surrender. In this negotiation between humans and elves, the ideas of human nature and divinity completely exploded in the dispute. Emperor Yumia recognized the imperfection and violence of the human race, and was determined to destroy mankind. The battle between humanity and divinity, between humans and elves, was destined to be recorded in history. Thousands of years later, people owned the history of the Yumia Empire Chronicles, which clearly recorded this Belamon conference. The humans are a new fallen race that has been corrupted by two elves who stole the forbidden fruit. They are brutal, arrogant, and have lost their divinity. Elf Emperor Ymir intends to destroy them with iron and blood. 3 days later, Arthur challenged Elf Emperor Ymir. This was the last time the humans could resist. Are we going to be extinct? In the countless battles before they surrendered, more than half of the strong people had died, leaving only the elderly and children. In the human towns deep in the mountains, countless women were holding their children. That night, countless towns and cities were in ruins. Wailing and sorrowful cries rang out from the houses in the ruins. The end of the world was coming, and they couldn't keep an eye on Arthur, the ancestor of the humans. Ymir had yet to reach the legendary level 7. After entering the ancient tree of life, he was still at level 6. Arthur was also at level 6, but the difference was too great. As an ordinary human at the 6th rank without any talent, Arthur was no match for the elf hero, Ymir. The apocalypse had arrived, and all humans were in a state of panic. They were curled up in their houses. Some of the good ones hugged their daughters and wives and enjoyed their last dinner. Some of the extremists and evil ones completely fallen into madness. They burned, killed, and robbed, wanted to do all the evil things before they died. Countless pessimists couldn't help but cry when they saw the scene of these thugs committing murder. Heavens, were they crazy? At the last moment, they actually attacked our own people. They are simply intelligent, cruel beasts. Perhaps the elven Emperor Ymir was right. When we face the strong, we surrender weakly. When we face the weak, we draw our blades cruelly. Our race is like a beast with wisdom, selfish and greedy. In just a short 100 years, our tribes and towns have given birth to thieves, robbers, sexual offenders, and all kinds of insidious fraud. Even we humans who live in the towns have suffered greatly. And in the city of elves, there has never been an evil person. They are perfect, kind, free of disease and pain. They can completely trust each other, open up their minds to communicate, and live together in the forest, living a beautiful life that people yearn for. Our ancestors stole the forbidden fruit of life, Elysium, and gave birth to our incomplete race. We shouldn't have come to this world. It's time to end this. Evil creature. What a vile creature. A white-haired old man cried out in anger as he watched the thugs commit the crime. No wonder the divine general punished us sinners who stole the forbidden fruit and crushed our backbones. The pessimists were emitting a sense of pessimism and panic, and they were even more concentrated on this land of darkness. But before the disaster, there were still those who were determined. One by one, the human masters, who were wearing heavy armor and holding giant swords, began to kill the evil ruffians one by one. Blood spilled as they held their heads and roared at the crowd. The human race has its own glory. We humans have unyielding nature. As long as it exists, it has a meaning to its existence. We've fallen. It had lost its divinity. But human nature is complicated. There are evil people and good people. We kill the evil people ourselves. I don't believe that we humans don't have any value in existence. Humanity still had its brilliance. He will write a vast historical poem for us. Some experts were spontaneously getting rid of the rioters. Human nature is complicated. It's undeniable that some people have become beastly, while others have become divine. Most of it depends on ourselves. Whether we're gods or beasts, it's just a matter of a thought in human nature. On the night of the final declaration of war, far too many riots broke out. Flames soared into the sky, mad roars, and all kinds of terrifying dark turmoil. Cowardice and courage were two different kinds of people here. Walala. The fire flickered, the dark night. Ilfin, Gilna along as they walked through the town, which was ablaze with fire and plundering. He saw all the changes in the world. A pious white-haired old man knelt on the ground. He had already surrendered to fate and prayed that his race would be exterminated. He saw a huge man with a ferocious face, holding a bloody butcher knife. In a house with flames rising to the sky, he had a crazed and violent expression as he swung his knife at a young mother holding a baby. He also saw many experts in armor, forming their own guards and killing the thugs in a fit of rage. Suddenly, a white-haired old man walked over from the fire. Are you the ancestor of the humans, Ilfin? I. He was stunned and looked at the old man in the disaster for a moment. I'm not. You've got the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary traveler who fled with his wife." "Oh." Disappointment flashed across the white-haired old man's face as he trembled and left. Ilfan placed his hand on his chest and took a long time to catch his breath. "I'm too weak. He looked at the suffering on this land. All of this had happened because of him. He didn't want to bear and face it all. He was afraid and panicking. He had been scheming since the beginning and thought that he would win. He made a mistake and was backstabbed by the ancient life tree. It was good that he won, but he made a mistake. He should bear the responsibility for his mistake and failure. However, he was unwilling to bear the responsibility for his mistake and pay the price. He had created the entire race, but he had failed to create an environment for them, overthrowing the rule of the ancient tree and putting them in a state of near extinction. He understood that he had always been weak and had always struggled in his heart. He had never succeeded and was a complete failure. In reality, he was a working employee who was bullied by his superiors and colleagues all day long. Therefore, in reality, he swallowed his anger and did not dare to insult others. When he came back from work, he chose to punch and insult the netizens on the internet. He was in high spirits and poured all his resentment. However, in the end, he still had a very powerful talent. In the game, Spore Evolution, he was also able to display it and successfully evolve a species. He laughed bitterly. "I've always felt that God was unfair. He made me fail to meet my talents. But now I can only admit that not everyone who has talents can become a hero and shoulder everything. I don't have the corresponding courage. I'm so weak in real life that I've even been called a keyboard warrior on the internet. However, this is my mistake. I should bear the responsibility of the rise and fall of the human race and stand up." That terrifying Ymir had grown too strong over the years. Now that he had appeared in front of her, he would definitely die. But even so, even though I know I'm going to die, I still have to. His entire body trembled. He told himself that this was a sin he had committed, and he had to pay for it. However, after a night of thinking, the sky welcomed dawn, and his hot blood that was not afraid of death gradually cooled down. He couldn't help but think, "I can't be stupid. I'll only be sending myself to death if I go. It's better to take the remaining humans and continue hiding. That way, I can travel around with Gilna again and live a happy life." He still come to power. He suddenly told himself, "I've endured so many times in the past, why can't I just endure it one more time? That way I can continue to be with Gilna. My world is too lowly, and they don't look up to me. I can only vent my anger on the internet, but it doesn't matter now. I already have someone I like, and as long as I still have Gilna, no matter what price I have to pay, no matter what kind of infamy I have to bear." He turned around and wanted to pull Gilna away, but she shook his hand off. "You." Ilfan stared at her in disbelief. The gentle and kind Gilna had chosen to disobey him. "I've always thought that Emperor Umayya, who I once liked, had led the elven race to rise to power. He was brave, fearless, kind, and responsible. But perhaps I was wrong. Gilna looked at him and wailed in tears, "That's our child." The reality was cruel. Not everyone could carry a heavy burden. Mumu was just an ordinary person in reality, not a hero. Throughout the long history of the tide of history, to still stand out in the face of death, despite knowing that it was death, one would need extraordinary courage that was 1 in 10,000. And this could only have 2 results. The first was to become a hero, the second, to become a martyr. He's gone. Arthur was wearing heavy armor and holding his metal greatsword tightly. His voice was somewhat lonely. A voice came from the shadow. "Our father." The fact that he could steal the forbidden fruit meant that he was the first greedy, sinful, and intelligent life in this world. It was normal for him to fear death. He was a normal human being because he had a father. That's why we're here. We're also hesitant when we encounter things, and we have fear, cowardice. Are you really going to help me? Arthur asked. A voice came from the shadow. You're all dead. With Emperor Yumiya's iron blood, the next ones to come will be us, the races hiding underground. Let us brothers fight Emperor Yumiya together, for the sake of humanity and the demon race. Cowardice and courage were still two different kinds of people here. Bang. Bang bang. The giant, black rock was full of cracks. One slash. Another slash. From the time Chu started practicing until now, it had already been more than 30 years. Day after day, year after year, every day, other than eating and sleeping, he would swing the blade. He was like a robot, swinging the blade for more than 10 hours every day. His saber still looked ancient and simple. It was straight, and there was nothing fancy about it. It was so simple that one could see through it at a glance. He doesn't have any distracting thoughts. Swinging the blade can make him happy. That's the only meaning in his life. This was everyone's evaluation of him. It was said that Chu was a human sent by ancestor Irfan. He seemed to have some kind of combat form and had the same great potential as ancestor Irfan. In the beginning, Ar took great care of him. After all, he was as powerful as a high elf. The first time he saw him, he had reached the 4th rank. At that time, Arthur saw that the young man liked to wave that ugly axe all day, so he gave him a sharp long knife. Thus, Chu casually threw down his axe and began to swing his blade. However, he gradually discovered that Chu didn't seem to have a battle form. He only had this ugly human body. Moreover, after 30 years, his cultivation would drop out of thin air every once in a while, and he would remain at the 5th step. Gradually, Arthur was disappointed in him and didn't care anymore. This was a human with a low IQ, even like a fool. When you talked to him, he just listened quietly and waved his knife without any reaction. This is what we humans are lacking. Not only will they be troubled by diseases, but they will also have some deformed children. Some people looked forward to the perfect form of elves. Even after countless years, some people gradually developed a habit. If they had things that they couldn't communicate with others, they would secretly tell it to Chu, who was waving his sword. They would act as if they didn't hear their repentance, thoughts, and prayers. They would continue to wave their swords, and they wouldn't tell anyone their secrets. The stupid Chu was a very qualified audience. Gradually, after 30 years, he got the name Listening Chu. Many people would develop the habit of praying and telling stories. Even some thieves and thugs would come to Chu. Because there was no one to show off, they would tell him about their proud achievements and then continue to steal. Every day, Chu brandished his saber at the same spot on the mountain, forming a beautiful scenery. He could hear many dirty and evil things that many people would never hear in their entire lives. The pure love thoughts of young girls, the repentance of the old, the troubles of the strong in cultivation, the hardships of the poor. Chu had heard so much about the trivialities of life in the mortal world, the good and evil of human nature, but it was as if he hadn't heard anything. His knife was still steady and unaffected by the mortal world. He accurately and repeatedly struck the blade. Wielding the blade seemed to be Chu's entire life. Clang, clang, clang. In front of a huge cliff, Chu was still brandishing his saber. At this time, the end of humanity had arrived. Many people were standing behind him, praying. It was far more than the entire number of people in the past 30 years. The elderly, women, children, and the adults were all praying devoutly before their deaths. This was the psychological comfort that they had developed over the past 30 years, and it still continued. Before this, they had come alone and secretly shared their thoughts when there was no one around. However, in the face of death, there was no need to hide any secrets or care about other people's gazes. Everyone was mumbling to themselves, and there was only one person they could talk to. Ah Chu was listening. Clang clang. Ah Chu waved his axe, still not sensing anything. He continued to wave his blade amidst the sounds of countless people. The first day after the declaration of war passed, countless people were praying and recounting the day's experiences. Some of the thugs had gone mad and burned, killed, and pillaged everywhere, but they were stopped by the human warriors. This was the darkest day of disaster. The second day passed. On this day, the people's safety was guaranteed. People walked from chaos to stability and began to pray for the last time in their lives. In front of Ah Chu, people gradually began to talk to each other, communicate, discuss, and sob. Even the thieves, secret keepers, and bandits were confessing to the crowd, wailing and crying. They also discovered a terrifying thing. There seemed to be more. Ah Chu. What? There's also a Ah Chu on the mountain in your tribe. He's continuously swinging his saber. Ah Chu didn't escape with us refugees from the distant Mengtu mountain range. Instead, he's been here all this time. On our side, there's also an Ah Chu who kept swinging his blade. We all call him the foolish Ah Chu. Let's also talk to him about our worries. That's what we call slow Ah Chu. It's almost the same. Your tribe, our tribe. In total, there are 4 Ah Chus. Clang. Clang. Ah Chu was still brandishing his blade, but the praying people into a strange state. In the past, the human tribes were quite primitive and scattered in the dense forest, hiding from the elves' pursuit. They were almost not in contact with each other. Even masters like Arthur did not have the time to communicate with all the tribes. Now that the great catastrophe had broken out, only a small number of refugees were left. When people exchanged information, they discovered this terrifying fact. Ah Chu, are you really so foolish? He. The third day arrived. The humans were still praying, but no one was calm, because today was the final battle. Arthur of the human race challenged the elven Emperor Yumia, and it would determine the fate of the humans. At this moment, the sky was shaking, and the leaves were rustling. A faint ray of light shone through the clouds, and a trace of holy white light sprinkled down on the valley like a sharp arrow. The 11 great ancient existences all focused their eyes on this land of the mortal world. The war is about to end. Our hands are stained with blood, but we will spend the rest of our lives in repentance. Countless horned eagles and huge chimeras flew in the sky above Behemoth. They were like huge shadows of wings wandering among the white clouds. Countless elves murmured, but no one dared to get close to the battlefield. No one dared to get close to the pressure of Emperor Yumia. In the mountain range not far away, countless people, residents of every town and tribe, stood on high ground and looked down at the battlefield in the valley. When our ancestors stole the forbidden fruit, when we were born in the mortal world, when we are deprived of our divinity, immersed in the sea of bitterness of life, a faint folk song passed down in the human tribe could be heard, spreading around the entire valley. The notes trembled and flowed into the sharp ears of the high elves. Almost the entire valley was filled with a sad elegy at the same time. We don't have a choice. Arthur, a human swordsman in a huge black armor, held a huge sword in his hands and stabbed it into the ground. He looked at Emperor Yumaya and smiled freely. We brothers will fight together. One of the demons was tall, covered in flames, and had 2 twisted, spiral goat horns on his head. The demon, Lur, was also standing on the spot. Yumiya, you might not be able to win against us brothers. Is this your last bit of strength? Emperor Yumiya's expression was calm. Her legs were bare, and fire spells covered them. Boom. He kicked in the air, causing large amounts of sweat to fall. The sweat turned into ripples and flickered as if he was breathing. It was as if a huge invisible web of pressure had enveloped the valley, pressed down in all directions. Even the horned eagle knights in the sky and the humans on the mountain peak, not far away, felt a huge pressure invading them. They could not open their eyes and their breathing was stopped. They bent down in pain. Voila! Countless gray clouds started to roil, forming a thin red mushroom cloud in the air. The mushroom cloud slowly stirred and gathered, forming a face that turned into a massive statue of a black elf girl. The huge statue stood on the ground, with a smile on its face. Its hands were wrapped around the wheel of poison. Its whole body was red, clear and exquisite, as if it was the only true god in the world. It was like the Statue of Liberty, an ancient miracle that stood on the valley. All the living beings in the valley felt their spirits shake, and they felt a great piercing pain. The overwhelming and violent air pressure made it impossible for them to breathe. A dragon's might that far surpasses that of a giant dragon, the condensed might, the Song of Shadows. Arthur looked at the invincible emperor, the legendary ultimate existence, the god of elves, and his expression turned bitter. They had originally thought that they were qualified to fight, but who knew that they had long been left in the dust? Just this terrifying pressure and the huge condensed form of aura made them unable to open their eyes. Any backup plans they left behind were useless. I'm not tyrannical. Killing is just to bring peace to us. I'll let the two of you die a painless death, including all humans. Ymir's eyes swept across the room, and his cold gaze landed on them. He waved his hand. Bang. Ymir's figure flickered like a ghost. Arthur's and Ruhr's bodies seemed to have been smashed by an invisible force, and they were quickly sent flying on the ground. Large amounts of blood seeped out of their bodies, and they were severely injured in an instant. No! A ray of blue light came from afar and landed on the two of them. Gilna knelt down and picked up her two children, blocking the way. Gilna, a complicated look flashed across Ymir's face. In the end, her expression gradually turned cold. This was a battle of positions. She knew that she had to bear the name of Iron and Blood, be cold and ruthless, in order to bring peace to the elves. Boom! The huge wind pressure flickered again, and the overwhelming violent attack crushed toward the three of them. In the next second, circles of light appeared in the sky, and the blood-red ripples turned into flames as they rapidly attacked. A tall demon's true form landed on the ground. In the end, Ilfin had come. He could truly become a demon and be selfish, but he still couldn't let go of Gilna. That was all he had. "Let's go," he growled, his eyes bloodshot. The current Ymir was already in disbelief. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have a path to the seventh step, she would have found her way to the next step. "You've finally appeared," Ymir said calmly. "Up and run." Yufan roared again. Kisha. In the next second, his entire demon body was sent flying. At this moment, the earth held its breath, and the horned eagle archers in the sky were silent. Seeing this devastating battle, they knew that the curtain was about to fall. On the mountaintop, the mournful folk songs of the tribe came to an abrupt end. Peng, peng, peng. In a certain mountain village, there were still people surrounding Achu. Although they didn't know the situation of the war, they were still carrying out their final prayers. Wails, repentance, and all kinds of voices rose and fell. Ah Cho slowly opened his eyes, as if he had sensed something. He suddenly looked around and asked with a complicated expression, "You guys say, in this world, did God or man first exist?" Ah Chu actually spoke. Countless people were trembling as they looked at him. Was there a God or a human first? The answer was unquestionable. After all, humans were the lives of gods who had stolen the forbidden fruit, lost their divinity, and fallen. But I've been listening to you talk for a long time. Kindness, love and hate, killing, stealing and pride. It seems to me that only the people in this world can have a god. Achu's words were simply treasonous. Humans are more complete than gods. Divinity is only one side of humans. It seems that the elves extracted the divinity of humans and turned them into an independent race. Because they were kind, gentle, and brave, they could protect them without worrying about betrayal. It was only when that unique existence appeared and stole the forbidden fruit that they became complete humans. They? Who was he referring to? The humans were all trembling. Foolish. Achu. This Achu. He never spoke. He just silently chopped the huge rock. However, his words were earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Ah Chu raised his head and looked at the sky where the leaves were swaying. The mottled sunlight shone down on the earth, and his voice was extremely penetrating, as if it had turned into a beam of light that pierced into the sky. Divinity and bestiality are all human nature. As soon as these words came out, it was as if the world was shaking. All the leaves in the sky started to shake. So it's true. I understand now. A faint voice rang out. Silently, several huge blades that looked like red flags on his back, then disappeared on the spot. It's time to end this. At this moment, Ymir suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He felt a transparent figure approaching him silently, bringing with it a bone-piercing chill. She suddenly turned her head and used her spiritual power to sense. She saw a translucent figure hidden in the air, as if there was a translucent air barrier between them. Wind steps. A simple and unadorned blade quickly fell, cutting a huge trench in the ground. Boom! The ground was torn apart and a huge gully was opened. Ymir turned around and looked in the direction of the fiery blade. "What kind of creature are you?" She looked at the twisted monster with a ferocious and ugly face. It had a pair of spiral demonic horns on its head, and its eyes were filled with a brutal and cruel light. It carried the extreme evil and violence of the world, as if it was a life formed by pure evil thoughts. How can there be such an evil creature in this world? Ymir felt a bone-piercing cold. This cold wasn't because she was afraid of her opponent's power, but because of the extremely disgusting black aura that she was emitting. It was filled with a sense of aggression and violence. Any living creature would instinctively feel disgusted, as if they were staring into the abyss. "Man, are you a demon?" Yumia's voice gradually turned cold as she looked at the demon Rur beside her. "This is your backup plan." "What?" Rur's face was also aghast. "That disgusting aura, he's more like a demon than us. However, our demon race doesn't have a creature like the Abyss Demon. The demon clan was born with a powerful demon form. However, they were born brutal, full of violence, invasion, conquest, and slaughter. They were countless times more terrifying than humans. The ancestor of demons, Rur, was clear about this, so he didn't let them live on the surface. He brought his own race to live in seclusion deep underground and become underground demons. The evil people of the world! You're actually accumulating the power for your fury." Yumia's expression turned cold. She could feel his anger getting stronger, as if something terrible was brewing. "I can't let a terrifying creature like you live." In the blink of an eye, The two figures crashed into each other. Boom! He slashed again. The terrifying man was struck hard. His simple and flawless sword skill caused the entire valley to crack rapidly. Black flames of rage burned all over his body, and his eyes were filled with rage. It was as if all his emotions were burning, and he was not afraid of Ymir's terrifying pressure at all. Wind steps. The monster took a strange step and waved his long blade. His eyes suddenly bulged, and the endless aura of rage that he had accumulated finally reached its peak. It gathered into a force of anger. Holding the blade with both hands, he jumped up and said, "Critical strike." Zzz. In an instant, a terrifying rage mixed together. Wails, screams, pain, madness, despair, and countless black emotions intertwined, mixing into an overwhelming power. The ground was covered with a sword mark that was hundreds of meters long, and dust was rolling. What kind of power is that? The entire valley instantly became deathly silent. The griffin archers in the sky were instantly stunned, and the humans standing on the mountain peak in the distance suddenly roared in joy. They finally recognized who that was. That's Achu. Some people were extremely excited. They didn't expect that the slow man, who had been swinging his knife at stones for more than 30 years, could hide so deeply. But Achu isn't the listening Achu, the silent Achu, the foolish Achu. Why are you so furious? This is Achu? Then, that's Achu. Not far away, and Ilfin looked at the blade marks that tore the earth apart. Achu's appearance was a little different now. He looked more like a demon and had 2 spiral horns. Perhaps this was his combat form, but that kind of power was too terrifying. It was a huge chill with goosebumps, a black color with wails and despair, violent and terrifying. Everyone was in awe and afraid. Monster. Yumiya dodged the attack. Her body was covered in thin and dense knife marks, even revealing her snow-white skin. She turned around and quickly flew away. I have to find a way to leave. I'll use my arm to heal the wound. Her recovery ability was very strong. As long as she was given some time to catch her breath, she would be able to recover her combat strength again. The furious Achu looked at Ymir's back, but he didn't chase after her. Instead, he used his fiery red eyes to quietly watch her leave. In the lush forest, the surroundings were quiet. Teta, a figure flew across the land. Elf Emperor Ymir had never been in such a sorry state before, and she could not imagine what kind of terrifying creature it was. Human? Demon? Or either mixed blood? How could there be such a terrifying and cold life in this world? As expected of a creature that had lost its divinity and fallen. However, it was indeed too terrifying. It was brutal and mixed with the extreme evil of the human world. Just by standing there, the black aura covered the sky and even formed a kind of pressure, which was not inferior to her power. What kind of environment did it grow up in? That's why it's so violent and dark. Human nature is really too complicated and evil. Her delicate and beautiful face pursed her lips with difficulty and took a deep breath. It's far from our single divinity, pure and kind. I must destroy them. I have no regrets, even if I have to bear countless blood and crimes. After seeing such a terrifying evil creature, she became even more determined. This was a battle between different races. There was no right or wrong. Although she was also at a loss these days, she had been telling herself firmly she was not wrong. The birth of humans would destroy the elven race. Perhaps I'm no longer myself. I've turned into the Song of Shadows, the guardian of iron and blood, or even in another violent demon like just now. But so what? She strode forward, began to remove her gloves to heal her wounds. She said coldly, "After this war, the elven world will return to peace. I should step down. An elf like me is not worthy of being king." In her mind, she suddenly recalled the words of the previous generation's elven emperor Ymir when he sat in the elven palace. Those high-spirited words, "The king will admit it, the king will allow it, and the king will carry the entire world." The previous emperor Ymir was full of mettle, but he had not been able to do it, so he had to work hard to advance. She was silent, as if she had only truly understood the meaning of this sentence at this moment. The king is responsible for the entire world, so there is no good or evil. The elves do not have to bear pain and condemnation. I'll make all the decisions, and I'll force the people to do as they please. Suddenly, an even more concealed, transparent figure approached. Winged steps. The translucent figure was like an assassin, quickly leaping over. "It's you again." Ymir waved the wheel of poison in his hand, and a translucent figure appeared. The man this time actually looked a little different from before. He had sharp fangs, and his eyes did not have the kind of brutal, destructive look that could destroy everything. Instead, it was a kind of pure wildness, the most primitive instinct of a living creature, or perhaps beast nature. "What kind of creature are you?" Yumia's expression turned serious as he fought the monster again. Compared to the previous demonic monster, this wild monster's aggressiveness was obviously much less. However, in its place was a kind of animal-like sensitive instinct, which could accurately predict her every move. Ymir had always been proud of his superb combat skills, but in the hands of this man, he finally witnessed what true combat skills were, and the terrifying killing intent that was like an instinct. This battle was extremely difficult. Large areas of trees were corroded, and the entire mountain forest turned into a dead end. However, the pressure seemed to have no effect on this creature. It did not seem a living creature. Ymir struggled a few times, then quickly left again. The beast-like man with the knife only looked at her quietly and did not chase after her. She once again moved forward, and a dilapidated human town appeared in front of her. She hesitated for a moment, then quickly rushed into the town and entered an empty, dilapidated hut at the edge to rest. The stove, wooden table, and wooden door were all overturned. It seemed that the owner of the house had met with an accident. She stood up and looked at the streets outside the town through the crack of the window. Under the broken eaves, there were still women holding their children and middle-aged men trying to find food for their families in the ruins. Ymir closed her eyes slightly and began to rest her nerves. She had already suffered 2 heavy injuries. If they were to catch up again, she might not be able to escape. What is it? If I had to make a guess, the first man had the demonic nature of a demon, and his entire body was filled with the evilness of the world. The second man was like a wild beast in the mountains and forests, with a pure bestiality. Their appearance was born from their heart, and their looks indeed matched their inner characteristics. She kept thinking, would there be another man? However, the next second, another man with a long knife on his back walked in. His face was flawlessly handsome, gentle like jade, and his whole body exuded a natural and fresh air. It was as if he was bathed in a divine light, making people feel close to him, as if he was close to nature. Ymir was very familiar with this aura. Feeling this aura, Ymir stood up in shock, his head shaking violently. The man bathed in divinity and did not seem to have any intention of fighting. He only smiled, revealing his teeth. "Ymir, do you want to know the truth of the world?" "What truth?" Ymir held the wheel of poison vigilantly. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she was extremely weak, and unworthy of being the king of the elves. She felt ashamed of her people. The 11 ancient elven trees hide the secret truth of this world, the text of history. For example, Ymir, who are you? The man's voice was also filled with divinity, bathed in the warm sunlight. Ymir. Are you really an elf? Am I really an elf? Looking at the man's question, Yumiya suddenly had a strange feeling. This creature full of divinity, and could even be called an elf, would not lie. Just like the kindness of elves would not lie. I'm an elf, the night elf Ymir, Ymir said firmly, looking at him warily. Are you really an elf? The man smiled and lit a bonfire in the room. He invited the seriously injured Yumiya to sit down, allowing her to buy time to heal her wounds. If you really are an elf, why are you so ruthless? So cruel? Lead the kind elves full of divinity and start a massacre of other races? Ymir, on the other hand, calmed down and said, because this is a war between species. I have no choice but to not exterminate the human race. With the tyranny of the human race, they will definitely exterminate us elves in the future and make us their slaves. She believed that any intelligent human would not refute the correctness of this decision. If it were from a human's perspective, they would definitely do the same. Yes, there's nothing wrong with this thought. Cho smiled and used his long knife to stir the bonfire. The sound of the firewood crackling could be heard, as if he was a traveler gathering in a broken house on a rainy night. He said leisurely, however, this correct war decision should be made by humans and not the kind elves. The kindness of elves, even if they know that it is right. They wouldn't have had the heart to carry out such a brutal massacre. Ymir was about to speak. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. Chu continued, I have observed the history of the elven race. They are kind, gentle. They have gathered the perfection of any life and all the beauty of the world. They are called divinity. They could work hard and sacrifice their lives to protect their mother ancient tree. But if it was up to them, with the kindness of the elves, would they take the lives of other races in order to keep their own lives? No, not. They were too kind. To take the lives of others for the sake of his own survival. This was the decision of humans, not the decision of elves. Ymir, are you really an elf? Ymir's mind went blank. It was only at this moment that he realized what the real contradiction was. His decision had to be right. However, her thoughts were not what an elf should have. For the continuation of the race, this was the way of thinking. As the elven emperor, she was no longer an elf. Perhaps he was already a person? Her head suddenly shook, and she couldn't control herself. Chu continued calmly, I looked through the history of the elves and discovered that they were kind, harmonious, gentle, and not greedy. This also caused them to be unmotivated. A long time ago, the elven civilization had not advanced and lived in the forest. They stopped at the age of wooden and stone tools, while greed was the true advancement of living beings. As God had said, strong desire was the original sin of all things, the root of the loss of divinity, the root of all disasters and misfortunes in life. But it would also make living things move forward. In order to get better weapons, had to learn how to make iron, learning how to tame a mount for a better journey. In order to better fill their stomachs, they developed farming. In order to become more powerful, he had to develop a cultivation system. None of the previous elves had any of these qualities. They were pure, kind, and gentle like a pool of clear spring water. It was only when a certain elven emperor appeared that he promoted the progress of the entire elven civilization, allowing the elves to cultivate, because he had desires. However, success is due to desire and is also due to desire. He stole the forbidden fruit. Chu laughed and stirred the long saber, causing sparks to flash. Ymir was silent. The elves were too flexible. It was not that they didn't have desires, but that they lacked them. If it weren't for the alchemists who brought the items to them, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to buy equipment and study them. If the mother tree had not ordered them to start a war and bury the enemy's body under the tree, they would not have done anything. She already had a terrifying thought. Due to the special nature of her birth, just like the previous elven emperor Ymir, she had something that should not have existed in the pure divinity of the elves. As the elven emperor, due to the uniqueness of Ymir's body, as an elven hero, he had fallen from grace at birth and was no longer the perfect divinity of the elves. Perhaps he was already a human. As a human, he had selfish motives and began to want to protect those lovely elves. So he started to kill. Her face turned bitter. For a moment, she didn't know how to describe it. When you think you are not you. When you know you are not you, you are you. Do you understand who you are now? Chu's eyes looked at her deeply. This is a ridiculous fallacy to begin with. Elves would not kill, only humans. That's why they kill people. Only humans kill? She opened her eyes wide, and an inexplicable fear flashed through them. The elven emperor was actually a human. If this were to spread, the entire world would be thrown into an uproar. The sensation it caused was unimaginable. Pa! Chu laughed again. He lowered his head and stirred the firewood. He looked at the bright flame swaying and making a crisp sound, as if it contained the truth of the world and endless mysteries. I have observed for countless years. I found that the elves are incomplete. They are extremely incomplete. You don't have to rush to refute. He glanced at Elf Emperor Ymir and said, as you can see, although they symbolize all the good in the world, and have all the perfect characters, it is precisely because they have no greed and desire that they don't want to make progress and will not resist. This may be what the god who created them wanted. Only then would he be controlled. Because humans are greedy and can defy the heavens, but elves aren't. Yumia's eyes flickered as her mind was continuously assaulted. This man was full of charm, as if he was the wisest man in the world who had seen through everything in the world. Who are you? Suddenly, Ymir spoke softly, his voice bitter. The elven emperor Ymir, you say, divinity or humanity came first? Chu asked. Ymir did not answer, but his heart was already in turmoil. Was it divinity or humanity first? Every word and sentence was like a thunderbolt, exploding in her heart. I've listened to the words of humans for countless years. Joy, anger, greed, darkness, filth. While listening, I have already guessed the truth of this world, the text of history. Chu looked at the bonfire, then at the ruined town outside. There were some women hugging their children. Perhaps, a long, long time ago, when the world was just created, the ancient tree of life and the ancient tree of war launched a tree world war. In order to protect themselves, they could breed complete humans in their fruits. However, they quickly discovered that intelligent creatures, like humans, were terrifying and had endless potential. Sooner or later, they would rebel against them. Therefore, they made a decision. They extracted all the beauty and kindness in human nature and turned into elves. However, they discovered that they deprived the fairies of their desires and also caused the fairies to lose their motivation to move forward. They are kind, gentle, and loving like a pool of stagnant water. You can't deny this, right? Greed and desire, slaughter and war are the true driving force for the advancement of a civilization. Thus, the War of the Elves that we saw after the War of the Tree World appeared. The ancient elven trees began to wage war against each other in an attempt to promote the development of civilization. Unfortunately, they were too slow and did not have any aggression from the bottom of their hearts. Perhaps if this continued as usual, after tens of thousands of years, the elven world would still be a pool of harmonious stagnant water. Ylmer's mind was in a state of intense struggle. She knew that she had heard the truth of the entire world, the entire history of the ancient elven tree. Why were elves born? Why did each elf tribe start a war? It turned out that the perfect was the most imperfect, and the elves were not perfect. From the very beginning, it was already partially incomplete. She had always thought that elves came first, and despicable people came after stealing the forbidden fruit. She didn't expect it to be the opposite. In an instant, it subverted the ideas she believed in, and her pride as an elf was shattered. On the other hand, the ancient elven trees seemed to be at war with each other. But they were actually very harmonious and could chat and discuss in the canopy. That was until the appearance of a special night elf hero, who led the elves to develop their civilization. It brought them a surprise. But the surprise it brought them in the end was beyond what they could tolerate. Perhaps the greedy creature who stole the forbidden fruit was guilty, but he eventually became a key in history and pried open the beginning of the whole world. The truth of our world is that the ancient trees now want to wipe out humanity and destroy the human race, not because they stole the forbidden fruit, fell from divinity, and became sinners, a race full of violence and incompleteness, and caused this land to lose its happy paradise. Ylmer whispered. Yumia's mind gradually came to a realization, and a terrifying thought burst out. It's them. They are life forms with complete human nature. They are complete existences that surpass divinity. One day, people will overthrow their rule. Perhaps the source of this calamity in the world of ancient trees wasn't the war between elves and humans, but a war between divinity and humanity. On the other hand, all of this was the hidden danger that the ancient tree of life had planted when it extracted divinity from the beginning to create sprites. Ymir was completely moved. He stood up and bowed deeply to Cho. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Dare I ask, what is human nature? Ylmer asked again. I'm guessing that the 11 ancient elven trees of life separated a person's personality into 3 parts: divinity, demonic, and beastly. Chu said faintly, I only took the divinity in it to create sprites. The rest of the demonic and bestial nature is still stored in the fruit. Back then, when Ylfin stole the forbidden fruit, not only did he steal the complete human nature in the fruit of life, but he also turned into a man. I also accidentally stole a pure demonic nature from the fruit, opposite of the elven divinity. So, one of the children he gave birth to turned into a demon. The demons had pure demonic nature, which corresponded to the pure divinity of elves. One was of utmost good, and the other was of utmost evil. Ruhr was indeed evil. He participated in the war only for the continuation of the underground demon race. He knew that once the human race was destroyed, it would be the time for him and his children to die. With the truth of history laid before her eyes, Ymir could not help but ask, then, what is the bestiality that has not been stolen? Divinity is good, demonic nature is evil. Divinity and demonic nature are both subjective wisdom of intelligent life. Only the bestiality is the most primitive survival instinct of living creatures, like the fierce beasts in the deep forest, Chu said with a smile. I'm guessing that the ancient life tree has divided human nature into 3 major aspects. What's the proof? Ymir asked. I'm the evidence. At this moment, the demonic man, the bestial man, and a very normal human man with an ordinary face appeared at the door. However, he was like a ruthless machine, very cold. I was originally ugly, and my name was Chu. My appearance came from my heart, and I gathered all kinds of distracting thoughts and bloodline. The ordinary-looking mechanical man replied, I brandished my saber day by day and listened to people's complaints. The three distracting thoughts grew more and more, and finally converged into a mirror image. I then cut off the three distracting thoughts: the demon body, the god body, and the beast body. The three mirror images started to gather and entered the expressionless Achu's body. His emotionless eyes gradually flickered with humanity. Three mirror images, when gathered together, I am a human. In fact, Achu also had the true body of an ancestral sorcerer. However, his true body of an ancestral sorcerer did not transform. Instead, it became extremely huge and had 3 heads and 6 arms. Instead, it split off and turned into 3 mirror images. They were the beast body, the god body, and the demon body. This was the truth that he had comprehended by referring to the rules of heaven and earth in this world, the laws of the ancient tree's operation, the laws of its reproduction, and his own true body of ancestor. Yumiya looked at Achu and couldn't help but ask, "How's your true form's combat strength?" Achu explained, "The mirror image clone's combat power is only 3.5 times that of the real one. Furthermore, its defense is weak. It has to withstand 3 times the damage of the real one. However, the death of the mirror image is not important to me. It will only consume some of my magic power." Yamer's mind went blank. This man clearly had the ability to use violence to suppress others, but he chose to use this method to convince her. As a kind elf, she had chosen violence and brute force. She felt bitter and completely lost her soul. At this moment, she completely submitted to this man full of humanity. Brute force would not make her yield. She was not afraid of death, but this man was wise, but appeared to be stupid. He was the smartest saint in the world. The charm of his words crushed her hard heart, making her submit to him wholeheartedly. Ymir is willing to submit. Yumiya knelt on one knee in front of the man. "The elves are willing to make you king. What if I start a war? Your mother tree." Achu spoke. "The elves are willing to be the vanguard." As a human, Ymir expressed his opinion. In the 120th year of the High Elven Empire, the human sword saint appeared out of nowhere and subdued the elven emperor Ymir, saving the human race from the fire and water. Ymir clearly knew that there was no one in this world who could stop Achu. If Achu had the intention to massacre everyone, the elf tribe and the ancient tree of life would be at his mercy. His clone alone was enough to sweep the world. The elf tribe had already been defeated. The ancient tree of life did not have the ability to fight back. It could only stand there silently and allow itself to be slaughtered. When he said he wanted to start a war against the ancient tree of life, he was actually waiting for her to express her stance on the ancient tree of life. "He wants to use me as the vanguard." She looked at the man's deep eyes and completely understood his intentions. "He's trying to convince me and weigh the pros and cons for me. Only by telling me the truth about the elf tribe in the entire world will he be complete. Then he'll use me as a vanguard to convince the ancient tree of life on his behalf. If he wanted to kill, he wouldn't have asked for his opinion. He would have asked for his opinion. Elf Emperor Ymir, you are indeed very smart. You possess wisdom and forbearance that far surpasses that of ordinary people." Achu laughed. "You'll be able to understand my intentions in an instant, and the ancient life tree will also understand that it's no longer able to stop me. I hope that you can help me." It's the ancient life tree. He stood up and placed the knife behind him. His eyes were burning. The ancient tree of life is a part of this world. It's the mother of the entire land. They fear the birth of intelligent life and are also considering their own survival. They're not wrong. However, I can now promise that as long as I'm alive, no one will destroy them or enslave your elven race. However, I also hope that the ancient tree of life will no longer interfere with the world. All I want is a complete and peaceful world. A healthy and intelligent life form, living among major races and developing together. On this day, Ymir called a halt to the entire war. She personally acted as the vanguard and headed to Elysium, which was at the top of the tree, to convince the 11 ancient life trees to surrender. She had no other choice, and the conditions she offered were very generous. There was no reason for her to refuse. Impossible. The 11 ancient life trees could not believe the reality. They could not believe that such a powerful human existed. On the ground, a man who was still brandishing his mache, his bronze muscles sweating, suddenly said, "Beast body, go to the sky. High Elves Empire, year 120. The human race's sword saint, Elysian, argued with the 11 ancient life trees for 3 days. He explained the origin of life and weighed the pros and cons before successfully convincing the 13 elven ancient life trees. This land is peaceful. Since there are humans, elves, and demons, there should also be beasts. This is a complete world where humanity is divided into 3 parts, godly beasts and demons." Chu spoke to the ancient life tree once again and said slowly, "But the last link of this world, complete the last beast clan and give birth to it." The 11 ancient life trees fell silent. They had no other choice. "Human, remember your promise." On this day, the beastly sword saint of the human race descended from the sky with 10 infants, who looked like wild beasts with green faces and fangs. A few years later, the beastly sword saint raised the baby into a beastman and left alone. Tens of millions of years later, the orcs would still write down the power of this mysterious sword saint in their ancient history, and they respect him as the ancestor of the sword saint, Grom. In this way, this world will move from being incomplete to complete. The human sword saint still incarnated as Chu. He had the combat power to rule the world, but he didn't rule the world. Instead, he continued to hold his knife and cut down trees every day, like a silent mountain man. "I'm going to abdicate. I'm not fit to be the king of the elves." On this day, Ymir came again and said to However, the 11 ancient spirit trees are already reluctant to part with me. They understand that the elves can't win against the human race. So they want me to continue protecting the elf tribe and the 11 ancient life trees. Ymir's expression became complicated. The elves were indeed too peaceful and quiet. Their previous development had been pushed forward. If it wasn't for the mother tree's orders for them to start a war, kill each other, and bury each other under its own ancient tree, they would simply be living their daily lives. If it weren't for the alchemists who gave them equipment, they wouldn't have the motivation to study and become stronger. It wasn't that they didn't have any desires, but their desires were too shallow. In truth, it was not that divinity, bestiality, and demonic did not have our attributes, but that their main attributes made up the majority. The also had a small number of other desires. After all, if they were completely pure, they would not be true life. Now, seeing that there was no way to stop it, the ancient tree of life wanted to let the human-like Ymir continue to be the elven king. Humans seem to be the most complete, but in fact, they are the most complicated. Chu suddenly opened his mouth and once again spoke of his philosophy, as well as what he had obtained after thinking about it for countless years. "I yearn for the peaceful life of an elf. There's no need to scheme against each other. I really yearn for your divinity. It's just like how humans yearn for the good." Ymir at the mysterious man. The reason why he is so powerful is because he has cut off 3 mirror images and turned into a pure person who has no self and no desire. He constantly thinks about the truth of the world from a rational perspective and cultivates madly. This has led to his speed, which is almost inhuman. It wouldn't be long before he stepped into the legendary 7th rank. I'm going to retire and become the head warden. I'm going to guard the Elysium in Leaf Vault and all kinds of evil people. Ymir was about to leave when he suddenly turned around and asked, "Human, what is your name?" Achoo. Don't you have a real name? Ymir stopped. I don't have a name, but I have 3 great bodies. There are already people who have given me various names and written various legends. Achu said, Then you'll be called the Nameless Sword Saint. Ymir said, The Nameless Sword Saint was still the most mysterious ancient existence on the entire planet, even after countless years. Suddenly, Achu continued to wave his machete at the huge rock and said slowly, What if I say that our world doesn't only have one heaven but 9? There are all kinds of powerful ancient existences, all kinds of intelligent life living on them. Ancient heavens, intelligent life. Do you think that's possible? Ymir stopped again. Some things don't exist just because we don't believe in them. Achu continued to swing his saber. He was not accurate at all. I can feel everything. Our world is very mysterious. There are many special and vast spaces. There is a sky in the sky, and that place is extremely dangerous. You want to go on an adventure with me? Ymir was taken aback. She had heard from the mother tree that this world was not as simple as it seemed. It was just that she had been too busy with the war to study the mysteries of this ancient tree world. I'm preparing to set off 3 years later. If you want to come, we can rely on each other. Chu continued to wave his blade. He had already planned to do this a long time ago. The sharp intuition of the beast mirror image made him feel that this world was not simple. Then I'll go, Ymir said. He could finally let go of the burden and do what he wanted. History was complete here, and the historians were also recording everything for this land. Tree World Era, first year of the world's creation? The ancient spirit tree and the ancient war tree were born, and they fought each other. The ancient spirit tree gave birth to spirits, and they became the 11 ancient gods. This part of history was too difficult to investigate. Unless the ancient tree of life personally explained it, no one would know where that period of time had started, and how many years it had gone through before it ended. In the era of God's creation, 1, 2, 3, 6, the major elf tribes fought and hired the ancient tree of war to wage war against each other. In the era of the High Elves Empire 236, 356, the Elven Emperor Ymir ruled the world and established the Ymir Elven Empire. Ilfin and Gilna stole the forbidden fruit, giving birth to humans and demons. The Elven massacre began, and the human sword saint appeared. He suppressed everything with lightning speed and gave birth to the orcs, thus completing the world. No matter how the later generations tried to figure out and comment on the history of the development and the birth of the races, there were still some obscure secrets buried in history and turned to dust. No one knew that there were actually 2 elven emperors of Ymir, and who was Ilfin. However, in some unofficial history, some historians had boldly speculated that the true or false Emperor Ymir and Irfan's true origins were infinitely close to the truth. 3 years later, the entire land was peaceful and quiet. Chu's mysteriousness and his swift and decisive actions were discussed with great relish by the people living on the earth. The world had become complete. After that earth-shattering battle, the elf tribe no longer protected their tribe's ancient tree of life. Instead, they gathered together to live. The other 3 tribes also lived their own lives. It seemed that true prosperity had only begun from here. The planet was divided into 4 continents, and a boundary was set. At the intersection point, Ah Chu made the ancient tree of life's leaves no longer block out even the sky. Instantly, a terrifying power scattered down, turning the area into a desert of death and a sea of death. Unless reached Tier 4, it would be very difficult to pass through the death zone. This world is finally in order and no longer incomplete. The two of us are already unrivaled in the world. In a dense forest, Ah Chu brandished his saber for another 3 years before he suddenly said, "It's time to explore that ancient firmament world." Voila! Ah Chu silently sensed everything, then suddenly split in space and stepped into that world with Elf Emperor Yumia. Voila! Clear water and green mountains, small bridges and flowing water houses, surrounded by mountains and ripples in the small lake. At this moment, they seemed to have entered a tribe. The ground was covered in blood and the corpses of children and old people. The black-robed cultivators with black hair and black eyes, who had gloomy expressions and were holding a skull magic tool, spoke in a language that no one could understand. The fire barbarian tribe worships fire and is good at refining medicinal stones. Did you kill them all? A few of them managed to escape. Another sinister old man spoke, his eyes flickering with a faint green light. Hiding in the dark, Yammer frowned and couldn't help but say, "This world is too scary. There are 2 level 6 heroes and powerhouses everywhere. We're only at level 6. We're about to break through. Who's there?" Suddenly, one of the black-robed cultivators looked at the corner. They seemed to have a special aura sense that could sense the emotions of other creatures. At this moment, a smile flashed across Diki's face. "You're good, Chu." He was indeed gifted. Even I can't see through you. This is the greatness and mystery of life, to be able to give birth to flowers that are worthy of admiration. It was supposed to be a wonderful battle, and the earth was going to be bathed in blood. A brilliant era was going to break out in the midst of death, and another world catastrophe was coming. My high cloud had a chance to wake up, but you stopped it. This time you can't stop it, right? War was the true driving force behind the evolution of civilization. On the planet in the outer world, he used it to breed new races. In the 9 heavens of the inner world, other than the creation era, he still bred the ancestral sorcerer lineage. This was the root he had brought from the ancient world. The ancestors of sorcery continued to flourish over the years, even surpassing the original primordial system and advancing on the original foundation. After 500 to 600 years, there were countless powerful people. However, they lived in the inner space and couldn't locate the outside world. As long as the outside world was strong enough, they could clearly sense that there were 9 spaces in the sky above the ancient planet and would find a way to go there. In Di's eyes, a great battle was about to break out. At this moment, Emir's brows were tightly furrowed as well. He was prepared to go on a rampage and capture these powerful beings first. After all, it was not a lie that Emir was so powerful that she was almost unrivaled among those of the same rank. "Don't do anything." Ah Chu walked out and looked at the 2 fierce black-robed cultivators. He silently separated a divine mirror image from his body. The divine man bathed in the light, making people feel warm and tamed by his kindness. What kind of mutant is this? The 2 cultivators were shocked and their hair stood on end. That terrifying aura was not something they could resist. The man in front of him was at least invincible among his peers. The man bathed in divinity and did not seem to have any intention of fighting. He just smiled gently, revealing his white teeth. Although they did not understand each other's language, he silently sent out a thought through to divine thought. "2 masters, do you want to know the truth of this world?" "What truth?" The 2 black-robed cultivators were on guard. "The truth of your world. For example, Is the world you live in a real world? The man's voice was bathed in the sunlight. Is this world real? Are you really yourselves? Is the you now in the next moment? The two black-robed cultivators were stunned. Ymir was also shocked. He silently recalled the warning that alchemist Koya had given him. You have to be careful of Cho. He dragged a good elf like you into the water and made you think that you're a lowly person. He also made lowly people learn from good elves and become elves. This made me remember men's hobbies. What's your hobby? Drag a good woman into the water and persuade a prostitute to be a good woman. The elven girl had a serious expression. Did he ask you 3 questions about philosophy? Who are you? Where are you from? Where are you going? At this moment, Ymir looked at the man, Chu, who had released the divine mirror image in an attempt to resolve this peacefully. He immediately felt that something was wrong. DQI was speechless. He was silently sensing his inner world, and now that he saw this scene, his mind was a little muddled. The various disasters and catastrophes he had created were all blocked by Chu, who liked to talk about philosophy. He suddenly felt his teeth hurt. Perhaps he had met his match. Chu was secretly exploring this world of the 9 heavens. Not only were there countless Type 6 experts, but there were also powerful existences that had reached the Type 7 realm. I want to stay here and continue swing blade. The stones on this land are very hard, and I like them very much. After a simple exploration, Chu felt that this piece of land was very mysterious and interesting. There was the heavenly yin world, the ancient desolate beast world, the magus berserker world. Furthermore, there were many experts living here and they absorbed Joss flames. It actually had the same effect as 3 mirror images. Then I'd better go back. Ymir felt that this land was too terrifying. Even though her pressure was terrifying, and if she encountered a 7th grade powerhouse, the other party might not be able to withstand it. However, the other party had sealed off his 5 senses and could still easily kill her. He did not have Chu's terrifying survival ability. Ymir returned to the tree world and continued to live in seclusion, guarding Ilfen so that he could not commit suicide and would suppress him for 10,000 years. As for whether he could live for 10,000 years, it wasn't her problem. In the Spore Evolution Game Forum, although half a day had passed, some species had already received the achievement reward and were planning to enter the primordial world. However, they were stopped by a post that suddenly appeared. Shocking. Almighty King saves the world. The moment the post was posted, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. The racer of Mount Haruna, cough, cough, cough. Hello everyone. I'm here again. First of all, I'll talk about the current situation, which is beyond our expectations. First of all, Elf Emperor Yumiya actually wants to annihilate the human race. This was something that we didn't expect, and I couldn't stop it at that time. When I saw Arthur Ruhr and even a certain idiot who tried to save his wife being beaten to the ground, I instantly felt that this game was over. Who knew that Chu, a nameless human sword saint, would suddenly appear? Screenshots of terrifying battles were released one after another. To be able to ignore the terrifying spicy smell, it was simply a terrifying existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and killing horns. Everyone was carefully observing, discussing, and observing who this native savior, who had suddenly appeared, was. Then, can I eat spicy food? The racer of Mount Haruna replied. Yes, it's him, it's a hot man. He used his mouth to say a lot of strange great truths, human nature, divinity. The hell, this kind of philosophical argument actually convinced Yumiya. Screenshots Screenshots. It was the handwriting of the racer of Mount Haruna, the interview with Yumya after the incident, and the general words of Chu that he had recorded. There were all sorts of philosophical discussions that went deep into human nature, such as divinity, bestiality, human nature, demonic nature, and the profoundness and mystery. It was simply stunning to watch. Awesome! Who was this native? This game is indeed a game that loves learning. Is it trying to trick me into learning philosophy? As expected of the nameless sword saint. Everyone tell me, since this thing has been cut open, is it black like decay? I find the mouth of this righteous hero terrifying. A King villain who's more talkative than a villain who's going to die. He's not afraid of Ymir's secret, recuperating and counterattack. Serious face. It's indeed awesome. We've lost. We scientific cultivators can't beat philosophical cultivators. No one could stop him when he talked about great principles. Naruto's mouth guzzled JPG. I have a comment on this. The representative of scientific, immortal cultivation, the moon worship sect leader. What was love? Li Xiaoyo, the mouth cannon, tells us, endless love, the villain's tier HBG. In reality, everyone knew that the foundation of one's ability to escape with one's mouth was unrivaled combat power. Otherwise, who would listen to one's advice? However, it was undeniable that persuading people to surrender was also an art of language. However, Chu was indeed a weirdo. Other people could use their hands, but they would never use their mouths. If they couldn't beat you with their fists, they would reason with you with a serious face. But Chu, with serious face, push you to the ground and crazily instill his glorious and righteous philosophy into you. He was simply too strong. Take this, villain. The art of correct values, funny face. The strangest thing is that when he's thinking about life, he's cutting stones every day like a merciless stone-cutting machine. It's like he was born in the wrong world. He should be shoulder to shoulder with the moon. Yu-Gi-Oh's moon, JJA. The nameless sword saint has a very charismatic personality. I'm a fan. Philosophical warrior. After entering, I must get an autograph. No one had expected such a powerful person to suddenly appear. His style of doing things was quite flirtatious. Just like DK from before. Suddenly, the netizens received a lot of positive comments and popularity. They said that they had become passers-by fans, as if they were fans of the characters in a popular idol drama, and wanted to enter that world to get autographs. At this moment, the racer of Mount Haruna continued. First of all, this world has been completely pacified. After the creation of the world, the basic laws have gradually become complete. A single human race had split into 3 races, demons, elves, and orcs. If they were to live on the same land, what would their future development be like? I'm telling you, I don't know. However, I feel that this world is like an incarnation. I have a vague guess about the future. Since humans have been divided into 3 races, is it possible for the 3 races to develop the art of fusion? What kind of ultimate life form would be born? People? Or what the hell? Second, the current magic net cultivation system, the Western fantasy-style planet world, has just been perfected, and the 4 races have been born. The Golden Age had just begun. Under the leadership of the Sword Saint, the 4 races had developed peacefully. The future was bright and the potential was limitless. There were too many mysteries hidden in the world. For example, could the starry sky outside the leaf really enter the stars? Was it a boundless world? Also, Ymir and the Grand Swordmaster went out secretly. Ymir did not say a word when they returned. I suspect that they have entered a new world. That world is so powerful that even our beloved Fairy of Legs is afraid of it. All in all, I'm blowing it. I strongly recommend you to join us and explore the mysterious world under the leadership of the two native NPCs, Emir and the Sword Saint. Everyone's hearts burned with excitement. It felt so good, it was so exciting just listening to it. The words of the racer of Mount Haruna seemed to have hit the bullseye, hitting the fire in their hearts. Now the plan could not keep up with the changes. He did not expect that he would die without Mumu saying anything. And now, the world was even more beautiful. The racer of Mount Haruna, now, let's get down to business. I have a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Good news? Someone said, I've become a man. Screenshot Sun Dodge BPGA. A male elf with a holy halo and 6 copper coins around him appeared in front of her. Everyone was speechless. What happened? Why did you abandon our faith without saying a word? Everyone's eyes were wide open, and they were heartbroken. The racer of Mount Haruna laughed. You guys are too young. How can I possibly love cross-dressing like you guys? This was my previous plan. I would let the ancient sun tree indulge in spending money, then slowly let it sink in. Finally, at the cost of various benefits, I would let it reproduce me again and turn me into a man. Originally, this plan had a long way to go, and it might not even break through its bottom line for me. Who knew that Chu would appear? Now that there were men everywhere, he decided to go all out. After I painfully took out 10 druid hidden jobs and a mountain giant, I went bankrupt. He promised to turn me into a male elf. Attention, it's a male elf, not a man. Screenshots. Elves were indeed so handsome, they didn't look human. I'll just ask, do you guys think I'm handsome? The racer of Mount Haruna was extremely pleased with himself, as if he had reached the peak of his life. What's the bad news? Someone asked, wanting to know what the situation was like inside. After all, it was a second life. The racer of Mount Haruna. The bad news is that you'll still turn into beautiful elves if you enter. After all, I paid a huge price to get it. Instantly, countless people were speechless. This was a psychological shadow. They decided to die rather than submit and not go in. The racer of Mount Haruna. Right now, I have a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which one do you guys want to hear first? Bad news? Someone asked. The racer of Mount Haruna pretended not to hear him. Then, let's start with the good news. To prevent you from turning into beautiful elves, I have a way to turn you into men. He can see into men? The crowd was overjoyed, even wanted to howl in excitement. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? The racer of Mount Haruna could create life, and its structure was similar to that of the ancient tree of life. It could also produce life fruits. They could also set up the altar of rebirth in the copper fruit of the racer of Mount Haruna, allowing him to give birth to an elf. After all, that was how he had created the replica of elf Ymir. Even though it was a bronze elf, it was still better than the beautiful elf. Big boss, you drive fast, but you have a conscience. Happy. I really love you so much. I almost forgot that you can replace the ancient life tree and reproduce us. Let us transform. Happy. Sexy Prince Charming, online surrogacy, funny face. The netizens were very happy. This was simply solving a major problem in their lives. In the end, the slogan of women's clothing was so fanatical, only the racer of Mount Haruna and Mumu's silence had experienced it before. After all, it was the thinking of a straight man. How detestable! What about cross-dressing only once or countless times? It was all a lie. Mumu didn't speak but started to speak. Big shots. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Can you save me? Trembling. He was imprisoned and couldn't even commit suicide. This game was too realistic. He could not commit suicide, so he could only be locked in there. He did not even have the chance to come out after he died, turn into a spore species, and re-evolve to enter again. Every ignored him. What a joke, thousand years. That's only 3 months in reality. Furthermore, who can save you? The head warden's terrifying aura was not something that normal people could withstand. They couldn't afford to offend that big shot, nor did they want to save him, let alone save him. In the next second, the racer of Mount Haruna ignored the crowd and spoke again. Now I'll tell you the bad news, which is the price tag. If you use surrogacy here, you can reincarnate into 4 races: humans, demons, and elves. Even special bloodlines like the elf dragon, the druid, the mountain giant, and so on. Where's Ymir? Someone asked. No, the racer of Mount Haruna replied firmly. No running on foot. It would be a wonder if he didn't get beaten up by this big shot for randomly copying Ymir. Although as plants, it's ideal for you to be an elf, you can also choose other bloodlines and I'll fuse them for you. However, I'm not responsible for what form it will take. In short, after the fusion of your potential species, there will be thousands of possibilities. Humans have the lowest fee of $10,000. They are born as ordinary creatures without ranks: elf, demon, and orc. Due to our special nature, we don't have any character flaws of our race, so we can convert into 3 races. Our starting point is very high, and we also have the special abilities of our race. The starting price for the 3 clans was 5,000 sun coins, which was rank 3 at birth and rank 4 at adulthood. As for the other extraordinary hidden professions, they are all extraordinary bloodlines that I created and integrated. For example, elf dragons, mountain giants, and the like, they start at $1 million sun dollars. We can discuss it in person. The crowd was duped to tears. The prices were more than 10 times higher. This was a living slaughter. Not only did this guy scam the natives, but he also ate human blood buns outside. He's a scammer to the extreme. No wonder he was so crazy about luring us in. Nonsense. The fees for surrogacy were already very high, all right? It's been hard on Daddy to give birth to you, the most favored children of the heavens. There's a 20% discount for the event now. First come, first served. Those who don't have money can pay on credit and wait until they become strong. But if they don't pay up, they'll have to bear the consequences. The species I reproduce have absolute dominance. I can control your lives. The racer of Mount Haruna sent another screenshot of the Corium goddess with her arms wide open. Come on, throw yourself into my arms. Corium will make you all stronger. This resurrected NPC mentor was poisonous. Everyone spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at other online games, which one of them didn't revive after dying and pay a few hundred bronze coins to revive the NPC? In fact, many online games nowadays didn't even need revival tokens for fear of disgusting pay-to-win daddies. Yet, this shameless animal was openly hindering the development of the times. Everyone was very sad. This was going against the flow of time, and they wanted to apologize to all the netizens. However, there was really no other way. The resurrection point monopolized the industry. The patent of intellectual property was just that profitable. This was indeed hardcore. Did they need players act as resurrection points? There was another problem. The racer of Mount Haruna was an alchemy factory, and the species produced by it could control their lives. In other words, if he allowed the racer of Mount Haruna to be the surrogate in the place of the ancient tree of life, his life would be in his hands. However, they believed in this person's character. After all, his life would be controlled once he transformed. Instead of letting the ancient life tree control his life, he would rather not let his own people control it. After all, If he wanted to continue doing business, he had to have principles and wouldn't take the opportunity to kill you. However, after surviving the first two worlds, the era of the players had still appeared, especially on this planet that had a rebirth mechanism. It was not easy to die, and all kinds of mysteries were far more tempting to them than the previous two eras. After all, this was an era that had yet to be developed. I want to go in. I want to choose a demon. He's so handsome. I owe you this debt. I only want the lowest priced human race. But remember to mold me into a Naruto. I'm the champion of the school debate, and I want to practice the art of mouth escape. I want to compete with the nameless sword saint on the summit of the Forbidden City with philosophy. Don't worry, I'll live stream it for everyone. Paid live stream. Paid live streaming was stinginess contagious. Everyone felt that the world was cold and that there was no trust between people. But to debate with the nameless sword saint, was it possible for a weakling like you to argue with the strongest person in the world? Everyone felt that it was possible. After all, the sword saint's personality was clear. His three mirror images followed the path of the heart. There's something to watch. He's crazy. All-mouthy king's battle. At the top of the Forbidden City, the two masters were discussing the philosophy of cross-dressing. Was the difference between men and women similar to the difference between human nature and divinity? Funny face. Hi obes. Ha 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 ha. I think it's very likely that the sword saint will be interested. He's so reasonable, he might accept the challenge. Detestable. You guys really can come up with anything. If I'm really tricked into discussing it, my pride as a sword saint will be lowered by you dumbasses, gritting teeth. Soon, the number of people who signed up gradually increased. Some who originally did not intend to enter also began to speed up the reproduction of species. There are a lot of first-time applicants. 7 or 8 of them are like this and are about to enter. The racer of Mount Haruna was instantly pleased. As long as they could master the core technology, they would all have to call him Daddy. I'm the otherworld's login device. Suddenly, he sat in his room and looked at the computer screen, mumbling to himself. This is simply the benefit of being a transmigrator. I'll build the game server, guide the players on Earth, create main quests, dungeons, plots, and build cities. I'll use their immortality and dumbfoundedness to embark on the right path of the other world. If he could write this, it would be novel. His eyes gradually lit up. This is indeed an online game. I can give them a new life. Sell them equipment, sell them mounts, sell them Krypton gold skins, right? There was also the service of face and body molding. If they want a bigger one, they'll have to pay more, or I'll cut corners for them. They'll come to me to buy medicine in the future. He laughed silently, and his smile was as bright as the sun. There seemed to be a lot of in-game purchases. Tricking them into coming here and bearing countless heavy debts was only the beginning. However, I have to exploit the natives first. At this moment, Warden Emir had already retired. Usually, it was a meeting of the 11 elves to make decisions for the High Elven Empire. As the Sun Elf hero and one of the 11 decision-makers, he could naturally get close to the 11 ancient elven trees. What? 3 elven heroes are coming? A male hero. The ancient life tree was moved in succession. Now that Ah Chu was ruling the world, they still wanted power to protect themselves and even overthrow Ah Chu's rule. After all, they were allowed to cultivate in peace as ancient trees and protect all living beings, feeling that life was not in their hands. Gender didn't matter anymore, as long as they didn't get involved with female elves. The one with the highest price will get it. What kind of elf race they are and which side they belong to will depend on your price. Don't worry about them rebelling, the racer of Mount Haruna said. I'll breed them and control their lives. The sun elf ancient tree understood and smiled. And I will reproduce you and control your life. This was an indirect way of controlling the other party. So there was no need to be afraid of betrayal. The ancient spirit trees grew impatient. The racer of Mount Haruna was doing a two-handed transaction, exploiting both the players and the natives. It was simply wonderful. After that, he crossed the boundary of the desert and walked between the human race, the beast race, and the demon race. What? An undying hero born from the hero altar? We can summon it? As long as we provide an astonishing amount of wealth. The leaders of the races were moved. Ruhr and Arthur knew how terrifying it was, so they used their life's work to buy heroes for their own races. They didn't know that they could have their heroes without paying. The racer of Mount Haruna made a trip and was instantly satisfied. This was true alchemy. The art of mouth-for-mouth alchemy, creating flowers out of nothing. Furthermore, although they are your race's heroes and are part of your race, it's up to you whether those idiots have a sense of belonging. On the other side, Diki was still frowning. Why isn't the situation developing according to my plan? Ah Chu has been trying to stop the war, so we have to find some brutal creatures to start the war. As he spoke, he searched the entire surface, as if he was looking for the source of the war. He incited the other party, and his final target was actually a lush forest. What is this? He was puzzled. In the lush mountain forest, there were two strange human-shaped green trees. They looked like walking grass. The two trees walked shoulder to shoulder, looking very social. Ahahaha, we're finally in. One of the plants was laughing wildly. It also took out a square chewing gum, wrapped in green leaves, slowly peeled it, took out the thing inside, and put it in its mouth. It chewed it and said, "Brother, my species is a rubber plant. Have a taste of the gum made from the mud on my body. Is it nice? My body fragrance is very strong. I'm not that flamboyant moo-moo who likes to smoke people with my feet." The other was stunned. Is this the reason why you use your body odor to smoke people? Looking at this rubber tree, he was stunned for a few seconds. However, it was a species that could obtain the potential to achieve achievements, so it must have its own strength. He slowly took the gum and tasted it. He was instantly mesmerized. You're awesome. This gum is pretty good. It even has a coconut fragrance. The two strange plants strode forward, chewing something in their mouths, looking very curious. These two plants are not simple. Diki's slightly narrowed. If he didn't remember wrongly, this scene was very familiar. Previously, Saint Woodcutter had also taken out a thin, green, square, and connate supreme treasure to remove its outer shell. He had taken it out and chewed on it continuously before he could lift the huge axe. It had the divine power to mend the heavens. The creation wood was split into 4 parts to mend the sky. The shape and color were extremely similar. Could it be that these two plants had some connection with Saint Woodcutter? His breathing quickened slightly as he observed silently. At this moment, 2 oddly shaped trees walked out. Us 2 brothers, cute girls, and embroidery needle is the fastest. The way we walk must be more arrogant. They laughed wildly at the sky. How many days has it been? Our hair has turned white and our eyes are blurry. We've finally sneaked in. We're also one of the first big bosses to come in. It wasn't easy. He had to act more arrogantly before the rest of them came in. The embroidery needle was a type of rubber tree that could produce a special type of energy rubber that could store energy. The cute girl dream was a special iron tree, but it had a special biological magnetism, like a magnet. A different world so handsome. She was simply too beautiful. There were all sorts of new plants, all sorts of magical and mythical creatures. I blew it up. This is the big boss's normal living environment. Giant dragons, elves, demons, humans. The two brothers looked around as they walked, Granny Liu entering a Grandview garden. Gradually, a handsome sun elf walked out and welcomed them. Tell me your in-game pay-to-win package. I want to become a demon. One of the embroidery needles was extremely excited. I want to become a mountain giant. The cute little girl, Yikyu, was so frightened that she surrounded the handsome sun elf and sized him up, even touching him. The racer of Mount Haruna looked at the two country bumpkins. Turning into a demon was still fine. After all, male demons were still very handsome, and they could fly. They were the best choice among the four major races. However, to turn into a large mountain giant, it would cost 1 million sun dollars. It was a huge loan, and to become a non-human creature like this, it was a bit too much. After all, didn't whoever came in want to transform? You don't understand my romance as a man. A big and hard stone man is the most handsome. The cute girl said. The racer of Mount Haruna could not be bothered with them. Who the hell knew what kind of strange things these guys had in their heads? He handed them a densely packed price list. FTK, I'll have to charge extra for the face and body shape? You're King black-hearted. You really think of yourself as a game server? Forget it, we'll take this loss. We'll send you your appearance. I've already figured out who I'm looking for. Private message received. After saying that, the two creatures twitched and fell to the ground. The racer of Mount Haruna shook his head and muttered, FTK, my whole body is twitching when I'm offline. It's like those village maidens on Earth who are psychic and summon the souls of the dead. It's like epilepsy, my whole body is twitching and my head is tilted. The settings of this world are a little strange. When I was in the Magus world, I was lying there normally when I went offline. In fact, his body was twitching because of the long-distance transmission of soul information. And this sun elf, Koya, also threw out an alchemy doll from space. Her entire body twitched and began to fall to the ground. Voila! A powerful sun elf and two plants were spasming on the ground. Strange gurgling sounds could be heard. The three creatures even started foaming at the mouth, and their eyelids were rolling out. There was only one alchemy doll guarding him. What is this? DK's mind gradually became muddled, but he couldn't understand the language. When we met and talked, we seemed to know each other. They also belonged to the incomprehensible ancient tree of Rebirth clan. But the moment we met, they showed an expression of I have something to tell you, and then fell to the ground and twitched all over. And the other side also laid down and twitched. Are they communicating through some sort of thought? He looked at the three strange-looking creatures were twitching on the ground. His brain had crashed. He tried to sense them, but he couldn't sense any spiritual will or any trace of Dao techniques. It was too bizarre. It wasn't that he hadn't studied these reincarnation plants before, wanting to learn their reincarnation ability. After all, this ability was extremely heaven-defying. It was just that he couldn't learn it, so he could only remember it in his heart and constantly observe them. He had always been very patient. The fact that he was able to hide in each era and become the mastermind was enough to prove everything. But now, he could not understand the meaning of this strange plant lying on the ground and twitching. Some kind of telepathic communication? I don't believe that I can't learn it. Perhaps their ability to communicate the mysterious dimensions is the key to their rebirth. DK felt that his dignity had taken a blow. It was fine if he couldn't learn Saint Woodcutter's Dao techniques, but he couldn't even learn it from a few weak living beings. These creatures descended from other worlds and must have their own unique and powerful civilization. This way of communication should be where their strength lies. Even their actions, the way they were chewing on the connate cardinal treasure, could be related to that saint woodcutter. After all, there was no such thing as chewing gum in this world. To be able to keep chewing it in one's mouth, the actions in front of him were too similar to saint woodcutters. Perhaps their way of communication requires them to coordinate their actions and form a special ritual in order to eavesdrop on their thoughts. As he was constantly thinking and organizing, Jiki naturally placed great importance on Saint Woodcutter. I don't believe that I can't learn it with the divine sense of a god. A golden crow pondered for a while before lying down to try it out. His body twitched slightly, just like the two strange-shaped plants. He even had slight twitching movements, his hands and feet spasming, and his eyes rolling up. It was exactly the same. After all, his learning ability was not an exaggeration. 20 IQ didn't care about these things. This was because no one could see his ugly state in his own world. Learning from these strange, unknown, and strange life forms might allow him to learn the knowledge of the foreign civilizations of the mysterious and powerful ultimate worlds. It was worth a try to enter their field of thought. His Dalio Heaven Sutra encompassed everything, so it naturally included these magical domains. Goo. A golden crow was still lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back. His entire body was convulsing and spitting saliva. He flapped his golden flaming wings and trembled continuously. He silently adjusted his body, consciousness, and soul, just like those village maidens on earth who were having a seizure. He tilted his golden crow as if he was looking at the soul of the dead. The golden mumbled to himself, "I see it. I seem to be able to see their images." Xu was speechless. He was drinking water, and he almost choked on it. Looking at Emperor Qi, secretly learning the technique, Sun Jinwu, who was twitching and frothing at the mouth, couldn't help but fall into a state of confusion. Are you trying to learn from your ancestor, the final chicken? However, it's true. His ancestor, the final chicken, was really twitching in front of him for him to learn from. Xuji came to a sudden realization. Perhaps this was the legendary karma, the destiny of the heavens. At this moment, a few minutes had passed outside. While they were sending private messages on the forum, 3 days had passed in the ancient tree world. I see it. I seem to see it. D. Key's imitation was so vivid that it was like another vegetable player, who was psychic while twitching. Gradually, he saw some blurry images. In a room, the decoration was quite strange. It was a strange civilization decoration. There was an exquisite poster of a snake-haired banshee on the wall, and a human was in front of a chair, facing a square board, which was flashing with a strange white light. I, indeed, succeeded. Ka-cha. The scene suddenly broke. GQ woke up from frothing at the mouth and his expression turned serious. I failed. It's indeed an incredible sinkhole world. At that moment, the intelligent subbrain suddenly spoke in a mechanical voice. An unknown stream of consciousness is trying to disguise the player's thought channels and carry them back to Earth. We've already intercepted it. Xuji put down his teacup and was immediately rendered speechless again. He looked at the twitching golden crow and could not help but mutter. I thought he was a funny bronze player who imitated the players. Who knew he was still a king? He had actually learned it in secret. They were trying to imitate the players' consciousness and physical characteristics in an attempt to blend in with the players and become one of those idiots. As expected, the talent of this person who secretly learned from a saint can't be underestimated. Xuji not know whether to laugh or cry. They felt he was unbelievable and could learn anything. It was already unbelievable that he had secretly learned Alchemy Factory, and now even secretly simulating players enter the players' bodies through the stream of consciousness? Even though he did not know about the concept of players and consciousness, but he had almost hit the mark. What a headache. None of them are content. The natives are causing trouble, GQI is causing trouble, and the players are also causing trouble. Xu looked helpless and felt that his days were not peaceful. However, at this moment, the players were all ready to go, and they went online one after another. It's a pity that they've already returned from that communication dimension. We already had some progress. Seeing them get up, Diki frowned slightly and stood in the depths of the earth with his hands behind his back. He felt that this was a good opportunity. He observed these strange reincarnated existences in secret, and might be able to comprehend some unique heaven-defying skills. At this moment, the two plants jumped up and patted the dust off their butts. They were in high spirits and were shouting, "Shameless brat! You actually made yourself look so handsome." The magnetic plant was very indignant. "You still have the face to criticize me. Why did you, a stone man, have an extra leg? You're an impure stone man. Is it to wear a dress?" The chewing gum plant growled. That's my FG king tail." The two of them cursed and swore. Since they had already finished pinching their faces, they were ready to be reborn. However, they were a little hesitant. They were afraid of pain. Before this, Mumu didn't speak. As a seasoning species, she had specially removed the pain from her own species and cut herself to cook. However, the plants in front of her were different. They still felt pain. In the evolution sandbox, the sense of pain could be adjusted to 0. They had never been afraid before, but here, they were truly dying. Shuallah. The racer of Mount Haruna threw an axe at them and said, "Just give yourself a quick death. The setting point for the altar of rebirth is already in my copper fruit. You just have to resurrect in there. We can't kill ourselves. As the bright and upright young men of the new era, we won't do such a dark thing, no matter how many difficulties and setbacks we encounter. Should we heal each other?" The two of them picked up their axes shakily, looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and hacked down. "It's not like I'm killing someone, I'm just cutting down a tree." Ka-cha! In the end, they became two crooked trees. They lay on the ground, screaming madly and rolling around. "Holy shit! It hurts! Can't you be more ruthless? I'm still holding on. Aren't you the same? Killing a tree isn't enough for a man." The speed of the car on Mount Haruna could no longer be ignored. These two newbies had made too many jokes when they came in. They were simply a disgrace to transmigrators. They couldn't bear any suffering. Fortunately, there was no one around, and no one could see them embarrass themselves. He quickly waved his axe and ended the lives of the two plants. He muttered, "What a mistake. Next time I might have to bring some medicine that can euthanize and sell it to them to make money. Those who don't pay will die of pain." The advertisement had said, "Are you still troubled by birth deformities? Painless abortion. I wish you a perfect rebirth and the best choice for surrogacy in the belly of a twin father." As for Duki, who was hiding in the dark, he was also stunned, killing each other, and he even scolded the other party. What a brutal and unbelievable species this is. He had a strange expression on his face. He felt that this strange species was becoming more and more interesting. The logic of its actions was unfathomable. After that, under his witness, 2 new species were reborn in this dense forest after more than 10 days. One of them was a demon fused with a rubber plant. He even cruelly carved a special scar on his face. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." He quickly applied the medicine on the wound. After a long time, he finally sounded the drums and flags again. "It's just as I guessed. My energy rubber body has the ability to store energy and is afraid of sharp weapons. However, it has a high immunity to blunt weapons. In the future, I can even enter the rubber energy explosion state, first gear, second gear, third gear. It's a pity that even though I can transform, my hair color won't change. On the other side, a mountain giant the size of mountain was constantly transforming its body and absorbing some ironware. I'm an iron tree-type magnet plant. Imperfect match for mountain giant. I can replace stones with iron blocks. In the future, can absorb iron and replace my body. Turning into a transformer. Having the allspark is a man's romance. In fact, as modern people who had never experienced war, players like them were afraid of pain and death, but they all had one common characteristic. A top student selected from thousands of people. Even if they were all moronic netizens, they were also the group of morons with the best brains. At this time, their minds were naturally full of coquettish ideas, setting up an exquisite and careful plan for their second life after transmigrating. It would be impossible for them to enter the other world without a plan. They might not be good at other things, but they were definitely well planned. Then, let's begin our plan. One of the embroidery needles said excitedly. As a demon, I want to fly into the sky and explore the edge of this planet and universe. The sea of stars is the Pirate King's romance. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. Then I, the mountain giant, will transform into another Adolf alchemy giant and dig through the ground to see what's inside. Mengmei Yikyu was also very excited and happy. I've long wanted to see what the Earth's core is made of. However, in reality, I just wanted to think about it. This fantasy planet in front of me is perfect for me to experiment. I want to dig through the lava and have the stone golems swim in it. Not only did they plan their own race, but they also drew up a detailed route. Thus, in just half a month, they split into two groups. Boom, boom, boom. A rubber man began to use energy rubber to make a spacesuit and tried to fly into space. He laughed wildly and said, "Rubber is one of the foundations of modern scientific civilization. Many of the high-tech materials were made of rubber. And I'm the energy rubber. I can explode with unlimited possibilities." He was overjoyed and felt that he must be the protagonist of the times. He started to post. MC Player is farming online, making spacesuits and flying in the sky, live streaming, asking Alchemy Emperor for a hand to fly to the universe together. Screenshots. Screenshots. In the image, there was Demon walking in the city, shopping, and choosing all kinds of magic beast materials. He planned to start learning alchemy, and his spiral goat horns were actually used as two hooks, hanging two shopping bags. FFK. This person is so F-king coquettish. So the demon's horns are a convenient shopping artifact, socket. As expected of the rubber demon, he even made plastic bags. Funny. 666. I'm here to give you a hand since I can build a computer in MC, build a spacesuit and land on the moon. Burn. My king's power? It is. On the other side, a mountain giant that absorbed iron and stone began to dig the earth in the mountains. It also started a live broadcast. The sky is endless, but the ground is limited. Today, I, the little expert in burrowing holes, will reverse the heavens and reverse the earth. We have to dig deep into the ground to see if there's lava in the planet. The title of the post was also very flamboyant. The entire forum was extremely lively, and everyone was shocked by their plan. Mengmei's dragon evolution was 6666. I've already seen through everything. You idiots must have planned to go in. Hands on waist, laughing Daichpg. Learning medicine to save the other world. A small step for humanity, a big step for Earth. Go to outer space and excavate the Earth's core. You've already surpassed the current Earth's civilization. Funny face. Not only them, but even Xiao Nashang downhill and the alchemy emperor Li Shengjiang, who were sitting in front of the screen and reading the posts in leisure, were also very excited. More than a month had passed since the sandbox game, Spore Evolution, was launched and the players had evolved to this point. Finally, the outbreak of species had begun. Everyone had completely welcomed the tide of evolution. Furthermore, the vast universe and the fantasy planet had brought them endless possibilities. Perhaps the best era had come. Boom, boom, boom. A mountain giant kept digging. As a veteran miner kept digging deeper into the ground, large areas of soil were flipped open. It looked for metal to absorb into its body as it dug deeper. Dee was speechless. He was hiding deep underground. He had lived for thousands of years, but he suddenly felt his teeth hurt. This was a feeling that he had never felt before when he was facing Daoist Changsheng. It was not the sense of danger when he was facing a strong enemy, but a bunch of undying, strange-looking creatures that were pestering him. Perhaps his world. The natural disaster had arrived. However, a crisis was also an opportunity. He had already begun to plan if he could obtain huge benefits. The racer of Mount Haruna sat in the hunter's hall and could not help but shake head. The traditional Western fantasy planet has been completely changed by you guys the moment you entered. Rubber men, transformers, I beg you to be human. They were too good at playing and had so many tricks up their sleeves. King lost to let them play this game for free. It seemed that he had to think of more ways to cheat people of their pay to win. Xuji was drinking tea as he sat in his room and browsed through the computer posts. He suddenly did not know whether to laugh or cry. He chose the two most troublesome projects at the start: the spaceflight project and the Earth core project. Can you guys do more? The style of the fantasy planet was instantly destroyed by you guys. DQI will definitely have a headache because of this group of animals. Strange brain circuits. Suzy, on the other hand, appeared very calm. However, everything developed to his thoughts. Since he could not bring his own race over to that world and could only use the system and individual power and descend with his own consciousness, he would build a hero altar so that he could be reborn continuously. With their liver nature, they will definitely continue to seek death. They will cultivate to level 5, 6, or even 7. Then, they will die and be reborn to cultivate. The energy feedback from the deaths of the powerhouses, accumulated over time, might be comparable to the energy of a world catastrophe. Furthermore, as a wandering Earth world, the Zerg's advanced spaceships, exploration teams to explore resources, search for planets, and large number of cannon fodder have died. It's unavoidable. If they died, not only could they help him explore the outer environment, but they could also turn into pure power. It was killing two birds with one stone. As for the crazy ruckus they were causing, in any case, let Jiki have a headache, and it was none of his business. However, Jiki had indeed been secretly learning and constantly improving himself. He had even secretly learned the Sword Saint Achu's mirror image clone technique. However, although he had absorbed into the Dalio Heaven Sutra, he did not use it because he already had enough clones. In the Dalio Heaven Sutra, he had seized the ancient god's primordial spirit and split it into 9 primordial spirit clones. Each of them was suppressed in a level of heaven. DQE doesn't want to learn, but I'm quite interested in it. Xuji thought that it would be of great use to him. To be honest, the appearance of the nameless Sword Saint in the ancient tree world had given him the biggest surprise. Although the three doppelgangers only had 30% of the original's combat power and could withstand 3 times the damage, they had their own thinking ability. However, they could gather together, and there were no hidden dangers. Furthermore, they'd cultivate on their own. The reason why Ah Chu was so fierce wasn't only because he was diligent and brandished his saber crazily. It was also because he had 3 clones cultivating at the same time, and the energy was gathering on his body. What if I accelerate the time for my mirror image? 3 clones cultivating for 100 years every day, and the progress of their cultivation will be reflected on my body. I'm just like a sheep's wool. It's simply awesome. He felt that it was a pretty good match. It was an essential artifact for training. However, an even bigger problem had appeared. The energy required to transform into 4 people had increased by 4 times. Although it could not be counted that way, the main body cultivated the true body of Pangu, which contained a world within it, and also cultivated the sorcerer system, which was a bottomless pit in itself. The mirror image that was cut off could not cultivate the system of the main body. It was just an ordinary mirror image of a clone. It could not even be considered a complete living being, but would require a huge amount of energy. Furthermore, what was the use of having a clone to help increase one's cultivation speed? What was stopping him was not the speed of his cultivation, but the energy required for cultivation. Now, he was cultivating the mental strength sorcerer system, the Pangu golden body system, and the mirror image system. He was simply walking further and further on the road of not being able to advance in realm. To be honest, although the mirror image could cultivate on its own, it could not practice the wizard's power of the will system because of its incomplete power of the will. It could only generate power on its own and absorb external energy, such as incense and the power of stars. In other words, he had suddenly gained 3 bottomless energy pits. But still smells good. Xuji's heart was burning with excitement. He looked at the multi-shadow clone technique, which was the dream of many people. The energy required has increased a lot, but they will have long-term uses in the future. They can solve the problem of me having to learn the cultivation systems and civilizations of various worlds every time. They can help me learn knowledge and accumulate cultivation foundations. The Baldies are all theirs, and I have nothing. Xuji was already thinking of squeezing his mirror image clone dry. The reality was cruel. To become an expert, one not only needed to have amazing talent, but also a profound knowledge. Endless years of boring cultivation and learning were inevitable. As for mirror images, they might be able to help him learn. It's normal to lack energy now, but in the future, I won't be so lacking in energy. If the 3 mirror images cultivate and absorb energy at the same time, it will increase my cultivation speed. Why was he lacking energy now? This was because the source was too singular. Xuji's main cultivation energy came from the mass extinction of living beings, the convergence of countless powerful beings and living beings after their deaths. However, this did not mean that it was difficult to obtain energy. In fact, energy could be found everywhere, such as the sun, which was a huge source of energy. In the end, it's still because Earth is very barren and everyone is mortal. There's almost no incense energy and the power of the stars is thin. And my level is too low. Xuji said, if I could walk in the universe, or even let my mirror image clone close to the sun and cultivate around this collapsed cloud of hydrogen molecules, it would be an infinite source. Energy. It would be the best cultivation environment. Just look at Jiki, wasn't this how one cultivated? There were countless stars around him, and he had an abundance of energy. Cultivation speed was not slow either. It seemed like he would be able to break through to the intermediate stage of the Saint Realm in a few hundred years. On the other hand, the wizards Ermin and Medusa did not rely on external energy to become stronger. They generated electricity and cultivated their mental strength. Did they not spend hundreds or thousands of years to achieve a stable breakthrough? Ermin was already a mid-level god. All right. They had all spent hundreds and thousands of years slowly cultivating with their own efforts. Their progress was indeed relatively slow, and it was not as satisfying as absorbing the energy of the mass extinction. After all, this was the cultivation method that belonged to the bug tribe Queen Mother. It was impossible to absorb other energies directly and turn them into cultivation. One could only cultivate slowly. However, the energy from the bug tribe's death could be directly turned into cultivation and instantly fused into one's body. This was also why Xujuji did not want to practice slowly in the traditional way. Mirror image clones will cost a lot of energy now, but it's definitely a long-term plan. When I become stronger in the future, if you place 3 mirror image clones around the sun to cultivate, you can also have a guaranteed income every day, just like the saints inside, and can progress step by step. Shuji made up his mind in an instant. He had to cultivate this cultivation technique. As Xuji pondered, he looked at the mirror clone cultivation technique that Emperor Qi had improved. In fact, it was much weaker than the original. When Cho cut off his clones, he would cut off his bestiality, divinity, and evil clones, leaving behind his true body, which was the most powerful ancient existence of being emotionless and unruffled. According to Di Qi, this is the scripture of Taishang unruffled love. He was a ruthless and emotionless existence. Only when the 3 avatars returned to their positions could he become a complete person. His strength was beyond doubt. The 3 avatars with special characteristics, emotionless as main body, would surround him. Each of them had terrifying combat strength. In fact, his mirror image only had 30% of his original combat strength, which seemed very low. It was because his main body's combat strength was too high. One of his mirror images was enough to defeat most of his peers, and one of his clones was able to fight Ymir, who was at the same level as him. One could see how terrifying he was. His current combat strength was definitely far inferior to Cthulhu's evil god and the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. However, he could still look forward to the future. Chu would continue to improve and become the 3rd cultivation method with heaven-defying combat strength. However, the mirror doppelganger technique improved by Di Qi operated in reverse, cutting out emotionless mirror images and leaving their own bestiality, divinity, and malevolence in the original body. This technique was much weaker and was just a simple doppelganger technique. The essence of the 3-mirror doppelganger was lost, but it was much more peaceful. If I'm going to train in it, I'll definitely have to train in the one improved by Emperor Qi. Xuzi, like Jiqiai, had his own concerns. I've split my personality into 3 parts. Although they are all personalities that I've temporarily separated from myself, and can be retracted at any time, the godly good person is an instinct. Bestiality is an instinct. Evilness is cruelty. Once I don't control the 3 clones, they will act according to their instincts and walk on the earth. It may cause a great disaster. Chu's cultivation technique was his own, but it was too extreme. At that thought, Xuji closed his eyes slightly and began to practice the weakened version. Under the acceleration of time moved forward at a crazy speed. After a while, he felt a shock in his head. His body gradually twisted, and the true body of the wizard ancestor was gradually revealed. Hualala. The flesh and blood under his arm squirmed and an arm grew out. In the blink of an eye, Xuji transformed into his 8-armed combat form. The true form of an ancestral sorcerer exuded an ancient and vicissitude of a sacred aura. The golden body of the 8-armed Arhat descended to the mortal world. After all, they look similar. Chu has the bloodline of the wizard ancestor. His mirror image is a type of wizard ancestor's true body. The other wizard ancestors' true bodies have 8 arms and a snake tail, but he's just a body that fell off from his body. Gradually, his 8 arms wriggled slowly, as if a person was slowly separating from his body. A person's flesh wriggled and crawled out from his shoulder spine, which looked extremely strange. Voila! A man fell to the ground. Xuji looked at his naked self as if he was looking at himself in a mirror. It was indeed a mirror image. Furthermore, he had once again experienced the terror of the primordial world. The appearance of the ancestor of sorcery, in reality, was still an incredible feeling. Am I really a human? Xuji suddenly had the illusion that he had turned into an alien. The 8-armed true form, and some people even separated from him. The impact of the ancestor of sorceries was too great. However, he clearly realized that he was no longer human. Come back. Xuji opened his eyes slightly. His own flesh and blood wriggled and gradually merged into his body. He found that the first time was always very difficult, but he got more and more used to it later on. It felt like a ball of slime gel, splitting and fusing. Very interesting. The first mirror image has already been formed. However, the first one that Chu slashed out was an evil spirit, while the one I slashed out was an ordinary mirror image without any emotions. It was just like a machine with low intelligence. Chu's mirror image seemed to be a real living person with its own consciousness, and even developed its own unique battle tactics. He didn't mind splitting himself into 3 personalities. Didn't like it. He was happily researching new cultivation techniques, and felt very addicted. Perhaps he had already understood the joy of Ki's love of secretly learning. Then, he continued to think and began to make the techniques he had secretly learned localized like Ki, turning them into techniques that met his requirements. Chu will be used in battle, but I don't need mirror images to fight because I'm already weak. I can make them even weaker, such as... If it's smaller, the energy consumption will naturally be lower. The flesh on Xuji's palm squirmed, and a mirror image the size of a fingernail slowly fell out. Go read your books. Yes. Little Xuji was like a jade sculpture, jumping and skipping on the desk to read a book. Nest Queen, give him the potion system of the sorcerer world, the secret recipes of more than 300 professions, and combat techniques that I've been stuck on. Let him gather all 300 professions into one. Also, let him learn the incense system of the primordial world, the wizard, ancient, human, and demon races, every faction, and the current dragon bloodline system. These were all things that he had not learned in the past. He had accumulated them over time. It was not that he had not hardened his heart and started to accelerate time, but he could not bear it after learning for a year. He had learned so much that he was doubting his life. Xuji was also a top student, but he still could not bear to study. After all, the world had hundreds of years of intelligent civilization. If you had to study alone, the intensity of this year was even more terrifying than rushing for the college entrance examination, and this is less than 1/1000th of a chance. Let you try sprinting in your 3rd year of high school in 1,000 years. The rapid development of civilization was a happy problem. But now there was good news. Xuji thought about it again. After he's done, let him start learning the 8 languages on Earth, as well as the various technologies and fields on Earth. Those red name players are currently studying the information from various major research institutes. That's all the essence of Earth's civilization. Make a copy and let him learn everything. I'll speed it up, 100 years a day. I'll set a small goal first and learn it for a week. The Zerg brain was speechless. The Zerg subbrain had a low IQ, but it instinctively felt that something was wrong and could not help but say, "Clones will die as well. He doesn't have any emotions, but perhaps I'll die of exhaustion from studying. Just keep an eye on it for me, subbrain. Die yourself to death. This way I will never fall behind in my cultivation progress." Shuzi, however, squinted his eyes and looked at the back of the mirror image of little Xuji. "I hope you'll study for half your life and return as a teenager." To DQI and the others, it was of little value. However, this was exactly what he needed. After all, he had to learn a lot to develop the world's civilizations one by one. An emotionless learning machine clone was very important to him. However, its current effects were limited to this. When he became stronger in the future, he would definitely make his clone sit cross-legged and cultivate around the sun. The magical power of the clone system is awesome. Big surprise for me. Shuji's eyes were bright as he looked at the current ancient wood planet and expressed his satisfaction. At this time, as a few idiotic players entered one after another, the ancient tree world entered a short period of peace. They're still entering one after another. They're probably going to develop something and cause some strange things. They'll probably have to settle down for a few days. Xuji muttered to himself for a moment, and an inexplicable look suddenly flashed across his eyes. He looked out of the window at the vast land and was already caught up in a tense dispute. On the contrary, in the past few days of development on this planet, the primordial world and the sorcerer world have ushered in an unprecedented violent change. The world channel has begun to open up. The Great Zhou Dynasty, year 330. After Hu Renong accepted the 2 foreign beauties, he was currently cultivating and rising. However, the Great Zhou Dynasty was becoming weaker and weaker. Heroes of the pugilistic world emerged one after another, and the era of heroes in the pugilistic world had completely reached its peak. A piece of news came. Duan Kanyu had reached the rank 6 Grotto Heaven realm. As the sword god of the present world, she wanted to break the void and invite the whole Jianggu to witness the ceremony. A heavenly abode? Sword god has reached the legendary 6th realm? There's an ancient rumor that in the Western era, when humans and gods lived together, above the Grotto Heaven realm, there was the legendary supreme heavenly emperor Dongsu, an ancient heavenly emperor. Even in the ancient times, the sword god was a famous figure in the holy land of the mortal world. The entire underworld was shaken. Dare I ask, is there a heaven? On this day, the river was long. Duan Qianyu was on the one river. She waved her sword, and the thunder shook the world. The sword pointed to the sky, and the light was bright. The power covered the surging river. The sword cut through the void, and there was a faint fairy energy lingering in the broken gap. Jade buildings, palaces, majestic mountains and rivers, and amazing Taoist charm were everywhere. There are, indeed, immortals. That's the palace? Countless people of the martial world looked at the sky and were overjoyed. It was as if there was a celestial being standing in the clouds, shouting angrily at the mortal world. How audacious! How dare you! How dare you disturb the peace of the heavenly realm? Bold? Duan Kanyu raised her head and laughed. I have been waiting for this moment for 300 years. The immortal in the sky was high up in the sky. He was wearing a loose Taoist robe and a Taoist crown. He glanced at Duan Kanyu and looked her up and down. He smiled and said, "According to the rules, you should suffer the thunder tribulation when you enter the heaven realm. But you are different. You can enter the heaven realm, enter the purple cloud heaven, and serve me as the heavenly emperor." However, Duan Qianyu turned around and walked away, putting her sword back into its scabbard. "I broke through the void just to prove that there is a sky above the sky." All the swordsmen in the world were in an uproar. The immortals in the sky immediately fell silent. Duan Qianyu's cultivation was close to an emperor-to-be. Year 330 of the great Zhou dynasty, Duan Qianyu, the immortal of the land, broke through the void and did not enter the gate of heaven. Just to prove that there's a sky above tomorrow? Sword, Duan Qianyu, a demigod. So what if I don't go to heaven? All the martial arts practitioners in the world were fanatical. They broke through the void and regarded it as a legend of the martial arts world. Countless young people entered the martial world and completely entered the era of martial arts. There were fewer and fewer people who studied literature and Taoism, and they gradually became a side sect. After another few decades, the so-called imperial court had completely turned into an empty shell. The imperial court is in trouble. The court is no more. The country will be destroyed. The entire nation's Confucians were wailing. Teacher, you're awake? In the inn's mortal world, a charming mature woman with alluring eyes was wearing a long green dress and looking at her teacher, Mother Earth. Cough, yes, my disciple is well behaved and has quietly protected master in closed-door cultivation. The cute girl quickly got up. Naturally, she would not say that she had gone out to watch a movie and wandered around blindly. She said righteously, "I cultivate the art of mental wander to sense the dragon veins of the earth. I need to cultivate in seclusion often." His disciple, Little Fox, was now called Hu Haihan. She had a mature charm and was very attractive. She was indeed a vixen. Now that the cute little sister was standing next to his disciple, he looked like a younger sister, while his disciple was the mature big sister. Meng Mei began to sit up and listen to what she had seen and heard over the years. The sword god opened the gate of heaven. She was heartbroken that she had missed such a big event. "Ah!" Meng Mei shouted, her heart filled with rage. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have run out and watched those two idiots travel through the ancient tree world, live streaming them making spacesuits and digging through the core. Then should we help Big Brother Haranong?" Hu Haihan said. "There's no need for that. He'll walk his own path. You're my disciple, so you can cultivate in peace and accompany me to travel the world. You're the sister of the heavenly Tao, and your aptitude isn't any worse than that silly brother of yours. Your future is boundless, and you'll be the main character of the next era." Meng Mei gave him chicken soup for the soul every day. After thinking for a while, she said, "However, since a war has broken out, we can go to the Martial Arts Alliance to take a look and see the legendary martial arts legend, Duan Qianyu." "Oh right, what about the two sisters, Alice and Mickey?" Meng Mei asked. "He went out to prepare breakfast for us," Hu Haihan replied. She was living a good life now. She had 3 beauties with her, and they slept together all day long. They traveled around the world and made a name for themselves in the Jianghu. They were known as the 4 beauties of Jiangyan. This was the life Salted wanted the most. A few days later, Meng Mei continued to travel with the 3 of them. They saw the scenery of the entire southern Jianghu and tasted all the small and exquisite food. Occasionally, they would be chivalrous, and it was very satisfying. However, one day, a strange tattoo gradually appeared on the skin of the 2 magical girls. It seemed to be a teleportation array. What the hell is this? Meng Mei squatted down and looked at the totem on their bellies. She was very curious and looked at it silently. Could it be that some kind of monster has been sealed in your bodies all this time? Who knew that there would suddenly be a flash in front of him, and a stunning beauty would appear? Where is this place? Medusa transformed into a young girl, wearing a wizard's robe, and her endless black hair danced wildly behind her. She appeared charming and moving, and her smile was beautiful beyond comparison. She had a temperament that seemed to have gone through thousands of years of vicissitudes, but her heart was calm. Have I finally arrived? Back then, the god from the other world descended upon our world. We had to spend some time to find her, and she took the opportunity to constantly learn the civilization of our world and extract the essence. And now I'm going to do the opposite. Before she finds me, I'm going to learn the civilization of this world. She revealed a peaceful smile and quietly looked at the quiet environment around her. This was a brand new world. His footsteps in the pursuit of truth might start from here. She did not come with her true body, but only a part of her consciousness. She had condensed a beautiful girl, formed from the organs of the evil god. With the help of Ermin, a heavenly god, she had located the space tunnel and arrived in this ancient world. Wah! A great beauty. The cute girl's eyes widened. Medusa immediately frowned and looked at the woman in front of her. An epic emperor. Looking at their auras, the combat strength of people at the same realm in this world was countless times stronger than those at the epic realm. Although Meng Mei was weak, she had absorbed a lot of energy and looked unfathomable. This made Medusa more cautious. I've condensed the bodies of countless evil god organizations and naturally reached the demigod realm, which is similar to her aura. Although I'm confident in killing her, the commotion will definitely attract the attention of that god. It's not easy to make a move. Beauty, your clothes are very similar to the sisters. Did you come together? The cute girl asked curiously and started to pull her hand and touch her. It seems a little innocent. Medusa smiled and looked at the two magical girls beside her. She immediately knew why she had come here and replied, "Yes, I don't know why I suddenly came here. Can you take me around?" "Sure, let's sleep together tonight." Meng Mei's eyes were bright and she seemed very happy. Medusa only smiled. Following that, the cute girl led her into the town. Medusa's horizons were greatly broadened by the ancient-style bluestone slabs, the various swordsmen, various taverns, restaurants, tea-houses, and street snacks. Was this the civilization of this world? Her eyes were bright and shining. "Eat this, candied gourd." Meng Mei handed over a stick of candied haws to this beautiful young lady. "Yes, this is especially delicious." The twins Ali and Mickey were also very excited. People from their hometown were always very friendly. Medusa took a sip and felt that it tasted good. "Is it good?" the cute girl asked curiously. "It's delicious." The young girl smiled sweetly. "Can you take me to see the sword god Duan Kanyu? I think it's quite interesting. Then we'll have to hurry." That night, Meng Mei brought the four girls to the tavern and slept together. Then, she went offline and crazily shouted in the forum, "Oh my god!" The Magus world was indeed trying to find a way to connect to the ancient world. Someone had already come, and it was Medusa. "I was so scared that I peed myself. She's trying to pretend not to know her." Her fox disciple did not understand, and neither did Nirvana and Mickey, the two natives. This was the demon god from the magic potion era. The origin of all things, the ancestor of all professions. But how could she not recognize Medusa? Screenshots. In the stone town, a cute and quiet girl, a snake-haired banshee, was eating candied haws with her teeth slightly open. The scene was so beautiful that it was sinisterly beautiful. What the FTK? My goddess is here? The entire forum was in an uproar, and countless lurkers were blown up. Although Medusa was not a good person, she was the most popular villain, and many people used her as a wallpaper and became her fans. Many people immediately expressed their opinions and became serious. With Medusa's personality, I'm afraid she's here to invade and destroy this world. Anyway, there's nothing good in her head. As expected, this world is made up of thousands of worlds. They can open up world passageways to pass through other worlds. But speaking of which, the screenshots are so beautiful. My goddess slaughtered the world and treated human lives like grass. The great sorcerer monarch who ruled the dark sorcerer era is actually eating candied gourd. You'll be my wallpaper from now on. It's also my wallpaper. Mengmei wants to evolve into a dragon. Medusa asked me to bring her around to see the local customs, various things, and explain the power system. I didn't dare to refute her. I was afraid she would beat me to death. But I have Medusa's personal screenshots here. All kinds of pretty and cute. I take her shopping, watching swordsmen fight, everything. 500 sand coins each. The pixel is guaranteed to be super high. Everyone was speechless. Your Key King poisonous. So he was waiting for us here. This damn money grubber was so scared that she was trembling in fear. She didn't forget to take screenshots and sell them to others to earn some extra money. Everyone was furious. Mengmei was making a fortune from the country's disaster. Was this something a human should do? It's actually not free. Ahem, I want one. I want all of them. I also want. Some people began to express their excitement. The large-scale fan peddling scene began, and the cute girl instantly laughed happily. Everyone knew very well that Medusa was very popular, and this was probably the only time that Medusa would be able to transform into this young girl form to eat. They had to treasure this. Suddenly, everyone's discussion about Medusa gradually changed. They began to ask for screenshots of the wallpaper, and some people even shouted that they would pay a high price for the cute girl to trick Medusa into saying one sentence. Zhang Qiang is my husband. This person called Zhang Qiang was obviously a nouveau riche. He said that he could offer 3 million yuan and could be converted into sand coins to pay. Infatuated men retreat. The cute girl expressed that it was impossible. Tricking her into eating all kinds of delicacies and witnessing the local customs was already frightening enough. Tricking her into saying strange things. Although this big shot was pretending to be an innocent girl, her vicious character was not fake. If he provoked her, he would be dead in an instant. Her little was trembling. Accompanying a king was like accompanying a tiger. The one he was accompanying was the most terrifying Lord of Death in the history of the Magus world. He had the chance to become a saint in the primordial world. It would be extremely easy for him to prove his Dao with his aureole. How could he be so reckless? After I die, I don't know how long it'll take for another species to evolve into this world. I can't die. Mengmei had a serious look on her face. She had already come to a realization and once again entered the ancient primordial world. It was still very lively outside. Mengmei is going to die. Medusa's death glance JPJ. Mengmei, she can only pretend that she doesn't know us and lick us with all her might. She won't tell us how she secretly sacrificed her dignity to live on funny. Everyone felt that it was very troublesome. Medusa had come, and it was obvious that she had come alone to investigate the market and the rules of the system of this world. However, this world was not that easy to understand. The mortal world had declined, and the true main force of the primordial world was in the immortal world. Medusa, you're really fast. Xuji began to think. The development of the primordial world is still too slow. The dragon veins have not been built. The country has not gathered its fate, and the system of the celestial dynasty has not been formed. How can we fight against the mature system of potions? After all, there was a god in the upper echelons of both sides. If they could restrain each other, they would definitely compare the strength of the lower echelons. If Medusa invaded, the magic potion professionals that had accumulated for thousands of years would form a one-sided massacre, and that was not the desired result. Medusa had come in at this time to explore this world, understand civilization, and then return to let the various countries prepare for war. After all, it was necessary to know one's enemy and one's self. She will only need a few years to explore. Xuji's expression became calm. I have to think of a way to push the civilization of the primordial world forward again. This was mainly because Mengmei's disciple, Hu Renong, was not strong enough. The ambitious youth from back had become a great scholar, but he had still not advanced. It was only natural. Although they were both cultivating the path of Joss Flames, it had changed its form and turned it into a brand new path. He was still exploring, and a new cultivation system was not so easy to open up. At the end of the day, it's because he has a low level of knowledge and is not generous enough. Xuji turned his head to look at his own miniature mirror image and sighed. If he had the knowledge of my mirror image and the degree of liver cirrhosis, he would have developed it a long time ago. At this moment, the mirror image was holding a wordless book and studying. On the book were words projected by the AI. He walked and stopped. Sometimes he would dance with his sword, sometimes he would mutter, sometimes he would jump, sometimes he would mutter to himself, immersed in all kinds of mysteries, immersed in the ocean of knowledge. This split mirror image had 3 of its characteristics cut off. For example, the coldness of the Taishang Wangxing was left with only rationality. It was immersed in learning and naturally couldn't extricate itself. It also wouldn't feel bored. He only knew how to study and had no emotions. Perhaps, while it was learning with its bald head, it can be of some use. Xuji looked at the silly mirror image and muttered to himself. The primordial world. A scholar who is useless in every aspect. Weak scholar. People in the martial world kept talking about it, and it gradually became the truth. Over the years, martial and Confucianism had started to cultivate at the same time. But there was a fork in the road. The martial arts had the earthly immortal Duan Kan Yu, but the Confucian sect still had not advanced. A hero breaks the rules with martial arts. If the path of martial arts is here, then where is the path of Confucianism? Hu Renong was already a great Confucian and had countless disciples. But he had a bitter expression. All these years, those martial artists and boorish men were illiterate and didn't know how to cultivate their bodies to rule the country and pacify the world. They only knew how to fly on roofs, vault over walls, constantly harming the village, but they had no way to protect the villagers. Mother Earth had prepared the perfect 9 revolutions, mysterious art for the little white fox. As for himself, however, he only told him about the dragon vein technique. The rest of the road ahead would have to be opened up by him. Why, Joss Flames? He went to see his teacher, Xu Weifang, who had already retired. Xu Weifang looked at his young disciple. Do you still insist on the way of Confucius? Farmer, you have extraordinary talent. Countless martial arts sects in the pugilistic world have invited you to join the martial arts. But you didn't cultivate. You clearly have the chance to become a martial immortal, but you're willing to become a great scholar, wanting to understand the truth of the world. Now, you're a weak scholar, and any swordsman can make you lower your proud head. Teacher, Hu Renong said firmly, I still insist on the way of Confucius. Please give me some guidance. The old Confucian suddenly said, after comprehending for half my life, I can vaguely see the way forward. If I want to control incense, I will first do it. If I want to rule the people, I will do it for the people first. Hu Renong gradually understood. In the face of the shock of countless disciples, he chose to dispel his stage 3 cultivation and began to resign from his position. He turned into an ordinary youth, married and had children. He gradually integrated into the city and became teacher, living an ordinary life and becoming a member of the imperial court who provided incense. Went and autumn came. 20 years had passed and the Hu Renong had entered middle age. His hair was white and his body was covered in the marks of time. He was filled with a steady and experienced air. He wore white clothes and continued to teach in the village. He had experienced the hardships of many ordinary people. Gradually, he seemed to sense something from the joss flames of the mortals. As a teacher, he took in many disciples. The disciples under him gradually followed the philosophy and made a name for themselves in the great Zhou dynasty. Teacher, what should we do? To build dragon vein? Establish a Confucian sect? Even some of the officials of the imperial court were gradually becoming destitute. They benefited greatly from discussing the Tao with him. Under Hu Renong's instructions, the great Zhou began to construct the dragon's vein, gradually alleviating their decline. The great Zhou dynasty, year 330. Something that shocked the whole country happened. The demigod, Duan Guanyu, opened the gate of heaven. The imperial court was in a more urgent situation. Although they had established the dragon vein, it was extremely incomplete. Unlike the Western era, where the people believed in the ancient gods and cultivated, the powerful incense was single and pure. The mortals today provided too much and the incense was mixed, turning it into a dragon vein, but it was still difficult to purify it. Many great Confucians worked hard to cultivate the dragon veins. Although their progress was extremely fast at the beginning, they gradually died due to the chaotic thoughts of the people. The winter of this year was very cold, and many of the great Confucians of the imperial court had died. Hu Renong heard everything in a daze and began to weep bitterly. Winter had yet to pass, and Hu Renong's wife gradually died of old age. She lay on the hospital bed and told him, "It's not your fault. It's not your fault. They're all Confucian scholars who cultivate to rule the country and establish rules for the world. You've only given them a direction, and they're still fumbling around." Hu Renong silently protected his wife until the end of her life, but his expression in old age became weaker and weaker. 3 days later, he lowered his voice and looked at the grave. My Confucian friends and disciples from back then all cultivated because they believed in me. I could only kowtow on their tombstones that were covered in weeds. Now I've also sent you away. Is there anything wrong with the Confucian sect's of the way of governing the country and pacifying the world? Father, you're not wrong. The daughter's voice was bitter. A month passed and spring arrived, but Hu Renong was still silent. He suddenly received news of his master, whom he had not seen for decades. All these years, his master had been wandering outside with the little fox. Recently, I heard that master has a new friend. She's a beauty from a foreign land. She's very interested in the way of Confucius and wants to discuss it with me. He naturally respected Green Vine Mother Earth, but soon, due to the successive deaths of the great Confucians, the great Zhou emperor sent him an imperial edict summoning the great Confucians of the past, Hu Renong, the top scholar of the 11th imperial examination, to the capital to be prime minister. The great Zhou emperor still believed in him. He was the only one left now. I won't accept the imperial edict. I want to try again. The Hu Renong was still lost. He left his home. He knew that he had witnessed many deaths, and he had to get used to it. The white-haired old man rolled up his clothes, and his old face walked alone on the road. After a few days, in a lush mountain forest, he saw an incredible young man. He didn't show any joy, anger, or sorrow. His rational face seemed to be immersed in some kind of thinking. He held a wordless book in his hand and mumbled continuously. At times, he would be excited and gesticulate with his hands and feet. At other times, he would squat down and use a branch to draw many words for deduction, which contained many truths of the great Tao. "You are," Renong said. The young man's face was extremely ordinary, and he looked like a lunatic. He completely ignored him and continued gesturing. Renong became curious and kept interacting with him. Only then did he realize that he was an extremely strange person. This young man seemed to use the sky as his blanket and the earth as his mat. When he was hungry, he would eat grass and tree bark. He would not answer when you talked to him, but when you discussed things related to learning with him, he would answer and communicate with you, like a learning tool. Renong's mind went blank. He sighed at the purity and flawlessness of this youth. Back then he had studied hard for decades, but he had not been as pure and hardworking. His perseverance was admirable. It's as if he was born to study. He has been studying and reading. If you want him to respond to you, I can only exchange knowledge with him. Do you have any thoughts on this question? He suddenly handed over a question. I've never seen this question before. It doesn't seem to belong to this world. Renong was skilled in mathematics and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. They worked together to solve the problem. From learning the fundamental rules to solving the problem, they spent a few days. The young man was very impressed. He seemed a little dull. You're very good. You've solved the doubts I had in my study. It's an equal exchange. I'll give you the corresponding knowledge. After saying that, he turned around to continue reading and left. Renong looked at the book in his hand. There were no words on it. There seemed to be countless words on it. He was mesmerized and confused. The wordless heavenly book. Then tell me, how should the Joss flames be purified? He could not help but ask. The young man was like a machine. He looked at the book in his hand as if he was looking for something. Maybe it has something to do with personal willpower. Renong's eyes trembled, and he couldn't help but say, if my will is strong enough, maybe it'll work. I have the same idea, but how do I increase my will? That's another problem. Equivalent exchange. The young man walked forward with the book in his hand. If I learn something that I don't understand, you can help me answer it. He was speechless. He could only become a passive teacher. Fortunately, his talent was really amazing, and he could answer some of the doubts this young man had in his study. He also obtained some knowledge that enlightened him. In less than 10 days, the young fool carried his book and read wherever he went, eating and sleeping in the open. However, an old man who followed behind him became a servant and followed him silently. A deranged young man and a scholarly white-haired old man followed closely behind, creating a strange scene and attracting many gazes. Is that person the scholar who, from the legends, who received the imperial edict 7 times, but did not enter the capital? If you don't enter the imperial court to become the state preceptor and prime minister, why are you following a young man around as a servant? The HU agricultural scholar is just a joke. The country has spent a lot of effort to build the dragon vein, but now it's abandoned. The cultivation of the dragon vein has gone wrong. We Confucians are all useless. A Confucian scholar had completely given up and spoke in a drunken state. He's gone crazy. Scholars also want to rule the world. Some of the swordsmen were sitting on the higher floors of the restaurant, laughing and drinking tea. The young man turned a deaf ear and continued to study. The old man continued to follow behind him, asking questions and answering each other. They looked like fellow Taoists. After 3 months, they had traveled to several cities, eating and sleeping in the open. One day, the white-haired old man, Ha Renong, suddenly roared and cried with joy. See. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for helping me perfect this Tao. The young man continued to ignore him and continued to read. He kept grabbing his hair, and it fell off one by one. Wait a moment. Follow me. I'll give you good food and drink. Don't wander around anymore. Finally, the Hu Renong received the 13th imperial decree and was willing to enter the capital as prime minister. He also announced to the world that all Confucians would preach in the capital. Are those poor scholars going to stinky with their literary knowledge again? Who knows, they're just making a scene. Some swordsmen didn't care at all when they heard this. The day of the Tao lecture finally arrived. Ha Renong looked at the beggar like crazy youth and said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist, please be patient and don't walk around. Stay where you are and read your books. With that, he strode forward and stepped onto the high platform. Below him were countless Confucians and scholars. The way of Confucius is the way of God. The great Confucian sect is based on all living beings and can cultivate the official position of the dragon vein, Hu Henong said. Then how do we solve the problem of the joss flames being mixed? Asked. The incense is too impure, and the human body can't accommodate it. This is the divine Tao gathering all kinds of thoughts into one body. At the peak of the cultivation, one can abandon the mortal body and ascend to the deity position. With the vast righteousness, one can shock the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods cry. All living beings worship me and offer me a divine tablet. As long as they think of me, they can be immortal. The entire world was silent. It is rumored that the heavenly Tao is the gathering of joss flames for all living beings. This Tao, a great scholar said, this Tao imitates the heavenly Tao. It allows the sea of consciousness to reside in the virtual sky and draw in the joss flames of all living beings to be the gods under the heavenly Tao. Hu Henong said, one person cultivates immortality while all living beings cultivate godhood. This is the path to godhood. As soon as he said that, the world seemed to be dead silent. A mere scholar of the Confucian sect disrespects immortals. This is outrageous. Not far away in a restaurant, a swordsman was drinking. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and with a shake of his body, an earth-shaking sword ki broke through the restaurant and swept over the sky above the Confucians. It's the third disciple of the demigod, Duan Qianyu, Su Huiqian. That's a Tao Palace realm expert. The sword ki was terrifying, and it arrived in an instant with a terrifying light. Get lost. With a shout, Hu Renong put down his book. He was dressed in the black robes of the prime minister, and his might was vast. His eyes suddenly opened, and a righteous energy shot into the sky, shaking the world and sending the swordsman flying. Absolute command. All of the great Confucians were dumbfounded. This was an aura that only ancient Taoist techniques had. This was a great scholar was. With a shout, the righteous Qi could ward off ghosts and gods. Xu Ji smiled. Let this mirror image learn outside, and at the same time, I used my own knowledge to provide some help to Hu Renong and did some good things. It's time to take it back. At this moment, on the other side, Meng Mei came with a few people and was dumbfounded. Oh my God, how did Hu Renong become an old man? Furthermore, what cultivation system did this aura belong to? It's unprecedented. Her eyes gradually lit up and she muttered to herself, I'm indeed the master of the heavenly Tao. He has actually taught another sage who has created an unprecedented era. Pa! She patted the little fox's head. Look at your senior brother. He's already one step ahead of us and has created an era. You have to work harder. If you don't invent anything, it's really embarrassing for me. The little fox Hu Haihan looked aggrieved and scratched his head. The teacher didn't seem to teach me anything. He just brought me around and let me learn by myself. Could it be that there's a hidden reason that I haven't comprehended? She clenched her small fist. Yes. Teacher is the green vine mother, guiding each era. He must have his own profound meaning. At that moment, Medusa's eyes gradually lit up. Divine path. The martial Tao in this world is already unfathomable to me. Although the immortal Tao has declined, I can still see its former glory. As for the divine Tao. Sting. Her gaze kept wandering around. Suddenly, her expression froze as she fixed her gaze on the young man beside her who was preparing to leave with his book. I heard that Hu Renong studied with a fool for months before he gained enlightenment on this divine Tao. Was speechless. He seemed to feel that something was wrong. The mirror image was an emotionless learning machine. It kept learning other knowledge and was immersed in the ocean of knowledge. In the end, Renong's knowledge wasn't enough. Now, he let his mirror image clone, who was learning about the civilizations of a few worlds, bring the knowledge to make up for his lack of knowledge and open up a path for the celestial dynasty. Now that the matter had just been resolved, he didn't expect to run into a ghost when he went out. Cutie Pie had actually brought Medusa to look for her disciple. In the end, he had bumped into the muzzle of a gun, and Medusa had targeted his mirror image. Things had suddenly developed in an unknown direction. At this moment, the entire capital was in an uproar. Impossible. Xu Zhueqian spat out a mouthful of blood as he staggered to his feet in shock. How could a Confucian scholar who cultivated incense be so terrifying? His teacher, Duan Kanyu, the demigod, had once said, in the ancient Western era, humans and gods lived together and absorbed powerful living beings as incense. It was a pure orthodox method. Today, it could only absorb the weak and heterogeneous masses. The higher one's cultivation, the faster one would die. But now, this white-haired Confucian's shout had instantly caused his mind to slacken and his cultivation to suffer a great impact. Hu Renong ignored him. His voice resounded throughout the entire capital city. Take in the incense of mortals as gods. This is the divine Tao. Incense becomes the divine Tao. As long as the incense doesn't die, the divine Tao won't be destroyed, and you can obtain eternal life. Boom. The entire city was in a hubbub, and everyone began to listen to this road, intoxicated. That young man, I feel like we've hit it off at first sight. Can we get to know each other? At this historic moment, Medusa suddenly shuttled through the seething crowd and slowly stopped the mirror image. In the crowd, anyone who was struck up by a beautiful woman with a pleasant voice would stop. But the mirror image turned a deaf ear. Thump. The mirror image's body sank, and it was instantly confined. Medusa walked over with a smile, as if she had a playful look on her face. She poked her head out from behind and looked at the young man's face. Ordinary. Did this young man really have such great magic? Who was he? What creature? Where did he come from? It seems very interesting. Medusa was curious and found this new world interesting in every way. After stopping the scholar in his tracks, he was not in a hurry. He continued to smile in the crowd, turning into a member of the common people, looking at the white-haired man high above. The scene in front of him was the most important. For her, This was a wonderful journey in the other world that was worth cherishing. I've seen this scene a lot, and it might become an eternal legend in the future. This is the charm of time. Let everything be covered in dust. Only longevity and immortality can lead to eternity. She laughed. Even Hu Haihan, the little white fox, and the two beautiful female mages could hear her. The cute girl's breathing was rapid, and it was only at this moment that she realized that Medusa was still beside her. If she wanted to invade this world, killing Hu Renong now would be the best outcome. Otherwise, once Hu Renong established the great Zhou celestial dynasty, the strength of the primordial world would definitely increase greatly. If it was her, she would have attacked immediately and killed Hu Renong. How could this cruel and merciless, great sovereign of death do that? Not good. Her face was pale, and she suddenly turned to look at Medusa. Medusa was already looking at her with a smile as gentle as water. This is truly an era of favoritism. Medusa did not move. She just turned her head and looked at the old man standing high above. I respect this old man. He has an unbending back. The strong should have dignity and be respected. She seemed to let it go. Voila! The great Confucian talks about the way of Confucius. The imperial court is saved. The capital was bustling with activity, and the streets were empty. Even the emperor of the great Zhou had rushed over upon hearing the news, and the atmosphere was getting more and more rowdy. Harry, still preaching. No one knew that they were so close to death. History might be moving toward the Dark Age at this moment. At this moment, a student asked, "The immortal divine Tao can obtain eternal life. Is that eternal life? I'm not dead." The old man Hu Renong spoke indifferently. His voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap. As long as all living beings do not fret me, think of me, worship me, and offer me a deity position, I will return from death. F was shocked. This was immortal. In this world, who could claim immortality? Even the celestial emperors of the past had turned into piles of white bones. The heroes had fallen, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery had entered the Dali Ocean to avoid the 5 decays of heaven and man. They had never imagined the Confucian path of incense could reach such heights. From the incense civilization of the Western era, they had absorbed and worshipped the gods to the ultimate path they were on today, incense becoming God. He would establish a true immortal court and allow the entire country to ascend. May I ask the true meaning of this technique? Countless members of the Confucian sect held their breaths when they heard this. All of the scholars from the great Zhou dynasty cupped their fists and trembled with unconcealable excitement. "I think so, I'm here." Hu Renong laughed. Boom! The heavens and earth shook, as if a bolt of lightning had struck on a clear day. In the 9 heavens, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The buildings of the celestial palace shook continuously, and shattered stones fell from them. They were on the verge of collapse. It was as if the order and backbone of the entire heavenly Tao were rapidly changing. The heavens and earth are shaking. The heavenly Tao has responded and changed. Countless beings of the ancient West era walked out slowly, including the ancient heavenly emperors, looking at the blue sky and red sun in the center. There must be something that will shock the heavens and change the laws of heaven and earth. I don't know if this is good or bad. The group of ancient existence murmured coldly. "To meet the heavenly Tao, I'm thinking, so I'm here." Medusa's eyes flickered with disbelief as she praised. "The Tao of the heart and the only me. This is an unprecedented Tao." She pondered for a while and smiled. She looked at the scholar who was holding a wordless heavenly book and said, "Let's go." I came here to have an exchange with this great Jews Confucian saint, but now he seems to be busy. It's not the time. The little fox seemed to be a little reluctant to leave. She felt that it was very exciting and she couldn't miss it. This is history, and we travelers are only responsible for witnessing it. If you live a little longer, there won't be too many waves. Medusa spoke gently to the fox, then looked at the cute girl. The cute girl laughed dryly. Half a day later, they started their journey again, as if they were really just travelers who had shaken the world, opened the golden age of the immortal court in the capital. However, the two sisters, Ali and Mickey, were left behind in the capital to assist Hu Renong in completely establishing the structure of the Great Zoo. While doing this, the cute girl was still looking at Medusa uneasily. But Medusa only smiled gently and ignored her. We have witnessed history. In a carriage far away from the capital, many people were conversing. Meng Mei and her disciple were talking about the divine Dai Jiao just now. Perhaps an immortal dynasty was about to be born. In the carriage, Medusa kept sizing up the scholar who had been reading. She had brought him along on her journey, and now she seemed to have understood some of his style. A person who was obsessed with learning would only answer you when you exchanged knowledge with him. Otherwise, he would ignore you no matter what. Sister, Yuli, what are you doing? Suddenly, Hu Haihan's eyes widened. Cloud. The group of people from before had called Mercury the goddess of wisdom, and Medusa had changed her name to Mercury. How did the god of wisdom offend you? Medusa was now gentle and caring like a big sister, as if she was taking care of them as little sisters. She did not look like the Emperor of Death from before at all. I'm doing an experiment. Medusa gently touched the girl's head and cut off the young man's skin. She continued to study it and took out the alchemy table, bottles of drugs and reagents. What experiment? The little fox turned into a curious baby. Human experimentation, do you want to learn? I'll teach you. The cute girl's face instantly darkened. She told her disciple not to ask too much. The more she asked, the faster she would die. She had a deep understanding of this. In the past, when he was a builder tree, he couldn't move for hundreds of years. Every night when no one was around, he would start to tell the green bug on his body his thoughts. When he was in a good mood, he would crush the bug to death. You know too much. And now, they could be little bugs. In fact, he didn't even make a move against Hu Renong before. There must be a conspiracy. The cute girl felt her head hurt. She tried to chat with the scholar beside her, but her face instantly darkened again. This was a straight man of steel. There were a bunch of peerless beauties in the carriage, but he only knew how to read. I am the green vine Mother Earth, a peerless beauty with beauty and wisdom. The teacher of the heavenly Tao, the strongest existence that created the world. The extremely beautiful fox girl and the most terrifying emperor of death, Medusa, were not moved at all. As expected, it's not a real living being. Medusa continued to study the young man's microscopic leather scraps. He seems to be some kind of natural law, even a natural imagination, a mirage hurricane tide. It's a projection of some kind of life, perhaps an existence similar to the Cthulhu evil god. Cthulhu is born by gathering the evil thoughts of all living beings. It cannot be named, looked at directly, or described. This young man, on the other hand, has no self, only wisdom. He seems to be some kind of learning creature that has gathered endless knowledge and is constantly learning. Is he a phenomenon creature called truth and knowledge? The day passed. As night approached, they stopped in the carriage and found an inn to rest. Meng Mei opened her mouth again. This silly scholar. He only knows how to read all day long. He reads wherever he goes. He doesn't pay attention to what's going on outside. He only focuses on reading the books of the sages. If I don't do anything, he'll probably run away and sleep with us at night. Anyway, and no threat at all? She did not hesitate to share the same bed. There was no threat at all. No need. I'll stay in the same room as him. I'll keep an eye on him and not let him escape. Medusa laughed, took the hand of the young man, and walked up the stairs, as if it was his personal belonging. Mengmei's face also stiffened. A man and a woman in the same room. FDCK. This is explosive. In the crowd, just because I saw him once, I could never forget his face. Mengmei quickly returned to the room with the girls and immediately lay down to sleep. She quickly posted, "Shocking." Medusa held the scholar's hand and slept in the same room with him. The loss of morality. Our reporter. Cute girl evolved into a dragon and followed great Lord Medusa, who invaded the ancient world for an investigation. Today, great Lord Medusa found a scholar in the crowd and brought him back to his room late at night. There are pictures to prove the truth. The post quickly ignited a huge storm. After entering the room, Medusa laughed in an ancient and elegant room. "You are the truth?" The young man continued reading. "It's indeed a creature formed by the laws of heaven and earth, a symbol of and knowledge." Medusa's eyes were burning. "This may be the greatest gain I've gained since I came to this land. I've gained a pioneer who is dedicated to pursuing truth and knowledge, or even the truth itself. My path has always been lonely, but perhaps I have company now." She didn't sleep all night, as if she had found a treasure. Under the light, she sat in front of the table, picked up a pen and ink, and began to learn knowledge with this young man. They discussed, studied, and discussed. Suddenly, her eyes gradually lit up. "With the truth as my companion, my may not be lonely." She waved her pen and ink and wrote on the paper. She had been living like this for more than 2,000 years, but now she might have changed and had a partner. A man and a woman were studying at night with a candle in their hands. They were very pure, as if they were desk mates who were preparing for the college entrance examination and tutoring each other. Xuji was speechless. He felt his teeth hurt. "That was my study tool, yours. You're treating him as your study partner?" Medusa had a look as if she was taking it for herself. She was constantly learning, asking questions, and discussing it together. There was a trend of common progress. "Can you tell me if you can deduce the divine path that Hu Renong deduced with him? Although you provide him with knowledge, you must know the process and record it in your knowledgeable mind." Medusa had a serious look on her face. "You have to solve the problem for me." The young man still treated her like a Hu Renong. He ignored her and treated her the same. Instead, he quietly read, "I like equivalent exchange. This is the truth of wizards." Medusa only smiled. She rested her chin on her hands on the table and looked at the scholar with interest, waiting for his question. After a long while, the scholar said in a daze, "This Dao technique is too difficult. I can't understand it. Let me see. Teach me the basic knowledge of this system." Medusa sat at the table to her and became serious. After a while, Medusa finally solved the mystery. She stood up and explained to him step by step behind his back. "This is the problem. You have to be more flexible. There are 3 solutions." Medusa was the most knowledgeable ancient existence, the origin demon god Medusa. The only one who could match her knowledge was DQI, who had been secretly learning from her. Naturally, he could easily answer many questions and basically understood everything with just one hint. "It's like this. Did you not hear? If you don't understand, I can explain in." Medusa explained patiently, and the scholar listened by the side. She solved a question, but she leaned on the table next to her. Her eyes gradually became blurred. "I'm going to sleep." You can study for a while first. Forget it, you won't understand anyway. The scholar was still studying. Yes, the strong did not need sleep, but Medusa did. Now that 1,000 years had passed, she had once again improved her longevity bloodline and slept every day. She slept for 18 hours out of 24 hours, which meant that she was only awake for 6 hours. However, although she had already restrained the characteristics of Cthulhu's body, any hostile action during her sleep would instantly trigger her indescribable fear. This would cause a terrifying area of effect, natural disaster. Can't look directly at it, can't describe it, can't listen to its voice. Even if it was Medusa who was in deep sleep, any creature would die in shock the moment they saw this beautiful sleeping girl. The cute girl was not stupid. She had known from a long time ago that Medusa had the blood of eternal life of the god of creation and the characteristics of the Cthulhu evil god. Seeing her sleeping, she did not dare to disturb her, knowing that it would definitely trigger Medusa's Cthulhu instinct. After a few days, Medusa changed her daily routine. She slept in the carriage during the day and talked with the scholar at night. The cute girl's eyes widened as she looked at the scholar beside her, who was still reading. He was still in high spirits, reading and learning with gestures. Beside him was Medusa, who had fallen into a deep sleep. That was the Emperor of Death. How could he be so tired? It was so awesome that it was heaven-defying. What is Big Sister, Mo Cooley, doing? Hu Hai-han, the little white fox, said in the carriage. She quickly slapped Hu Hai-han and said, "Children shouldn't ask, they should study hard. This is a matter of having a baby." Oh. The little fox girl nodded in a daze, but her eyes flickered with curiosity. She wanted to find out what was going on. That night in the inn, Meng Mei brought her disciple to her room to rest. Once she laid down and slept, she posted on the internet again. Shocking! The fiercest mysterious man in history. Is this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? Our reporter. Meng Mei is about to evolve into a dragon, I'll report to you. The internet was once again in an uproar, and everyone's views were subverted. Countless fans were heartbroken and expressed that they would see him on the rooftop. From then on, they would travel in the carriage during the day, and at night, they would split up into 2 groups, with Meng Mei and her disciple resting. However, on this day, Meng Mei woke up in the middle of the night and suddenly found her disciple sleeping beside her. She tiptoed out and muttered to herself, "Teacher, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to give birth to a baby tonight." The cute girl opened her eyes and was instantly shocked. She was furious and strode straight to the next room, only to see Medusa, who was exhausted from studying, sleeping next to her and her disciple, who was constantly discussing and studying with the scholar at the desk. A scene of passion for learning was completely different from what he had imagined. Meng Mei could not help but widen her eyes. "What baby are you talking about?" The little fox put down her book innocently and said, "The study between men and women is a gathering of spiritual knowledge and communication of the mind. It's probably like what the teacher said about having a baby. It can produce new spoilage." After Sister Mo Cooley and the scholar finished studying, I sneaked over. I felt very addicted. I can learn knowledge I don't dare to tell the teacher. Lost. It's all my fault for not telling you the difference between men and women. You actually think that learning from a boy can give birth to children? Could it be that Medusa had been simply learning from the scholar all this time? The little fox secretly came to watch out of curiosity and eventually joined in. What straight man was this? The cute girl almost vomited blood, feeling both happy and sad. He was naturally happy that his disciple had not been raped. But he was sad that this scholar was poisonous. They were two great beauties, and he had studied seriously with them for countless days in one night. The cute girl wanted to cry. She left in a daze. My mind is full of dirty thoughts. I'm indeed not pure anymore. Another post was posted. Shocking. The Emperor of Death couldn't sleep at night, and was exhausted during the day. My disciple was also addicted to it, and secretly went to the man's room in the middle of the night to give birth to a baby. The truth is heaven-defying. Our reporter, cute girl, is about to evolve into a dragon. The truth is full of twists and turns. It's so terrifying. After a few more days, Meng Mei asked her disciple not to be sneaky anymore. That was just learning. She asked her to ask questions during the day and exchange and learn from each other. Meng Mei looked at the two of them engrossed in their studies and did not have any other thoughts. I won't be confused by my love for learning. I can become a saint as long as I lie down. It's good as long as you have fun. However, the carriage continued to move forward. Waiter served the wine. When Meng Mei brought them to the restaurant for a meal, they were gradually recognized and surrounded. He's holding the wordless heavenly book. That young man is the one who enlightened the Confucian saint, Renong. Many people came to ask questions and exchange ideas. Equivalent exchange. The scholar continued to speak mechanically. Some people, their knowledge and creativity in exchange. Although few people were taken to heart. There were always a few who had bold and imaginative thoughts that were recognized and answered their own doubts. Ha ha ha! So it was like this, so it was like this. I'm close to reaching the Dao Palace realm. A famous northern saberman's eyes turned red as he bowed deeply. The northern saberman swung his saber in the air. Boom! The sharp saber key shot up into the sky, and the clouds in the sky above the town instantly cleared up. The northern swordsman instantly broke through to the Dao Palace realm and became one of the top martial arts grandmasters in the world. Silence! Silence! There was a dead silence in the restaurant. After a long time, someone finally spoke and secretly looked at that table. They actually allowed us to listen in. We've also heard such a profound secret. I've gained some enlightenment. Hu Renong entered the mortal world to cultivate and dedicated his life to the great Zhou dynasty. All his old friends died and he didn't accept 13 imperial edicts. However, he still wandered the world and followed this ignorant scholar, using the sky as his blanket and the earth as his seat. I believe it now. Great wisdom may appear to be foolish. He may seem foolish, but he's actually a virtuous man. Gradually, a strange scholar who was holding the wordless heavenly book with an eccentric and dull personality spread out. He became an all-knowing scholar in the pugilistic world and knew the truth of heaven and earth. There was nothing he did not know. The entire pugilistic world was shaken by him, a legend of a foolish person. They didn't know how to communicate, they had no feelings, they only knew how to learn, and they had endless wisdom. Run! The entire pugilistic world is in a frenzy. The peerless godly weapon all-knowing scholar has appeared. I've finally caught up with the golden age of the pugilistic world. The cute girl of the carriage and charged forward quickly, laughing wildly. I've picked up a treasure. The pugilistic world was in chaos, and countless pugilistic world swordsmen were looking for wandering know-it-all, wanting to follow him and understand the truth. It was another night. The dark yellow light on the desk flickered. In front of the table, a man and a woman sat side by side, reading and writing. They were filled with a learning atmosphere, as if they were students who were preparing for the college entrance examination. They were doing their own test papers and occasionally exchanging knowledge. There was a feeling that the friendship between gentlemen was as calm as water. A few days had passed since he had started studying, and he had gotten used to it. This time, the scholar's dull eyes asked, "How do I forge an eternal energy sun to light up living things?" This question is a little too general. Medusa was stunned. This wasn't a question that a normal scholar would ask. It was a bit profound. She thought about it seriously and kept organizing her thoughts. Perhaps we can reduce the loss of energy and form. Stable energy ball using Magus Moffe's law of circulation. However, we need to study the specifics. For us Magi, this is a new topic. Perhaps it's how it is. Medusa started discussing, as usual. However, after discussing for a while, Medusa looked at the young man and said, "You are really the best friend I have on my journey." She no longer discussed her studies, but suddenly laughed, as if she was confiding to someone. This world's green vine mother may have known who I am, and in order to invade this world, she took the initiative, but she definitely doesn't know why I didn't kill the Hu Renong. Do you know what I'm thinking? She was all smiles. The scholar was still reading, as if he was made of wood. The reason is simple. Why would I kill him? Medusa laughed. I had thought that this world was very strong, but I did not expect them to have just experienced a catastrophe. The change of times is not what I want. I want to let this world grow and accommodate their growth. They will continue to grow stronger, and even surpass our world. It's unbelievable, right? This is my tolerance after living for more than 2,000 years. The magic medicine air had been at its peak for 1,000 years, but it was already a pool of stagnant water that could not stir up any waves. If they invaded this world and found that they were far stronger than this world, then they would not think of improving. The hymn of humans is a hymn of courage. Only death and predestined circumstances bring courage and more surprises. Only an equal opponent is the opponent I want. Her eyes were narrowed into crescents, which were pretty and full of longing. The scholar, still reading, I want someone to bring me the truth of death. Don't you think that your red blood is beautiful? It's rose-colored, like the flower of death. In terms of the same realm, who is higher than me under the god realm? I'm so lonely. The most powerful celestial emperor Qi from the primordial era and the Hengduan era, as well as Dao Changsheng. Do you know how excited I was when I heard about this world's history? Her long hair was twisted like a snake, but now it was tied into a black ponytail, which added a bit of gentleness. If only I was born in the mythological era of the Western era and could trace back to the long river of time. How great would that be? I really look forward to the ancient heavenly emperors of this world. Each and every one of them is a terrifying peerless genius. Just listening to their lives makes me tremble with excitement. I want to see their peerless heroic figures. But now, it's still not too late. The heavenly Tao of this world still exists. I look forward to fighting against Dao Changsheng, who has transformed into the heaven and earth. Either I beat him to death, or he beats me to death. She was so excited that her face turned red, as if she couldn't help but be intoxicated by the thought. Perhaps it will be the battle between the strongest experts below the deity realm. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm preparing for it. She seemed to rarely confide in others. From a young age, she could only confide in her teacher Circe and listen to her teachings as she grew up. After that, there was no one she could trust. In the eyes of others, she would always be the cruel emperor of death Medusa. If it was a life with intelligence, she would definitely not speak. However, the person in front of her was a wooden man who was reading a book at a loss. Living in the peace of a world, enjoying the supremacy of the world for thousands of years, ruling the entire land as the origin demon god, is envied by countless creatures. But you won't understand. This is not the life I want. She was still in the flickering light, writing on the paper with her head lowered. In the past 1,000 years, I'm becoming less and less myself. I was sleeping peacefully, and the loneliness seeped into my bones. For many years, I kept dreaming of that figure emitting divine light. I didn't know when it started, but it gradually overlapped with the truth that we Magi seek. She looked at the candle flame in a daze, the bright flame dancing as she muttered, I'm looking forward to a beautiful death. Just like how I yearn for the truth. The scholar, still writing, like a puppet. I'm going to sleep again. You can study first. Even though she knew that the other party could not understand her, she restrained her expression and spoke out of habit. She began to lean on the paper on the desk, looking at the scholar reading under the light with a quiet side profile, and gradually fell asleep. In a daze, it was as if the face of this dull scholar overlapped with the face of the god of creation who was in high spirits and transcended everything. She suddenly murmured, I'm about to see the truth again. Whoosh. The fire on the wall flickered violently. The wind started blowing. The window kept shaking as if a storm was coming. The young man who was reading was still as stiff as ever. He held the book and read through the night. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, put down the book in his hand, and stood up to help close the window. Xu looked at the snake-haired banshee sleeping on the table in front of him. She was dressed in black, which outlined her beautiful curves. She gave off a heroic feeling despite her beauty. He couldn't help her strange hair and sighed. Medusa is still so crazy. Xu, a young man with an ordinary face, stood up. Under the flickering light, he came into close contact with Medusa for the second time and looked at her sleeping face. She didn't expect that she didn't even care about her own world, and even waited for the other party to grow. She wanted a strong and stunning opponent to push her step towards the truth. Walala. The breeze hit the vermilion wooden window, and the raindrops hit the window. Without the wind, gradually calmed down. Behind him was Medusa, who was lying on the table reading and sleeping. Xu looked quietly at the window and the scenery outside. He suddenly sighed and said, The solar term of this world is the Mid-Autumn Festival in a few days. Unknowingly, the sorcerer world and the ancient primordial world had both become perfect extraordinary worlds. Although they were located in his own orchard, divided into 2 levels, the surface and the cellar. The Mid-Autumn Festival was a rare full moon of the year. It was almost 5 o'clock in the morning when he finally fell asleep after studying for an entire night. In the past few days, there were already people making and selling mooncakes on the streets. Smoke rose from the kitchen chimneys, and children from families laughed and jumped around with candied haws in their hands. The streets and alleys were filled with a festive atmosphere, filled with the ordinary and ancient atmosphere. When will the moon be bright? He asked the blue sky with the wine. I don't know what year it is in the palace in heaven. The reason for the Mid-Autumn Festival and all kinds of celebrations was naturally all thanks to the salted fish type of cute girl. This Mother Earth, who had made great contributions and brought all kinds of Chinese delicacies, had turned into a true ancient era with swordsmen, scholars, and the imperial court. Even if it was new to Medusa, Ali, and Mickey. After all, they had lived in different environments since they were young. The Magus world had 50 days and 50 nights. The long years had passed, and there would not be such a rule of day and night every day, nor would there be frequent festivals and 4 seasons all year round. My family's orchard is really on the verge of perfection. Xu sat at the table by the window and looked down at the golden color below. His palm slowly stroked the hair of the snake-haired banshee, who was lying on the table. He could not help but secretly pinch her soft little face. This terrifying great sovereign of death seemed a little cute when she slept. She no longer had that monstrous ferocity. Mirror doppelganger will allow me to truly possess the ability to descend into this world. The mirror image didn't show any joy, anger, or sorrow. This was because it did not cut off its three natures: God, demon, and beast. It only had absolute rationality and comet nature. It could be said that it was a cold and emotionless absolute existence of the Taishang Wangxing. It only knew how to be engrossed in learning, and it was even difficult to communicate with it. However, his consciousness could secretly enter his mirror image, such as now. At first, Xuji had thought that this would be a difficult problem, but he did not expect that he would end up becoming Medusa's learning machine. Maybe this is also good. After all, if I let the avatar study alone in the room and repeat it mechanically every day, I'm afraid he will die. It's better to throw him into the sandbox so that someone can be his study partner to prevent him from overlearning. We can improve together and answer his questions. The no bezes. Xuji sat on the windowsill and reached out again to rub Medusa's hair. Medusa was in a deep sleep at this time. She had the genes of longevity, and as long as there was no hostility or excitement, her indescribable state would not wake up. It was indeed mutually beneficial to have such a fellow Taoist. It could greatly speed up the learning efficiency of the mirror image. As for Medusa taking the opportunity to obtain his knowledge of the learning tools, Xuji did not mind. After all, the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the mirror image clone, and all kinds of top-tier cultivation techniques were all blocked. What she could ask was only the basic knowledge system of each world. She could only use this to create various cultivation techniques. It's good that she's become stronger. Xuji lowered his head and looked at Medusa, who was sleeping on the table. It was as if he was looking at the high school girl in the classroom who loved to study and fell asleep while studying. She was a completely different person when she was asleep and when she was awake. The pioneers and powerhouses of the age of the sandbox, of the supernatural worlds, were all their teachers. They used their lives and blood to write the songs of praise for history. They advanced one era after another, from simple to mature, and finally opened up a path for me to learn, as well as various systems. However, in the end, I still lack a teacher in another form, but I also lack a fellow Taoist who can be my companion. She didn't teach you knowledge or give you a mature power system. Instead, she accompanied you to deduce and support each other on the path of seeking knowledge, allowing you to see the world with a stronger mind and a higher vision. The knowledge that he had learned was just knowledge. He knew clearly that he was only a lucky person. He was smart and far superior to many people in the real world. But he did not have the heaven-defying talent and temperament like DQI and Dao Changsheng. He didn't stagnate. To become the god of creation, one must have the courage to pursue the Dao. The further one progressed, the more knowledge and experience one gained. The development of one's wisdom, continuous learning and research would make the strong become smarter. The difference in talent would gradually become less vast. What was important was a lasting heart. Medusa's aptitude was not too high, and was only comparable to Queen of Babylon Lilith back then. It was her own hard work that had allowed her to come this far. She had surpassed many geniuses who were more terrifying than her in terms of aptitude, even the 3 witches who were smarter. Perhaps, in the long years, having a Taoist friend who could support and verify with each other was the greatest fortune in life. It was his greatest opportunity that surpassed all treasures and could lead him to the ultimate path. However, it looks simple, but it's extremely difficult. At their level, Xuji said calmly, They're all ancient existences who are above the world and look down on the common people of each era. Who else can be trusted? Who would reveal all of their secrets to others? If the other party has evil intentions and knows my cultivation technique, they will beat me to death. Even Medusa and Ermin did not dare to tell each other their trump cards and true cultivation techniques. In a sense, this was lamentable. The path was long, and they were all moving forward alone. Therefore, it was only natural for Medusa to be extremely happy at this time. It was precisely because they weren't real living beings that they were the most perfect Tao friends. They could leave everything to each other without worry, expose themselves, and move forward together on the long and distant path of truth. That's why she's very happy and confessed her feelings. It's the first time she's slept so blissfully and peacefully. Xu looked at Medusa as if she was a sleeping girl who had just obtained a treasure that she was satisfied with. Her face was extremely quiet and gentle. This was a win-win situation. They could discuss the Tao together, and with Medusa's habit, they could even ask some of the problems that they had encountered during their daily training. For example, he had just asked how to create a solar energy source. This was the problem that had been troubling him recently. If he didn't have a sun as his primordial spirit, he wouldn't be able to open the food industry. The gourmet world was the promised wizard community. It was a special small world used to encourage players with liver cirrhosis to meditate seriously. Mirror image. I'll leave this learning tool with Medusa for the time being. It will make up for my greatest weakness. To make up for my knowledge, I'm not inferior to Medusa, Emperor Qi, Phoenix Ermin, and the others. It's not a bad thing. Xuji's eyebrows twitched, and he suddenly saw the dense paper on the desk that Medusa was lying on. He could not help but pull it out to take a look and see what she had written. It was a letter for Ermin. It seems that her consciousness has descended here, and her main body in the distance has fallen into a deep sleep. She can only use this method to write letters and then teleport back through the space tunnel to prepare for battle. Xu was stunned for a few seconds. Thump, thump. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. I'm coming in. The little fox Hu Haihan called out to her out of habit, even though he knew that it was a scholar who only knew how to read, and Sister Mo Kuli, who was definitely asleep. The sorcerer world, the underworld, quiet and peaceful. This place was known as the resting place of the dead. It was the most mysterious, sacred, and terrifying place in the world. Countless mortals were terrified of this place and held deep respect for it. There was a fork in the road at Erebus, where the good and evil of the dead were divided. As long as they were kind, humble, and harmonious, they would all walk into the paradise of happiness, the Eli's paradise. All those who were brutal, arrogant, and evil would walk to the place of pain, Tartarus. All karma and retribution would be repaid here after death. In the distance, Cocos was flowing, and the wails of many undead came from the river of pain. Ermin was taking a walk in the garden of truth, and the mountains and fields were covered with fiery red spider lilies. It was so beautiful that it seemed like the world of immortals. The land of the netherworld was extremely vast, and many ancient sovereigns and great emperors were cultivating here, emitting a terrifying aura. Medusa, Ermin smiled. She opened her white fingers and took out a letter in the void. Sure enough, it's here. That god is strong. He's a low god, but he can fight me, a middle god. We must know his world and system before we can prepare for the war and inform the epic professionals of the major empires in the mortal world. It's another war. Her eyes were in a daze, as if she had recalled the Babylonian sorcerer mythological era 1,000 years ago. She was still the great lord of Ermin and had waged war against the kingdom of evil witches. She returned to the room that looked like a thatched house, sat down on the desk, and slowly opened the letter. In the letter, Medusa told him what she had seen and heard over the past few days. It included the solar terms here, the rules of heaven and earth, the immortal world, the gods in charge of the sun and moon, the history of the Western era, the current situation of the Great Zhou Empire, the opening of the divine path by Hu Renong, as well as the origin of the god and the Tao Lord. Medusa gave a general explanation, and at the end, she attached the views of this world's all-knowing scholar, as well as her speculations and doubts. The amount of writing recorded was unexpectedly large. The letter briefly explained the foreseeable origin and process, and then wrote, Bai Shaosheng seems to have come from the void. He has no background, and is not a living creature. When I first saw him, I didn't feel that he was a living creature. After studying his organization, I confirmed that he was like a mirror image. I can even define him as a natural mirror image formed by some rules, such as Mercury, the god of wisdom in our world, which symbolizes wisdom. It just doesn't have self-awareness. However, after 4 days of interaction, we patiently answered each other's questions. I studied every night and asked several questions, only to be more and more shocked. The origin of this creature has other secrets that are far beyond our imagination. After probing for several days and speculating for a long time, I finally grasped some terrifying secrets and gained a slight understanding of them. I'll share them with you and hope you can give me your opinions. First of all, he did not stop at the ancient world. He knew the rules and knowledge of our sorcerer world and even other worlds. I'm afraid that this ancient unknown existence has been traveling all over the world and has long stopped in our sorcerer world. He is just like today, eating and sleeping in the open, carefree and relaxed, concentrating on reading, but we have not noticed it. He wanders the heavens and knows everything, but he has no self-consciousness. He is like a projection of learning, constantly learning the knowledge of every world. This has exceeded the scope of our understanding over the past 1,000 years. We continued to question and answer for a few days and nights, and the questions gradually became more profound. Yesterday I asked him, how am I going to become a god? If he doesn't answer, I'll ask a few more questions. The secret of the real entity of Pengu, a Tao Lord cultivation technique? He did not answer any of them. At first, I thought he didn't know, or perhaps he didn't travel many worlds and didn't know much about the major worlds. Until I asked inadvertently, where did Qi go to in this world? He can really answer. Ermin, ever since I came to this ancient world, I have become more and more certain that the God of creation is not the only one. At the beginning of the void and chaos, it transcended time, space, latitude, and cause and effect. The two of us have seen the God of creation as a rank 4, and the God of creation that descended from this world was a rank 6. It was not the same avatar. However, the all-knowing scholar gave me detailed answers, as if he was among them at that time, observing the God of creation and recording his words and deeds. Yi even spoke of the conversation between Long Hong, heavenly emperor, and God. The ultimate was real, and the myriad worlds were fake. The myriad worlds stood above the ultimate, like stones embedded in the boundless land. The ruins of End can reveal the mysteries of heaven and earth, and can demonstrate the Mahayana sect, which is complete. However, the Sansheng sect was profound and had all kinds of techniques. Ermin was sitting in the underworld cabin. When she saw this, her mind was shocked. This is what the God of creation said to the celestial emperor of that world. We're lucky enough to hear this? with an inexplicable excitement that she had never felt in hundreds of years. She immediately opened an attached page from the letter. The attached page wrote what Go was, as well as the rules and essentials of Go. She stretched out her hand, and a square gray-black stone plate solidified on the ground in front of her. Black and white stones fell into it. The chessboard is the earth, and the pieces are the sky. She picked up the chess pieces on the chessboard, closed her eyes, and entered a state of meditation. This meditation lasted for an entire day and night. Gradually, two shadows seemed to appear on the chessboard, playing a game of their own. At this moment, Ermin felt that the chess pieces on the chessboard in front of her were surrounding and attacking each other. Some were upright, some were dangerous. In the battle, they seemed to have become the sun, the wind, the clouds, the rain, the heavy land, and the endless starry sky. The sinkhole, the chessboard, and the world was the chess piece. In just a few days, her calculations had surpassed the Go level of any earthling. It had even reached the level of an AI. After a long time, Ermin slowly opened her eyes, as if she had understood something. The way of Go indeed contained some kind of rule, the truth of heaven and earth. The chessboard is ancient and simple. There are chess pieces on it. 129's great thousand worlds. This number is one yuan, one era, and there is a catastrophe. She became completely serious and felt a chill run down her spine. She read the letter without stopping. The all-knowing scholar was actually able to talk about the communication between the strongest heavenly emperor and the god of creation. He was able to talk about every detail as if he was there in person. He is now learning beside me. I am writing, but I am still shocked and in disbelief. He has overturned my speculation about his existence again and again. He is unfathomable. If even the god of creation can come into contact with and listen to him, perhaps he is already the manifestation of the rules of some world. How can he not know how I became a god? The secret of the Pengu golden body? Downward cultivation technique? He knows, but he doesn't answer. I tested him a few more times and found out that this man only answered the basics and not the profoundness. He made you deduce based on this. He seemed to be a natural phenomenon, some kind of projection mirror image, or a projection of some law. Was he an observer of the world created by the Creator? He studies, travels, and observes the worlds. Ermin, you're a god. Although you're not as knowledgeable as me, you have a higher vision. You may be able to give me an answer, but you must reply. The existence of the all-knowing scholar traveled across thousands of worlds and crossed many worlds. It is not something that the two of us can explore, and it is difficult to see through. It is far beyond our imagination. It is mysterious and unfathomable. It can shock the sky, but it is undoubtedly a supreme treasure. He is not greedy and obsessed with himself. As the best Taoist friend, he embarked on the journey of seeking the truth with me. I have already taken it as my own and become my personal belonging. With him, I seem to have seen the real way forward. I can perform the Mahayana sect. I'm meticulous and have all kinds of skills. The way of the chessboard secretly combines the truth and falsehood of the ultimate and the myriad world. It's exquisite, profound, and unfathomable. I hope you can study this carefully and perhaps you'll gain something. I invited Mother Earth of this world to play chess with me. She was extremely weak at first, but she opened her mouth in anger and asked for Ergo to attack. Later on, she used some kind of wonderful technique and indeed, with the help of God, although it took a long time to place a piece, it was on par with my killing spree. In just a few days, she comprehended it. There is already a road ahead without any fog. I'm more and more certain Bai Shaosheng does not know. He just asked me to start from the basics. I have already comprehended my own path to becoming a god from the true and false the ultimate he provided. The chessboard is real, and the chess pieces are false. There are 1,99600 worlds on it, and my body is also formed by the 1,000 evil gods. The two are secretly in sync. I may use myself as a chessboard, with 199,600 chess pieces in my body, 2,000 Tao fruits in the virtual sky. Ermin held the letter in a daze and read the last sentence that shocked her. Ermin, I will become a level 8 mythical creature in less than 10 years. Ermin had lived for 1,000 years and had long become calm, but after reading Medusa's letter, her heart was still in a state of shock. She knew how difficult it was to become a god, Cthulhu. Medusa had been guarding the gate to the underworld for 1,000 years. From the end of the wizard era to the peak of the magic potion era, she had been studying the way to become a god with the characteristics of her body. But she had not been able to achieve anything. The amount of energy required was simply too much. Cthulhu was a convergence creature, and its entire body was made up of 12,000 organs. If a creature wanted to break through level 8 mythical realm, it would need a huge amount of energy to break through the realm instantly. With Medusa's terrifying and powerful strength, it would probably need the terrifying energy of 1,000 gods to become a god. However, that was almost impossible. That world is indeed mysterious. That mysterious scholar did not have any joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. It was as if the will and laws of the world had gathered together. It was unbelievable. Ermin put down the letter and looked forward to it. Such a strange existence. I must meet him when I have time. I already somewhat understand her thoughts. From that scholar, she learned that world's unique method of becoming a god. She placed a Tao fruit in the virtual sky and thought through the conversation between Heavenly Emperor Longhong and the god of creation, the truth behind the ruins of End, and whether it was true or false. She wants to turn herself into the chessboard of the ultimate. Her 19600 organs as 29,600 worlds as the Tao fruits and live in the virtual sky. She had divided herself into 19600 parts and separated them into gods. A saint had a Tao fruit that resided in the heaven void, and her? He alone had 19600 Tao fruits and was living in the void sky. Such a bold and terrifying idea was jaw-dropping, and only Medusa's madness could have such an idea. Using one's own body to create an era. If she could really succeed, she would definitely be the most terrifying god in history. Medusa did not know the cultivation method of the true body of Pangu, but she could vaguely guess the principle behind it. It was to divide the soul into 9 parts in the 9 apertures, so that the soul would not die even if it was incomplete. As for her, she had to divide her soul in 2,99600 parts and evenly distribute them in every corner of her body. Perhaps this was the true undying and imperishable, reborn from a drop of blood. It may seem bold, but it's not impossible. Ermin continued to organize her thoughts. There might even be a feasible opportunity. This is because she has already collected enough energy to become a god, enough to provide one of her organs to become a god. After becoming a god, she can cultivate for those ordinary organs. It was difficult to start, and the cultivation of a god was slow. However, as more and more gods were born, her overall cultivation speed became faster and faster. 10, 100, 1,000. When there were 1,000 gods, they could cultivate together and provide the energy for an ordinary creature to become a god. How simple would that be? The further this went on, the bigger the snowball. This was Medusa's special method of becoming a god. Medusa's ambition was too great. She had never intended to become an ordinary god before, so she had let Ermin become a god. Now, she had directly deduced a path to go against the heavens for herself. Once she became a god, it was simply unimaginable. She also had an idea. In less than 10 years, she might be able to perfect the entire idea and begin to put it into practice, breaking through to become the first god of 129 gods. Ermin felt lucky for her, but also a little emotional. Wandering know-it-all can actually see through Medusa and open such an incredible path to godhood. Ermin put the letter away, and her clear eyes flashed with curiosity. She was trying to figure out what kind of existence the mysterious man was. What kind of world rules? He began to organize his thoughts and prepare to reply. The remote world. Bai Xiaosheng's name became bigger and bigger, forming a hurricane. There were even many Jianggu swordsmen who had evil intentions and wanted to abduct this pure young man who was obsessed with reading and holding the wordless heavenly book at all times. The young man was only studying, but he was innocent. That night, many thieves in the shadows flew over the roofs and walls, whispering on the roof of the dark inn. This group of people is strange. No matter how many swordsmen there are, they will be shaken off in an instant. They lost their way after following them. I don't know what kind of evil art they used. Our 100 Talents pavilions influence all over the martial world. We have our spies in brothels, restaurants, and inns. We have sent ordinary people to follow this group for several days. At night, they have been staying in 2 rooms and talking with each other every night. Tonight is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it is the best time to make a move. Boom! Suddenly, the roof broke open, and a few men in black rushed in. Bai Xiaosheng, our pavilion master, has invited you. The lights flickered, and a young man and woman were sitting side by side in front of the desk. They were holding paper and a pen, studying on their own. It was a quiet scene. Suddenly, the beautiful woman slowly raised her head. Boom! Everyone's minds were shaken, and they flew out of the inn, turning into several corpses. It's a grandmaster at the 5th Dao Palace realm. Emotionless sword Wei Wuji, ranked 13th on the heaven roll. The eyes of the experts who were hiding on roofs of the inns widened. They had wanted to take advantage of the situation, but they did not expect such a terrifying scene to happen. That was a great expert whose name shook the pugilistic world. I can't see through this woman. She can't be provoked. Countless people were horrified and quickly retreated, afraid that they would be too late. Medusa only smiled. How could these ordinary people know how powerful it was? Perhaps only the heavenly court of this world and the descent of the heavenly emperor could attract her attention. Otherwise, she really didn't care about these people in the mortal world. He only hoped that she could be given another 10 years to live such a peaceful life and become a god, pushing her strength to the peak. It's to give this world time to rise and for the Hu Renong to completely prosper the celestial dynasty. It's also for me to break through. This is waiting, suppressing that beautiful moment, and welcoming the other party with the best form. She smiled. She continued to study with her head lowered. She stood behind the scholar and taught him hand in hand. Do you understand this question? I don't quite understand this part. The scholar replied mechanically. Oh, that's right. Medusa suddenly smiled. Let's continue discussing the topic from before, how to create an energy sun to illuminate all things. All right, he said. The young man nodded and continued the discussion. The next day, the disturbance caused a huge disturbance. The martial arts grand masters on the heaven roll were the top masters of the major sects. The one who obtains the all-knowing scholar will obtain the world. The cute girl secretly spread rumors in the crowd, causing more and more trouble. By Xiaoshang, this scholar has the wordless heavenly book which contains great mysteries. No matter who follows him, with the accumulation of time and listening to the truth of the great Tao, he can become a saint from a mortal, a god, and an emperor. Meng Mei continued to spread rumors in the dark and told the truth. That woman was originally immortal. In the end, she cultivated with him night after night. I don't know what they cultivated, but every day, the woman would be exhausted and doze off in the day. However, his cultivation had increased greatly. At this time, he might be comparable to the demigod Duan Chanyu. Perhaps no one on the heavenly rankings is his match. Instantly, the entire martial world went crazy. Indeed, that woman is so powerful. I've never heard of her before. Could it be that the all-knowing scholar is an opportunity? Many beautiful swordswomen and geniuses from various sects could not help but look around. They wanted to find the legendary wandering know-it-all. This man was extremely mysterious and possessed endless knowledge. He was the dream lover of many people in the pugilistic world. The demonic sect saintess, Lao Ai, was good at seducing and manipulating people's hearts. There was no man in the world who wasn't confused by her. It was said that she had already left the mountain silently and had come in the form of a pretty girl. It was said that the saintess of the demonic sect had gone down the mountain with the 4 great protectors to bring the source of the turmoil back to the holy mountain and suppress it personally. I called you a straight man of steel. I'll trick a bunch of girls too. The cute girl sat in the carriage and looked at the dull scholar who continued to read beside her. She suddenly felt very satisfied, and her eyes gradually brightened. Medusa asked me to protect her safety when she is asleep. Do you think I have no other way? This beauty in his arms is not a threat to his life. It has nothing to do with me. I can already imagine that even if he screams until his throat breaks, no one will save him. She mumbled and imagined the scene of this stiff scholar. That scene was too beautiful, and she didn't dare to look at it. In less than a few days, the entire Jianghu was in a state of turmoil, turning into the center of a storm. At that moment, Xuji was tidying up the orchard. However, it was an orchard in his inner world. The shelves were covered with green vines, and they were all full of fruits. On the ground, there were green onions and trees, and one after another, the final chickens were chirping happily. As the mirror image continued to learn, Xuji's knowledge base finally advanced by leaps and bounds. The last time I entered the sorcerer world, I disguised myself as an anonymous great sovereign messiah. I spent 50 to 60 years in the library, and my head was aching. I've been putting it on hold since then. I'm not willing to start learning again, and my knowledge has stopped advancing. But with the mirror image, I don't have to worry about my knowledge not being able to keep up. It had to be said that a small step for Ah Chu was a big step for the creator. He would no longer have to worry about his studies. With Medusa's company and discussion, as well as the mirror image's teacher and friend, he improved very quickly. In particular, he had recently encountered some cultivation problems. He would occasionally go in and pretend to be a mirror image, sitting at the table and discussing with Medusa. It was perfect. This reminds me of my high school days, when I sat at the edge of the window with my desk mate, discussing practice questions and doing tapers together. It's just that Medusa has become my desk mate. Shuji sensed his body in silence. Now, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art had already opened the 5th aperture. In addition, he had some progress with the sun furnace. Everything started to develop very quickly. Xuji was very carefree. He was living a leisurely life in the orchard, like a farmer's house, until he saw a certain guy who wanted to cause trouble. At this moment, Meng Mei continued to spread rumors in the pugilistic world, adding oil to the fire. The all-knowing scholar originally had two great opportunities, which were divided into two parts, one for a man and one for a woman. That Hu Renong took one of the opportunities and opened up the divine path, shocking the heavens and earth. On the day of the Da lecture in the capital city, the gods in the heavens opened the heaven realm to watch. As for the last opportunity, it can only be obtained by a woman. In the pugilistic world, countless women's eyes were burning with desire, while men were heartbroken and hated that they could not do it for their women. Meng Mei quickly posted, saying the Mid-Autumn Festival activities would be live-streamed online and that everyone was welcome to watch the ceremony, punishing a straight man of steel online. It specializes in treating all kinds of dissatisfaction. As everyone knows, my species is to become a little sweetheart and let the creator eat it, embarrassed. I came in as a fan chasing after an idol. But I missed the time when the god of creation descended to mend the heavens. It's so far away from becoming a saint. I don't know when I'll be able to see my favorite male god again. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, in the primordial world, my master of creation and I were still far away from each other. It was like Coward and Weaver girl looking at each other on Magpie Bridge, couldn't help but feel sad. And a certain iron-willed straight man just happened to appear and changed my view of the world. Everyone suddenly understood. Obviously, the cute girl had secretly gone to catch him in the middle of the night in a fit of anger. In the end, she saw a scene of passionate learning. You didn't sleep in the middle of the night and stayed up late to study with a beautiful woman. This person is poisonous. This was like walking right into the muzzle of the cute girl's gun. She was currently angry. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon. A certain bookworm didn't even eat the meat that was given to him. He only knew how to stay up late to study with a beautiful woman. His face was hateful, so I had someone rape him to appease the people's resentment. Screenshots. One by one, screenshots of the beauties of Jianghu were released. It was crazy on the forum, and they felt heartbroken. They had never thought that there would be someone in this world who loved reading so much and did not care about external things. He was simply the role model of the entire sandbox who loved to learn. However, they had to put in the effort, so how could they be so willing? They would not be happy to see it. I see. The game producer has put in a lot of effort to set an example for you to love learning. This tells us that as long as you love learning, there will naturally be beauties throwing themselves at you, picking nose. That makes sense. Countless netizens who were watching were ecstatic. They ridiculed it and felt that at this moment it was going to be on the hot search again. My passion for learning helped me break away from being single. Stupid sister, why are you forcing me to do something I hate? Let go of that scholar and let me do it. Gritting teeth. To be honest, Meng Mei's way of doing things is too cruel. This is the evil femininity. They must think that all men are cheap and that there's no man who isn't lustful. They want to force others. When I see this scene of beautiful women surrounding me, I can't help feel sad. Tears can't stop flowing from the corners of my mouth. Meng Mei was secretly proud of herself. She really didn't have any dirty thoughts. She just wanted to see if this Tang Sanzang was only focused on reading the books of the sages, and if he really didn't want to mess with Liu Xiaohui. Anyway, Medusa was in a deep sleep and did not know what was happening outside, and this dumb scholar didn't know how to complain. I'll see if he can continue to study and if a bunch of beautiful women seduce him. I'll even see if a bunch of women will force themselves on him. Meng Mei's eyes were bright. I can already imagine his loud screams. In just a few days, the extraordinary women of the pugilistic world, the demonic sect's saintesses, and the sacred sect's goddesses had all arrived. "I hope Fairy Hugh will be lenient," countless people said to the fox girl. Mengmei had been resting all this while. However, her disciple Hu Haihan had gained a reputation by traveling the pugilistic world. After all, he was already at the Dao Palace realm and ranked 7th on the heaven roll. He was also known as Fairy Hugh. "As long as you don't harm his life or use violence, we can ignore you. We're all people of the pugilistic world, and it's very normal for men and women to have feelings for each other. He doesn't have lover now, so you can pursue him yourself and gain his favor, becoming his immortal Dao companion." Meng Mei blinked her eyes and secretly hinted shamelessly, "But don't come at night. That woman is very irritable and wants to have him all to herself. Don't appear in front of her." Each and every one of the girls from the major sects in the mortal world were geniuses that were hard to come by in 100 years. How high were their standards? He would naturally not be interested in ordinary men and would even have thoughts of not marrying for the rest of his life. However, Bai Xiaosheng was indeed mysterious and unfathomable. He indeed Hu Renong and opened up the divine Dao. That day, Hu Renong gave a Dao lecture in the capital city, shocking the heavens and earth. Even the heavenly realm opened the gate of heaven, and countless gods looked down at the mortal world. This kind of man is my perfect match. Their hearts were burning with passion, and they first used words to charm him. Bai Xiaosheng held the wordless, heavenly book and ignored him. Another day, they were dressed up and showed their charm. They came to ask for advice gently. Their bodies slowly leaned against each other, and they whispered in each other's ears to ask questions. Bai Xiaosheng was still reading the book in his hand. All the heroines gnashed their teeth in hatred and couldn't help but be furious. They instantly wanted to use force and slowly kiss him, but peng, peng, peng. The scholars put down their books. Their faces were all swollen and bruised, and they were sent flying like pigs. The cute girl was speechless. "Oh my God, this was an animal." "The beautiful girl disturbed your reading, so you beat her up?" Meng Mei's eyes widened. His hands trembled in the process of taking screenshots. This wasn't Earth. The women who cultivated here all had outstanding temperament and were so beautiful that they were hard to find in the world. Even the big stars in his world couldn't compare to them. In front of these fairy-like people, she was just an ordinary woman in the mortal world who needed cosmetics and skin care to maintain her beauty. All the famous figures of the martial arts world and the guardians who were secretly protecting their holy maidens were instantly stunned. What had happened? All of the beautiful women from the major sects of the pugilistic world were the dream lovers of countless pugilist swordsmen. In the end, they were beaten up until their heads were like pigs, and their beautiful faces were so swollen that no human form could be seen. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There is no man in the pugilistic world who isn't moved by the heaven's pride of the younger generation. This Bai Xiaosheng is actually addicted to reading and doesn't treat them as women? The female prodigies of this generation are at the golden age of martial arts that is hard to come by in centuries. They are all fighting at the Dao Palace realm, and all of them have the potential to reach the grotto heaven and ascend to the heavenly realm to serve the ancient celestial emperors, especially the two saintesses of the demonic sect and the sacred sect. They swept the world and were unrivaled among their peers in the pugilistic world. The grandmasters of the sacred sects admitted that they were rare talents in hundreds of years. They broke through the void and ascended to the celestial world Becoming an emperor-to-be is inevitable. He even has the potential to become a great emperor. Countless people in the martial world were shocked. This was too unbelievable. In reality, the tribulation of heaven and earth was about to arrive, and many geniuses were born from the tribulation. They all had astonishing talent. But when they saw that Haranong had opened the divine path, they came because it was a better opportunity than the fairy realm. They didn't expect to be beaten up. So boring. What a bookworm, you can't even do this. The cute girl opened her mouth wide playfully. She felt that it was very boring. She did not seem to care about the disputes of the Jianggu at all. She just treated it, small matter, and continued to drive forward. When Xuji saw this, he shook his head and laughed. "You're really naughty. I'll have to write you down in my little notebook some other day." He was at the 6th rank, so it was only natural for him to have the cultivation of the 6th rank after cutting off the ant-sized mirror image. Although he did not have the real body of a wizard and the 9 revolutions mysterious art, his knowledge was as vast as the sea, and his moves were mysterious and natural. Even ordinary people of the same rank might not be his match. By Xiaosheng, this is incredible. The entire underworld was shaken. In a short period of time, there were no more women coming. Meng Mei couldn't help but be disappointed. After spreading the news in the Post, countless people in the entire online forum felt a sharp pain in their heads. How could there be such a man? They looked at the screenshots of the bloody nose and swollen face and felt their hearts achy. After a few more days, an old woman who had lost her soul stopped the carriage. One of her sleeves was empty. It was a broken arm. Her eyes were cloudy, and she looked old and desolate. It's fine if she's a genius girl in the pugilistic world. But even an old man like her is here to join in the fun. Meng Mei shook her head. Sitting in the carriage, she was surprised. He definitely doesn't have such a strong taste. The old woman only stepped forward and slowly handed over a thin piece of paper. The paper seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 caddies. She struggled for a moment. "I hope you can treat it well." Then, the old man turned around and staggered away. The dull-looking scholar glanced at the paper and called out to the old woman, inviting her into the carriage. "It's an equivalent exchange. Tell me your question." The old man's body trembled, and he turned his head and said, "Can you let me become an immortal?" The surrounding sects who were hiding in the dark shook their heads. Breaking the void and ascending to the immortal world, just a piece of paper? How could it be that simple? It was simply wishful thinking. Reach the grotto heaven realm? To the immortal world, please make an equivalent exchange. The scholar replied. Sure enough, he was rejected. The old woman seemed to have gotten used to it and continued to stagger away. The scholar opened his mouth again. This piece of paper can be exchanged for 100 of these questions. Please make an equal exchange. Voila! The entire forest shook. It wasn't that it wasn't enough, but that its value far exceeded that. Could this piece of paper be exchanged for 100 Grotto Heaven realm old monsters? Wouldn't that mean that he could become an ancient heavenly emperor? Countless martial artists' faces tensed up as they looked at the thin piece of paper. It seemed to contain a terrifying secret. After all, wandering know-it-all followed the rule of equivalent exchange, and the item inside was enough to exchange for a celestial thirch. However, no one in the martial world knew that old man, and she had no cultivation. This is an old man without any cultivation. There's no trace of cultivation at all. Meng Mei, who was sitting in the carriage, started to frown. Although she was a salted fish, she had been the most ancient being in this world since the era of the Tao Lords. Her cultivation base was also at the 7th level of the Heavenly Emperor realm. so it was natural for him to be able to tell. This old woman with a broken arm was not a martial arts grandmaster whose cultivation had been crippled. Instead, she was an ordinary person who had never cultivated, had naturally blocked meridians. Not only did she see it, but all the experts in the martial arts world also saw it. They found it hard to believe. How could he be an ordinary person? The old woman's eyes were cloudy and tears suddenly flickered in them. My lifetime's effort is worth a celestial emperor? Yes. The stiff scholar replied mechanically. Xu Ji had already arrived quietly. He was sitting in the carriage with a wordless heavenly book in his hand. He looked at the trembling old woman in her 70s or 80s and was shocked. I didn't expect such a person to exist in secret. She's just a weak mortal who has experienced old age, sickness, and death. She can't cultivate, but she can secretly kill all the grandmasters in the pugilistic world with her exquisite sword skills. She can even open the gate of heaven with her sword.